with love and peace devoid of sorrow and tears. In the world of infinite, Tsukuyomi Lin will be resurrected, and everyone will find happiness. Summer Solstice looked at the 6 paths of Ibito whose aura was surging and whose form had drastically changed. His pale blue creation star's eye showed no signs of fluctuation. Infinite Tsukuyomi. A cold smile crept across Summer Solstice's lips. Using false illusions to numb oneself and escape reality, is this what you call peace? His tone was filled with disdain. What a pitiful coward. You do not deserve this power at all. Upon hearing Summer Solstice's words, the pitying expression on 6 paths of Ibito's face vanished instantly. In its place was a towering, killing intent. What do you understand? He roared angrily at Summer Solstice's voice, shaking the entire Divine City Basin. You do not comprehend the despair of this world at all. You do not understand the pain of losing everything. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true salvation. 6 paths of Ibito charged forward. The final confrontation between the two unfolded at this moment. This battle would directly determine the future of the entire ninja world. It would also decide whether the so-called Eye of the Moon plan could be realized. Summer Solstice's creation star's eye radiated brilliantly. 6 paths of Ibito took the initiative, waving his hand as several Tao-seeking jades behind him instantly transformed. The Tao-seeking jades morphed into dark long spears, shooting towards the vital points of Xiaji at an almost untraceable speed from all directions. These Tao-seeking jades were transformed by the power of yin-yang escape, impervious to any celestial techniques. Xiaji's pale blue eyes, the creation star's pure eyes, saw the trajectories of the stars rushing by rapidly within his pupils. The energy composition of the Tao-seeking jades, their flight trajectories, and even the characteristics of the 6 paths power contained within were all clearly analyzed in his eyes. Is this all you've got? Behind him, 3 Tao-seeking jade seedlings that had absorbed the energy of the rebirth eye on the moon took the initiative to meet the attack. The black orbs collided in midair repeatedly. With each impact, a devastating wave of energy erupted. The surrounding shattered rocks and scorched earth were completely turned to dust. The shockwave spread, almost collapsing the divine barrier defense of the moving fortress. Seeing that the direct attack of the Tao-seeking jades was ineffective, a flicker of anger flashed in his single eye. He clasped his hands together forcefully, and a more domineering yin-yang escape power emanated from his body. The space around him began to exhibit strange distortions. A special domain centered around him was quietly taking shape, expanding outward. Within this domain, all natural energy will be stripped away, your celestial techniques, your perceptions will lose their effect. Ibito's voice echoed within the domain, carrying an indifferent control over everything. Xiaji felt the rapid depletion of natural energy around him and the subtle changes in his own perception being suppressed. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. Stripping away natural energy. Within Xiaji, the chakra of Kage refined through both the rebirth eye and the creation star's pure eyes erupted violently. At the same time, the celestial technique chakra within him began to operate in an unprecedented manner. The two powers intertwined, creating a marvelous resonance. With your half-baked yin-yang escape, you think you can isolate my power? Xiaji scoffed, and the light of the creation star's pure eyes shone even brighter. The domineering chakra of Kage and celestial technique power forcibly tore apart the yin-yang escape domain that Ibito was attempting to construct. The domain had not fully formed before it was shattered. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Ibito's eyes. This Uchiha Xiaji could actually wield a power close to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. What is his origin? Before he could ponder further, Xiaji's figure had already vanished from his original position. The sage's staff in Ibito's hand suddenly halted. The remaining Tao-seeking jades behind him rapidly merged, transforming into a pitch-black longsword entwined with the aura of chaos. The Heavenly Swamp Spear. This legendary sword of creation, bearing an unmatched terrifying might, stabbed fiercely towards the position where Xiaji had stood. However, it missed. Xiaji's figure appeared at the side and rear of Ibito in an angle he could never anticipate. Too slow. Xiaji's voice was like the whisper of death. In his hand, an ethereal giant axe radiating an aura of cosmic creation reappeared. It was the last trace of power remaining from the Pangu axe he had purchased earlier. Though the axe shadow was faint, the power of rules it contained still made one's heart tremble. The Heavenly Swamp Spear swept in with a destructive aura, attempting to cleave Xiaji in half. The remnant of the Pangu axe, seemingly moving slowly, yet actually at an incredible speed, met the dark sword of creation. Clang! The sound of metal clashing did not arrive as expected. Instead, there was a tearing sound that seemed to make even space itself lament. At the moment of collision between the Heavenly Swamp Spear and the Pangu axe's shadow, a blinding white light erupted. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire battlefield once more. Both Xiaji and Ibito were simultaneously pushed back by the violent energy. Ibito staggered and steadied himself, but a tiny crack appeared at the tip of the Heavenly Swamp Spear in his hand. He looked at Xiaji, his eyes filled with horror. That vague axe shadow could actually shake the Heavenly Swamp Spear. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Xiaji's mouth, yet his creation star's pure eyes shone even brighter. The remaining power of the Pangu axe was ultimately too weak to completely withstand the might of the Heavenly Swamp Spear. However, he had already achieved his goal. During the intense collision and energy confrontation, just now his pale blue creation star's pure eyes had precisely captured the weakest link connecting the Ten Tails' power with Obito's own will. That was the junction where several different tailed beast chakras intermingled, not yet fully merged. It was also his only opportunity. Your power is stolen, though it ultimately does not belong to you. Xiaoji's voice was calm, yet brimmed with an insight that encompassed everything. He seized the moment when Obito's mind wavered due to the damage sustained by the Heavenly Swamp Spear. The creation star's pure eyes operated at their utmost. A brand new ability, one that Xiaoji was using for the first time in actual combat, quietly activated attached to those eyes. Rules rewrite. A subtle distortion began to appear around Xiaoji, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This distortion was not the direct spatial cutting or shifting of divine might. Rather, it was a forceful alteration of certain established rules in reality in a small area and for a short duration. Currently, this ability could only act on the energy level. An invisible force instantly enveloped Obito's body. Ugh! Obito felt the chakra of the Ten Tails within him suddenly become violent and uncontrollable. Those different tailed beast chakras which he had barely suppressed with his will were now, as if enticed and disrupted by some unknown power, desperately trying to break free from his restraints. What? What is this? Obito was horrified to discover that the connection between his will and the one-tail Shikaku's chakra was being forcibly stripped away by an invisible power. This process was incredibly perilous. A slight misstep could lead to the complete rampage of the Ten Tails chakra with unimaginable consequences. Yet a cruel smile appeared on Xiaoji's face. His creation star's pure eyes precisely controlled the power of rules rewrite. Like the most meticulous of surgical procedures, he forcibly separated the chakra of the one-tail Shikaku from Obito's body. Roar! A roar filled with liberation and anger erupted from within Obito. A faint yellow chakra energy body was forcibly stripped away by Xiaoji, suspended in midair. It was a portion of the original chakra of the one-tail Shikaku. What? What have you done to my body? Obito roared in terror, clearly feeling his power rapidly depleting. Xiaoji said nothing in response. The power of the creation star's pure eyes activated once more. Rules rewrite. 2 tails Hachibi. 3 tails Isabu. 4 tails Son Goku. One by one, the chakras of the tailed beasts were forcibly stripped from the body of 6 paths Obito under Xiaoji's terrifying ocular technique that approached the level of rules. This process was unimaginable pain and torment for Obito. His body was continually collapsing due to the forced separation of the tailed beast chakras. Yet Xiaoji's face remained expressionless, cold and cruel. He intended to reduce this man who had stolen the power of the Ten Tails and tried to drag the entire world into a false dream back to his original form. Without the chakra of the tailed beasts, Obito Rikudo's body rapidly deteriorated before the eye. His ashen hair grew brittle and lifeless, his skin took on a deathly ashen pallor, and the horn-like truth-seeking balls, symbols of his 6 paths power, began to fracture inch by inch. He hovered feebly in midair as his vitality ebbed away like receding tide. You demon. In his lone Sharingan, the intricate Tomo pattern dimmed into utter darkness, leaving only boundless despair. Xiaoji's star-cleansing pure eye gazed upon him with serene stillness. In it is over Obito. Slowly he raised his right hand, the palm crackling with searing lightning from which a colossal roaring Kirin, made entirely of pure thunder, erupted skyward. Your dream ends now. In his left palm, Sage Chakra and Wind-natured Chakra compressed with terrifying density, coalescing into a spiraling sphere radiating an aura of absolute severance. The lightning release Kirin fused with the Sage Art Rasengan, Xiaoji's elegy for Obito, just as he prepared to extinguish Obito's life, entirely freeing him at last from this illusory obsession. Suddenly a pitch-black shadow, dense as ink condensed from pure malice, surged violently from Obito's shattered body. It was Black Zetsu, the remnant soul that had survived Xiaoji's forced soul extraction and refinement, clinging tenaciously to the depths of Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan through its unique existence. Uchiha Xiaoji. In Black Zetsu's shrill venomous voice echoed across the battlefield, thick with fury and madness. You think you've won. You think you can change everything. What a laughable mortal. At that moment, Black Zetsu's waning soul ignited a forbidden world-reversing ancient technique, drawing upon Obito's last vestiges of life force and the faint traces of the 9-tailed beast chakra scattered across the shinobi world. Even more, it harnessed a sliver of chakra stolen from the recently dispersed Edo Tensei version of Madara Uchiha, the chakra of Indra's reincarnation, as the catalyst. Mother will avenge me. With a final rapturous roar, Black Zetsu's fading soul voiced its fanatical devotion to Kaguya. This world shall return to Mother's embrace. Behold the descent of Kaguya Otsutsuki, our divine mother. As Black Zetsu shrieked these words, the heavens convulsed. A spatial rift, vastly larger than those torn open earlier by Madara's Chibaku Tensei or Obito's demonic statue of the outer path, was ripped open by overwhelming primordial force. Beyond the fissure lay infinite void and absolute darkness. Then a chakra pressure so immense it shook the entire shinobi world began to seep forth, slow, inexorable, and suffocating. That mere pressure alone sent every shinobi in the Shinyu Basin, still trembling from the recent battle, kneeling to the ground in abject terror. The divine barrier, the mobile fortress's defensive seal, splintered under the weight of that pressure, its surface webbed with spreading cracks. Far away in Konoha village, Naruto, Sasuke, and others, midway through receiving missions, felt it too, a bone-deep bloodline resonant dread, chilling and inescapable. What is this chakra? Kurama roared inside Naruto, his voice laced with raw fear. Sasuke's Sharingan contracted violently under the pressure, his Rinnegan flickered uncertainly in his eyes. Yet even that sacred dojutsu trembled with unease. They knew, beyond doubt, that a being had arrived, one whose existence transcended all known limits of the shinobi world. In an instantly, the 5 great shinobi countries mobilized for war. From the rift emerged a tall, elegant figure, clad in pristine white feathered robes, her long hair cascading like sacred moonlight. At the center of her forehead blazed a crimson Ninetamo Rinnegan, its oppressive aura stifling breath itself. Above her brow rose 2 bony horn-like protrusions, unmistakable marks of her inhuman origin. Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the moon. A forbidden entity known only in the oldest myths, summoned successfully onto this land, she once ruled, then sealed with her own hands, by Black Zetsu's desperate self-annihilating will. Kaguya's pale, emotionless Byakugan swept calmly across the world below, a place both intimately familiar and profoundly alien. Her face remained utterly impassive, as if all existence were but illusion before her gaze. Only when her gaze finally settled upon Xiaji did the faintest ripple stir within those tranquil pale eyes. It was the subtle recognition of an equal power, and a trace of disdain born of bloodline for this descendant who dared steal the divine tree's power. Kaguya spoke no word, and then she merely lifted her hand. And then Xiaji felt space itself freeze around him. Then an overwhelming force instantly enveloped him. He had no time to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. In an instant, reality shattered and reformed. And in the Chibaku Tensei space, without hesitation, Kaguya had dragged Xiaji directly into her self-created dimension. The sheer pressure of spatial transference weighed heavily upon his frame. He surveyed his surroundings, an utterly alien world. The sky burned with eerie crimson, beneath it stretched a churning sea of molten lava radiating unbearable heat. Then space shifted again. The molten wasteland vanished, replaced by a frozen expanse of endless snow and ice. Biting winds laden with razor-sharp ice crystals slashed across his cheeks. Next came a desolate, boundless desert, a gravity-distorted anomaly, a corrosive marsh oozing acid that dissolved all matter. One extreme realm after another unfolded like a feverish carousel, relentlessly testing Xiaji's adaptability. Was this Kaguya's true terror? To freely forge and shift dimensions, to lure enemies into environments where she held absolute dominion. Xiaji's star-cleansing pure eye world, furiously analyzing the unique spatial laws governing the Chibaku Tensei space. Relying on the Flying Thunder God's unmatched mobility and the Kimui technique's ability to distort and phase through space, he barely endured these ever-changing hellscape trials. Yet in the Chibaku Tensei space, Kaguya wielded near-absolute sovereignty, and appeared to have lost all patience for further play. Silently, Kaguya materialized behind Xiaji, in an 80 Gods vacuum attack, and in her voice rang out, ethereal, cold, and utterly detached. In that instant, countless colossal chakra fists wreathed in annihilation surged from every direction, sealing every possible path of retreat. Susano'o, and forced to respond, Xiaji activated the complete body Susano'o. A towering violet giant rose from the ground, gripping a star-etched greatsword to intercept the deluge of chakra fists. Boom, and in boom, and in boom. And in the Susano'o's impenetrable armor groaned under the relentless barrage of the 80 Gods vacuum attack. Some blows pierced the Susano'o's defense entirely, striking Xiaji's physical form with crushing force. And in a sharp metallic taste flooded his mouth. Then he spat crimson, his face paling instantly. Kaguya's assault did not relent. She raised her hand once more, and in rabbit hair needle, and in countless slender needle-thin chakra threads, white as bone, sharper than any blade, rained down from all sides like a celestial net. Each needle moved with impossible speed and precision, locking onto vital acupoints across Xiaji's body, sealing off every conceivable evasion. Xiaji's star-cleansing pure eye contracted sharply, and in Kimui, phasing. At the very instant the needles struck his body, turned translucent, allowing the lethal chakra projectiles to pass harmlessly through him and vanish into the distance. He had narrowly evaded certain death, but the unceasing intensity of combat and the tremendous chakra cost of repeated Kimui phasing had begun to drain Xiaji's reserves dangerously low. Kaguya's pale, emotionless Byakugan watched him, unblinking, unruffled, as if all this were nothing more than idle amusement. With a grating bony-on-bone screech, her arm bones tore through her skin, reforming into a single ash-gray spear shimmering with the essence of oblivion. All-killing ash bone, and in any being pierced by this weapon, even one possessing regenerative abilities beyond comprehension, would be reduced instantly to dust, erased utterly from existence. Xiaji's star-cleansing pure eye sensed a threat unlike any before. not even rivaling the true thousand hands of Madara Uchiha or Obito's Totsuka blade, could compare to this primal existential peril. He hesitated not a second. In system. Purchase absolute evasion, 3 uses. In ending. 1000 Krypton points deducted. Absolute evasion, 3 uses acquired and equipped. Shoo. And in the first, all-killing Ashbone shot forward like a death ray rending space-time itself, aimed unerringly at Xiaoji's forehead, moving faster than thought. Absolute evasion activated. And in Xiaoji's body twisted just in time, barely avoiding the fatal strike. The ash-gray spear grazed his cheek, leaving a searing, stinging burn. Had he delayed by even 1/100th of a second, he would already be naught but drifting ash. A thin sheen of cold sweat glistened on his brow. This Kaguya Otsutsuki, her power surpassed even his gravest expectations. Kaguya's Byakugan widened slightly. Surprisingly, Summer Solstice was able to evade her Deathbone technique. Her figure flickered and merged into the void. Hozuki Biosaka. The cold voice echoed within the core space. The scenery around Summer Solstice twisted once more. The molten world, the frozen snowfield, and the desolate desert changed rapidly like a scroll. Kaguya moved freely through various subspaces, her speed reaching its peak. She attempted to exploit this spatial transition to continuously drain Summer Solstice's chakra and stamina. Summer Solstice's star-cleaning eye operated at full capacity with the pale blue pupils swirling with the trajectories of stars. Every coordinate of Kaguya's spatial jumps and the subtle energy fluctuations of Hozuki Biosaka were continuously analyzed in his eyes. Flying Thunder God Technique. Summer Solstice's figure flickered at various spatial nodes, closely pursuing Kaguya. Thus began a chase that spanned countless alternate spaces. From the scorching lava fissures to the icy, ancient glaciers. From the weightless, twisted space to the peculiar celestial bodies with abnormal gravity. The two figures resembled streaks of light, constantly colliding and swiftly separating. Kaguya's attacks were cunning and fierce, each strike aimed directly at Summer Solstice's vital points. Summer Solstice relied on the foresight of his star-cleaning eye and the agility of the Flying Thunder God technique to barely maneuver through the perilous attacks. Your struggles are futile. Kaguya's voice came from an unexpected angle. Summer Solstice felt the space around him suddenly weigh down. Gravitational space. His body felt as if it were filled with countless lead blocks, making every movement incredibly difficult. Kaguya, however, moved freely within the gravitational space, a grin spreading across her lips. The gray-white bone spear in her hand took shape once more. Here your speed will lose its meaning. The Death Bone technique, carrying a deadly aura, lunged towards the hindered Summer Solstice. The brilliance of Summer Solstice's star-cleaning eye flashed. The absolute evasion effect activated again. The bone spear grazed his shoulder blade, causing a spray of blood. A sharp pain struck and Summer Solstice groaned softly. Not yet. Kaguya's attacks were relentless. Another Death Bone technique approached from a different cunning angle. Summer Solstice steeled himself. 8 gates of Duinjia, 7th gate, the shock gate, open. Boom. A terrifying chakra far exceeding the 6th gate's scenic gate erupted from within Summer Solstice. Pale blue steam enveloped his entire body. His skin turned a strange blood red due to the immense energy impact, veins bulging out. The sense of restraint brought by the gravitational force was forcibly countered by the terrifying explosive power of the shock gate. Summer Solstice's speed and strength soared to an unimaginable level. He charged toward the incoming Deathbone technique, advancing instead of retreating, and threw a punch. The fist collided with the bone spear midair. Crack. The seemingly indestructible Deathbone technique was met with a punch infused with the power of the shock gate, resulting in fine cracks. Kaguya's Byakugan revealed an expression of disbelief for the first time. This mortal, could he truly shake her Deathbone technique with pure physical prowess? Summer Solstice did not give her any time to think. With a stomp, the ground shattered and his figure transformed into a scarlet lightning bolt, charging directly at Kaguya. With fists and feet combined, each strike carried terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Kaguya was forced to engage in close combat with Summer Solstice. In the chakra mode of the reincarnation, her taijutsu was indeed powerful, but it seemed somewhat inadequate in the face of the now open Summer Solstice's shock gate. The gravitational space began to show signs of instability under this terrifying clash. Kaguya was struck in the abdomen by a heavy punch from Summer Solstice, her body uncontrollably flying backward. She forcibly steadied herself, gazing at the youth, radiating blue steam reminiscent of an ancient feral beast, her eyes turning cold. War of attrition ineffective. Close-range assaults could not completely suppress him. This mortal who had stolen the power of the divine tree had grown far beyond her expectations. No more delays. A glint of resolution flashed in Kaguya's eyes. She slowly brought her hands together, and the crimson Naruto Sharingan on her forehead erupted with a heart-pounding glow. A terrifying chakra began to surge violently within her body. In that case, let you and this filthy world be turned to cosmic dust. Kaguya's voice held a detached indifference. At the core of the core space, a massive sphere as black as ink began to slowly form, expanding outward. That sphere contained enough terrifying energy to annihilate everything. The expanding Seeking Ball. This was Kaguya's final trump card and her most powerful attack. She aimed to completely destroy the entire core space along with Summer Solstice, leaving no trace behind. The size of the expanding seeking ball grew larger, and the aura of destruction became more intense. The surrounding space began to twist violently under the pressure of this terrifying energy, even developing fine black cracks. Summer solstice's star cleaning, I clearly sensed the terrifying power within that expanding seeking ball capable of turning everything into nothingness. He knew this was the last chance. If he could not stop Kage, both he and the entire ninja world would be utterly destroyed. Summer solstice's palms clasped together violently. He unleashed all the remaining chakra within him without holding back at that moment. His pale blue star-cleaning eye shone with unparalleled brilliance, resembling two burning stars. 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star. Summer Solstice's voice echoed within the collapsing core space. An Earth Explosion Star slowly rose from his palm. The target of this black core was not Kage herself, but the entire core space, including that expanding, impending, explosive seeking ball. At the moment the black core ascended, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly descended. This gravitational pull exceeded any previous one, as if it aimed to draw the entire universe inside, crush it, and return to chaos. Kage's eternally cold expression revealed a look of horror for the first time upon sensing this power stemming from the Sage of 6 Paths sealing force. No, this is impossible. She attempted to activate the expanding seeking ball to trigger an early explosion, perishing alongside summer solstice. But it was already too late. Under the unmatched terrifying power of the Earth Explosion Star, Kage's body, along with the entire core space she had created, and the Sunto Explode expanding seeking ball were forcefully compressed and drawn in. They were ultimately swallowed and sealed by the black core, radiating a faint starlight. A brand new moon emitting a weak glow slowly formed in the alternate space. Silence. A deathly silence. Kage was successfully sealed. The final battle, which concerned the survival of the entire ninja world, finally came to a close. The chakra and ocular power within Summer Solstice were completely exhausted due to that final strike. His vision darkened, and his body fell helplessly from the sky. Just as he was about to plunge into the void abyss formed by the collapsing space, 2 figures, one yellow and one black, rushed in like lightning from afar, catching his falling body just in time. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha. The battle has come to an end, leaving the ninja world devastated. Within the Shinyu Basin, Izanagi, supported by Naruto and Sasuke, slowly descends. The defensive barrier surrounding the mobile fortress is on the verge of collapse, with traces of battle evident everywhere. Xiaonan quickly approached, her concern evident as she looked at Xiaoji's pale face. Lord Xiaoji. Xiaoji waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Take stock of the casualties, treat the wounded, and rebuild defenses. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet remained steady. Yes. Xiaonan immediately organized personnel to handle the aftermath of the battle. Naruto supported Xiaoji, looking at the devastation. I say, Lord God Emperor, you really went a bit overboard this time. You almost put yourself in danger. Sasuke snorted from the side, yet did not refute. The strength of Kage was palpable even without her direct involvement in the war. It is already a miracle that Xiaoji managed to seal her. Let's take a break. Xiaoji broke free from their support and walked alone towards the core of the fortress. He needed time to digest the gains and losses from this battle, as well as the new power brought by that pair of eyes. Days later, order in Shinyu gradually restored. The figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared outside the mobile fortress. He wore a complex expression, but ultimately chose to seek an audience. In the reception room, Xiaoji looked at the travel-worn Itachi. Are you here for Sasuke? Itachi nodded silently. I hope you can free him from the hatred in his heart. Xiaoji's Ninetamo Rinnegan gazed at him. Hatred is one of the sources of power. Are you sure you want to deprive him of this gift? Itachi's body shivered slightly. I don't want him to live forever in darkness. Xiaoji said no more, simply nodding. Bring him to see me. When Sasuke was brought before Xiaoji, his face still carried complex emotions towards Itachi. Xiaoji wasted no words. The power of the star cleansing eye quietly activated. It was not a forceful alteration of will, but rather a near-real memory recall. The conspiracies of Konoha's higher-ups, Danzō's ambitions, the truth of the night of the massacre, and all that Itachi bore alone to protect the village and Sasuke. Scenes unfolded like the most brutal of films, playing vividly in Sasuke's mind. No, this can't be real. Sasuke's body trembled violently as he held his head, emitting a painful howl. His handsome face contorted in extreme agony. The revenge he had steadfastly believed in, the goal for which he had sacrificed everything, collapsed in that moment. The truth was far more brutal and ironic than he had imagined. Sasuke fell to the ground, grasping the earth tightly, his nails cracking under the pressure, blood seeping out. He let out a beastly wail, tears mingling with blood, blurring his vision. Itachi silently stood by, watching his brother in such pain, with a heart torn in anguish. But he knew this was a process Sasuke had to go through. Naruto burst in, seeing Sasuke's state. Panic overtook him. Sasuke, what happened? Lord God Emperor, what did you do to him? Xiaoji ignored Naruto's questioning, calmly gazing at Sasuke. After a long while, Sasuke's cries gradually subsided. He looked up, his crimson Sharingan now filled with confusion. He looked at Itachi, his lips trembling, but could not utter a word. Itachi slowly approached him, extending his hand to gently rest on his head. Sasuke, I'm sorry. Sasuke could no longer suppress his inner emotions, leaping into Itachi's embrace and weeping loudly. The two brothers, after enduring endless misunderstandings and pain, finally reconciled. Naruto watched this scene, unable to hold back tears. In the training ground of Shinyu, Naruto was undergoing rigorous training. The battle against Kagaya made him acutely aware of his own lack of power. Damn it, still not enough. Naruto punched a massive training stone, shattering it into pieces. But the Nine-Tails chakra within him suddenly became wild, uncontrollably surging everywhere. The golden-tailed beast cloak manifested on his body, but was highly unstable, expanding and contracting erratically. Kurama, calm down. Naruto attempted to suppress the rampaging Nine-Tails chakra, but to little effect. At that moment, Xiaji's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. His light blue star-cleansing eyes calmly observed Naruto. The fusion of Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra is not a simple stacking. You need to find the perfect balance between them, enhancing each other rather than conflicting with one another. Upon hearing this, Naruto forcibly steadied his mind and looked at Xiaji. Balance. How do I find it? Xiaji did not answer directly, merely extending a finger and pointing in the air. A chakra with a strange rhythm flowed into Naruto's body. He felt a jolt as the formerly wild Nine-Tails chakra miraculously began to calm under the guidance of this peculiar chakra. Moreover, it began to slowly merge with the Sage chakra inside him in a completely new way. Feel it with your heart. Xiaji's voice echoed once more. Naruto closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the changes in his chakra. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. The golden-tailed beast cloak reappeared, but this time it was exceptionally stable. The surface of the tailed beast cloak was also covered with faint, orange-red sage patterns. A powerful force far beyond before radiated from within him. This is Sage Fox mode. Naruto, feeling the surging power within, revealed a look of delight. The connection between him and the Nine-Tails had also become tighter. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. Xiaji merely nodded slightly before turning to leave. He had more important matters to attend to. Under Xiaji's strong rule and deliberate guidance, the ninja world entered a brief, yet transformative period of peaceful development. Shinyu vigorously promoted widespread education, encouraging technological research and innovation. The younger generation of ninjas from various ninja villages grew robustly under the new educational system. They were no longer bound by narrow village concepts, their horizons broadened. The major ninja villages also began to attempt to let go of past grievances, engaging in limited exchanges and cooperation. Although frictions still existed, large-scale wars seemed to have truly become a thing of the past. However, a sinister force was gradually emerging. In the Shinyu Mobile Fortress, in the core control room, Xiaji stood before a massive star map, his light blue star-cleansing eyes seemingly capable of piercing the depths of the universe. He could clearly sense that across the distant starry sky, powerful auras belonging to the Otsutsuki clan were stirring restlessly. Kagaya's arrival was just the beginning. The real crisis had yet to come. Xiaonan's figure appeared behind him. I leave the daily affairs of Shinyu to you for now. Xiaji turned around, his face devoid of any expression. I need to enter seclusion for a period of time. Before I emerge, do not easily initiate hostilities no matter what happens. Xiaonan's heart tightened. Yes, Lord Xiaji. She understood that every time Xiaji entered seclusion meant an even more terrifying power was about to be born. In the 6th year of the Divine Era, deep within the mobile fortress, a heavy alloy door sealed off all sounds. Xiaji sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint blue aura of the creation star's pure eye power, along with the vast chakra derived from Kagaya. Years passed in the blink of an eye. He delved into an in-depth study of higher-level power systems, utilizing the intelligence extracted from the memories of the Otsutsuki clan, combined with the almost omniscient analytical power of the creation star's pure eye. The Otsutsuki clan, lurking deep within the universe, posed a threat like a sword hanging overhead. They seemed to be secretly plotting something, their movements mysterious. Even with Xiaji's current power, it was difficult to track their exact whereabouts. Continuing like this is too passive. To truly understand and confront the Otsutsuki, and perhaps to find an opportunity to break through his own shackles, he might need to change his approach. A thought flashed through his mind. With a single thought, the system shop interface unfolded before him. His gaze quickly scanned through the dazzling array of products, ultimately stopping at a card that emitted a strange glow. Appearance Identity Transformation Card. Permanent effect can perfectly alter the user's appearance, age, and even certain physical characteristics, generating a seamless false identity. Price, 10000 points. A smile curved at the corner of Xiaji's mouth. The title God Emperor Xiaji was already well known in the ninja world, but it had also pushed him into the spotlight. Those truly lurking behind the scenes would become even more vigilant and less likely to reveal themselves. If God Emperor Xiaji disappeared, it might draw out some unexpected surprises. Purchase Appearance Identity Transformation Card. Permanent. Ding. Consumed 100 points. Appearance Identity Transformation Card permanent has been purchased. Krypton point balance 2,750 points. The card transformed into a stream of light and merged into Xiaji's body. With a single thought, his bones and muscles began to undergo subtle changes. Originally 17 or 18 years old with a somewhat tall figure, he gradually became slender, returning to the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. His features also adjusted accordingly, retaining a youthful innocence while still bearing the unique elegance of the Uchiha clan. The name remained Uchiha Xiaji. His identity was set as an Uchiha orphan who survived a devastating war, losing his home and family. Seamless. Through Shao Nan's secret intelligence channels, he began to make plans. Days later, the Divine City proclaimed to the entire ninja world the God Emperor Xiaji had left Blue Star to explore the unknown depths of the universe in search of a higher realm. As soon as this news broke, the ninja world was once again shaken. Some rejoiced, believing that the tyrant who had been looming over them had finally departed. Others were worried, fearing that Xiaji's departure would disrupt the fragile peace that had just been established. Countless ambitious individuals began to stir. In the Hidden Leaf village beneath the Hokage rock, a sense of harmony prevailed. The 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, after years of effort, finally brought this war-torn village back to a long-awaited peace and prosperity. At the village entrance, a patrol team from the Hidden Leaf discovered a boy lying unconscious at the edge of the woods. The boy was ragged and bore several scrapes, seemingly having endured a long journey. "Captain, there's a child here. It's the Uchiha clan's emblem. Quick, take him to the medical team. Notify Lord Hokage." Thus, the Uchiha orphan Xiaji was sent back to the Hidden Leaf village in a seemingly reasonable manner. After a simple identity verification and background check, along with Shao Nan's covert arrangements, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf decided to temporarily place him in the ninja school for further education. In name, to help war orphans reintegrate into society and receive formal ninja education. In reality, it was merely another form of surveillance and testing. Xiaji paid this no mind. He donned the slightly oversized uniform of the ninja school, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked into a classroom that felt both familiar and strange. Around him were youthful, vibrant faces. Uzumaki Boruto, the child of the Hokage with a head of messy golden hair and 2 whisker-like markings on his face, inherited Naruto's playful spirit. Uchiha Sarada, wearing red-framed glasses, had a mature and competent demeanor, carrying the shadow of Sasuke in her brows. And then there was Mitsuki, the mysterious transfer student, who always wore a secretive smile. Along with other new generations from various major ninja clans in the Hidden Leaf. These children, raised in peaceful times, had a rather superficial understanding of the cruelty of war and the reverence for power. They looked at Xiaji, the sudden transfer student, with curiosity mixed with a hint of disdain. Especially when they learned that Xiaji was an Uchiha orphan, the complex emotions stemming from their parents toward the Uchiha clan involuntarily surfaced. "Hey, I say, are you really an Uchiha?" As soon as the class bell rang, Uzumaki Boruto boldly walked up to Xiaji, hands clasped behind his head, looking like a little adult. He tilted his head, assessing Xiaji. "You look weak and fragile, not at all like the legends say." Sarada adjusted her glasses and approached. "Boruto, don't be rude to the new student." She turned to Xiaji, giving a slight bow, though her tone carried a hint of scrutiny. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Sarada. Are you really one of our clan? I've never seen you within the clan." Xiaji raised his eyelids and calmly looked at the 2 children before him. The chakra fluctuations from Boruto that belonged to Naruto, along with a hint of Hinata's and Sarada's still dormant Sharingan, along with the chakra sourced from Sasuke and Sakura. Under his creation star's pure eye, they were utterly transparent. Xiaji merely responded softly and no longer paid them any mind, focusing instead on organizing his backpack. This dismissive attitude irritated Boruto. "Hey, you think you're so cool, Boruto." Sarada interrupted him again, her brows slightly furrowed. The surrounding classmates cast unusual glances their way and whispered among themselves. "So that's the new Uchiha. I heard he's a war orphan, so pitiful. But wasn't the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf already?" These murmurs fell on deaf ears for Xiaji. However, experiencing this school life once more felt somewhat boring. In physical training class, the instructor was none other than the blue beast of the Hidden Leaf, Rock Lee. Teacher Lee was still dressed in his signature green spandex with bold brows and bright eyes full of vitality. Youth is all about sweating. There are no shortcuts to physical training, only continuous effort. Keep striving. He passionately demonstrated every move filled with a sense of power. Most of the new generation of ninjas showed little interest in this tedious physical training. They yearned for the flashy and powerful ninjutsu instead. At that moment, a tall, arrogantly proud boy stepped forward. He wore the training outfit of the Hyuga clan with a forehead protector symbolizing the branch family tied around his head. This person was Hinata Sujin, one of the most outstanding students in physical training among this year's newcomers, who prided himself on being a genius. He approached Xiaji with a provocatively challenging gaze. "Hey, Uchiha." Sojin pointed at Xiaji with his chin, his tone disdainful. "I heard your Uchiha clan Sharingan is powerful, but your physical skills are just for show, easily broken. Dare to have a match with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the training ground became somewhat delicate. The rivalry and grudges between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the 2 oldest technique families in the Hidden Leaf, had existed for a long time. Boruto also became interested, cheering from the side. "Oh, looks like there's a show to watch." Sarada looked at Xiaji with some concern. Although she had doubts about this suddenly appearing clan member, she instinctively stood on the Uchiha side when faced with the provocation from the branch family of the Hyuga. Seeing this, Teacher Lee did not intervene. He believed that appropriate competition would help ignite the students' fighting spirit. "Since Sojin has proposed this, Xiaji, what do you say?" Teacher Lee looked at Xiaji. Xiaji set down his backpack and loosened his wrists. His pale blue creation star's pure eye calmly gazed at the arrogant branch family member before him. Sure. He simply uttered these two words. Sojin revealed a smug smile upon Xiaoji's acceptance. To him, this seemingly frail Uchiha orphan was no match for him at all. He intended to humiliate the Uchiha in front of everyone, regaining face for the Hyuga clan. The two stepped to the center of the training ground, standing opposite each other. Xiaoji, Sojin, go easy on each other, Teacher Lee reminded from the side. Sojin assumed the starting posture of the soft fist technique, activating his Byakugan with veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Uchiha, I'll let you know what true physical skill is. Sojin shouted, applying force with his feet and launching the first attack. His figure transformed into an afterimage, hands moving as fast as lightning, striking at Xiaoji's major acupoints. The rudimentary form of the gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Although he had not fully mastered it, the offensive was still quite fierce. Xiaoji stood his ground, not dodging or evading. Just as the impenetrable wave of palm shadows was about to reach him, he moved. The action was reduced to the simplest form. Just a sidestep, a step forward, and what seemed like a casual straight punch. The foundational technique of the hidden leaf, the charged fist. No frills, no extraneous movements. Fast, precise, ruthless. Boom. With a muffled sound, Sujin's flurry of palm shadows was easily torn apart by Xiaoji's seemingly ordinary straight punch. Xiaoji's fist accurately struck Sujin's abdomen. Ugh. Sojin felt a tremendous force surge through him, as if his internal organs had shifted. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Bang! Sojin crashed heavily to the ground several meters away, curling up in a ball, groaning in pain, temporarily incapacitated. The entire training ground fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene. One move. Just one move. The one among the newcomers who excelled in physical skills, Hinata Sujin, was actually taken down so easily by this new Uchiha orphan, using the most basic hidden leaf's physical technique. Boruto gaped, his snacks dropping to the ground. Sarada's red-framed glasses almost slipped off as she looked at Xiaoji in disbelief. Teacher Lee, whose eyes were always ablaze with youthful fire, now widened in shock. His body trembled slightly due to extreme astonishment. A vague thought surfaced in his mind. This precise grasp of timing, this perfect control of power, this return to the essence of physical skill, could not possibly belong to an ordinary ninja school student. This Uchiha Xiaoji, who exactly is he? Teacher Lee's gaze fixed firmly on Xiaoji. The noise in the training ground gradually subsided as students gathered in small groups. They animatedly discussed the brief taijutsu match that had just taken place. That Hyuga was just being too careless. Boruto Uzumaki scoffed, unimpressed by the swift strike from Summer Solstice. He clearly has much stronger abilities than that guy. Sarada Uchiha adjusted her glasses and walked over to Boruto. Luck is also a part of strength. However, that Summer Solstice is indeed a bit strange. Most of their classmates and passing onlookers shared a similar opinion, believing that Hyuga Zongshin had underestimated his opponent, while Uchiha Summer Solstice had merely won by luck. Summer Solstice paid no attention to their chatter. He quietly packed his belongings and left the training ground alone. The atmosphere of this new generation in Konoha felt somewhat different from what he remembered. He merely wished to observe quietly and see where this era would lead. A few days later, during the ninjutsu practice class, teacher Shino stood at the podium and adjusted his sunglasses. Today we will perform a ninjutsu demonstration and practice. He scanned all the students with his gaze. Each of you will showcase your best ninjutsu from your respective specialties. Students stepped forward one by one, demonstrating various basic ninjutsu, such as fireball, water bullet, and earth wall, but all were limited to the level of a genin. Next up, Uchiha Summer Solstice. Teacher Shino called out this name. All eyes turned once more to the quiet boy in the corner. Summer Solstice, I heard you were the last scion of the Uchiha clan. Teacher Shino's tone held a hint of subtle inquiry. Then please demonstrate the fire release that Uchiha is known for. Summer Solstice walked calmly to the center of the field. He made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his hands and quickly forming several basic hand seals. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs, each the size of a fist, shot from his mouth, accurately striking the targets set up in the distance. The color of the flames was deeper than those produced by his classmates, and the temperature was noticeably higher. What was even more astonishing was that the flames did not extinguish immediately upon hitting the targets. Instead, they coalesced into small firebird shapes that circled for a moment before slowly dissipating. What power is this? The precision and chakra control and the refinement of the flames had already approached the threshold of an rank fire release. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence once more. Teacher Shino adjusted his sunglasses, and the eyes behind the lenses flickered with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. This Uchiha Summer Solstice. Could he really just be an ordinary war orphan? This level of mastery and fire release clearly reflects the most orthodox inheritance of the Uchiha clan, achievable only by its elite. Boruto's mouth fell open and the chips he was holding fell to the ground. This can't be real. This guy. Sarada furrowed her brows tightly, clearly sensing the pure chakra that Summer Solstice wielded when executing the fire release, along with his perfect control over the flames. This fellow clansman was shrouded in mystery. In the afternoon's simulated combat class, they were divided into groups. Boruto and Sarada were paired together facing two other genin skilled in teamwork. As soon as the battle began, Boruto charged recklessly forward using the shadow clone technique repeatedly, only to be easily countered by their opponent's seamless coordination, which caused him to fall into encirclement. "Boruto, be careful," Sarada exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. Just then, one of the opposing ninjas seized the opportunity, thrusting a kunai with a sharp wind sound straight at Boruto's back. Sarada's pupils constricted sharply, and almost instinctively, she shielded Boruto. "Sarada!" Boruto cried out in surprise. A strong will to protect along with concern for her companion's safety fiercely stimulated Sarada's spirit at that moment. She felt a burning pain in her eyes as an unfamiliar power surged from deep within her eye sockets. Everything in her field of vision became extraordinarily clear. The movements of her opponents seemed to slow down several times in her eyes. In her scarlet gaze, a single black tomo slowly emerged. Single tomo Sharingan activated. Is this the Sharingan? Sarada was taken aback herself. However, the newly awakened Sharingan was extremely unstable. The enormous consumption of mental energy and the sudden influx of power caused her consciousness to become chaotic. The scene before her began to distort, and a piercing buzzing filled her ears. A torrent of violent emotions surged uncontrollably from her heart. She felt as if she was about to lose control. Standing not far away, Summer Solstice observed, and his light blue starry eyes glimmered subtly at the center of the pupils. A very faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of ocular power silently spread out, precisely enveloping Sarada. It was not a forceful suppression, but rather a gentle mental guidance. This ocular power soothed Sarada's restless heart, helping her organize the nascent, turbulent power within her. Sarada felt a cool warmth seep in from her brow, rapidly calming the chaos and violence in her mind. Her scarlet single tomo Sharingan gradually stabilized. She gasped for breath, still bearing a hint of confusion on her face, but the crisis of losing control had been averted. Everything had happened too quickly and too subtly. Except for Sarada, who vaguely sensed something unusual, the other students and teachers assumed that Sarada had stabilized her newly awakened Sharingan through her own will. However, at the edge of the training ground, a silver-haired head tilted slightly. Kakashi Hitaki, who had already retired but still served as an advisor to Konoha, was coincidentally passing by. His one visible eye, which had previously held a hint of lazy amusement, now narrowed slightly. In that brief moment, he had keenly sensed an extremely subtle but distinctly different chakra fluctuation. This fluctuation did not belong to Sarada or to any of the students or teachers present. It resembled something. Kakashi's gaze subtly scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on the seemingly ordinary transfer student Uchiha Summer Solstice. He saw that Summer Solstice still maintained his quiet and low-profile demeanor, as if everything that had just transpired had nothing to do with him. Kakashi glanced again at Sarada, who had just stabilized her emotions and was being concerned over by Boruto. His eyes were filled with confusion and contemplation. This Uchiha Summer Solstice seemed to harbor too many secrets unknown to others. Once his coincidence, twice his luck. But with these successive astonishing displays, along with his composure and strength that belied his age, he had begun to attract the attention of a few high-ranking individuals in Konoha. Although most people still did not connect this seemingly ordinary war orphan with the godlike Summer Solstice who had stirred up tremendous waves in the ninja world years ago and mysteriously disappeared afterward. But once the seed of suspicion was sown, it would quietly take root and sprout. In the village of Konoha at the Ninja Academy, a tense atmosphere enveloped every young student about to embark on the path of a ninja. In the examination room for theoretical tests, the rustling of paper and the faint sound of pens gliding across sheets intertwined. Uchiha Izanagi sat in a corner, his expression indifferent as the tip of his pen moved slowly across the test paper. The questions that seemed like mere childhood lessons to him were filled out casually, ensuring just a passing grade. For someone who had already reached the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world, such a level of pretense was merely a casual diversion. Teacher Zeno pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over Izanagi's almost expressionless face. This orphan of the Uchiha clan, since appearing in Konoha, had always displayed a lackluster demeanor starkly different from the rumored divine Emperor Izanagi, who stirred the winds of the ninja world. Could it really just be a coincidence of having the same name? During the ninja tool-throwing test, Izanagi maintained his indifferent demeanor, with his kunai and shuriken landing barely passing. This drew quiet laughter from several classmates around him. "Hey Sarada, is that guy really an Uchiha? He's so pathetic, I must say." Boruto Uzumaki leaned closer to Uchiha Sarada, whispering. Sarada frowned slightly, offering no response. She always felt there was an inexplicable strangeness about this new clansman. In the assessment of the basic three-body techniques, Izanagi's performance was equally unimpressive. The number of shadow clones he produced was minimal, and his chakra was unstable. His use of the substitution technique appeared somewhat clumsy, barely succeeding at the last moment. The transformation technique merely turned him into an ordinary villager of Konoha, lacking any highlights. The teachers and classmates who had previously harbored some expectations after Izanagi unexpectedly defeated Hinata Zongshin in physical training were now greatly disappointed. As expected, that incident was merely a stroke of luck. Finally, it was time for the practical combat segment. Siagi's opponent was a robust Chunin ranked among the top graduates. The Chunin launched a fierce assault right from the start, throwing punches and kicks with vigor, trying to defeat the seemingly frail Uchiha as quickly as possible. Siagi found himself in a very awkward position on the field, dodging in a rather frantic manner, almost getting hit several times, just when everyone thought he was about to be defeated. During a fierce pursuit, the Chunin suddenly slipped, losing his balance and exposing a fatal flaw. Siagi instinctively extended a leg, perfectly kicking the opponent at the knee joint. "Ow!" The Chunin cried out in pain, his body uncontrollably toppling forward. Siagi then conveniently sidestepped, unintentionally elbowing the opponent in the back of the neck. The Chunin let out a grunt, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. The entire process was filled with coincidences and unexpected turns. Siagi stood panting in place, a hint of lucky relief on his face. "The winner is Uchiha Siagi." Teacher Zeno adjusted his sunglasses, his tone somewhat complex. At the edge of the training ground, the observing Kakashi Hatake flashed a faint smile. This kid's luck is extraordinarily good. Or perhaps his grasp of timing has reached an unfathomable level. Just as the graduation exams concluded, before anyone could recover from Siagi's bizarre victory, a piercing alarm rang out from the village's outskirts. Enemy attack. Unidentified intruders are invading. Patrol teams are under attack. Requesting backup. The urgent cries shattered the tranquility of Konoha. The entire village instantly entered a state of high alert. Siagi, who was packing up to leave the academy, paused slightly in his steps. His light blue starry eyes had pupils that swirled rapidly with the trajectories of stars. A familiar chakra fluctuation clearly registered in his perception. This feeling was somewhat akin to the residual power of the Otsutsuki clan he sensed in the memories of Black Zetsu. Shell. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Siagi's mouth. These guys have finally lost their patience and begun to act, haven't they? Amidst the chaos, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated near the ninja academy, taking advantage of Konoha's defensive forces being drawn to the outskirts. They were outer members of the Shell organization tasked with capturing or attacking potential lower ninjas as material for future experiments. Boruto, Uzumaki, Sarada, Uchiha, and several outstanding graduates prominently featured on their target list. Konoha's defenses are nothing impressive. A tall and lanky member of the Shell organization, wearing a sinister grin, licked his lips. He had his sights set on Boruto, who was walking down the street with Sarada and Mitsuki. That kid with golden hair seems to be the son of the 7th Hokage. Capturing him would fetch a good price. He silently emerged from the shadows, gathering a ball of chakra, exuding ominous energy, aimed directly at Boruto's back. "Boruto, watch out." Sarada was the first to sense the danger, exclaiming loudly. Mitsuki quickly reacted, extending his arm like a serpent, wrapping it around the assailant. But the assailant was too fast, and it seemed Boruto was about to be in trouble. In this critical moment, bang! A wooden frame piled with construction materials suddenly collapsed without warning. Several thick wooden planks landed squarely on the assailant, pinning him to the ground. The attacker let out a muffled grunt, his offensive momentum interrupted. Boruto and the others took the opportunity to retreat, putting distance between themselves and the assailant. "What's going on?" Boruto exclaimed, still shaken. Sarada and Mitsuki also looked on warily at the assailant, who was struggling to get up under the weight of the wooden planks. In a nearby alley, Siagi's figure flashed past. He had merely passed by and coincidentally kicked the unstable support leg of the wooden frame. Everything was just coincidence. The Konoha Umbu, who arrived shortly after, quickly subdued the Shell organization member pinned beneath the wood. After interrogation and a sweep of other areas within the village, Konoha's higher-ups initially judged this to be a small-scale probing attack targeting lower ninjas. Although it resulted in some casualties, it did not pose a substantial threat to the village. Surveillance cameras near the Ninja Academy vaguely captured footage of the wooden frame's collapse. However, due to issues of angle and clarity, everyone still believed that it was some hidden master protecting Konoha. Or perhaps it was merely Boruto and the others' good fortune that diffused this crisis. No one connected all of this to the seemingly mediocre performance of Uchiha Siagi in the graduation exam. The time for class assignments after graduation arrived as scheduled. Thanks to the series of coincidences and mediocre results he displayed in the graduation exam, combined with Kakashi's unintentional recommendation in the shadows, Siagi was ultimately assigned to the new Team 7, led by Sarutobi Kinomaru. In the classroom of the new Team 7, Kinomaru stood at the podium, clearing his throat, a hint of pride on his face. "From today onwards, I am your guiding jonin, Sarutobi Kinomaru." He scanned the 4 young faces beneath him. Boruto, Uzumaki, Sarada, Uchiha, Mitsuki, and Uchiha Siagi. "From now on, we will be comrades, fighting side by side." Boruto clasped his hands behind his head, looking sulky at the quiet Siagi in the corner. "Why is this dead weight in our team?" Sarada adjusted her glasses, remaining silent, but reflecting a hint of confusion in her eyes. Mitsuki maintained his mysterious smile, leaving others guessing about his thoughts. Siagi simply sat calmly, as if everything around him was unrelated to him. The first mission of the new Team 7 is to escort a wealthy merchant named Takaguri Saburo to a nearby prosperous town. Listen carefully. Although this mission is only a crank, we must not be careless. Sarutobi Kinomaru stood at the front of the team, his expression serious. Vortex Boruto rested his hands behind his head, looking impatient. I know, brother Konohamaru, it's just escorting an old man. Uchiha Sarada pushed her glasses and shot him a glare. Boruto, pay attention to what teacher Konohamaru is saying. Mitsuki maintained a mysterious smile on his face without speaking. Uchiha Shuji stood quietly at the back of the team as if everything around him was irrelevant. The merchant Takaguri Saburo, with a beer belly and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, nodded and bowed to Konohamaru. I leave everything to you, esteemed ninjas. The team set off, winding along the mountain path. Boruto appeared particularly excited, occasionally darting ahead to showcase his abilities. Hey Shuji, why are you always so quiet? A ninja shouldn't lack spirit. Boruto ran up to Shuji, trying to strike up a conversation. Shuji merely glanced at him without responding. Sarada pulled Boruto back. Don't disturb Shuji, he might be on guard around us. Just as the team entered a narrow valley, an unexpected event occurred. Dozens of bandits armed with weapons rushed out from the forest on either side, surrounding the new Team 7 and the merchant. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some payment. The leader of the bandits, a burly man with a scarred face, boisterously laughed while wielding a large machete. Bandits. Boruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just the chance for me to show off. Without waiting for Konohamaru's order, he charged forward. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Konohamaru's expression changed. Boruto, come back. Don't act on your own. However, Boruto's shadow clones were quickly recognized and dispelled by the experienced bandits. The bandits swarmed in, their weapons gleaming menacingly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Konohamaru acted promptly, unleashing a massive fireball that forced back the few bandits in the front. Sarada immediately joined the battle, using her taijutsu and shuriken to barely fend off several bandits. Mitsuki moved like a ghost on the battlefield, his arms stretching to entangle one bandit after another. Takaguri Saburo, frightened, hid behind a carriage, trembling. Shuji remained standing still, seemingly dumbfounded by the situation. The strength of the bandit leader far exceeded that of ordinary bandits, as he was a taijutsu master close to the level of a chunin. He swung his machete with powerful strikes, forcing Konohamaru to retreat step by step. Brother Konohamaru. Seeing this, Boruto recklessly charged in again, trying to assist Konohamaru. Be careful, Konohamaru warned. The bandit leader grinned maliciously, suddenly slashing at Boruto from an odd angle with his machete. The machete seemed coated with a special poison, shimmering with a ghostly green light. Konohamaru's pupils constricted as he unhesitatingly shielded Boruto with his own body. Thwack! The machete struck hard against Konohamaru's left arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. He let out a muffled groan, feeling a surge of pain and numbness in his left arm, causing him to drop the kunai he was holding. Teacher Konohamaru, Sarada exclaimed. Damn it! Boruto was both shocked and angry. Seeing this, the bandit leader's malice intensified, raising his machete again to strike down on the unsteady Konohamaru. At this critical moment, Shuji was forced back by a bandit to just behind Konohamaru. He accidentally kicked a fist-sized piece of rubble at an awkward angle. The rock flew out at a tricky angle, accurately hitting the bandit leader's wrist as he gripped the machete. Ugh! The bandit leader felt a numbness in his wrist, causing the strength in his machete to wane slightly, altering the trajectory of his attack. Konohamaru seized this fleeting opportunity, gritting his teeth against the pain, and delivered a powerful punch to the bandit leader's abdomen. Bang! The punch sent the bandit leader staggering back, his stomach churning. Just then, a large rock, already weathered and loose hanging above the valley, suddenly broke apart with a thunderous crash due to the previous battle's tremors. It fell directly onto the staggering bandit leader. He had no time to react before being crushed by the massive rock, leaving only a pair of unwilling eyes visible before he fell silent. Seeing their leader crushed by heavenly justice, the remaining bandits were terrified and scattered, throwing down their weapons and fleeing in panic. The crisis was resolved in a bizarre manner. Konohamaru clutched his injured left arm, panting heavily, and looked at Shuji, who stood still with a hint of fear on his face. Was that rock and the falling stone really just a coincidence? Boruto supported Konohamaru, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, brother Konohamaru, it's all my fault. Sarada cautiously watched Shuji, not believing that everything was merely coincidence. But she couldn't understand how this seemingly ordinary clansman could accomplish all of this. If it's just another case of inexplicable luck. Boruto pouted. It must have been Mitsuki helping from the shadows. Mitsuki only smiled, neither confirming nor denying. After the mission ended, Konohamaru specifically approached Shuji. Shuji, thank you for this mission. Shuji simply looked at him calmly. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Konohamaru felt that this youth was hiding too many secrets. Soon after, the new Chunin exams were grandly held in Konoha. New generation elites from Sunagekure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure gathered in Konoha, creating a tense and lively atmosphere. Team 7 also collectively signed up to participate. Shuji had little interest in this play-like exam. His purpose for participating was merely to observe the power structure of this area up close, and to see if any surprises might arise. In the first written test and the second survival exercise, Shuji managed to pass with a perfectly understated performance. His performance did not attract any special attention. Finally, the Chunin exams progressed to the third round of individual battles. The atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. Just as Boruto was engaged in a fierce battle with a genius boy from Sunagekure, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the entire exam venue. In the sky, a pitch-black rift tore through the space. Two figures radiating terrifying chakra slowly descended from the rift. They were tall with pale skin and horns protruding from their foreheads. The Otsutsuki clan members Momoshiki and Kinshiki. That Kaguya actually failed. Momoshiki's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The chakra fruits scattered across this lowly planet must be collected. Panic instantly swept through the entire exam venue. Enemy attack. It's Otsutsuki. Protect the civilians. The 7th Hokage Vortex Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who had been secretly guarding Konoha, appeared at the center of the arena at the first moment. Have they finally come? Naruto's expression was grave. Sasuke activated both his Rinnegan and Sharingan. Their target is the Nine Tails. Momoshiki Kinshiki. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously shouted a terrifying chakra erupting from both of them. Sage Mode and Susano'o activated simultaneously as they launched a combined attack against the Otsutsuki duo. The aftermath of the battle instantly destroyed half of the exam venue. The spectators and lower-ranked ninjas organized by the elite ninjas of Konoha fled in panic. Amid the chaos, Shuji quietly retreated to an inconspicuous corner. His pale blue star creation eyes calmly observed the four earth-shattering beings at the center of the battlefield. Absorb ninjutsu and double its power. Shuji's star creation eyes clearly analyzed the Rinnegan ability located in the palm of Momoshiki's hand. This ability bore some resemblance to his star creation eyes, rule rewrite, in certain aspects, yet it was evidently more crude and primitive. If I could analyze and integrate this ability into my ocular technique. Momoshiki and Kinshiki laughed heartily upon seeing their opponent's considerable strength. They randomly tore open a pitch-black rift. We just came to say hello, Vortex Naruto. I've remembered you. Next time we meet, it won't be so easy for you. Then the two disappeared into the rift. Shuji smirked coldly from the side. He knew very well that their appearance this time was merely a bait. If the God Emperor Shuji were still on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly appear. He cannot fall for the trap. Just after the two left, everything returned to normal in a corner of the exam venue. Due to the earlier chaos vortex, Boruto had to unleash all the power of his scientific ninja tools. This scene was precisely noticed by Naruto. This was the scientific ninja tool Little Hand which Naruto had explicitly forbidden. No wonder Boruto was able to hold his ground against the genius boy from the hidden village. It turns out, he was cheating. Boruto. Naruto's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. You actually used this kind of thing? I just wanted to gain your approval. Boruto lowered his head, the Little Hand falling to the ground. That's not a reason for cheating. Naruto shouted sternly. I announced the disqualification of Vortex Boruto from the competition. At this moment, the relationship between father and son plummeted to freezing point. Boruto stood there in a daze, feeling the strange gazes surrounding him and his father's disappointed eyes. Unwillingness, grievance, anger. A myriad of emotions intertwined in his heart. Shuji just happened to pass by Boruto preparing to retreat to a safer place. He paused slightly and glanced at the dejected Boruto. Power gained through external means is ultimately not your own. Shuji's voice was soft, yet it clearly reached Boruto's ears. Shortcuts often lead to deeper entrapments. Boruto abruptly raised his head, looking at Shuji's back. This usually taciturn companion seemed to have some wisdom in his words. Naruto also heard Shuji's words and instinctively glanced at the ordinary Uchiha boy. For some reason, he felt that this youth's gaze and tone bore an uncanny resemblance to the God Emperor Shuji, who had given him endless shock years ago and mysteriously vanished. But this thought was fleeting. The crisis before him required his utmost effort to address. Shuji's figure soon vanished into the chaotic crowd. Several days later, Kaguya Otsutsuki Momoshiki discovered that Divine Emperor Xiaji had not appeared. To further test the situation, he resolved to launch another assault on Konoha. This time with two objectives: first, to ascertain whether Divine Emperor Xiaji had truly departed from the Blue Planet. Second, to seize the more complete Nine-Tails chakra residing within Naruto's body. The next day, Momoshiki reappeared in Konoha. Naruto fell into his trap and was abducted into an alternate dimension where chaotic chakra currents raged unchecked. The news of Naruto's abduction spread instantly across Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sasuke's expression turned grim. We must rescue Naruto immediately. The newly appointed 5 Kage, Garadurui Kuratsuchi Chojuro, gathered alongside Boruto and Sarada, who insisted on joining the mission. At a time like this, every additional hand strengthens our resolve. Sasuke's gaze swept across the assembly before settling upon a seemingly unremarkable boy standing quietly in the corner. Xiaji, you will accompany us as well. At these words, Raikage Darui frowned. Sasuke, this boy. He gestured towards Xiaji, his tone laced with undisguised skepticism. Is he truly capable? This is no leisurely excursion. Suchikage Kuratsuchi crossed her arms and scoffed. A freshly graduated genin. How could he possibly contribute meaningfully in a battle of this magnitude? At best, he won't hinder us. Konan held immense authority within the divine capital. Having previously contacted Sasuke through a secure channel, she formally instructed him, citing Xiaji's apparent expertise in Kaguya intelligence, to bring him along without exception. Though puzzled by Konan's insistence, Sasuke found himself unable to refuse. Moreover, certain uncanny coincidences surrounding this Uchiha Xiaji, incidents that had occurred earlier in the village, had already stirred a faint curiosity within him. Sasuke offered no explanation, merely replying coldly, "This is my decision." As his Rinnegan flared, a pitch-black spatial rift slowly unfurled before him. "Let's go." With divergent thoughts weighing upon them, the group stepped into the rift leading to the alternate dimension, its interior warped with flickering light and violently unstable chakra fluctuations. Darui drew near Sasuke and lowered his voice. "Tell me, Sasuke, are you truly serious? That boy looks barely steady on his feet." "Precisely," Kuratsuchi added. "If combat erupts, we'll have no spare moment to watch over him." Chojuro nervously tightened his grip on the hilts of his twin swords Hiramakirai, murmuring, "An extra person also means an extra risk." Gaara stood silently with arms folded, observing Xiaji intently, yet uttering no judgment. Xiaji remained impervious to their whispers. His pale blue Sasujogan gazed calmly ahead, detached from all external commotion, as though the world itself held no claim upon him. Even Sasuke felt a flicker of doubt. What precisely was Konan scheming? Was this Uchiha Xiaji truly just an ordinary genin? Emerging from the distorted spatial passage, the group arrived at the alternate dimension where Momoshiki dwelled, a desolate, eerie realm whose sky bled crimson and whose barren earth bristled with ominous chakra crystals. Naruto is ahead. Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto the colossal remnant of a divine tree in the distance. Instantly the team surged forward. Soon they beheld Naruto bound to the tree's trunk, his chakra being relentlessly siphoned away, while Momoshiki and Kinshiki stood guard beside him. "Oh, so some foolish insects dare crawl straight into death's maw." Momoshiki regarded Sasuke and the others with a sneer of contempt. Kinshiki instantly blurred into motion, brandishing a massive crimson chakra weapon as he charged. "I'll handle him." Darui roared, lightning crackling around his form as he intercepted Kinshiki. "We're moving in two." Kuratsuchi and Chojuro struck simultaneously, earth and water techniques converging upon Momoshiki. Gaara manipulated his sand to provide flanking support, while Sasuke activated his complete body Susanoo, clashing fiercely with Momoshiki. For a moment the dimension thundered with chakra, powerful jutsu colliding in dazzling cataclysmic bursts. Boruto and Sarada attempted to join the fray, but Sasuke commanded sharply, "Protect yourselves. Do not approach." Xiaji remained motionless at the battlefield's edge, observing with serene detachment. He noted that Momoshiki and Kinshiki fought differently from other Kage clansmen he had studied through Black Zetsu's memories. They relied heavily on direct chakra absorption and release, and on unique abilities derived from the Rinnegan. Impressive power, but crude technique. Xiaji assessed inwardly. At that instant the tide of battle shifted. After exchanging several blows with Sasuke's Susanoo, Momoshiki appeared to lose patience. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed Kinshiki, who had transformed into a crimson chakra pill. Boom! A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Momoshiki's core. A golden Rinnegan bloomed upon his forehead, and eerie crimson markings shimmered across his flesh. This sensation exquisite. Momoshiki reveled in his surging might, laughing with chilling, unhinged mirth. With a casual flick of his wrist, he launched several obsidian chakra rods, shattering Darui, Kuratsuchi, and Chojiro's attacks in an instant. The three Kage grunted in pain, hurled backward with grievous injuries. Even Gaara's absolute defense splintered under Momoshiki's overwhelming force. Not good. Sasuke's heart clenched. He sensed Momoshiki's power, now amplified beyond comprehension after consuming Kinshiki. Controlling his complete body Susanoo, he swung its lightning-wreathed chakra blade downward with devastating force. Only for Momoshiki to stand motionless, palm upraised, his scarlet Rinnegan blazing fiercely. Takamai Muzubi. The Susanoo's mountain-sundering strike froze midair upon contact with Momoshiki's hand, absorbed by an invisible, irresistible force. Then it rebounded, multiplied in intensity. Boom! Sasuke's complete body Susanoo trembled violently, nearly collapsing under the backlash. Sasuke himself staggered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? He whispered, disbelief etched across his face. It ends here, insects. Momoshiki hovered midair, godlike in his dominance, then summoned fresh obsidian chakra rods, aiming directly at the incapacitated five Kage and Sasuke. Dad. Seeing Naruto on the verge of annihilation, Boruto dashed forward recklessly. "Boruto, danger!" Sarada cried out, too late to stop him. Momoshiki watched Boruto charge, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Since you beg so eagerly for death, I shall oblige you." The black chakra rod shot like death's scythe toward Boruto's brow. Sasuke strained to intervene, but Momoshiki's repulsive chakra field pinned him immobile. At that razor-thin instant, a figure materialized before Boruto, intercepting the fatal blow. It was Xiaji. Calmly extending his right hand, he halted the chakra rod, capable of piercing even Kage-level defenses, within a mere inch of his palm, as if gripped by an unseen titan's fist. What a... Momoshiki's pupils contracted violently. Xiaji did not even glance back at Boruto. His pale blue Sasujogan remained fixed upon Momoshiki, calm, unwavering. "Your game ends now." His voice, quiet yet resonant, reached every ear. From his being emanated an aura far surpassing Momoshiki's, an overwhelming transcendent force not rooted in mere chakra volume, but operating at the level of cosmic law itself. "Who, what are you?" For the first time terror flickered in Momoshiki's eyes. Xiaji gave no reply, merely raising his left hand. Within his palm, Senjutsu chakra and wind nature chakra compressed with flawless precision, coalescing rapidly into a spiraling sphere radiating absolute cutting power. Simultaneously, molten red lava release chakra fused into the vortex. Sage technique lava release Raisin Shuriken. This version differed markedly from the one Xiaoji had used against Hiruzen Sarutobi. Its contained energy was exponentially greater, and at its core pulsed a sliver of Sasi Jogen's reality-altering power. Go! With effortless grace, Xiaoji pushed the molten Raisin Shuriken forward. The crimson sphere pierced the air with a shriek, hurtling unerringly toward Momoshiki. Instinctively, Momoshiki attempted to absorb the technique with his Rinnegan. Yet the moment his eye made contact, an incomprehensible force disrupted his ocular chakra flow entirely. Absorption failed. Boom! The lava release Raisin Shuriken struck Momoshiki's chest with cataclysmic force, its detonation drowning out all sound. Boruto, Sarada, the 5 Kage, and Sasuke stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. They could scarcely believe that this youth, long dismissed as a failure or a privileged insider, wielded power capable of reshaping heaven and earth. As dust settled, Momoshiki's form reappeared, his chest rent by a gaping wound, his golden Rinnegan dimmed, and lifeless the crimson sigils vanished from his skin. No, impossible. He lifted his head with agonizing effort, gazing at Xiaoji, eyes brimming with despair and bitter defiance. Xiaoji descended gently to the ground, his Sasi Jogen still watching, still calm. Reikage Durui and Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, members of the new 5 Kage, burned with shame. Their earlier disdain and mockery now seemed grotesquely absurd. Sasuke stared at Xiaoji's back, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. How many more secrets did this Uchiha Xiaoji conceal? Momoshiki glared at Xiaoji, summoning his final strength to unleash a roar of furious denial. Xiaoji simply raised his hand, serenely, inexorably. The roar, filled with unwillingness and resentment from Tao Shi, abruptly ceased in the alternate space. The massive blood hole in his chest was a fatal wound left by the summer solstice's mystical art, the melting escape spiral shuriken. Vitality was rapidly fading at this moment. Damn! Lowly creatures. Tao Shi exhausted his last ounce of strength, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised his cracked right hand, the crimson Rinnegan in his palm, shooting forth a beam of pitch-black light. The target was not Summer Solstice, but Boruto, who was closest to him, slightly distracted due to his father's successful rescue. Boruto. Sasuke was the first to sense Tao Shi's intent, and the Rinnegan abruptly contracted. He attempted to teleport and stop it, but he was already a step too late. The pitch-black light instantly merged into Boruto's palm. A diamond-shaped black mark rapidly spread across the center of Boruto's hand. Boruto felt a cold and sinister force surging into his body from his palm. He let out a painful scream, uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Wedge. An eerie smile of triumph appeared on Tao Shi's face. After leaving this final gift, his body completely lost all vitality, transforming into specks of light that dissipated in the alternate space. The summer solstice's creation star Pure Eye clearly perceived all of Tao Shi's final movements before death. At the critical moment when the wedge mark containing Tao Shi's residual consciousness and Otsutsuki's source power was just forming inside Boruto's body, the light blue creation star Pure Eye of summer solstice slightly brightened at the center of the pupil's star trajectory. A faint, nearly imperceptible imprint of the unique source power of the creation star Pure Eye silently merged into the diamond-shaped core of the wedge within Boruto. This process was concealed to the utmost degree. Even Tao Shi's Sunto disappear, residual consciousness failed to detect this subtle change. Boruto, how are you? Naruto broke free from his restraints and rushed to Boruto's side, anxiously checking his condition. Sasuke also came to Boruto's side, his brows tightly furrowed. He could sense that the evil chakra within Boruto was of the same origin as Tao Shi's power. This is a unique reincarnation technique of the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke's voice carried a hint of gravity. Tao Shi wants to revive himself using Boruto's body. The new generation of the 5 Kage, Gaara, Durui, Kuratsuchi, and Chojuro, also gathered around, each with varied expressions. They looked at Summer Solstice, the mysterious youth who had always appeared unremarkable but had erupted with astonishing power at the critical moment, filled with shock. Darui scratched his head, his tone slightly awkward. Hey, I say, Summer Solstice, were you just pretending before? TCH, the Uchiha kid really enjoys playing these hidden tricks. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms and scoffed. Chojuro smiled somewhat shyly. Summer Solstice, we owe this to you. Gaara remained in his usual posture with arms crossed, but his gaze towards Summer Solstice held a hint of acknowledgement. Summer Solstice ignored their discussions, calmly watching Naruto and Sasuke as they checked Boruto's condition. For now, we have suppressed it. Sasuke sighed in relief. But this mark is like a ticking time bomb. We don't know when it will explode. Naruto looked at Boruto's pained expression, filled with guilt and worry. Summer Solstice stated blandly, we'll talk about it later. Sasuke's Rinnegan activated again, opening a pitch-black spatial portal. The group successfully rescued Naruto and returned to Konoha with Boruto, who bore the wedge mark. In Konoha village, the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was tense. Tsunade, although having nominally retired, still wielded considerable influence due to her decades of management in the village. She, along with Kakashi and several high-ranking advisors of Konoha, were listening to Sasuke's detailed report on the alternate space rescue mission. Upon hearing that Uchiha Summer Solstice single-handedly defeated Tao Sure, who had become immensely powerful after devouring Kinshiki, even Tsunade showed a shocked expression. Summer Solstice. He actually. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of disbelief, and Kakashi's exposed eye widened slightly. He recalled various coincidences and unusual performances that had occurred with Summer Solstice since the ninja school, defeating Hyuga Hayashi with a single strike, the power of the Fuinjutsu technique far exceeding that of a crank ninjutsu, and the bizarre luck during the graduation exam. Could it be that all of this was not mere coincidence? This seemingly ordinary Uchiha orphan possessed terrifying strength. The Uchiha clan truly is a family of prodigies, Kakashi mused internally. Perhaps Konoha has indeed produced another unparalleled genius comparable to the former God Emperor Summer Solstice. However, the speed of this Summer Solstice's growth and his mysterious ocular techniques left the high-ranking Konoha officials feeling both shocked and uneasy. Sasuke, are you sure Summer Solstice? An elder advisor couldn't help but speak, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Has he relied on some external force, or is he hiding some greater secret? Sasuke shook his head. I don't know, but the power he displayed and those eyes are unlike anything I've ever seen. At this moment, Naruto spoke up, his tone resolute. I believe in Summer Solstice. He looked at the high-ranking Konoha officials present, his eyes shining with trust. During the rescue operation, he saved us multiple times and also saved Boruto. And for some reason, I always feel an elusive sense of familiarity about him, as if he reminds me of someone I knew long ago. Naruto was referring to the former God Emperor Summer Solstice, who had once unified the ninja world and mysteriously vanished. Although the present Summer Solstice had significant differences in age and appearance from that God Emperor, that aura of overlooking the world and absolute control over power, however, bore a hint of similarity. I've decided to grant Summer Solstice greater trust and freedom. As the 7th Hokage, Naruto stated his decision. We cannot let the fear of the unknown lead us to doubt and reject a potential pillar of Konoha's future. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of complexity in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, in a certain secret base of the Shell organization, the leader Chiharu, also known as Otsutsuki Ishiki, was sensing the faint residual chakra fluctuations of Otsutsuki Tao Sure returning from the alternate space battlefield through a special device. That guy Tao Sure actually failed? Chiharu's face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. Beside him, a red-haired woman from the Shell organization's inner circle named Deluda knelt on one knee. Lord Chiharu, according to reports from our infiltrators in Konoha and our analysis of Tao Sure's residual chakra, the one who defeated Tao Sure is a Uchiha boy from Konoha named Uchiha Summer Solstice. He possesses a powerful ocular technique that resembles the Rinnegan, and his strength is unfathomable. Uchiha Summer Solstice. That God Emperor. Chiharu's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of his chair. No, based on the current 2 encounters, the God Emperor Summer Solstice is indeed no longer on Blue Star. This is another Uchiha boy with the same name. Oh, what a coincidence. The Uchiha clan always manages to surprise people at every turn. He felt a strong interest in this name, particularly in Summer Solstice's ability to easily defeat Tao Sure and his mysterious ocular techniques. In his view, this Uchiha Summer Solstice might be the key to finding a perfect vessel or eliminating potential threats. An interesting prey. Chiharu's voice was deep. Deluda, at your service. Go to Konoha for a visit. Chiharu's tone was devoid of emotion. Test that Uchiha Summer Solstice's true strength. If he truly is the perfect vessel, bring him back. If he is merely a trivial obstacle. A hint of cold, killing intent flashed in Chiharu's eyes. Then eliminate him. Deluda's lips curled into a cruel smile. Understood, Lord Chiharu. In Konohagakure, inside the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Boruto gazed at the faint diamond mark on his palm, his brow furrowed. Are you still feeling unwell? Boruto scratched his head, a hint of impatience on his face. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. It's just that sometimes my chakra doesn't behave. The seal within him was like a ticking time bomb. Naruto felt worried, yet he could not find a remedy for it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shizuku was slacking off in Konohagakure under the guise of a regular genin. In the training field, Boruto was in a frenzy due to the unstable formation of his Rasengan. As Shizuku yawned and passed by, he accidentally kicked a stone, which struck Boruto's wrist as he was gathering chakra for the Rasengan. Boruto's hand trembled, and the once unruly chakra miraculously stabilized, forming a barely shaped Rasengan in his palm. Huh, how did I succeed? Boruto looked at the Rasengan in his hand with surprise, completely unaware that it was all thanks to Shizuku. Shizuku yawned again as if nothing had happened and continued walking. This kind of coincidental guidance was not a first. Although Boruto had benefited greatly, he still regarded Shizuku as just an incredibly lucky underachiever. The calm days did not last long. Within the Shell organization, the member Deluda, under orders from Tsishian, secretly infiltrated Konohagakure. Her entire body had been highly modified with scientific weaponry, her red hair resembling burning flames, with a cruel smile on her face. Her mission was to test the true power of this brat, who shared the same name as the God Emperor Uchiha Shizuku. Boom! A loud explosion shattered the tranquility of the outer area of Konohagakure. Several powerful laser beams descended from the sky, instantly leveling several buildings. Deluda hovered in midair, smoke still rising from a cannon on her arm. The defenses of Konoha aren't much to boast about. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She aimed to create chaos in such a destructive manner to attract the attention of the Konoha ninjas. The alarm sirens wailed mournfully throughout Konoha. The newly formed Team 7, performing a simple patrol near the village entrance, was the first to respond. Enemy attack. Sarutobi Konohamaru's expression changed as he immediately stood in front of Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki. Boruto looked at the flames and thick smoke rising in the distance, then glanced at the calm Shizuku at the back of the team, unable to hold back a sarcastic remark. Hey, Shizuku, are you a jinx or something? Why does trouble always appear whenever you're around? Shizuku replied. Do kids nowadays really have issues with their brains? Sarada adjusted her glasses, her expression vigilant. Boruto, this is not the time for that. Mitsuki still wore a mysterious smile, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around them. You all stay safe, we'll go check the situation. Konohamaru shouted sharply, his figure flashing as he charged towards Deluda's direction. Deluda looked at the rushing Konohamaru with a hint of disdain. Oh, a ninja from Konoha. Just the warm-up I need. Konohamaru quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Rasengan. The chakra sphere in his hand spun rapidly, carrying a fierce wind as it attacked Deluda. Deluda did not evade, she simply extended her left arm. The scientific ninja tools on her arm emitted a strange wave, and the powerful Rasengan, upon contact with her arm, was effortlessly absorbed, disappearing without a trace. What a... Konohamaru's pupils dilated sharply. Deluda grinned, and the cannon on her right arm lit up once again. Whoosh! A thick laser beam shot towards Konohamaru at an astonishing speed. Konohamaru hurriedly sidestepped the laser beam, grazed his cheek, and the next moment, boom. It left a deep, bottomless charm mark on the ground. That was close. Deluda's assault did not cease. Her body acted like a cannon, continuously firing devastating laser beams. The laser beams had an extensive attack range and immense power, leaving Konohamaru no choice but to dodge clumsily, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Damn it! Konohamaru gritted his teeth, feeling that the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. What made matters worse was that Deluda's body seemed to possess rapid regeneration abilities. The wounds caused by the few strikes he managed to hit before healed almost instantly. Konohamaru sensei. Boruto and Sarada shouted anxiously from a distance. You all retreat. This guy is not someone you can handle. Konohamaru shouted to Boruto and the others while dodging Deluda's attacks. He knew very well that if this continued, he would eventually be defeated. He had to cover for Boruto and the others to escape safely. A flash of determination crossed Konohamaru's eyes. He forcibly activated the chakra within him, forming hand seals once more. This is the most powerful jutsu I can think of. He attempted to use a stronger jutsu to exploit any potential weaknesses in Deluda, buying time for Boruto and the others to retreat. However, Deluda's combat experience was vast. She had already seen through Konohamaru's intentions, a cruel smile appearing on her face. Just as Konohamaru's jutsu was about to be completed, Deluda seized a minor opening revealed during his hand seals. A beam of even more terrifying laser shot out from the cannon on her arm, targeting Konohamaru's chest. Puffed! The laser beam instantly pierced through Konohamaru's body, leaving a gruesome wound. Ugh! Konohamaru let out a painful grunt, his body uncontrollably flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound in his chest, staining the earth beneath him. Konohamaru sensei. Boruto and Sarada cried out in despair. They wanted to rush forward, but were firmly held back by Mitsuki. Deluda slowly descended to the ground, stepping toward the fallen Konohamaru in the pool of blood. She raised her arm, the cannon aiming once again at Konohamaru's head. What a reckless fool you are! Deluda's voice was icy. As Konohamaru was about to be completely killed by Deluda's follow-up attack, Boruto, Sarada, and the others were in a state of panic yet powerless. In this critical moment, a figure appeared, as if teleporting, standing in front of Konohamaru. It was Uchiha Shizuku. He still wore that calm expression, though his brow furrowed slightly, as if he had sighed. Deluda looked at the suddenly appearing Shizuku, a seemingly weak boy, with a look of disdain. Oh, another one here to die. Her tone was filled with mockery. Brat, what do you think you can do? Overestimating yourself. Before her words could finish, Deluda's figure transformed into a crimson afterimage attacking Xiaji. Her scientific ninja tools on her arm morphed into sharp blades. Each swing produced a piercing sound of air being sliced, attempting to cut Xiaji into pieces in an instant. However, Xiaji effortlessly evaded all of Deluda's high-speed physical attacks using pure body technique. His movements were fluid, as if he were leisurely strolling in a garden. Each dodge was perfectly timed, causing Deluda's storm-like onslaught to miss completely. To her, Deluda's attacks were as fast as lightning, capable of killing any elite shinobi in a heartbeat. Yet in Xiaji's eyes, the speed that relied on mechanical augmentation was filled with rigid linear trajectories and predictable patterns. It was simply riddled with flaws. Standing not far away, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and the other Konoha ninjas who had rushed to support were all utterly shocked at this scene. They never expected that this Uchiha Xiaji, who had performed mediocrely in the graduation exam, would possess such outstanding body technique. Deluta's high-speed attacks, which could give elite shinobi a headache, seemed like child's play in front of him. Are you kidding me? Boruto's snack bag fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could that guy be so effortless? Sarada's red-framed glasses nearly slipped off her face. The level of body technique, the precision and timing. This wasn't something a chunin, or even an ordinary elite shinobi could possess. How much strength was Sayaji hiding? Mitsuki still wore his signature mysterious smile, but a hint of intense interest flashed in his golden snake-like eyes. Sayaji-kun is indeed very interesting. The elite shinobi from Konoha who had come to support were even more astonished. They questioned if they could keep up with Deluta's speed. And this Uchiha boy seemed to be playing with his opponent. Damn it. Seeing her proud speed rendered ineffective before Sayaji, Deluta felt like a clown being toyed with, and her anger was completely ignited. She suddenly retreated, creating distance from Sayaji, and the laser cannon on her arm once again lit up. But this time the energy condensed at the cannon's tip was even more terrifying than when she attacked Konohamaru. Moreover, the single eye on her forehead opened at that moment, flashing with a destructive crimson light. You little brat. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Deluta's voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme anger. Try this. Doomsday ray that melts everything. A thick, terrifyingly high-temperature crimson laser beam shot out suddenly from her single eye. Wherever the laser passed, the air warped from the heat, and the ground was instantly carved with a deep, bottomless char mark. Its power was enough to melt a small hill in an instant. Facing this laser attack, capable of melting steel and destroying everything, Sayaji remained unflinching. He slowly extended his right hand, which was covered by a layer of weak, almost invisible chakra that emitted a faint blue glow. That layer of chakra was extremely thin, seemingly dispersible by the faintest breeze. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone present, Sayaji actually grasped the world-destroying crimson laser beam with his hand covered in weak chakra. The laser beam struggled violently in his palm, emitting blinding light and terrifying heat, trying to melt his hand. Yet that seemingly weak, faint blue chakra acted like an indestructible barrier, firmly imprisoning the laser beam in Sayaji's palm. The laser beam couldn't advance an inch, nor could it harm him in the slightest. This scene completely overturned the perception of everyone present. Grasping a laser with one hand. Is this something a human can do? Boruto was left speechless, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Sarada's body trembled slightly as she felt her worldview being severely shaken at that moment. Mitsuki's face showed for the first time a hint of surprise. The elite shinobi from Konoha were, as if petrified, their minds blank. Through many reconnaissance devices, some peripheral members watching this battle far away at the Shell Organization's base were beginning to doubt if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Deluta's strongest attack was actually caught by a Konoha chunin with his hand. This was simply absurd. Sayaji, holding the laser beam that was struggling wildly in his palm, revealed a cold smile. He looked at Deluta with a hint of mockery in his tone. This little temperature, it doesn't even scratch the surface. This casual remark and the unbelievable action were a great humiliation for Deluta. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Deluta was completely enraged by Sayaji's calmness and mockery. She frantically urged the energy core within her body, attempting to enhance the power of the laser beam. However, the overloaded energy caused her body to emit groans of unbearable strain. Some of the precise scientific ninja tools on her arm developed fine cracks due to the energy overload and even began to smoke. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Deluta's single eye flashed with a mad crimson light. The nanobots within her body began to operate at an astonishing speed, repairing the body parts that had been damaged due to energy overload. Useless, you little brat. Deluta laughed maniacally, her voice sharp and piercing. My body is made up of countless nanobots. I am immortal. Any damage can be healed in an instant. Her damaged body parts began to visibly recover under the action of the nanobots. As if the energy overload had never happened. Sayaji looked at Deluta's triumphant expression and disdainfully curled his lip. Playing with technology in front of me. You're not worthy. His faint blue star-purifying eyes subtly underwent a minute change at that moment, one that no one could perceive. A trace of eye power containing the force of rule rewriting silently spread out, precisely locking onto the nanobots within Deluta's body that were operating at high speed. Deluta, who was so proud of her immortal body, suddenly froze as the smile on her face vanished. She was horrified to find that the nanobots in her body had collectively struck at that moment. They no longer repaired her damaged body, disobeyed her commands, and even began to attack her own cellular tissues recklessly. WWHY. The look in Deluta's single eye was filled with disbelief and terror. My regeneration ability. Why did it suddenly fail? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The energy within her began to spiral into chaos, and her body trembled violently due to the backlash from the nanobots. The technological creation she was so proud of had at that moment turned into a poison that destroyed her own self. Deluta completely collapsed. She could not comprehend why her nearly perfect nanotechnology had suddenly become so fragile. The nanobots within Dilorada's body went completely out of control, rebelling against her proud technological creations. She buckled at the knees and fell heavily to the ground, smoke billowing from the laser cannon on her arm, flickering with unstable electrical sparks. The face that always bore a cruel smile now held nothing but endless bewilderment. WWHY. Dilurada's voice faltered due to the excruciating pain within her body. My regeneration. My power. She struggled to lift her head, her blood-red single eye fixed intensely on Xiaji. Who are you really? This question was not only on Dilurada's mind. From afar, Boruto, Sarada Mitsuki, and the elite ninjas of Konoha were also straining to hear. Xiaji calmly approached her, looking down from his elevated position. Uchiha Xiaji. Uchiha Xiaji. Dilurada's single eye widened in shock. So he was Uchiha Xiaji, the target of her mission. The strength of this young man, the eerie ability to control the nanobots within her body at will, and his almost overwhelming composure. Was this truly a power a mere Uchiha boy could possess? Dilurada wanted to say something, but due to the violent backlash from her body, she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Xiaji had no interest in her ramblings. Go back and tell Tsishian. Xiaji's voice was devoid of warmth. His challenge has been accepted. Let him clean his neck and wait. Fear and humiliation filled Dilurada's single eye. She wanted to retort to curse, but under the gaze of Xiaji's pale blue eyes, which seemed to cleanse the stars, she couldn't muster even a thought of resistance. Xiaji turned away, no longer looking at her. The entire process of subduing Dilurada was clean and decisive. From her arrogant entrance to her current pitiful kneeling, it had only taken a few short minutes. Boruto's mouth fell open and the snack bag in his hand had dropped to the ground without him noticing. Are you kidding me? He muttered. That guy. Is he really this strong? The elite ninjas of Konoha, who had previously harbored doubts about Xiaji, now looked at his back with eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear. After Xiaji turned around, Dilurada mustered the last bit of her strength to activate some emergency escape device. Her body transformed into a hasty crimson streak of light, filled with reluctance and fear, vanishing above Konoha village. She had to report everything that had happened here to Lord Tsishian without alteration. Uchiha Xiaji. This boy, his threat level must be reassessed. The Shell Organization, a dark underground base. Tsishian sat atop a cold stone seat, already aware of what had transpired. However, when he heard Dilurada say that Uchiha Xiaji easily neutralized her laser attacks and could even control the nanobots within her, a slight ripple of emotion crossed the shadowed features of Sixian's face. Uchiha Xiaji. Sixian's voice was deep. Accepted my challenge and told me to wait with my neck clean. His tone revealed no discernible anger or joy, but the invisible pressure made Dilurada, who was still kneeling, tremble all over. Yes, Lord Tsishian. He said just that. Dilurada's voice quivered. Tsishian fell silent for a moment. An interesting fellow, he murmured. It seems I indeed underestimated him. Or perhaps this era's Uchiha is always capable of bringing me some surprises. His interest in Uchiha Xiaji had deepened along with an unprecedented wariness. This boy was no ordinary individual. Konoha Village Hokage's office. After the incident with Dilurada's invasion, Konoha's high-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting once again. The atmosphere was even more serious than the last time. The terrifying strength Xiaji displayed in battle, far exceeding that of a low-ranking ninja, and even surpassing that of an average Kage, left every high-ranking official present feeling alarmed. Catching lasers with one hand. Reversing the control of nanobots. The voice of Tozo Kamaru trembled slightly, a quiver she was unaware of. Is this really something a low-ranking ninja, who just graduated from the Ninja Academy, can do? Mizuta Main pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with uncertain light. Is the power of the Uchiha clan truly so unfathomable? And he is called Xiaji. Nara Shikaku frowned deeply. The issue lies not with the Uchiha's abilities, but with this person, Uchiha Xiaji. He is too mysterious and too powerful. If this strength can be utilized for Konoha, perhaps this kid could one day defeat the God Emperor. Nara Shikaku's meaning was clear to everyone. This was also the reason they had not reported to the God City for so long. The Uchiha were originally just a part of Konoha. Now they had become the masters, controlling the entire ninja world. The old guards of Konoha would never accept that. Naruto Uzumaki sat at the head, his expression complex. This boy was a far cry from the lazy demeanor he showed at the Ninja Academy. I've decided to speak with him personally. Naruto finally spoke, breaking the silence. In the guest room of the Hokage's office, Naruto Uzumaki sat opposite Uchiha Xiaji. Xiaji. Naruto looked at the boy, who was a few years younger than his own son Boruto, with a tone that carried a hint of solemnity. You are very strong. Xiaji picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip, remaining silent. I want to know, where does your strength come from? Why do you possess such formidable power? What is your goal? This series of questions was what all the high-ranking officials of Konoha wanted to know. Xiaji set down the teacup, a feigned relaxed smile appearing on his face. Strength? He shrugged casually. Perhaps it's the bloodline talent of the Uchiha clan. You know, our Uchiha clan often produces some rather peculiar geniuses. I might just be lucky awakening early and being more well-rounded. As for my purpose, Xiaji tilted his head, a teasing expression crossing his face. Of course, it's to serve Konoha, protect my comrades, and strive to become an excellent jonin as soon as possible. By the way, Hokage-sama, seeing how well I've performed this time, shouldn't you consider giving this genius genin a promotion or raise? Like jumping straight to chunin or jonin? Naruto was left speechless by Xiaji's words. Promotion and raise. What was this kid thinking? He was clearly questioning the source of his strength and potential threat, yet the conversation had taken such a strange turn. Naruto rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling more headache with this Uchiha boy than he did facing the Otsutsuki. In the corner of the office, a figure nearly blending into the shadows quietly observed everything. Uchiha Sasuke. He attempted to use his Rinnegan to peer into Xiaji's secrets to discern the unfathomable source of his power. However, when his eye technique touched the invisible barrier surrounding Xiaji, it stirred no ripples. For the first time, Sasuke's Rinnegan felt as if it could not see through. Xiaji's eye technique was deep and mysterious, utterly incomprehensible. Who exactly is this Uchiha Xiaji? Sasuke's heart harbored deeper suspicions about the true identity of Xiaji. He even had a ridiculous intuition that this boy before him shared some unknown connection with the God Emperor Xiaji, who unified the ninja world alone years ago and mysteriously vanished. However, this thought was too outrageous, even he found it hard to believe. Compared to God Emperor Xiaji, this kid was still far behind. Ultimately, after a heated discussion, Konoha's high-ranking officials made their decision. For now, no restrictive measures would be imposed on Uchiha Xiaji. After all, he was currently displaying a side beneficial to Konoha, but the covert observation and monitoring would surely be intensified. At the same time, due to Xiaji's exhibited formidable strength and the peculiar technological prowess of the Shell Organization, Konoha's alert level towards the Shell Organization had also risen to an unprecedented height. The entire ninja world was once again stirred by this boy named Uchiha Xiaji. As Xiaji walked out of the Hokage's office, he looked up at the sky. The wind seemed to be picking up. He was unconcerned with the small moves of Konoha's high-ranking officials. What he truly cared about was the organization called Shell and the true Otsutsuki behind it. Beyond the walls of Konoha village, a fierce wind swept through the forest. Team 7, newly reformed, had received a classified mission from the daimyo's residents of the Land of Fire to locate and protect a mysterious young boy named Kawamuki, who had escaped from an unknown organization. Konohamaru led the team, his expression grave. According to intelligence, the target boy may possess a dangerous power. Remain vigilant, every one of you. Boruto kicked a pebble along the path, hands clasped behind his head, glancing repeatedly toward Shursui Uchiha, the quiet figure trailing at the rear of the formation. Hey Shursui, don't expect to skate through this mission again with sheer luck and coincidence. His tone carried its usual barbed provocation. Shursui didn't so much as lift his eyelids, as if Boruto's words had dissolved into empty air. That utter dismissal only deepened Boruto's irritation. Sarada adjusted her glasses, casting a sharp glance at Boruto. Boruto, this is a mission. Save the idle chatter for later. Meanwhile, Mitsuki wore his customary enigmatic smile, moving silently in step with the group. Inside Shursui, there was no ripple, not a tremor of emotion. To him, the squabbling of these children was no more consequential than the drone of cicadas by the roadside. What truly held his attention was whether this mission would yield a worthy experience source, a foe worth drawing his hand. Kara, Organization, Jigen, Otsutsuki Ishiki. These names flickered across his mind like embers in still air. Kawamuki's dossier had already been discreetly briefed to him by Conan. He was a vessel, a human container forged by Kara, driven to flee after enduring brutal, unrelenting conditioning. His escape would inevitably draw Kara's hunters down upon him. The team advanced deeper into the dense forest, following the trail laid out in their intelligence. Suddenly, Konohamaru raised his hand, sharp, decisive, halting them all. Chakra fluctuation ahead, intense. Before the words fully left his lips, a figure materialized soundlessly atop a broad branch before them, clad in black robes, face obscured by a grotesque, grinning mask. It was Kokeshi Kyoshi, ninja of Konoha. His voice rasped dry as autumn leaves. Persistent as ever, his gaze swept over the members of Team 7, then paused briefly but deliberately on Shursui. This boy emitted no discernible chakra, utterly ordinary, as if flesh and blood without a trace of shinobi essence. Yet that profound stillness stirred within Kokeshi an unsettling, nameless disquiet. You've come to reclaim the vessel. Konohamaru stepped forward, shielding his teammates, voice taut with authority. Kokeshi let out a low, mirthless chuckle. Vessel, that is Kara's property, and property must return to its rightful owner. Enough talk. If you want Kawamuki, you'll have to go through me first. Konohamaru's hands flew through rapid hand seals. Fire release, great flame bullet. A searing sphere of fire roared forth, blazing furious. Kokeshi neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he extended his right palm, where chakra coalesced into a violently spinning sphere. Rasengan. Boom. The fireball and the Rasengan collided midair in a cataclysmic detonation, unleashing a shockwave that sent Konohamaru staggering backward, eyes wide with disbelief. Rasengan. He wields the Rasengan, yet with such overwhelming force. Konohamaru sensei. Boruto and Sarada cried out in unison. Fall back. Konohamaru growled, knowing full well this adversary stood leagues beyond his own strength. In a blur of motion, Kokeshi closed the distance, striking forward with a palm strike aimed straight at Konohamaru's chest. Konohamaru barely managed to block, but the sheer force rattled his bones, sent his blood surging wildly, and left his arm numb with shock. Pathetic, Kokeshi murmured, disdain dripping from every syllable. With his other hand, Kokeshi formed another Rasengan, unhesitating, merciless. and drove it toward Konohamaru's sternum. Summoning technique. At that critical instant, a massive summoning array erupted beneath Kokeshi's feet. Poof! A colossal toad, warty, thick-skinned, immense, materialized out of thin air, interposing itself between Konohamaru and certain annihilation. Its visage bore a striking resemblance, some 70 or 80%, to Gamabunta, the legendary toad summoned by Jiraiya. Shursui stood apart, distant and unmoved, his pale blue star-purifying eyes gleaming faintly, the stellar spirals at their pupils whirling with silent celestial speed. Rasengan, summoned toad. And just now, fleeting, almost imperceptible, traces of Senjutsu chakra emanating from Kokeshi. This man's connection to Jiraiya was no accident. Was he a clone? A bioengineered construct? A subtle crease appeared between Shursue's brows, faint, fleeting. Then Kokeshi's Rasengan struck true, crashing squarely into the giant toad's chest. The toad bellowed in agony, its massive frame skidding meters backward, but it had absorbed the killing blow. Huh. Scared you, didn't I? Don't misunderstand. I simply find it dull to flatten you outright. Kokeshi grinned, wicked and unhurried. Konohamaru seized the opening, retreating swiftly to widen the gap, his face ashen. Who are you? And how do you wield the Rasengan and summon toads? Konohamaru demanded, voice edged with steel. Kokeshi remained silent, his gaze once again locking onto Shursui Uchiha, the lone figure who had watched the entire confrontation unfold utterly unruffled. From beginning to end, this boy had exuded nothing but absolute calm. Not the frozen paralysis of fear, but the serene, unshakable composure of one who saw everything. An alarm blared silently within Kokeshi's mind. He decided, immediately, to test this enigmatic Uchiha youth. Dividing his focus, he began weaving hand seals with practiced speed. Senjutsu technique, Flame Bullet. A fireball larger and fiercer than before, infused with the raw, ancient power of Senjutsu, screamed toward Shursui. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki tensed in unison, holding their breath for Shursue's sake. Yet Shursui met the devastating fireball with the same tranquil detachment as before. He didn't even form hand seals, merely lifted his right hand casual as a sigh. His star-purifying eyes shimmered, power surging precise, and the blazing fireball froze, suspended in midair less than half a meter from his skin, as though gripped by an invisible iron fist. Then, swiftly, inexorably, it shrank, contracting inward until it dissolved into drifting embers, vanishing like breath in cold air. The entire sequence unfolded with flawless, effortless grace. No flash, no roar, no wasted energy. Kokeshi's pupils contracted sharply. How could this boy nullify a Senjutsu-infused attack, so effortlessly, so completely? Who was he? Hey you, Shursui finally spoke, his voice laced with unmistakable impatience. He gestured first toward Konohamaru, locked in desperate combat with the giant toad, and then toward the distant thicket where Kawamuki's presence seemed to linger like a whisper in the trees. We're busy. We don't have time for your childish games. If you're itching for a fight, go queue up over there. Don't delay our mission. His tone dripped with contemptuous arrogance. Kokeshi's masked face revealed nothing, but the eyes visible above the porcelain grin narrowed, instantly gleaming with lethal intent. He had roamed the shinobi world for decades, feared, respected, untouchable. Never, not once, had he been dismissed so casually, especially not by a brash, untested Uchiha boy barely out of adolescence. Brat, you're dreadfully arrogant, Kokeshi said, his voice dropping into a glacial hush. That latent aura of menace, previously faint, now thick and palpable, suffocating. Shursui yawned, wide-languid, as if Kokeshi's threat were little more than background noise. Inside, however, his mind raced, calculating, dissecting. Kokeshi's resemblance to Jiraiya was too exact, too profound. Was he a clone, crafted by Jigen using Jiraiya's cells? Or did some deeper, darker truth lie buried beneath the surface? This mission, it seemed, promised far more intrigue than he'd anticipated. Xiaji initially thought that Gua Xin would continue the assault. To his surprise, Gua Xin performed a role, retrieved the toad, and his figure leaped among the treetops. He finally stopped at the top of a giant tree. He glanced back at the direction where the new Team 7 had disappeared, his brows tightly furrowed beneath the mask. That Uchiha Xiaji was too calm to be a genin. What was that faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from him, which even he felt a pang of dread? The reinforcements from Konoha could arrive at any moment, and that brat Chuan Mu could not be left unattended. Gua Xin no longer hesitated, his figure flickered, rushing towards the direction Chuan Mu might escape. He decided to temporarily abandon his probing of this mysterious Uchiha youth. After shaking off Guazin's entanglement, the new Team 7 continued to track the faint traces left by Chuan Mu. In the dense forest, the air was humid and stifling. I say, who was that guy just now? So strong. Vortex Boruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking with lingering fear. Saratobi Konohamaru's expression remained grave. His strength is at least that of a chunin, perhaps even stronger. Uchiha Sarada adjusted her glasses. The Rasengan he used along with the summoned toad. It feels very reminiscent of Grandpa Jiraiya. A mysterious smile still lingered on Satsuki's face. Indeed, he is quite an interesting opponent. Uchiha Xiaji remained detached, quietly walking at the end of the group. Finally, outside a hidden cave, they discovered their target. The boy Chuan Mu was curled up at the cave entrance in tattered clothing covered in numerous fine wounds. On his chest, the diamond-shaped black mark was emitting a sinister chakra fluctuation, causing him to groan in pain. Found you. Boruto, a bit excited, rushed forward first. Boruto, don't be impulsive. Konohamaru tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Just as Boruto approached, Chuanmu reaching out his hand to try and touch him. Buzz, the seal in the palm of Boruto's right hand, and the seal on Chuanmu's chest seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly erupting with a strong resonance. A massive chakra wave centered on the two of them violently spread outwards. Ugh! Both Boruto and Chuanmu let out a painful scream, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart, the immense chakra rampaging within them. Is this the resonance of the seal? Konohamaru and Sarada's expressions changed drastically. Satsuki also retracted the smile from her face, her expression turning grave. Xiaji stood not far away, his pale blue eyes, with starry trajectories, swirling rapidly. So that's how it is. The seal is a high-density data backup method used by the Otsutsuki clan for reincarnation and resurrection. By planting a mark on a suitable vessel, they could compress and store their genetic information, power, and even consciousness-like data. Once the time is right, they can perfectly resurrect using the body of the vessel. This is somewhat similar to the USB drive or cloud backup in the technological civilization of the previous life. The Boruto and Chuanmu before them were clearly the vessels chosen by Otsutsuki Kagaya and Ishiki. Konohamaru Sensei. Satsuki. Help me quickly, Sarada urgently called out. Konohamaru and Satsuki immediately stepped forward, trying to separate Boruto and Chuanmu, who were caught in painful resonance. With their combined effort, they barely managed to pull the semi-conscious Chuanmu and Boruto apart. The resonance of the seal temporarily calmed down, but both Boruto and Chuanmu were exhausted, their faces pale. We must take him back to the village immediately, Konohamaru decisively stated. The new Team 7 successfully brought Chuanmu back to Konoha. Chuanmu's existence, along with the mysterious seal mark on him, immediately drew the attention of the Konoha higher-ups. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Vortex Naruto looked at the unconscious Chuanmu and the same ominous mark on his son Boruto's palm, his brow tightly furrowed. Sasuke, what do you think? Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered with a ghostly light. This seal originates from the same power as Otsutsuki Kagaya and is an extremely sophisticated reincarnation mark. If completely corrupted, both Boruto and this boy could become vessels for Otsutsuki's resurrection. Nara Shikaku added from the side. Based on Konohamaru's report and our analysis of scattered intelligence on the Shell Organization, this Chuanmu is very likely the vessel chosen by the leader of the Shell Organization, Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ishiki. Naruto's expression turned even graver. In order to better monitor and protect Chuanmu, while also studying the power of the seal. After pondering for a moment, Naruto made a decision. From today onwards, Chuanmu will stay at my house under my personal care. This decision surprised the Konoha higher-ups present. Bringing an unidentified and dangerous boy bearing the Otsutsuki mark home was too risky. However, Naruto's attitude was resolute. Additionally, Naruto looked at Uchiha Xiaji, who had remained silent in the corner. Xiaji, your performance during the Kagaya incident along with your mysterious eye techniques have proven that you seem to possess an extraordinary understanding of Otsutsuki's power. After discussion with several advisor elders, we've decided to appoint you as Chuanmu's extracurricular tutor, responsible for better understanding and guiding the power of the seal. Xiaji smirked coldly at the words. Extracurricular tutor. These old geezers sure know how to find excuses. However, closely observing the power of the seal along with the vessel of Ishiki Otsutsuki was indeed an interesting choice. Sure, Xiaji replied indifferently. Days later at the Vortex household, the awakened Chuanmu was as expected rebellious and irritable. He was filled with distrust and hostility towards everything in Konoha village and the Naruto family. Let go of me. What do you guys want to do to me? Chuanmu struggled, trying to escape from the room Naruto had specially prepared for him. Naruto patiently tried to soothe him. Chuanmu, we mean no harm, we just want to protect you. Protect? I see it as surveillance. Chuanmu sneered, I don't need your hypocritical kindness. Seizing a moment when Naruto was off guard, he suddenly slammed into the window, attempting to jump out. However, a hand like an iron clamp grabbed his ankle. It was Uchiha Xiaji. He had appeared outside the window at some point, his expression still calm. Kid, where do you think you're going? Xiaji's voice was devoid of any warmth. Let go of me, bastard. Chuanmu roared, kicking his other foot towards Xiaji's face. Xiaji didn't even flinch, allowing Chuanmu's foot to strike his face. No, to be more precise, Chuanmu's foot was blocked by an invisible force just an inch away from Xiaji's cheek. Chuanmu felt as if he had kicked a solid steel plate, pain shooting through his ankle. Ugh! Chuanmu cried out in pain. Xiaji seized his ankle and casually tossed him. Chuanmu's body was thrown back to the floor of the room like a broken sack. First warning, Xiaji's voice was cold. Chuanmu got up from the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. He charged at Xiaji, his fist carrying a fierce wind. Xiaji remained as calm as ever. Just as Chuanmu's fist was about to hit him, Xiaji slightly shifted his body, easily dodging. At the same time, a seemingly casual elbow strike accurately hit Chuanmu's abdomen. Bang! Chuanmu felt a storm surge in his belly, doubling over like a shrimp, and spat out sour bile. Second lesson, Xiaoji's voice remained calm. Chuanmu clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground in pained disbelief, filling his eyes. Why was this seemingly weaker Uchiha youth so terrifyingly strong? In the days that followed, the tutoring sessions continued as scheduled. Every time Chuanmu attempted to resist or escape, Xiaoji would physically educate him in an almost oppressive manner. From the initial punching and kicking to later single-handed subduing, and eventually Xiaoji only needed a glance to render Chuanmu completely stiff, unable to move. Chuanmu was thoroughly subdued and scared. His once arrogant demeanor had become more docile than a house cat in front of Xiaoji. Naruto watched all of this greatly shocked. Xiaoji's simple and brutal educational method was contrary to his usual beliefs, yet it proved surprisingly effective. He looked at Xiaoji's calm demeanor, always tinged with a hint of a sinister smile, and that familiar feeling surged in his heart once more. This Uchiha Xiaoji in some aspects truly resembled the God Emperor Xiaoji, who unified the ninja world by himself years ago and mysteriously vanished. Could it be? Naruto's brow furrowed deeper. Ever since Chuanmu arrived, the Xuanhua family has been in a constant uproar. I tell you, stop hogging the game console. Boruto snatched the game controller from Chuanyu's hands. A vein throbbed on Chuanyu's forehead as he retaliated with a punch. Who let you come in first? You are not allowed to touch my stuff. The two instantly engaged in a scuffle, creating a ruckus in the living room. Xiaoji, holding a cup of tea, happened to pass by the kitchen and leaned against the door frame. Boruto, your punch's angle is off by 3 degrees and your power is dispersed by at least 20%. How can you defeat Chuanmu like this? Chuanmu, your dodging movements are too exaggerated and your flaws are obvious. If it were me, you would already be lying down. Truly two rookies pecking at each other. Boruto and Chuanmu momentarily froze in their movements, glaring at him. Mind your own business. Shut up. The two shouted in unison, then exchanged a glare before continuing their fight. Xiaoji leisurely sipped his tea, feeling utterly unperturbed. These two little brats' arm wedges are quite interesting subjects for observation. The residual power of the peach style and one style, along with the invasive methods of the Otsutsuki data, are worth researching. Suddenly, a terrifying chakra pressure descended like an invisible mountain, instantly enveloping the entire Konoha core. Xiaoji's teacup trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of tea. He raised his head, his light blue eyes, the star creation pure eyes, had the star-like trajectories rapidly swirling in their pupils. Has it finally arrived? Otsutsuki one style. Finally, unable to hold back any longer. In the living room, Boruto and Chuanmu, who were fighting simultaneously, stiffened. The wedges on their arms emitted an ominous black glow uncontrollably. A fear originating from the depths of their souls rendered them unable to move. What is this feeling? Boruto's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Chuanyu's eyes were also filled with terror. He was all too familiar with this kind of pressure. It's Chi-Sien. In the Hokage office, Uzumaki Naruto abruptly stood up while handling documents. This chakra is Chi-Sien. Why has she come to Konoha? Could it be? A serious expression flickered in his eyes as his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke also sensed this terrifying aura. He put down the scroll he was holding, activating both his Rinnegan and Sharingan. Target above Konoha. Two figures, one yellow and one black, shot like lightning towards Chi-Sien's location at the fastest speed. Above Konoha, Chi-Sien, draped in a black cloak, floated silently. Her mismatched eyes coldly looked down upon the panicking villagers of Konoha, who appeared like ants. Naruto and Sasuke arrived almost simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right, flanking Chi-Sien in the middle. Chi-Sien, what are you doing in Konoha? Naruto shouted sternly. The chakra of the Nine Tails was already beginning to boil on his surface. Sasuke's Rinnegan was firmly locked onto Chi-Sien, ready to activate the heavenly hand power at any moment. Chi-Sien's gaze swept over the two, finally landing on Naruto with a hint of disdain. Uzumaki Naruto, host of the Nine Tails. You seem to have grown significantly stronger than a few years ago. Her voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any human emotion. I did not come for Konoha. I came to retrieve my vessel. Hand over Chuanmu. A flash of anger ignited in Naruto's eyes. No way. Chuanmu is a guest of Konoha now, and I will never hand him over to someone as dangerous as you. Oomph. Sasuke snorted coldly. If you think you can take someone from Konoha, you'd better ask our fists first. A slight mocking grin appeared at the corner of Chi-Sien's mouth. You underestimate yourself. Without even forming hand seals, her figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, she appeared right in front of Naruto. A fist covered in black patterns, carrying terrifying force, aimed directly at Naruto's face. Too fast. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply as Sage Mode activated, barely raising his arm to block. Bang! A muffled sound. Naruto felt an irresistible force surge through him, as if he had been struck by a speeding train, uncontrollably flying backward. Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed in shock, activating heavenly hand power in an attempt to swap places with Naruto. However, Chi-Sien's movements were even faster. It was as if she had already anticipated Sasuke's actions. Her figure flashed again and appeared behind Sasuke. A black rod as dark as ink and radiating ominous energy silently stabbed towards Sasuke's back. Shomabikuna. Just as the black rod was about to pierce Sasuke, its size suddenly shrank to an almost imperceptible degree. Although Sasuke's Rinnegan captured this change, his Bodus reaction was half a beat slow. Puff. The black rod easily penetrated Sasuke's Susanoo rib defense, stabbing into his left shoulder. Ugh! Sasuke let out a muffled groan. A sharp pain shot through his left shoulder, and the flow of chakra immediately slowed. Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth against his injuries and charged forward again. Sage Art Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken. Chi-Hsien looked at the spiraling shuriken, radiating a terrifying heat. Her expression still one of indifference. She simply stretched out her hand. Dekokutten. The lava release spiraling shuriken capable of destroying a small hill vanished without a trace the moment it touched Chi-Hsien's palm, as if it had never existed. Naruto and Sasuke's faces displayed astonishment for the first time. Chi-Hsien's power was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Her Iri technique was simply the bane of all ninjutsu. It's over. Chi-Hsien's voice carried no emotion. Several black rods shot from her palm, targeting the defenseless Naruto and Sasuke. At this critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Naruto and Sasuke. He extended his right hand, and within it the light blue glow of the star creation Pure Eyes swirled. The indomitable black rods eerily came to a halt just an inch away from his body, as if frozen in the air. The newcomer was Uchiha Natsumi. For the first time a slight ripple appeared in Chi-Hsien's mismatched eyes. She looked at Natsumi at his unique Rinnegan, and at the strong Otsutsuki aura emanating from him, which was of the same origin as hers, but even more potent. You? Chi-Hsien's voice carried a hint of surprise for the first time. A cold smirk appeared on Nasumi's lips. So you are one style. He raised his left hand and waved gently. The black rods frozen in midair instantly turned into dust. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure standing in front of them, filled with shock and confusion. Nasumi. How could he? The air above the leaves was still as stone. Chi-Hsien's mismatched pupils locked on Nasumi. Your aura is quite strange. Your eyes as well, he said in a hoarse voice filled with curiosity. Nasumi's pale blue Chuangxing Jingyan with 9 dark magatama slowly revolving in his pupils calmly gazed back at him. These eyes were unlike any reincarnation he had ever known. Tao sure had fallen under his hand. Indeed, one must not underestimate. Stop rambling, said Nasumi's his tone flat. Chi-Hsien snorted coldly and ceased his probing. His figure flickered and several pitch-black rods silently appeared in his hand. Sha Ming Bai Gu Na. The black rods rapidly shrank in his palm, almost turning into indistinguishable dust. Then at sharp angles they shot towards Nasumi's visual blind spots and weak defenses. Such an attack was silent and stealthy, nearly impossible to defend against. However, Nasumi's Chuangxing Jingyan could directly interfere with the subtle layers of matter and space. As the black rods attempted to shrink closer to Nasumi's body, an invisible force forcibly disrupted their shrinking process. They could no longer shrink further nor maintain their concealed attack, form ultimately falling helplessly to the ground. Chi-Hsien's pupils narrowed slightly. His Sha Ming Bai Gu Na had actually failed. This Uchiha Nasumi's eye technique could directly interfere at such a fine level. This had already surpassed his understanding of eye techniques. Your little trick is ineffective against me, Nasumi stated calmly. Chi-Hsien's expression grew serious for the first time. No longer relying on the peculiarities of his eye technique, he displayed his peak physical skills without reservation. His figure flickered, appearing before Nasumi as if teleporting. With a knife hand strike, he aimed for Nasumi's neck. The movement was simple, yet contained terrifying destructive power. Nasumi's Chuangxing Jingyan captured every subtle motion he made. This body technique had indeed reached the pinnacle of what a mortal could achieve. Interesting, Nasumi remarked, no longer holding back. 8 gates Duinjia 7th gate, Kaimon open. Boom! A light blue chakra steam suddenly surged from Nasumi's body, enveloping him. In that moment his speed and strength surged to a terrifying height. Faced with Chi-Hsien's lightning-fast knife hand, Nasumi advanced instead of retreating, meeting the attack with his own knife hand. Bang! The dull sound of their fists and feet colliding exploded in midair. An invisible shockwave spread out wildly. The air beneath their feet twisted violently due to the clash of this horrifying power groaning under the strain. Chi-Hsien felt a tremendous force from the opponent's hand, causing his arm to go numb and his body to uncontrollably slide back several meters. A flicker of horror flashed in his eyes. This little brat's physical skills had reached such a level. With the 7th gate Kaimon open, Nasumi's entire presence had undergone a dramatic transformation. He resembled a Shura emerging from an ancient battlefield, each breath emanating an aura of annihilation. Come again, Nasumi shouted, disappearing once more. The high-speed physical confrontation erupted fiercely above the leaves. Fists clashed, legs collided. Each contact unleashed deafening roars. The space began to develop fine black cracks under the collision of such overwhelming forces, as if even this realm could not endure. Naruto and Sasuke watched from a distance, their faces filled with shock. Is this the kind of power a human can attain? Naruto muttered. Sasuke's Rinnegan also struggled to fully capture the nearly instantaneous movements of the two. Chi-Hsien grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that his proud physical skills were subtly falling behind against this Uchiha boy who had opened the Kaimon. Every attack from the opponent was precise and lethal. Every defense was flawless. Even more terrifying was that the opponent's strength and speed seemed to be continually rising. No, if this continues, he'll be worn down to nothing. A fierce determination flashed in Cai Xian's eyes. Tian. He attempted to seal Xia Ji within the alternate space he controlled. However, Xia Ji's Chuangxing Jingyan once again showcased its extraordinary abilities. He could even perceive the faint fluctuations of Cai Xian's alternate space coordinates and briefly interfere with them. Moreover, his ocular power was attempting to invade and analyze the structure of that alternate space. This made Cai Xian's Tian impossible to activate smoothly. Each attempt to open the alternate space was disrupted by Xia Ji in an unfathomable manner. This little brat. His eyes. A sense of helplessness surged in Cai Xian's heart for the first time. Just as Xia Ji and Cai Xian were locked in a fierce struggle, firmly suppressing this seemingly invincible Otsutsuki Ishiki. Not far away, Vortex Naruto, who had been silently watching the battle and struggling to recover from earlier injuries, seemed to have made a certain resolution. He looked at Xia Ji, who was fighting desperately to protect the village and his companions against a terrifying enemy. Then he glanced at Sasuke, who was also gathering strength to provide support once more. He knew that this could not continue. Although Xia Ji was powerful, he was still not the divine Emperor Xia Ji. Facing an enemy of Otsutsuki Ishiki's caliber, he must be bearing immense pressure. Kurama, Naruto called in his heart. Kid, what do you want to do? The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his consciousness. Lend me all your power, Naruto declared firmly. I need to use that technique. Kurama fell silent for a moment. You will die. I know, Naruto's face revealed a relieved smile. But if I can trade my life for the peace of the village and everyone's future, it's worth it. The Nine Tails chakra within him began to merge frantically with his own life energy in a special manner. A crimson destructive aura of chakra slowly emerged around his body. His hair stood on end and his pupils transformed into a cross shape. Power, speed, and the destructive force of his attacks reached an unprecedented peak. Heavy particle mode. Naruto. Sasuke noticed the terrifying power within Naruto achieved at the cost of his life force and exclaimed. Naruto in heavy particle mode ignored Sasuke's shout. He simply directed his gaze towards the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was engaged in fierce combat with Xia Ji. Next, it's my turn. He growled, his figure vanishing from the spot. Cai Xian, who was engaged in a high-speed physical confrontation with Xia Ji, suddenly felt an intense sense of danger approaching from behind. He turned abruptly and saw a crimson figure charging towards him at a speed that even he found frightening. This is... Cai Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. Naruto, in heavy particle mode, threw a punch. Simple and direct, yet containing terrifying power capable of draining life force. Cai Xian hurriedly raised his arm to block. Bang! A wave of pain radiated from his arm. He clearly felt his life force rapidly diminishing under the assault of the crimson chakra. His body began to show subtle signs of decay. This power. A storm surged within Cai Xian's heart. Xia Ji watched as Naruto unleashed an astonishing power, a flicker of complexity passing through his pale blue Chuangxing Jingyan. The protagonist of this world always managed to unleash power that transcends limits at critical moments. However, this was also fine. After all, if the battle continued, his identity would be exposed. In heavy particle mode, every attack from Naruto accurately struck Cai Xian. Cai Xian's body deteriorated at an increasing rate under Naruto's reckless assault. His life force flowed away rapidly. Damn it. Damn inferior beings. Cai Xian roared in frustration. He knew he had to complete his reincarnation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would completely perish here. His gaze turned towards the distance where Kawamu was in agony due to the resonance of the wedge. That was his last hope. Above the leaves, a torrent of crimson chakra raged wildly, centered around Otsutsuki Ishiki. It could not go on like this. A glint of determination flashed in Ishiki's eyes. He disregarded everything and broke free from Naruto's frenzied attacks, transforming into a streak of black light that rushed straight towards Kawaki, who was protected in the back. Before his life force was completely exhausted, he had to forcibly engrave a complete wedge onto Kawaki and initiate the reincarnation program. Kawaki. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously, trying to stop him, but were temporarily pushed back by the last burst of power from Ishiki. Kawaki looked at the figure charged with a sense of destruction rushing towards him, his eyes filled with fear. At the moment when Ishiki's palm, adorned with black patterns, was about to touch Kawaki's body, a figure stood in front of Kawaki. Uchiha Shinzo. As long as I am here, your reincarnation will never succeed. Shinzo's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. His pale blue creation eye shone brightly, with 9 pitch-black tomo slowly spinning in his pupils. Rule rewrite. Shinzo activated the special ability of the creation eye once more. An invisible force instantly enveloped Ishiki and Kawaki. At the crucial moment of the reincarnation program, Ishiki was horrified to discover. The tight chakra connection and data transmission between him and Kawaki's wedge were forcefully altered by an incomprehensible external force. The previously smooth data flow became chaotic and sluggish at that moment. The reincarnation program was forcibly interrupted. No. Ishiki let out a desperate howl. The backlash from the failed reincarnation and the rapid drain of life force caused by the heavy particle mode made it impossible for his body to sustain itself. The black particles constituting his body began to crumble bit by bit, turning into ashes that scattered in the air. His face, marked with black patterns, was filled with unwillingness. He never dreamed that the formidable Otsutsuki Ishiki would perish in such a manner. The once great hero Otsutsuki Ishiki thus fell. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Naruto and Sasuke stared in shock at Ishiki, who completely disintegrated in midair. This terrifying enemy who had troubled them for so long, and even pushed them to the brink, was just resolved by Shinzo. They looked at the calm boy standing in front of Kawaki as if he had just done something utterly trivial. In their hearts besides shock, there was an indescribable sense of awe. Shinzo's power and his mysterious ocular technique had completely surpassed their understanding. He was even close to catching up with the divine being Shinzo. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Ugh! A painful grunt escaped Naruto's lips. The crimson heavy particle mode that enveloped him quickly receded like a tide. His hair turned gray at an observable speed, and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. A thick aura of death spread from him. The side effects of the heavy particle mode finally erupted after the battle ended. Naruto's life force, having been burnt out recklessly before, had been completely exhausted. His bodily functions were rapidly failing, nearing death. Naruto. Sasuke's expression changed drastically as he rushed to Naruto's side, supporting his faltering body. Dad! Boruto cried out in despair as he rushed over, his face filled with helplessness. The medical ninjas from Konoha quickly came forward, attempting to provide emergency aid to Naruto. However, in the face of such a complete depletion of life force, even the top medical ninjas who mastered the Baika no Jutsu felt powerless. The Hokage's vital signs are rapidly disappearing. A medical squad leader's voice trembled, his face filled with despair. How could this happen? Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was aging rapidly, in his arms filled with pain. Was this hero who had saved the ninja world countless times and saved his comrades really going to end in such a manner? Just as everyone fell into despair, Shinzo slowly walked to Naruto's side. He looked at Naruto's face, which was aging rapidly and barely recognizable, and frowned slightly. He extended his hand, and in his palm a special life energy containing Kagaya's chakra and pure sage techniques began to gather slowly. That energy emitted a warm pale green light, radiating a reassuring life aura. Shinzo gently pressed his palm against Naruto's chest. The pale green life energy slowly infused into Naruto's body. Under the nourishment of this special life energy, Naruto's life force, which was on the verge of collapse, was miraculously stabilized. Although his aged appearance and gray hair did not immediately recover, and the drained lifespan could not be fully restored, his weak breath began to stabilize and grow stronger. The thick aura of death gradually dissipated. At least his life was preserved. After a moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the boy before him, both familiar and unfamiliar. In an instant, he seemed to see the time when the divine being Shinzo guided him in the Nine Tails. Shinzo? Naruto's voice was hoarse, but filled with gratitude. Thank you. Sasuke stood beside him, the light of his Rinnegan complex. He looked at Shinzo, a boy full of too many mysteries. The ninjas of Konoha and the higher-ups who had just returned to their senses from the initial shock all felt a surge of emotions watching this scene. Shinzo, you saved the Hokage. An Umbu ninja excitedly knelt on one knee. Thank you for saving Konoha. More ninjas followed suit, their gratitude overflowing. Naruto struggled to rise, but Shinzo pressed him down. Don't move, your life force is too depleted and needs to rest. Naruto smiled weakly but brightly. Shinzo, you're incredible. His trust in Shinzo reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. He even regarded him as the divine being Shinzo. Shinzo retracted his hand, revealing a slight expression of relief. You're overpraising me, Hokage. He scratched his head, his tone somewhat awkward. I'm just a regular genin who got lucky. As for those abilities, just now. Shinzo paused, seemingly trying to recall. I probably just followed that divine being Shinzo who left Earth a while ago, and by sheer luck learned a few superficial skills. He shrugged innocently, wearing an expression of I don't know how this happened. Just some trivial techniques, but I didn't expect to use them this time. This evasive explanation left the Konoha higher-ups exchanging glances. Good luck. Learned a few superficial skills. This explanation seemed too dismissive. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances, both seeing deep suspicion in each other's eyes. However, given that Shinzo had just saved Konoha and Naruto, they did not press further. The mystery surrounding Uchiha Shinzo only deepened as a result. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the universe, on a pitch-black planet covered in bizarre patterns, a remnant of the shell organization Kid was kneeling before a massive stone tablet. The tablet bore the will and power of Otsutsuki Ishiki. After his demise, the white wedge he left behind, along with some of the Otsutsuki's primal power, not entirely destroyed by Shinzo, surged into Kid's body. Lord Kagaya. Flames of revenge burned in Kid's eyes. Your will shall be inherited by me. Uchiha Shinzo, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and that kid Boruto along with Kawaki. I will make you pay the most painful price for the death of Lord Kagaya. He slowly stood up, a terrifying chakra far surpassing that of ordinary inner circle members erupted from him. After the crisis was resolved, Konoha entered a brief period of peace and reconstruction. After receiving news, the Shinobi Alliance did its best to assist Konoha in its reconstruction. Meanwhile, Shinzo continued to blend in as a regular genin, observing the changes in the ninja world. He spent most of his time in the library of the Ninja Academy or in inconspicuous corners of the village, secretly watching the changes in the ninja world situation. He needed to wait for the true mastermind behind Otsutsuki to show themselves. Of course, he could not stop spending his resources. System store. Exchange Sage Technique Wind Release Light, Fong, improved version costs 8,000 points. Exchange Spacetime Barrier Heavenly Miko Miniature Defensive Type, costs 12,000 points. Current balance, 55750 points. His power quietly increased once again. The peaceful days did not last long. The wedge power within Boruto became increasingly difficult to control due to the awakening consciousness of Momoshiki, especially when he was emotionally agitated or had exhausted too much chakra. The feeling of being invaded by a foreign entity with his body out of control filled him with fear and anxiety. One day, the new Team 7 was executing a rank mission pursuing several powerful rogue ninjas. The battle was exceptionally fierce. In order to protect the injured Sarada, Boruto unleashed the chakra within him without hesitation. Damn it! Stop! He yelled, and the power of the Rasengan in his hand surged. However, this also triggered the unstable bomb within him. Buzz! The wedge mark on Boruto's right palm suddenly erupted with a pitch-black light. A cold and sinister chakra instantly engulfed his entire body. His right eye uncontrollably transformed into the golden Rinnegan, just like Momoshiki's. A small horn slowly protruded from his forehead. Finally, it has come out. A hoarse and malicious voice escaped from Boruto's lips. The consciousness of Otsutsuki Momoshiki awakened. He attempted to take complete control of Boruto's body. Boruto, Kawaki, and Sarada gasped, clearly sensing that the aura emanating from Boruto had become strange and dangerous. Mitsuki also withdrew his smile, his expression serious. Just as Momoshiki was about to fully seize control of Boruto's body and even prepare to strike at the nearby Kawaki and others, a figure quietly appeared behind Boruto. It was Uchiha Shinzo. He wore the same calm expression as if he were merely passing by. His pale blue creation eye glimmered slightly in the center of the starry pattern. A pure and powerful ocular strength containing the power of rule rewrite silently injected itself into the core of the wedge within Boruto. Ugh! The consciousness of Momoshiki preparing to unleash a massacre suddenly let out a painful scream. He felt an incomprehensible force forcibly suppressing his consciousness, interfering with his control over the wedge. The Otsutsuki transformation features on Boruto quickly faded. The golden Rinnegan changed back to Boruto's original blue pupils. Moments later, Boruto regained consciousness, gasping heavily, his face filled with fear. What? What just happened? Shinzo clapped his hands as if simply dusting off some dirt. Nothing much, you just consumed too much chakra and almost fainted. He pointed to a few rogue ninja corpses not far away which he had effortlessly dealt with. The mission is complete. Oh, let's head back. Shinzo spoke nonchalantly, as if the thrilling scene just now had never occurred. The tranquility of my village was torn apart by an ominous black rift. Kide's figure slowly emerged from it, his crimson-white wedge flickering on his forehead, emanating a nauseating chakra. Naruto Uzumaki and my lovely vessel Kawaki come out to see me. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout a large portion of my. Inside the Hokage office, Naruto's expression darkened, and in an instant he vanished. At the Uzumaki household, Kawaki, who was being entangled in training by Boruto, felt his body tremble uncontrollably upon hearing that voice. Tsunade. No, it's Kid. A burning pain shot through the wedge mark on his chest. Kawaki. Naruto had appeared at the door, his expression grave. Almost simultaneously, Kid's figure appeared like a phantom in the small courtyard of the Uzumaki residence. He grinned, revealing a sinister smile. It seems you all have gathered here. Kid, what are you doing in my A? Naruto shielded Kawaki behind him, the chakra of the Nine Tails beginning to boil. What am I doing? Kid tilted his head, his tone mocking. Of course I'm here to retrieve what belongs to Lord Tsunade. He abruptly raised his hand and several strands of dark claw residue shot from his fingertips, targeting Kawaki. Naruto let out a furious roar, activating Sage Mode in an instant, his golden chakra enveloping him as he punched out, shattering all those claw residues. Your opponent is me. Oh, the 7th Hokage. A glint of disdain flashed in Kid's eyes. With Lord Tsunade gone, do you really think you can stop me? His figure flickered, moving with incredible speed, instantly breaking through Naruto's defenses and clawing towards Kawaki. Naruto was taken aback, forcibly twisting his body to shield Kawaki. PFFF. Kid's sharp claws sank deep into Naruto's shoulder, blood splattering. Dad. From a distance, Boruto, who had just arrived, let out a horrified cry upon witnessing this scene. Naruto. Sasuke's figure appeared on the other side. With his Rinnegan and Sharingan activated, he initiated the Heavenly Hand power, attempting to switch the positions of Naruto and Kid. However, Kid seemed to have anticipated this, his other hand slamming forcefully onto the ground. A trivial skill. Countless black claw residues erupted from the ground, coiling around Sasuke like venomous snakes, temporarily hindering his movement. To protect him, you would even sacrifice your life. Such a touching father-son bond, Uzumaki Naruto. Kid's voice dripped with sarcasm. Blood continued to flow from Naruto, who was on Kawaki's shoulders, his face pale. Kawaki looked at Naruto, who was bleeding profusely in front of him, with a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Anger, unwillingness, and a hint of emotion he was not even aware of. Let go of Lord 7th. Kawaki roared, charging recklessly towards Kid. The wedge mark on his chest erupted with a strong black light, and his arms began to transform into a Otsutsuki form. Finally willing to show yourself my vessel. Kide's eyes flashed with greed. He easily dodged Kawaki's somewhat clumsy attack and slapped his palm against Kawaki's chest. Kawaki felt an irresistible immense force surge through him, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. The wedge on his chest dimmed further, as if the power within was being forcibly extracted by something. Kawaki. Naruto's eyes widened in fury, ignoring the severe injury on his shoulder. He erupted with Ninetales chakra again, trying to break free from Kide's grasp. At that moment, Izanagi yawning casually strolled by from the street corner. He gazed at the chaotic scene before him, a slight furrow appearing in his brow. The plot seemed to have deviated once more. In his memory, Kawaki blocking the blade for Naruto should be a later event. Could it be that his previous passings had altered the causal line of this world? Interesting, Izanagi mused internally. Kide paid no mind to the severely injured Naruto. His target from start to finish was Kawaki. He stepped closer to the fallen Kawaki, a cruel smile on his face. Come on, Kawaki, return to where you belong. Just as Kide's hand was about to touch Kawaki, bang. A gunshot rang out. No, it was not a gunshot. It was a stone empowered by immense force striking Kide's wrist as he reached for Kawaki with an almost imperceptible speed. Kide felt a numbness in his wrist, his movements momentarily halted. Hua. He spun around violently. He only saw a Uchiha boy dressed in the ninja school uniform and appearing rather ordinary, crouching at the street corner, seemingly tying his shoelaces. Was it an illusion? Just as Kide was distracted, a piercing scream erupted from Boruto's mouth. The wedge mark on his right palm suddenly erupted with a pitch-black glow, a cold and evil chakra instantly engulfing his entire being. His right eye uncontrollably transformed into a golden rinnegan similar to that of Momoshiki. A small horn slowly extended from his forehead. The consciousness of Otsutsuki Momoshiki awakened. Finally, emerged. A hoarse and malicious voice emanated from Boruto's mouth. Momoshiki. Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously. Kide, witnessing this sudden change, was also taken aback. The power radiating from Boruto under Momoshiki's control was even stronger than his. Get lost, trash. Boruto, transformed by Momoshiki, swung a punch toward Kide. Kide hurriedly blocked, but was staggered backward by the terrifying force. He was horrified to discover that Boruto, transformed by Momoshiki, possessed such terrifying strength. Those of the Otsutsuki clan are truly nothing good. Boruto, transformed by Momoshiki, did not continue to pursue Kide. His goal was to completely take over Boruto's body. An even more immense chakra erupted from him, beginning to frantically devour Boruto's own chakra and life force. Boruto's consciousness gradually blurred under Momoshiki's invasion. Damn, my body is not obeying. Just as Boruto was about to be completely taken over by Momoshiki, Izanagi's voice sounded once more. Hey, I said, have you had enough of causing trouble in someone else's body? The Momoshika-formed Boruto suddenly turned his head, the golden rinnegan staring intently at Izanagi. A mere mortal dares to. Before he could finish his words, he felt an incomprehensible, terrifying ocular power, like an invisible giant wave violently crashing against the core of his recently awakened consciousness. Ugh! Momoshiki let out a reluctant scream. He felt his consciousness being forcibly suppressed, and even expelled by an even more powerful force. Izanagi's light blue creation star cleansing eyes sparkled with deep light in the starry patterns of his pupils. Rule rewrite consciousness separation. Momoshiki's consciousness was utterly unable to resist against the power of Izanagi's eyes, which approached the level of rules. In just a few breaths, Momoshiki's consciousness was forcibly separated from Boruto and sealed deep within Boruto's wedge mark. The Otsutsuki traits on Boruto's body quickly faded. He gasped for air, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with fear. Kide looked at this unfathomable scene with immense shock in his heart. This Uchiha boy, he could easily suppress Momoshiki's consciousness. What kind of monster was this kid? Kide no longer hesitated, his figure flickering as he blended into the shadows and swiftly retreated. He knew that today he had kicked a steel plate. He had to return to the base immediately to remove the last limiter. Otherwise, he wouldn't even survive, let alone seek revenge. In the days following Kide's departure, the tranquility of Konoha village was once again torn apart. Kide's figure appeared silently in the sky above the village like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. The crimson-white wedge mark on his forehead exuded a nauseating evil chakra. Behind him was a terrifying army of claw dirt robots, densely packed and fearsome. Konoha, today marks your end. Kide's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the village, carrying an unmistakable intent to kill. In the next moment, countless black claw dirt rays and various energy projectiles rained down from the sky like a torrential storm. Lasers, explosions, flames soaring into the sky. Konoha village under the sudden assault was instantly engulfed in flames. Screams, wails, and the sounds of collapsing houses rose and fell. Enemy attack. It's the Shell organization. Quick. Protect the civilians. Evacuate the crowd. The alarm in the village rang out sharply as countless Konoha ninjas rushed from all corners trying to organize an effective defense. However, the claw dirt robots that Kide brought this time far surpassed their previous numbers and power. They moved swiftly, attacked cunningly, and were reckless in their approach, putting immense pressure on Konoha's defenses. Damn it. What are these creatures? Vortex Boruto shouted angrily, his Rasengan already formed in his hand, striking forcefully at a claw dirt robot that attempted to attack the shelter. The robot was pushed back several meters, a dent appearing in its chest. But it quickly shook itself upright again, its cannon once more aimed at Boruto. These guys are tough. Uchiha Sarada's Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to capture the trajectories of the fast-moving robots, while her kunai continued to be thrown accurately, hitting the joints of the robots. Mizuki also entered the initial stage of Sage Mode, darting across the battlefield like a serpent, continuously using wind release to cut through the robot circuits. The scientific ninja tools on Kawaki's arm were firing at full capacity, barely holding off wave after wave of attacks. His expression was grave, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The new generation of ninjas faced with the sudden attack fought hard against it, but quickly fell into a bitter struggle due to the gap in strength and lack of combat experience. To protect an injured lower ninja, Sarada endured a laser's grazing wound. Pain intertwined with a strong will to protect, she felt her eyes burn as if everything in her vision had changed. Her crimson Sharingan, with 3 tomo spinning wildly, seemed to unleash a more powerful force about to emerge. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sarada instinctively formed hand seals, and the fireball she spat out was several times more powerful than usual, directly engulfing several claw dirt robots. Mizuki's Sage Chakra surged violently due to the crisis faced by his comrades, hinting at a breakthrough of existing limits. At this moment, the highest combat power of Konoha finally arrived. Heat. Vortex Naruto's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, with Sage Mode and Ninetales Chakra exploding instantly. His golden figure rushed toward Kid like a shooting star. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan activated simultaneously as the skeletal structure of Susano'o rose from the ground, his chakra sword crackling, with lightning slashing at the rampaging claw dirt robots. However, this time Kid was not alone. Beside him appeared several equally eerie and powerful figures, seemingly modified members of the Shell organization. These were replicas of Ada and Demon, all possessing a terrifying level of strength. Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily entangled with these formidable foes, finding it hard to escape. Vortex Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you managed to escape last time by sheer luck. Today none of you can save Konoha. Kid's voice carried a hint of cruel delight. He released his limiter, his strength surpassing the level he had during his battle with the Summer Solstice. Next to the ruins of the Ninja Academy, Summer Solstice was busy clumsily evacuating a few terrified lower-grade students. With a perfectly measured expression of panic and somewhat awkward movements, he perfectly portrayed an ordinary lower ninja who was at a loss in the face of disaster. Tisk, this Kid has indeed improved significantly after removing his limiter, and those modified individuals are quite interesting. Summer Solstice privately evaluated as the star cleansing eye captured everything on the battlefield. The flames in Konoha village grew larger, intertwined with the cries of civilians, the roars of ninjas, and the echoes of collapsing buildings, creating a scene of doom. The new generation of ninjas under the siege of the claw dirt robots and those modified individuals suffered increasing casualties. Sarada, be careful, Boruto exclaimed in alarm. Laser beams tore through the air, heading straight for Sarada. Her Sharingan, which had only recently awakened and was still not fully mastered, could not track the trajectory of this deadly attack. Sarada, Boruto's face turned pale, his voice cracking. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were completely preoccupied, entangled by countless claw dirt robots. It's over. Just as Sarada thought, she was doomed to figure fast as a ghost appeared in front of her. Uchiha Summer Solstice. He still wore that lazy look, as if just waking up, even yawning. Facing the laser beam capable of melting steel, Summer Solstice casually extended his right hand, a nearly invisible light blue chakra covering his palm. Swish. The laser beam bizarrely halted just an inch in front of his palm, then quietly extinguished like a candle snuffed out by an invisible force. It was as if that apocalyptic strike just now was merely an inconsequential joke. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the Konoha ninjas fighting desperately or the rampaging claw dirt robots, their movements showed a slight delay. Kid floated in midair, the crimson-white wedge flickering ominously. He naturally noticed this unusual occurrence. When he caught sight of the boy who had blocked the robot's attack for Sarada, easily dispelling it, his face twisted into a ghastly expression. You again. Uchiha Summer Solstice. Kid's voice emerged like it was squeezed out from the depths of hell, each word filled with deep-seated hatred and a murderous intent. Old and new grudges erupted like a volcano in his chest. A great man was killed. The consciousness of the peach style was suppressed. His plans were repeatedly thwarted. All of this was thanks to this seemingly ordinary Uchiha brat in front of him. You again. You cursed Uchiha brat. My chakra surged violently, forming substantial shadows that danced wildly behind him. Today I will definitely tear you to pieces. Kid's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Summer Solstice so fast that only an afterimage remained. His fist, covered with the white wedge power, screamed as it tore through the air, aiming directly at Summer Solstice's face. The power of this punch was enough to flatten a small mountain. Summer Solstice remained unfazed, merely stepping aside slightly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, easily dodging. Kid's fist brushed past his nose, the fierce wind ruffling his bangs. Boom! Kid's fist crashed into empty space, yet shattered a building dozens of meters behind. Can you dodge? Kid grinned, his assault intensifying. Each of his attacks was simple and brutal, but contained extreme destructive power. As their fists and feet clashed, fine black cracks appeared in the air, indicating that the space was being torn apart by his terrifying strength. Summer Solstice raised an eyebrow. Kid had removed his limiter and merged with the power of White Wedge, making him significantly more troublesome than the previous version, who could only shoot lasers. At the very least, in terms of pure power and speed, he was barely able to present some trouble for him. Summer Solstice's light blue star cleansing eye had stars swirling rapidly in its pupils. Kid's seemingly chaotic and frantic attacks appeared to Summer Solstice as if they were in slow motion, dramatically slowed down. The method of operation of the White Wedge power, the muscle movements of each of his strikes, the habitual weak points in his attacks. Everything was laid bare under the analysis of the star-cleansing eye. Kamui. Just as Kid's claw strike, capable of tearing through space, was about to land, Summer Solstice's figure became ethereal. The claw strike passed through, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages. This move again. Kid roared, furious at this feeling of being unable to connect, filled with strength, yet having nowhere to vent. Flying Thunder God technique. Summer Solstice's figure flickered rapidly between dozens of tiny marks he had previously placed around Kid. Like a ghost, he deftly maneuvered through Kid's torrential attacks. From time to time, he seized the openings in Kid's assaults to deliver precise counterattacks. A powerful elbow strike infused with Sage Chakra landed squarely on Kid's ribs. Bang! Kid grunted, feeling a chilling chakra seep into his body, causing the White Wedge power within him to exhibit a slight stagnation. Little brat. Kid became increasingly alarmed and frustrated. This Uchiha kid was slippery like an eel, making him impossible to catch. Moreover, it seemed his eyes could see through all of Kid's attack intentions. Every time he thought he had a sure hit, it would be resolved in an unfathomable way. If I can't catch you, then I'll drown you in numbers. A flicker of madness crossed Kid's eyes as he suddenly retreated, creating distance from Summer Solstice. He formed a strange hand seal. Come forth, my Claw Dirt Army. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Black claw prints appeared densely behind him. Following that, hundreds of Claw Dirt robots modified from the split bodies of the 10 tails emerged from those claw prints. They varied in shape, some scurried on the ground like spiders while others spread their metallic wings to hover in midair. Every robot's cannon glimmered with dangerous red light, all locking onto Summer Solstice. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. Kid roared hysterically. Hundreds of Claw Dirt robots surged towards Summer Solstice like a tidal wave. Laser beams, energy projectiles, physical claw strikes. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in dense firepower. Summer Solstice hovered in midair, watching the robotic army swarm toward him like locusts. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. These mere cannon fodder think they can bury me with their numbers. So naive. The light of his light blue star cleansing eye intensified. The star trails in the center of his pupils began to spin at an unprecedented speed. An invisible, terrifying power that transcended conventional ninjutsu enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. Rule rewrite, large-scale core disruption. On the battlefield, the hundreds of fierce Claw Dirt robots ready to completely engulf Summer Solstice suddenly froze in their actions. The energy concentrated at their cannon tips became instantly unstable. Some robots' mechanical eyes flickered with chaotic red light, starting to randomly attack their companions. Others spun wildly in place as if they had lost control. Moreover, some of their chakra control cores began to clash violently due to the forced alteration of operational rules. Zzz. Boom. One Claw Dirt robot emitted a piercing electrical sound before exploding violently. This seemed to signal the start. Immediately following. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. A chain reaction commenced. One Claw Dirt robot after another exploded violently like lit firecrackers. The light of the explosions illuminated the entire sky above Konoha village in a brilliant red. The terrifying shockwaves ravaged the battlefield. The scene was incredibly spectacular. It was as if a grand and deadly fireworks display had been set off in the sky above Konoha village. Kid stood at a distance, dumbfounded, watching this unbelievable spectacle. His pride, the Claw Dirt Army, had actually destroyed themselves like this. What kind of ability is this? He felt as if his CPU had completely burned out at that moment. The explosive flames illuminated Kid's shocked face, casting flickering shadows. No, it's impossible. What the hell kind of sorcery is this? He had invested countless efforts and resources into his supposedly unstoppable Claw Grid army, only to see it vanish. Without even a semblance of resistance, they collectively erupted, turning into a pile of scrap metal. This felt more suffocating and unbelievable than being punched to pieces. Uchiha Summer Solstice. You bastard. What despicable means did you employ? Kid trembled with rage, pointing at the nonchalant Summer Solstice floating in the air. Summer Solstice dug at his ear as if disturbed by Kid's noise pollution. Means? What means? I just found them too noisy and wanted to quiet them down a bit, that's all. No other meaning. You. Kid nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Quiet down. Is that what you call it? This is turning them to dust, leaving not a trace behind. All the hard-earned wealth he had gathered over so long was wiped clean by this little brat's mere words. Kid realized that conventional means of attack were utterly ineffective against this Uchiha brat. His strange eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything and even altering certain established rules. His only chance of winning was the last and most terrifying trump card of the Shell organization. Uchiha Summer Solstice, don't get too complacent. A sinister smile crept onto Kied's face, infused with a madness of desperation. Next, let me show you what true irresistible power that transcends all is. He quickly formed a complex and bizarre set of hand seals, chanting incantations as if reciting some ancient forbidden spell. As he chanted, the space behind him began to twist violently, rippling with waves. Two figures slowly emerged from that distorted space. One was a tall, breathtakingly beautiful girl. She wore a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her graceful curves, her expression languid, as if indifferent to her surroundings. Her eyes, seemingly containing the vastness of stars and seas, carried a natural allure that would draw anyone in at a single glance. The other was a short, indifferent-looking boy. He wore the same style of black outfit as the girl, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an aura of danger. They were the final trump cards of the Shell organization, modified by a motto possessing divine techniques, Ada and Damon. Summer Solstice gazed at these two newcomers, his pale blue eyes the star creation eye rapidly analyzing their unique chakra fluctuations. Oh, finally willing to bring out your hidden treasures. Summer Solstice's tone remained relaxed, but he felt a hint of caution within. These two gave him a sense unlike any previous opponents he had faced, especially that girl Ada. The power radiating from her was not merely chakra, but something that felt like a rule on a fundamental level, exuding an indescribable allure that pierced directly into the soul. He looked at Ada and Damon, his face showing a pathological fervor. Uchiha Summer Solstice. These two are Lord Amato's most perfect creations. They are the power bestowed upon us by the gods. He pointed at Ada, his voice trembling with excitement. Lady Ada possesses the power of omnipotence. Anyone who has seen her, regardless of age or strength, will be irresistibly drawn to her charm, becoming her captive, obedient to her every command. No one can resist her orders. Kied's tone brimmed with fervent admiration, as if Ada were a goddess descended to the mortal realm. He then pointed at the indifferent-looking boy Damon. And Lord Damon possesses the power of reflection. Any malicious attack directed at him, whether physical or mental, will be reflected back to the attacker. The more you try to harm him, the worse you will suffer. Summer Solstice raised an eyebrow as he listened to Kied's introduction. Omnipotence. Reflection. These two abilities are indeed somewhat troublesome. Ada's omnipotence sounds like a form of ultimate charm or mental control. But Summer Solstice could sense that the essence of that power seemed far more complex than mere illusions. It felt more like a direct manipulation of the laws of causality, distorting others' minds. Damon's reflection meant that conventional attacks would be nearly ineffective against him, even rebounding harm onto the attacker. Interesting. A playful smirk curved Summer Solstice's lips. It seems that over the years the Shell organization's technology and ruthless methods are wilder than he had imagined. Ada lazily yawned, her eyes seemingly containing the vastness of stars, and casually glanced at Summer Solstice as if she had little interest in him. Is this the little brat? Doesn't look too special to me. Her voice was like a celestial melody carrying an irresistible charm. As her words fell, an invisible power of allure enveloped Summer Solstice. He could clearly feel something in his subconscious being forcefully twisted. An impulse to approach her, obey her, and even give everything for her surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. This feeling was quite peculiar, not merely an illusion or mental control. It felt more like a profound influence bordering on the level of rules, directly affecting his emotions and cognition. However, just as that alluring power was about to completely erode his will, turning him into a Das captive, Summer Solstice's pale blue star creation, I saw the starry traces at its core suddenly spin faster. A primal force of rule erupted from his eyes. Ada's invincible omnipotence crumbled and dissolved upon contact with this rule power from the star creation, I even being suppressed in reverse. For the first time, Ada's lazy expression changed. Her usually indifferent eyes were now filled with disbelief and shock. How is this possible? She exclaimed in astonishment, her voice filled with incredulity. This must be a trick, right? She thought she must have seen it wrong. Or perhaps it was an illusion. Her power of omnipotence had never failed since its awakening. No matter how strong the ninja or how firm the will before her, they would instantly succumb, becoming her most loyal captives. But the Uchiha boy before her, he actually completely resisted her power. How could this be? Her omnipotence was a rule-level ability that could even influence the will of Otsutsuki. Kade's smug smile froze on his face, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Lady Ida's omnipotence was ineffective against this little brat. This is unscientific. This is not magic. This is not ninjutsu. Could this Uchiha Summer Solstice also be an Otsutsuki? Or does he possess some kind of ability that transcends conventional power at a rule level? Summer Solstice looked at Ida's ghostly expression, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your omnipotence is nothing to me. He stepped forward, the terrifying pressure emanating from his Chuangxing Jingyan surged toward Ida and Kade like a tidal wave. Now it's my turn. Summer Solstice's figure flickered, not directly attacking Ida, but instead darting toward Kade like a ghost. He understood the principle of capturing the king before the thieves. Seeing Summer Solstice charge at him, Kade's heart sank, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, the indifferent boy Diamond stepped in front of him. Summer Solstice's fist carrying a fierce gust of wind ruthlessly slammed toward Kage. Bang! A muffled sound. Summer Solstice's fist struck the empty space. No more accurately, it struck Diamond. However, the expected bones breaking and tendons snapping did not occur. Diamond stood in place, unmoving. Instead, Summer Solstice felt a force comparable to his own strike rebounding from Diamond, violently impacting his fist. Summer Solstice raised an eyebrow, retracting his fist and moving his slightly numb wrist. Reflection. Interesting. He had long analyzed Diamond's ability through his Chuangxing Jingyan. This boy's reflection power was not a mere physical rebound, but rather a causal law-level ability. Any malicious attack directed at him would be reflected back unchanged. This ability was to some extent truly unsolvable. Diamond remained expressionless, as if the one who had just blocked Summer Solstice's attack was not him. Kage, hiding behind Diamond, wore a smug smile, seeing Summer Solstice suffer a minor setback. Huh. Uchiha Summer Solstice. You never expected this, did you? Diamond's reflection power is invincible. Any attack will only harm yourself. Go ahead, keep attacking. Let's see how many times you can withstand your own strikes. Kage boasted arrogantly, as if he could already see Summer Solstice being harmed by his own power, looking disheveled. Summer Solstice ignored Kage's taunts, his light blue Chuangxing Jingyan curiously observing Diamond. Reflection of all malicious attacks. So if I have no ill intent against you, or if my attack is not directly targeting you, this ability won't trigger. Summer Solstice stroked his chin deep in thought. Diamond remained silent, coldly watching Summer Solstice, wary of his every move. No, this ability must also have some limits or flaws. Summer Solstice's Chuangxing Jingyan, the star patterns in his pupils spinning rapidly, began to fully analyze the essence of Diamond's reflection ability. Soon he grasped the secret within. Diamond's reflection power did not originate out of thin air, but relied on a special chakra circuit within him resonating with a certain wedge mark bestowed by the Shell organization. This resonance constructed a special rule field, causing all malicious attacks directed at him to be judged and reflected by this rule field. I see. A knowing smile curved at the corners of Summer Solstice's mouth. Since it is a rule, then it can be dealt with. His light blue Chuangxing Jingyan shone brightly once more. An invisible, terrifying power surpassing the conventional understanding of ninjutsu quietly activated. Rule rewrite. This time, Summer Solstice's rule rewrite did not target Diamond himself nor the chakra circuit within him. Instead, it aimed at the judgment rules and scope of action of the rule field that Diamond's reflection ability operated on. He intended to fundamentally alter the operation of this rule field. Buzz. A faint, almost imperceptible strange fluctuation rippled through the air. Diamond's always expressionless face revealed confusion for the first time. He could clearly feel that his innate reflection power suddenly became sluggish at this moment. The close connection with the rule field seemed to have been forcibly severed. His proud reflection ability seemed to have malfunctioned. What is happening? Diamond instinctively lifted his hand, staring at his palm, filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why his once invincible reflection power had suddenly become so unfamiliar and uncontrollable. Kage, seeing the abnormality on Diamond's face, felt his smug smile freeze instantly. He had an ominous premonition. Diamond, are you all right? Kage asked cautiously. Summer Solstice looked at Diamond's dazed expression, a faint smile appearing on his face. It seems your invincible ability has encountered a little glitch. He stepped forward, the aura emanating from him becoming even more formidable. Having lost Ida's omnipotence charm and Diamond's reflection protection, Kage's expression turned exceedingly grim. His strongest two trump cards had been so easily broken by this Uchiha Summer Solstice. What kind of monster is this little brat? Kage. Summer Solstice's voice like a death curse echoed in Kage's ears. Now what do you have left to rely on? Kage's heart sank completely. He knew today they were truly going to fall here. Retreat. Kage decisively called for a retreat, with no hesitation turning to flee the despairing place with Ida and Diamond. His greatest support had entirely failed. If he didn't leave now, he might lose his life. Kage's face, twisted in shock, was frozen in Xiaoji's sight. He wants to run. A cold smirk spread across Xiaoji's lips. You think you can run in front of me? In an instant, Xiaoji's figure had vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Kage, who was trying to take Ida and Diamond away using the claw mark for spatial transfer. No flashy moves. Not even a hint of eye technique. He simply unleashed the purest physical strength after opening the seventh gate. A single punch. Just a simple punch. But it was so fast that the air didn't even have time to lament. Bang! Kage's proud head, which he believed to be indestructible, exploded instantly. Red and white splattered all over Ida and Diamond. The headless corpse twitched a few times before slumping lifelessly to the ground, completely devoid of vitality. The last trump card of the Shell organization, the one who vowed to turn Konoha into scorched earth just like that, died, blown apart with a single punch. Ida and Diamond stood frozen in place, their bodies stiff, their faces smeared with warm brain matter and blood. They looked at the Uchiha youth, who slowly retracted his fist, still wearing a calm expression. The fear in their hearts had reached its peak. This guy, he is not human at all. He is a devil. Now it's your turn. Xiaoji turned around, his pale blue creation star clean eye calmly gazing at Ida and Diamond. Ida's body trembled uncontrollably, her usually lazy eyes now filled with endless fear. Diamond instinctively stood in front of Ida, even though he knew his reflection ability would likely be ineffective against this monster. Above the ruins of Konoha, a deathly silence fell. Whether it was the bloodied Konoha ninjas or the high-ranking officials who had gradually regained their senses from the initial shock, they all stared dumbfounded at this scene. Kate, the terrifying existence powerful enough to easily destroy Konoha just like that, was seconds away from being taken down by this seemingly ordinary Uchiha youth. This is not the script. Naruto's mouth fell open, his sage mode and nine-tails chakra, allowing him to clearly perceive the horror of that moment. Xiaoji's punch, seemingly simple, contained a pure strength capable of tearing apart space. Sasuke's Rinnegan also constricted violently in shock. He asked himself, even if he activated his complete Susanoo, he might not be able to kill Kade so easily. Who exactly is this Uchiha Xiaoji? Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Kawaki, these new generation kids, were as if petrified, their minds blank. They felt as if their worldview had received a devastating blow. You. Naruto pointed at Xiaoji, his voice trembling with agitation. You are not an ordinary genin. He rushed to Xiaoji's front, grabbing his collar. Who exactly are you? Why did you hide your strengths? What is your relationship with that god Emperor Xiaoji? A series of questions shot out like a barrage from Naruto's mouth. Sasuke also stepped forward, his Rinnegan fixated on Xiaoji. Your eye technique, your power, is definitely not a coincidence. Tsunade, Kakashi, and the high-ranking officials of Konoha also surrounded him, their gazes towards Xiaoji filled with disbelief, vigilance, and a hint of undeniable fear. Xiaoji looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces around him and let out a soft sigh. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was suspicion and questioning. He spread his hands, revealing a hint of helplessness in his smile. No more pretense, I will lay my cards on the table. His pale blue creation star clean eye flashed slightly. In the next moment, his figure began to change. The youthful appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old rapidly grew taller, becoming more upright. His face also adjusted, the childishness fading, restoring his former handsome, yet slightly devilish youth appearance. A black divine robe embroidered with 9 Magatama and divine city insignia quietly appeared on him. That terrifying aura of overwhelming superiority returned. God Emperor Xiaoji, it's you. Naruto's pupils suddenly constricted, he exclaimed in disbelief. Sasuke's body stiffened as well. He never imagined that the seemingly harmless transfer student who had been slacking off in ninja school would actually be the legendary figure who once unified the ninja world single-handedly and mysteriously disappeared. Tsunade, Kakashi, and others were also completely frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis technique. God Emperor Xiaoji. He had been hiding in Konoha all along. What does he want to do? It seems you all remember now. Xiaoji's lips curled into a playful arc. Just then a slightly aged yet composed voice came from not far away. It seems it's time to tell you some truths about this world. Following the voice, they saw a man wearing glasses with graying hair and dressed in a lab coat slowly walking out from the shadows of the ruins. Amato, this scientist who once served the Shell organization and possessed countless core technologies and secrets, looked at Xiaoji with a complex smile. God Emperor Xiaoji, I have long admired your name. He waved his hand, and Diamond and Ida, as if under control, appeared behind him in the next second. Xiaoji glanced at Amato with his creation star clean eye, noticing there was no killing intent emanating from him, and he appeared quite friendly. He then approached Amato. It seems you know something. Amato nodded, and then began to explain in detail. He gradually revealed the ancient conspiracy of the Otsutsuki clan and the brutal truth that Earth was merely a petri dish for cultivating the divine tree. From Kage's arrival to the Sage of Six Paths sealing. From the origin of the divine tree to the birth of chakra. From the Otsutsuki clan's endless greed for power and immortality to their inhumane experiments conducted on various planets to cultivate a more perfect vessel for the wedge. Every word struck heavily at Naruto, Sasuke, and others' hearts. Everything they had held on to, everything they had fought for, suddenly felt so laughable and insignificant at this moment. It turned out that the so-called ninja history was merely a carefully woven deception by the Otsutsuki clan. All of them were just pawns in this scheme, nourishment for the divine tree. So is this your goal in unifying the ninja world and establishing the divine city? Naruto looked at Xiaoji, his voice hoarse. Xiaoji nodded. The threat of the Otsutsuki is far more terrifying than you can imagine. No single ninja village, not even the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages, can contend against it. Only by integrating the power of the entire ninja world and establishing a unified and powerful centralized authority can there be a slim chance of survival in this catastrophe sweeping across the universe. He gazed into the distance, his pale blue creation star clean eye seeming to pierce through the barriers of time and space, catching sight of the true Otsutsuki clan hidden deep in the cosmos. And to completely resolve this issue, we must start from the root. Xiaoji's gaze deepened. I need to go back to the past, back to the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, to witness firsthand the truth of Kage Otsutsuki's arrival and to find the opportunity to change all of this. Back to the past. Naruto and Sasuke were again shocked by Xiaoji's decision. Xiaoji did not explain further. He knew that some things, no matter how much one says, cannot compare to first-hand experience. He turned around looking at the divine city mobile fortress that still stood tall amid the flames of war behind him. System, he silently thought. Convert all the resources, wealth, equipment, and ninja technique scrolls that can be exchanged in the divine city treasury and my personal storage space into cash points. Ding. Evaluating and converting resources. Divine city treasury, gold, silver, minerals, herbs, special materials, etc. Converted cash points 125 points. Personal storage space, miscellaneous ninja tools, rare scrolls, spoils, etc. Converted cash points 375,000 points. Total cash points obtained 12955,000 points. Current cash point balance 12958,750 points. Over 12 million. This is a fortune that would drive any cash player crazy. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiaoji's lips. With this substantial sum, he would have the confidence to face that tumultuous and even more dangerous era of the warring states. Target warring states. However, relying solely on the creation star clean eye is not enough to return to the past. Luckily, with Amato, the mad scientist's involvement. After several days of manufacturing, Amato constructed a time-space shuttle in the Divine City. God Emperor, the machine is complete, and with your creation star clean eye, we can return to the warring states era. Xiaoji nodded, and the creation star clean eye erupted with dazzling light. A whirlwind of chaos engulfed him, and Xiaoji nearly vomited his leftover meal. Beneath his feet lay soft soil carrying the unique scent of sweetness after the rain, along with a distinctly primal and wild aura of chakra. The time-space device concocted by that old rascal Amato, combined with his own star-creating pure eyes, forced distortion of spatial laws, finally transported him to this legendary era of the warring states. However, this landing method was a bit rough. Ding. Host has arrived in the ancient wilderness. The warring states period. In his mind, the familiar, cold, mechanical voice of the system unexpectedly carried a hint of human-like sarcasm. Current era's microtransaction rules have changed. Certain modern goods and services are now locked. Unlocking targeted microtransaction options, Bloodline Catalyst, Ancient Technique Analysis, Battlefield Survival Pack, Warring States Special Edition. Xiaoji pouted. It seemed the microtransaction system was also adapting to local customs. However, Bloodline Catalyst and Ancient Technique Analysis sounded rather promising. Just as he pondered the cost-effectiveness of these new microtransaction options, a series of whistling sounds suddenly pierced through the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several kunai dipped in a greenish poison were expertly aimed at Xiaoji's vital points. While this welcome ceremony from the Warring States period is rather unique, Xiaoji didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow, casually waving his hand. Those poisoned kunai, capable of bringing down a giant elephant in an instant, strangely halted just half an inch from his body, then fell helplessly to the ground. What a... In the woods, a few ninjas clad in simple leather armor, their faces painted with camouflage, exclaimed in disbelief. They were scouts sent by a nearby small ninja clan to gather intel, typically engaging in petty theft and occasionally committing murder and robbery. Today they stumbled upon Xiaoji, who appeared to be a delicate fat sheep wandering alone in the woods, thinking they could easily capture him. Little did they know they had kicked a hard steel plate. This is troublesome. Retreat quickly. The leader, an experienced-looking ninja, decisively turned to escape. Xiaoji yawned. Since you're here, why rush to leave? He flicked his fingers. Several invisible forces accurately struck the fleeing ninjas' backs. Ugh. After a few short cries of agony, the world fell silent. Xiaoji clapped his hands as if he had merely swatted away a few pesky flies. In the Warring States period, life was indeed as cheap as grass. He was just about to find a direction to familiarize himself with the customs and culture of this era. Not far away, a sudden clash of weapons and furious roars erupted. You bastards from the Earth Spider Clan. How dare you ambush us, the Senju? Enough talk. You little brat from the Senju, today is your day of doom. Hand over the scroll, and we might spare your life. Following the sound, Xiaoji saw a boy who looked only 13 or 14 years old surrounded by a pack of fierce-looking ninjas on the riverbank. The boy sported a watermelon head and wore a forehead protector of the Senju clan. Although young, he exhibited extraordinary agility, each move showcasing a powerful and bold vigor. With no weapon in hand, he fought fiercely against those armed with sharp blades, relying solely on his iron fists. However, facing four opponents, the boy had already sustained several wounds, blood staining his simple linen, clothing, and his attacks gradually lost their vigor. Would release. Xiaoji's star-creating pure eye narrowed slightly. He clearly saw that as the boy blocked attacks, fine wooden patterns occasionally surfaced on his arms. Although faint, the unique fluctuation of chakra was unmistakable. Oh, isn't this the future god of ninjas, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? How did he end up in such a dire situation? Xiaoji stroked his chin, a hint of a wry smile appearing on his face. It seemed that his luck in passing by was quite extraordinary. Seeing Senju Hashirama in a precarious situation, about to be ambushed from behind by an enemy, Xiaoji moved silently to the edge of the battlefield. He picked up a stone from the ground and flicked it with his fingers. Whoosh! The stone whizzed through the air, striking the ambusher's wrist with precision. Ah! The ambusher screamed, losing his short blade. Seizing the opportunity, Senju Hashirama roared and delivered a powerful punch to another enemy's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. The enemy spat blood, flying backward and instantly losing the will to fight. This sudden turn of events caused the attacking ninjas to pause, all of them warily glancing at Izanagi, the unexpected guest. Who is this? The leader and ninja with a spider tattoo on his face barked fiercely. Izanagi ignored them, tilting his head to look at the panting, sweat-covered boy Hashirama. Hey, you with the watermelon head, need some help, eh? Senju Hashirama warily glanced at Izanagi, then at the surrounding hostile enemies, gritting his teeth. Who are you? Why are you intervening in our feud with the Earth Spider clan? Although grateful for the assistance in this chaotic era, no one could tell friend from foe. Izanagi shrugged. Just passing by, couldn't stand by as they bullied the weak. He pointed at the ninjas of the Earth Spider clan. They'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Izanagi's tone was calm, but carried an air of authority. The ninjas from the Earth Spider clan felt an involuntary chill run down their spines at the faintly terrifying aura emanating from Izanagi. Yet the leader, the ninja with the spider tattoo, seemed unwilling to back down. You little brat, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Our Earth Spider clan is not to be trifled with. Before he could finish his words, Izanagi's figure had vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared before the spider-tattooed ninja and slapped him. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly on the quiet riverbank. The spider-tattooed ninja spun around 3 times from the force of the slap, his eyes filled with stars, blood oozing from his mouth, and nose, several teeth flying out. He didn't even see how Izanagi made his move. Noisy. Izanagi shook his hand as if he had merely swatted away a fly. The other ninjas from the Earth Spider clan witnessing this scene were so terrified that they lost all courage, scrambling away in panic, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Senju Hashirama stared in astonishment at all of this. This boy, looking several years younger than himself, possessed such terrifying strength. He didn't even see how the other had defeated those ferocious Earth Spider ninjas. This young man, thank you for saving my life. Hashirama scrambled to his feet, his face still muddy, but his eyes shone with admiration for the strong, filled with awe. I am Senju Hashirama. May I know your esteemed name? Izanagi looked at this future legendary figure, still possessing a hint of youthful innocence and straightforwardness, and couldn't help but chuckle. Uchiha Izanagi. He deliberately used a false name. After all, revealing his true surname Uchiha might invite unnecessary speculation. Uchiha. Hashirama raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. This name was closely tied to the truth about the Uchiha, who were known to be rivals of the Senju. At this moment, Izanagi suddenly felt a slight throbbing in his temples. Although the previous actions seemed easy, they had consumed quite a bit of energy. The consumption of the Chuangxing Jingyan chakra is no trivial matter, especially in this era of the warring states where the concentration of chakra is relatively thin. Recovery becomes even more troublesome. System, give me something practical. Izanagi commanded the system in his mind. The shop interface has been refreshed. Special products for the warring states era are now available. Izanagi immediately set his eyes on a colorful item that looked like a child's snack. Instant chakra recovery, jelly beans, warring states special edition. Effect instantly restores 50 of the user's chakra with a slight, invigorating effect. Cooldown time 1 hour. Price 2,000 premium points per bean. Hey, this is truly a warring states special. Even jelly beans are made so retro. Izanagi muttered to himself, not batting an eye as he exchanged for one. Let's try one to see how it tastes. Pain. That's non-existent. In the dictionary of a premium player, the phrase saving money does not exist. The jelly bean melted in his mouth, and a pure stream of chakra instantly surged throughout his body. Izanagi felt his nearly depleted chakra rising at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye he had recovered more than half of it. He felt much more energized, the fatigue from before swept away. Not bad. It has a fruity taste, and next time I should get more. Izanagi smacked his lips, looking somewhat unsatisfied. Nearby, Senju Hashirama was grimacing as he bandaged his wounds, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Izanagi stuffing something into his mouth, and suddenly he appeared like a different person, full of energy. Hashirama's eyes, which had been somewhat dazed from blood loss, widened in shock. What kind of immortal medicine did you just eat? Hashirama stuttered as he spoke. He had witnessed the massive chakra consumption when Izanagi acted earlier, so logically, he should now be at the end of his rope. How could he eat a small pill and act as if nothing had happened? This recovery speed is simply absurd. Izanagi chuckled inwardly at Hashirama's astonished expression while maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Oh, this. He pulled out another jelly bean from the system space, waved it in front of Hashirama, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. An ancestral secret medicine not to be disclosed. As for the effect, it's just so-so, barely invigorating and replenishing some stamina. Hashirama gazed at Izanagi as he swallowed another secret medicine, nearly drooling. Just so-so. Is that really all? If other ninjas knew about this, wouldn't they go crazy trying to get it? However, since it is someone's ancestral secret, he felt it inappropriate to ask too much. His sense of mystery towards Izanagi deepened further. Izanagi, what are your plans next? Hashirama scratched his signature watermelon head, a bit shy to speak. With the wars breaking out, it's probably not safe for you to be wandering alone. How about temporarily traveling with us? It would be good to have someone to look out for each other on the road. Hashirama sincerely invited him. One reason was to express gratitude for Izanagi's life-saving help, and another was out of a desire for talent. Xiaji's strength was unfathomable. If he could gain the support of the Senju clan, it would undoubtedly be a great advantage. Xiaji glanced at him. Traveling with the future god of ninjas. It didn't sound too bad. It would be an excellent opportunity to observe the prominent figures of this era up close and see if there were any worthwhile investment opportunities. All right. Xiaji nodded casually. I also have nowhere to go. Hashirama was overjoyed at his words. Great. Xiaji, from now on we are partners. He extended his bandaged hand, wanting to shake hands with Xiaji in a friendly manner. Xiaji's mouth twitched slightly as he silently avoided the gesture. Thus, Xiaji temporarily joined Hashirama's makeshift team. In the team besides Hashirama, there were 2 other young ninjas from the Senju clan, both seemingly followers of Hashirama. They traveled by day and rested at night heading towards the Senju clan's base. Along the way, Hashirama fully utilized his talent for socializing, bombarding Xiaji with questions. From ninjutsu techniques to life ideals, from family secrets to the names of wildflowers by the roadside, nothing was off limits. Xiaji was driven to the brink of a headache by his incessant chatter and chose to rest his eyes most of the time, only occasionally responding with a few perfunctory words. That evening, the team arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Ahead is the border with the Uchiha clan. Everyone be cautious and alert, Hashirama said with a serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures flashed out from the forest, blocking their path. The leader, of similar age to Hashirama, had long black hair and a stern face with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes that bore the unique pride and sharpness of the Uchiha clan. It was none other than the young Uchiha Madara. Senju people. Uchiha Madara's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. How unfortunate, I keep running into you annoying flies everywhere I go. Hashirama's expression darkened upon seeing Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. This is the patrol area of the Senju clan. You have crossed the line. A joke. Uchiha Madara smirked mockingly. Since when did this land become the private property of the Senju? I can come and go as I please. Who are you to speak against me? The tension in the air intensified. Xiaji stood at the back of the group, keenly interested as he observed the 2 future titans of the ninja world. Young Madara has quite the edgy aura. Stop the nonsense. Since we've run into each other, let's settle this with our strength. Hashirama, who had a fiery temper, immediately engaged without further ado. The 2 Senju ninjas behind him also assumed fighting stances. The Uchiha clan members behind Madara were equally unyielding, activating their Sharingan. A small-scale skirmish was about to erupt. Xiajian taking a couple of steps back, adopting a stance of you guys fight among yourselves, just here to watch the fun. The 2 sides of ninjas clashed instantly. The sounds of kunai and shuriken clashing along with the roars of ninjutsu filled the air. One Uchiha Jonin seemed to find Xiaji, who was watching from the back, an eyesore. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he charged towards him. You annoying brat, die. The Uchiha Jonin quickly formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing a sharp wave of genjutsu aimed straight at Xiaji's mind. However, Xiaji merely blinked. That genjutsu, which could cause confusion to an ordinary chunin, felt like a gentle breeze to him, stirring up no ripples. Did something get in your eyes? Xiaji looked at the Uchiha Jonin with some confusion. The Uchiha Jonin was stunned. His genjutsu had failed against this seemingly ordinary youth. In that moment of distraction, Xiaji made his move. There were no flashy ninjutsu, no mysterious eye techniques. Just pure physical technique. A sidestep and a seemingly casual straight punch. Bang. The Uchiha Jonin felt an irresistible force surge from his abdomen, causing him to fly backward, crashing through several large trees before barely stopping, spitting out blood, and instantly losing the ability to fight. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary silence due to this sudden change. Uchiha Madara, who was fiercely battling Hashirama, also noticed the disturbance. His crimson Sharingan suddenly turned towards Xiaji. This guy is somewhat interesting. He was able to easily dispel the genjutsu of his clan, and his physical prowess is also formidable. A cold smile crept onto Uchiha Madara's lips. State your name. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. Uchiha do not kill nameless individuals, especially those who can withstand our genjutsu and defeat our jonin with a single punch. Xiaji shrugged and reported a false name. Uchiha Xiaji. Uchiha Madara's crimson Sharingan fixed on Xiaji as if trying to see through him completely. Uchiha, what is your true identity, kid? His voice was low and carried the distinctive arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Yet beneath that arrogance lay a hint of seriousness. Senju Hashirama also approached, his face still flushed from the fierce battle, but his eyes sparkled brightly. Little brother Xiaji. Your taijutsu is just too impressive. It hurts more than when my father hits me. Zaya's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that this metaphor was quite refreshingly unconventional. I told you I just passed by. Xiaji shrugged his shoulders, looking like an emotionless bystander. Passed by. Uchiha Madara sneered. I see you came specifically to cause trouble. Uchiha. That name does sound a bit like ours. Hearing this, Hashirama quickly tried to smooth things over Madara. Little brother Xiaji, save me, how can you say that? Besides, I don't think Xiaji looks like a bad guy. He patted Zaya's shoulder with such force that Xiaji nearly stumbled. Xiaji discreetly took half a step back, avoiding Hashirama's enthusiasm. The grudge between the Senju and Uchiha has existed for a long time. Hashirama sighed, the youthful innocence on his face fading a bit, replaced by a weight that belied his age. Every conflict has resulted in casualties among our clansmen. Madara, do we really want this hatred to carry on to the next generation? Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed at these words, a complex emotion flashing through his crimson Sharingan. He did not immediately retort, which was quite rare. Shaji stood by, eavesdropping, his ears perked up. Oh, is this going to turn into an early display of love-hate drama? The first deep conversation between the first Hokage and Madara, and he became the catalyst. This plot is quite intriguing. Senju Hashirama, put away your hypocritical peace rhetoric. Uchiha Madara finally broke the silence with a cold grunt. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Want peace? Then fight for it. But when will the cycle of vengeance end? Hashirama argued back. Why can't we try to understand each other and seek a path of coexistence? As Shaji listened to their dialogue, it felt like he was watching a director's cut of the grand finale of Naruto. Hashirama's idealism and Madara's realism felt so out of place in this chaotic warring states era, yet they carried an inexplicable sense of destiny. Coexistence. Uchiha Madara seemed to have heard a huge joke. The Senju and Uchiha are destined to be mortal enemies. Despite his words, the battle that was about to erupt strangely subsided thanks to Zaya's forceful intervention and Hashirama's sudden verbal diversion. Uchiha Madara gazed deeply at Shaji, his eyes filled with inquiry. Kid, I will find out your origins sooner or later. With that ominous remark, he led his Uchiha clan members away quickly. Hashirama watched Madara's departing figure, revealing a hint of disappointment. Little brother Shaji, do you think we can truly achieve peace? He suddenly turned and asked Shaji earnestly. Shaji yawned. Who knows? Maybe. But meals must be eaten one bite at a time and paths must be walked one step at a time. Overthinking leads to hair loss. In the following days, Shaji temporarily traveled with Senju Hashirama. Although Uchiha Madara spoke harshly, he inexplicably did not leave immediately, trailing their group from a distance. He claimed it was to monitor the Sun-just movements and prevent any tricks, but in reality, he was still wary of the mysterious Uchiha Shaji. Thus, the strangest three-person team in the history of the ninja world was formed quite accidentally. On this day, they arrived at a perilous area known as Ghost Cry Gorge. This place was riddled with bizarre rocks and had a complicated terrain often frequented by wandering ninjas and mountain bandits. Everyone be careful, it's not safe here, Hashirama warned. Before he finished speaking, dozens of dark shadows leaped down from the cliffs on either side, like monkeys encircling the Senju group and the following Uchiha Madara. The leader, an exceptionally burly man, wore a menacing demon mask and wielded a bloodstained spiked club emanating a fierce and ruthless aura. He, more fat sheep have come to our door. The man in the demon mask chuckled hoarsely, his tone filled with greed. You all look delicate, you must be young masters from some big clan. Hand over everything valuable, and I might spare your lives. Both Hashirama and Madara's expressions darkened simultaneously. You ignorant fools. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed coldly, his Sharingan activated instantly. It seems we can't avoid another fierce battle today. Hashirama cracked his knuckles. Shaji quietly retreated behind a large rock, pulling out a pack of Warring States special edition sunflower seeds he had just exchanged from the system store, and leisurely began to crack them. The original flavor, crispy and crunchy. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. This gang of wandering ninjas was clearly well prepared, numerous and coordinated, far from the small fry of the Earth Spider clan. The burly man in the demon mask was even stronger, swinging his spiked club with such ferocity that he could match Hashirama and Madara equally. Although Hashirama and Madara were both exceptionally talented, they were still young, and their combat experience and chakra levels had not yet reached their peak. After a fierce struggle, both of them had sustained numerous injuries, and their chakra was more than half depleted, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Damn! Why are these guys so difficult to deal with? Hashirama exclaimed as he forced back an attacking enemy with a punch, panting heavily. Uchiha Madara's situation was equally grim, with a deep wound on his shoulder that bled profusely. Having finished his last sunflower seed, Shaji brushed off the crumbs from his hands, feeling like he had watched enough of this show. If they continued to fight, it would be a disaster if the future ninja world pillars fell here. System, give me a pair of glasses that can see through people's hearts. Shaji commanded in his mind. Ding. Host's demand detected. Battle Intent Insight Glasses Warring States Edition has been automatically fitted. Battle Intent Insight Glasses Warring States Edition can perceive the flow of battle intent of enemies on the battlefield, command nodes, and subtle formation flaws. One-time consumable. Price 5,000 premium points. 5,000 points. Why don't you go rob someone? Shaji cursed inwardly, but still gritted his teeth and exchanged for it. A pair of almost invisible transparent lenses quietly covered his eyes. Instantly, the entire battlefield appeared drastically different to him. The faint battle intent on the enemies was as clear as a burning flame. The guy with the demon mask had the most intense flame, clearly the command core of this group. Hey, I'm talking about that watermelon head and the one with the long black hair. Shaji lazily spoke, his voice reaching the ears of Hashirama and Madara, who were battling fiercely. Both paused at his words, nearly exposing a flaw to the enemies. Little brother Shaji, did you find something? Hashirama asked urgently. That guy wearing the demon mask looks quite arrogant. Don't you think he seems like a leader? Xiaji pointed at the man in the demon mask who was engaged in battle with them. Uchiha Madara nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Nonsense. Also, Xiaji rubbed his eyes as if he wasn't seeing clearly. The few people on their left seemed to be standing a bit loosely. Is their defense relatively weak? Just a powerful ninjutsu might scatter them right. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. This Xiaji was surprisingly observant. Though his tone sounded unreliable, there was no better option at the moment. Hashirama. Left flank. Uchiha Madara called out sharply. Got it. Hashirama understood immediately. Without hesitation, they both unleashed their chakra and charged towards the weak point on the enemy's left flank that Xiaji had casually pointed out. At this moment, the tide of battle seemed to quietly reverse. Xiaji snapped his fingers in satisfaction, keeping his contributions hidden. Yes, this Warring States experience card is quite thrilling. Ever since Xiaji had casually directed the course of events at Ghost Whale Gorge, guiding Hashirama and Madara to turn the tables on that band of reckless, suicidal rogue ninja. The three had become inseparable. This impromptu trio, self-proclaimed Warring States triumvirate, moved with uncanny dominance across the surrounding regions as if blessed by divine favor. Pleas for aid from fallen daimyo's, bounties posted for rescued merchant caravans, vengeance commissions from noble clans. No matter the mission's rank or reputation, whether Class A or mere trivial errands, none proved insurmountable in their hands. Hashirama, radiating righteous vigor, led the charge with his broad, unyielding wood release, still nascent, manifesting only as saplings and crude wooden constructs, yet remarkably resilient. Madara wielded explosive offense, colossal fireballs, hypnotic Sharingan illusions, and the ancestral swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan, all executed with breathtaking precision and flair. Xiaji, by contrast, adopted a conspicuously leisurely demeanor. He typically strolled behind them, hands tucked into his sleeves, striding with effortless nonchalance, cheering from the rear, occasionally accidentally kicking a pebble aloft or happening to shout, "Watch your back." Yet each such moment invariably defused imminent peril, even reversing certain defeat into decisive victory. Over time, Hashirama came to revere Xiaji's uncanny fortune, without declaring him "Brother Xiaji, the very star of my prosperity." Madara remained silent, but his increasingly suspicious glances towards Xiaji betrayed profound inner turbulence. This boy is undeniably strange. That day, the trio dismantled Bloodwolf Syndicate, a notorious band of rogue ninja entrenched along the Fire Country's border. Their leader, known as Ghostface Wolf, possessed formidable strength, a sinister genjutsu that commanded bloodthirsty wolves, rendering even seasoned jonin powerless against him. Alas, he faced Hashirama and Madara, two anomalies who defied logic, and Xiaji, who appeared utterly harmless yet was in truth far more anomalous still. After a fierce battle, Ghostface Wolf was left utterly incapacitated by their combined assault, finally reduced to a charred humanoid silhouette by Madara's blazing fireball. Huff! At last resolved, Hashirama wiped sweat from his brow, fatigue etched upon his face, yet excitement gleamed brighter in his eyes. Humph! A pack of amateurs daring to bully others. Madara sheathed his katana, voice still laced with haughty disdain, yet his gaze fixed upon Xiaji held quiet, probing intensity. Xiaji, meanwhile, moved with practiced ease toward the carbonized corpse of Ghostface Wolf, commencing his post-battle inventory. "Brother Xiaji, what are you doing now?" Hashirama leaned in, curious. Without lifting his head, Xiaji replied offhandedly, while searching the body, recycling resources, supporting frontline reconstruction. From the corpse's blood-stained robe, he withdrew a cloth pouch that clinked faintly, filled evidently with coins. "TCH. A pauper." He curled his lip in mild disdain and resumed his search, until his fingers brushed against something cold, hard, and unyielding. He drew it forth. It was a palm-sized jade pendant, obsidian black and austere in form, its surface inscribed with cryptic spiraling glyphs. The characters twisted unervingly, their structure alien, bearing no resemblance to any known script of the Warring States era, nor to those of any recognized shinobi clan or sovereign state. Rather, they evoked the primordial totems of a forgotten civilization. "What is this thing?" Hashirama stepped closer, curiosity alight in his expression. Madara approached too. His crimson Sharingan eyes scrutinized the pendant intently, brows furrowing slightly. He could not identify its origin, yet instinct whispered this artifact was no ordinary relic. Xiaji said nothing. His pale blue, star-purifying eyes flared, celestial spirals whirling rapidly within his irises, as the glyphs dissolved under his gaze, yielding to meticulous analysis. A faint, nearly imperceptible chakra resonance emanated slowly from the pendant's core, cold, vast, and ancient, redolent of cosmic voids and primordial epics. Kage clan. Xiaji's heart plummeted. This chakra signature matched, almost precisely, the primordial essence of the Otsutsuki clan as glimpsed through Black Zetsu's fragmented memories. Though attenuated to near-nothingness, its fundamental nature was unmistakable. Ding. Unknown ancient artifact detected. Traces of residual Otsutsuki chakra identified. Star-purifying eye analysis in progress. 10:30. The system's prompt echoed softly within his mind. For the first time, Xiaji's expression hardened with gravity. He had assumed the Otsutsuki conspiracy began its true orchestration only in the Warring States era. Now it seemed that timelines stretched far deeper into antiquity. Perhaps even during the age of the Sage of the Six Paths, or earlier, the Otsutsuki had already been weaving unseen machinations across the shinobi world, or across this very planet. This pendant, and the faint lingering trace of Otsutsuki chakra upon it, stood as irrefutable proof. Brother Xiaoji, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with this pendant? Hashirama, noting Xiaoji's pallor, asked with genuine concern. Madara too sensed the shift. His Rinnegan locked onto the pendant and Xiaoji's grasped, searching, desperately, for hidden meaning. Slowly Xiaoji raised his head. Pale blue starlight shimmered in his eyes as he met their gazes. His voice dropped low, resonant with foreboding. We may have stumbled upon grave danger. This era, it seemed, was far more treacherous and labyrinthine than he had imagined. The Otsutsuki's shadowy hand had long been reaching, quietly, patiently, from the darkest corners of history. And he, Uchiha Xiaoji, the anomaly cast from the future, had unwittingly brushed against one edge of a millennium-spanning conspiracy. Star-purifying eye analysis complete. Preliminary identification. Early Otsutsuki experimental spatial beacon deactivated. Estimated function: interdimensional coordinate anchoring, or channeling, of specific energies. A spatial beacon. Channeling energy. Xiaoji's pupils contracted sharply. Could Kage's arrival truly have been coincidence? Or had it been a premeditated act, orchestrated by the Otsutsuki themselves? If so, then the progenitor of Chakra, the rabbit goddess of the moon, perhaps she had never been sovereign, but rather a sacrificial instrument or an unwitting executor placed upon the stage by a far vaster design. Xiaoji's thoughts churned, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of revelation. The implications demanded careful, deliberate synthesis. Yet one certainty anchored him: the Otsutsuki's machinations had taken root long before the warring states, planted deep centuries ago. And he, Uchiha Xiaoji, having arrived in this age, would not stand idly by. Let them be Otsutsuki, or rabbit goddesses. Whoever dared obstruct his path toward unifying the shinobi world and realizing the heavenly kingdom on earth would meet but one response: fight. He slipped the glyphiced pendant into his robes. It might yet prove vital. Hashirama, Madara. Xiaoji turned to them, voice grave. The adversaries we now face will surpass anything you've ever imagined, in power and strangeness and scale. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Hashirama and Madara exchanged a glance, both recognizing solemnity in the other's eyes. They did not yet grasp the full weight of his words, but the unprecedented gravity in Xiaoji's expression told them unequivocally this was no ordinary crisis. Xiaoji stroked his chin, the pitch-black jade pendant in his palm emitting a faint coolness. The Otsutsuki clan, you bunch of guys. Xiaoji's voice was soft, but it was still heard by Hashirama and Madara. The two exchanged glances, and although they didn't understand what the Otsutsuki Xiaoji mentioned, they could tell from his serious expression that this clan was not simple. Perhaps it was another powerful faction. Xiaoji, what's so unusual about this jade pendant? Hashirama scratched his head, full of curiosity. Madara let out a cold snort, once again fixing his crimson Sharingan eye on the pendant, trying to discern its mysteries. Unfortunately, aside from sensing that this item was somewhat sinister, he couldn't see anything else. Xiaoji didn't plan to explain too much to them. After all, the matters concerning the Otsutsuki were too shocking and mundane, and he feared it would completely bewilder these two future leaders of a ninja world. It's nothing, just a piece of rather ominous stone. Xiaoji casually brushed it off, putting away the pendant. The urgent matter is to increase our strength. This cursed place could see someone even more powerful popping up at any moment. His words were not mere alarmism. In the Warring States era, powerful figures emerged one after another, with various bloodline limits constantly appearing. Who knows what sort of ancient monster might be hidden in some corner? Hashirama nodded in agreement. Xiaoji is right. We have to become stronger. Although Madara didn't speak, the fighting spirit flickering in his Sharingan also indicated his stance. Xiaoji looked at these two potential stocks with satisfaction, a smirk of triumph tugging at the corner of his mouth. In that case, he cleared his throat and mysteriously pulled out two small porcelain bottles from his bosom, handing them to the two. I have a family heirloom elixir that specializes in treating various grievances. It stimulates potential and has remarkable effects. You two, one bottle each, go try it out. Upon hearing about the elixir, Hashirama's eyes lit up, and without further ado, he took it, uncorked the bottle, and was about to gulp it down. Wait. Madara quickly pressed down on his hand, looking warily at Xiaoji. Are you really going to eat something of unknown origin? Come on, Madara, can Xiaoji harm us? Hashirama shrugged off Madara's hand carelessly. Xiaoji didn't explain, just smiled at them. What was in those two porcelain bottles was naturally not some family heirloom elixir, but rather the treasures he had just exchanged from the system shop. Bloodline Catalyst Liquid Warring States diluted version targets specific bloodlines can accelerate their potential awakening with a chance to improve the purity of bloodline limits. Price 5,000 premium points bottle. Ancient Technique Analysis Device Warring States version disposable assists the user in analyzing and comprehending ancient techniques or bloodline powers, significantly enhancing learning efficiency. Price 3,000 premium points item. Xiaoji directly exchanged for two bloodline catalyst liquids and two ancient technique analysis devices. He then cleverly disguised the function of the analysis device as the effects of the oral liquid, putting it into the porcelain bottles. Hashirama gulped down the medicine in the bottle in one go, smacking his lips. Sweet and quite tasty. Huh, why do I feel warm all over as if I have endless energy? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave of chakra began to uncontrollably emanate from his body. What was once only occasionally achievable, the chakra with wooden patterns, now flowed across his body like a living thing, hinting at a trend of coalescing into form. This is... Hashirama felt an unprecedented power within him, a mix of surprise and joy. Madara, seeing this, furrowed his brows deeper, but most of his doubts had already dissipated. He opened the porcelain bottle and drank the liquid in one gulp. In the next moment, the light in his crimson Sharingan surged. What was once just a double tomo began to spin at a visible speed, merging into one. Finally, it transformed into a complete 3-tomo. Not only that, but his perception of chakra and understanding of genjutsu also instantly improved by a level. My eyes. Madara felt the leap in his ocular power, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Xiaoji looked at the two of them in their drug-enhanced upgrade state, nodding in satisfaction. This 8,000 premium points spent was worth it. After initially adapting to the surging power within them, Hashirama and Madara's gazes towards Xiaoji had completely changed. If before it was just recognition of Xiaoji's strength and a hint of curiosity, now it was complete awe and submission. Such a secret potion that could directly enhance bloodline power was simply unheard of. Xiaoji, this medicine is amazing. Hashirama was so excited that he stumbled over his words. Madara, although still maintaining his aloof demeanor, couldn't hide the shock deep in his eyes. This is just the beginning. Xiaoji waved his hand, casually, looking relaxed. To truly become stronger, relying solely on pills won't work. You also need to undergo the tempering of battle. In his mind, the system's cold notification sound echoed. Ding. Side quest triggered. Capture a wild-tailed beast, one-tail Shikaku. Quest reward, premium points, 10,000. Random warring states, secret technique, scroll, X1. Xiaoji's lips curled up slightly. It seems that when you're drowsy, someone brings you a pillow. This system is quite thoughtful. He changed the subject, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Just right, I just received news that things haven't been peaceful in the Land of Wind recently. The Land of Wind. Hashirama and Madara both paused. That's right, Xiaoji nodded. It is said that deep in the desert of the Land of Wind, a monster with an extraordinarily massive chakra response has appeared, suspected to be the legendary tailed beast. A tailed beast. Hashirama and Madara's breaths became a bit hurried. Tailed beasts are terrifying existences that only exist in ancient legends, possessing the power to destroy the world. My target is it. Xiaoji's tone was flat, yet carried a hint of determination. Capturing a tailed beast serves two purposes. First, to explore the potential connection between them and the Otsutsuki clan, and second, to allow you two to properly adapt to the newly awakened power within you. Upon hearing there's a chance to fight especially against the legendary tailed beast, Hashirama immediately got excited. Great. Let's fight the big guy. I love it. Madara's eyes also sparkled with eagerness. A tailed beast. Head just right to test the true power of my eyes. And so the trio of the Warring States giants, having just experienced a wave of premium point upgrades, set out on a new journey targeting the Land of Wind's desert, one-tail Shikaku. The desert of the Land of Wind lived up to its reputation. Yellow sand filled the sky, the sun blazed overhead, and the air was dry enough to ignite. The three trudged through the boundless sea of sand, each step exceptionally arduous. Xiaoji, is your information reliable? Is there really a tailed beast in this godforsaken place? Hashirama wiped the sweat off his forehead, asking with some doubt. Xiaoji glanced at him, too lazy to reply. His light blue star-cleaning eyes had already locked onto the violent and chaotic chakra fluctuation in the distance. We're almost there. The sand of the Wind Country can bury a person, leaving only the tips of their hair exposed. Under the blazing sun, it felt like being in a steamer, and the honest face of Zhu Jian had turned as red as a cooked crab. He plopped down on the scalding sand dune, panting heavily, his watermelon head feeling quite wilted. I say, summer solstice, is your information reliable or not? This godforsaken place is nothing but sand, not even a hair in sight. How could there be some big monster? Ban Yi beside him also wore a grim expression. His Uchiha family heirloom black outfit was absorbing heat intensely, adding a touch of irritation to his already proud expression. Summer solstice shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, his pale blue eyes slightly squinting. Don't rush, we will arrive soon. His tone was calm, as if he were casually discussing what to have for dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast dust storm suddenly swept up from the distant horizon. The dust storm came on fiercely, blocking out the sun, resembling an ancient giant beast that devoured all in its path, roaring as it approached them with its gaping maw. Roar! A deafening roar emanated from the center of the dust storm, carrying a scent of rage and chaos. Following closely, a gigantic tanuki formed from the yellow sand rose from the sea of sand. It was as enormous as a mountain, covered in bizarre purple curse marks, its eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. It was the legendary one-tailed guardian crane. My goodness! Zhu Jian sprang up from the sand, any trace of fatigue vanished, replaced by excitement and combat spirit. Is this a tailed beast? So big, so imposing. Ban Ye's pupils instantly constricted, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. He could clearly feel the suffocatingly terrifying chakra emanating from the giant tanuki. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Ban Yi grinned with a combative curve at the corners of his mouth. Summer Solstice brushed off the sand from his hands and spoke lazily. All right, stop just staring and let's get to it. Watermelon, head, you go first and test whether your newly grown wooden lumps are tough enough. Black Long Blast, you use fire release to harass it, don't let it take it easy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian instantly became energized. Sure, watch me. He shouted loudly, his hands quickly forming a seal. Would release, birth of the tree realm. A Noet's would release seedling technique. Several tree trunks the thickness of arms burst forth from the sand, coiling around the limbs of the guardian crane like agile tentacles. The guardian crane let out a disdainful roar, casually swatting at the attackers. Smack, smack, smack. The newly sprouted saplings were instantly shattered. Damn, this guy is incredibly strong. Zhu Jian awkwardly dodged the guardian crane's attack. He realized that his recently awakened wood release was still lacking against such a colossal creature. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ban Yi seized the opportunity, exhaling a massive fireball that charged directly at the guardian crane's face. The guardian crane did not dodge, opening its mouth wide and sucking in violently. Whoosh! The powerful fireball was indeed swallowed whole without making a sound. What a! Ban Yi was also taken by surprise. Roar, ha! You think mere mortal fire can harm me? The guardian crane laughed arrogantly. I am the embodiment of wind and sand. It suddenly opened its mouth, launching a massive sphere formed from compressed winds and sands, hurling it towards Ban Yi. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Watch out! Zhu Jian exclaimed, hurriedly activating wood release again. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Several sturdy wooden posts rose from the sand, forming a thick wooden wall in front of Ban Yi. Boom! The vacuum sphere collided violently with the wooden wall, unleashing a deafening roar. The wooden wall was instantly blasted into smithereens, with chips flying everywhere. Both Zhu Jian and Ban Yi were pushed back several steps by the powerful shockwave, their blood surging. This guy is even more troublesome than I imagined. Ban Yi's face turned serious. Summer Solstice shook his head at the sight. Tisk, two future titans of the ninja world being beaten down by a silly tanuki like this, it's quite embarrassing, to say the least. He focused his mind and opened the system shop. One-time tailed beast suppression, sealing scroll, warring states special edition. Effect can apply strong suppression on a single-tailed beast and seal it for a short duration. The strength and duration of the seal depend on the user's chakra and the tailed beast's power. Price 2000 premium points. 20,000 points. Why don't you just rob a bank? Summer Solstice grumbled inwardly, but still clicked to purchase without hesitation. Ding. Spent 200 premium points. One-time tailed beast suppression sealing scroll, warring state special edition has been purchased. Premium points balance 129,18750 points. A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat worn-out scroll appeared in Summer Solstice's hand. Hey, you two, don't confront it, Hedon. That silly tanuki has a tough hide, you won't be able to budge it after a long fight. Summer Solstice shook the scroll in his hand, speaking leisurely. Watermelon, head, use your unreliable wood release to try and entangle it, don't let it run wild. Black Long Blast, use your best fire release to scorch its rear, cool it down a bit. Zhu Jian and Ban Yi, though somewhat puzzled, instinctively followed Summer Solstice's seemingly mysterious instructions. Wood release, great force technique. Zhu Jian once again unleashed chakra. This time the potential in his body, triggered by the elixir, seemed to be fully ignited by the pressure of the guardian crane. Dozens of giant trees, several times thicker than before, sprang from the ground, wildly wrapping around the guardian crane's body like living creatures. Although the guardian crane was powerful, facing this suddenly resilient and endlessly emerging would release, it found itself somewhat flustered. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Ban Yi's Uchiha Sharingan spun rapidly as he spat out several massive fire dragons, accurately targeting the guardian crane's furry backside from various angles. Ow! Which bastard is burning my butt? The guardian crane let out a piercing screech, its massive body thrashing violently in agony. The battlefield instantly became even more chaotic. Seeing that the moment was right, Summer Solstice hurled the scroll forward with force. The worn-out scroll suddenly unfurled in midair, emitting a dazzling golden light. Countless densely packed golden runes shot out from the scroll, swiftly wrapping around the guardian crane, forming a massive golden net. Seal. Summer Solstice rapidly formed several basic sealing hand seals and shouted. The golden net tightened rapidly, binding the guardian crane's massive body tightly. The guardian crane let out a furious roar of unwillingness, attempting to break free, but the golden net only constricted tighter, as if to completely crush it into the sand. Ultimately, under the continuous suppression of Zhu Jian's would release Ban Yi's fiery harassment and the powerful binding of the golden net, the once invincible one-tailed guardian crane gradually shrank in size, finally transforming into a swirling mass of yellow sand, thoroughly wrapped and suppressed beneath a massive rock by the golden net. On the surface of the rock, streaks of golden runes flickered, emanating a powerful sealing force. The wind and sand gradually calmed down. The battlefield lay in ruins. Zhu Jian sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, yet wearing an excited smile. We succeeded. We actually sealed the tailed beast. Ban Yi also knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, breathing somewhat hurriedly. He looked at the massive rock sealing the guardian crane, then glanced at the distant summer solstice, who still wore a calm expression. His crimson Third Hokage Sharingan was filled with disbelief. What kind of sealing technique was that? Unheard of. Unseen. Its power was so immense, yet its execution was so simple and casual. How many secrets were still hidden within this Uchiha summer solstice? Is this guy really just a passing Uchiha summer solstice? The earth-shattering battle in the Land of Wind was truly immense. The giant sand body of the one-tailed Shikaku, the crude wooden jutsu, rising from the ground, Madara's fiery meteor of destruction, and the enigmatic golden rune sealing technique of the summer solstice. These events were impossible to conceal. The news spread like wings, reaching every corner of the Warring States era at an astonishing speed. Have you heard? The furious sand raccoon of the Land of Wind was taken down by 3 young kids. 3. What a joke. That was a one-tail. How many renowned ninja clans combined couldn't handle it back in the day? Absolutely true. It is said that a kid from the Senju clan, as well as a little brat from the Uchiha clan led by someone even more extraordinary named Uchiha Sharingan, who mastered sealing techniques to a remarkable degree. In no time, Senju Uchiha and this emerging Uchiha Sharingan became the focus of discussion among the various ninja clans. The originally calm small clans trembled in fear, worried that these 3 harbingers of doom would one day drop by their territory and put them to good use. Meanwhile, the powerful clans had their own thoughts. The leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, was shocked to hear that his foolish son had truly participated in capturing a one-tail, almost pulling out his beard in astonishment. This kid Hashirama, usually looking simple-minded, never expected he could accomplish such great things. He then frowned that Uchiha Madara was involved too. And this Uchiha Sharingan. Uchiha. Why does that name sound so strange? His eyes flickered. The appearance of this Uchiha Sharingan hinted at something unusual. I must quickly investigate this person's background. If I can bring him into the Senju clan, it would be a tremendous advantage. If not, he must not become an enemy of the Senju. In the Uchiha territory, the atmosphere was even heavier. Uchiha Tejima looked as grim as water, staring at Uchiha Madara kneeling below, along with several other clan members who knew of this matter and remained silent. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Madara, that Uchiha Sharingan with a name so similar to ours, are you certain he isn't a lost member of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Madara shook his head. Father, I have observed him with my Sharingan. He does not possess any obvious traits of our clan's bloodline. But his strength is unfathomable, especially that peculiar eye technique and physical skills far from ordinary. Unfathomable. Uchiha Taijima muttered, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. One Senju was already enough of a headache. Now another mysterious Uchiha Sharingan had emerged. This era is becoming increasingly chaotic. Send the order to closely monitor Uchiha Shishui's movements. If there's an opportunity, we must do everything in our power to bring him back to the Uchiha. Taijima's tone carried an undeniable resolve. As for the reactions of the other ninja clans, they were quite varied. Some were astonished by the strength of the 3, sending envoys to try to establish connections with this emerging trio, if only to be recognized. Others viewed it as a grave threat, secretly colluding to eliminate this potential danger in its cradle. In no time, the entire Warring States era was rife with hidden currents and changing winds due to the appearance of Sharingan and his companions. As the instigator of the events, the 3 at the summer solstice were currently squatting in a dilapidated cave, dividing the spoils. Summarizing their experiences. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the one-tailed Shikaku and initially stabilizing its seal. Task rewards gold points, 1/0. Random Warring States Secret Technique Scroll X1 has been issued. Gold points balance 129,750. Summer Solstice looked at the long string of numbers on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. 10,000 gold points in hand, and he even got a secret technique scroll for free. This was a good deal. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the secret technique Spirit Transformation Technique Incomplete version. The Spirit Transformation Technique. Summer Solstice raised an eyebrow. This technique was one of the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, capable of separating the soul from the body to conduct spiritual attacks and information gathering, mysterious and elusive, hard to guard against. Although it was just an incomplete version, it was still a decent harvest. Nearby, Senju Hashirama was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. The fluctuation of chakra from his wood release was more solid and profound than before. The fierce battle with the one-tail and the catalysis of Summer Solstice's secret medicine had pushed his wood release power further, faintly approaching the threshold of Shinju's birth, yet he lacked the final insight. As long as he experiences one more sufficiently weighty life and death struggle or a strong emotional shock, he would truly step into that new realm. Summer Solstice, where shall we go next? Hashirama opened his eyes, full of energy and eager to try. Clearly, he had enjoyed the recent battle. Summer Solstice took out the black jade pendant he had scavenged from the demon face wolf and waved it in front of the 2. Do you remember this thing? Hashirama and Madara both nodded simultaneously. Their impressions of this pendant, radiating a strange aura, were quite vivid. I suspect this pendant is related to an extremely ancient and very dangerous force. Summer Solstice's voice turned more somber. This force may have been conducting some unknown plot in this world long ago. He did not directly mention the words Otsutsuki, fearing to scare these two natives who had yet to see the world. An ancient and dangerous force. Hashirama's curiosity was piqued again. Madara snorted coldly. Humph, whatever monsters or gods, anyone who dares to block my path will be burned to death. Summer Solstice ignored Madara's dramatic remarks and continued, I plan to first explore other places and see if I can find more similar jade pendants or other clues. At the same time, I'll also look for other big guys with an overflowing amount of chakra, like the sand raccoon. Hearing that there were more big guys to fight, Hashirama's eyes lit up immediately. Madara's eyes also flickered with excitement. Fighting strong enemies would allow him to become stronger more quickly. Just so happens I have a fragment of an ancient map, here marking some areas suspected to have powerful chakra responses. Summer Solstice took out a yellowed beast skin map that he had stolen from some unfortunate soul and spread it out in front of the two. The map was crudely drawn, but the several red dots marked in vermilion were exceptionally eye-catching. Our next target may be among these red dots. Summer Solstice pointed to one of the red dots located at the border of the Land of Lightning, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. The Land of Lightning, the Two Tails, and the future Hidden Cloud Village. This era is truly becoming more interesting. In the Land of Thunder, in Yunin Village, the trio of Izanagi wandered in the village under the scorching sun for several days, yet not a single strand of hair from the two-tailed cat was seen. Zhu Jian, with a watermelon head drooping, weakly mumbled, Izanagi, is your intel outdated? This Yunin Village doesn't look like a place where a big cat would hide. Ban Yi still wore that I am the best in the world cool expression, but the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead revealed his inner agitation. Waste of time. Izanagi kicked a pebble by the roadside, puzzled. Logically speaking, the two-tailed cat should be wandering within the borders of the Land of Thunder right now, so why had it seemingly vanished into thin air? With a thought, he opened the system shop. While I still have to rely on high technology, Tailed Beast Radar Special Edition for the Warring States can detect Tailed Beast chakra reactions within a 100-mile radius, equipped with anti-interference function, trustworthy for all ages. Price 15000 premium points. Damn, 15,000. Why don't you go rob it? Izanagi cursed inwardly, but still pressed the purchase button reluctantly. There was no choice. After all, he was currently a treasure seeker. A palm-sized, ancient-looking compass appeared in Izanagi's hand as a faint glimmer flashed. The needle of the compass spun several times before finally pointing towards a treacherous place within the borders of the Land of Thunder, known as Thundercloud Canyon. Found it. Izanagi put away the compass and clapped his hands. Next mission, Thundercloud Canyon, two-tailed cat, let's go. Upon hearing that there was a new big guy to hunt, Zhu Jian immediately perked up his watermelon head, lifting a bit. Hooray, let's catch the cat. A trace of barely visible excitement flashed in Ban Yi's eyes. This brooding fellow had greatly benefited from the encounter with the one-tailed Shikaku, enhancing his ocular powers considerably. Although he didn't say it out loud, he actually found this leveling up by defeating monsters mode quite beneficial. The trio of adventurers readied themselves once more, targeting Thundercloud Canyon. Thundercloud Canyon lived up to its name. The canyon was perpetually shrouded in thick thunderclouds with flashes of lightning and thunder rumbling as if the heavens were throwing a party. The steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon towered into the clouds, devoid of any vegetation, exuding an aura of lethal danger. This place doesn't look like a good spot for anyone. Zhu Jian shrank his neck, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Ban Yi, on the other hand, looked eager to try his hand at it. The more dangerous the place, the more likely treasures would emerge, or rather formidable opponents. Izanagi's star-cleaning eyes had already discerned the immense and violent chakra of the cat demon deep within the canyon. All right, stop peeking, the main act is inside. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of dark figures silently descended from the canyon's walls like geckos, surrounding the three of them. Leading them was a burly man with dark skin and a muscular physique exuding a fierce, wild aura. He wore simple leather armor with tightly wound bandages around his arms and sharp eagle-like eyes fixed intently on Izanagi and his companions. Outsiders, state your names. The man's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an air of authority. We are the Night Moon clan of the Land of Thunder. This place is our forbidden ground, and no one is allowed to trespass. Night Moon clan. Izanagi raised an eyebrow. In later times, this clan was one of the founding families of Yunin Village, with most of the rakeage hailing from this lineage. Unexpectedly, in this era, they had already regarded the two-tailed cat as a guardian deity and kept it. No, revered it. We are just passing through. Izanagi casually fibbed, I heard the scenery here is nice, so I came to sightsee. Zhu Jian nodded repeatedly beside him, yes, sightseeing. The men of the Night Moon clan clearly did not believe their nonsense. The burly man let out a cold snort, sightseeing. I see you are here to disturb Lord Yokai's tranquility. Stop wasting words. Since you have intruded into our forbidden ground, don't expect to leave easily. As soon as the man finished speaking, the Night Moon clansmen behind him emitted a synchronized low growl. Zila. A dazzling lightning erupted from them in an instant. Each Night Moon clansman appeared to be clad in a layer of lightning armor exuding ferocious lightning chakra. Their speed, enhanced by the lightning release, was astonishingly fast. Lightning release, lightning bomb. The burly man took the initiative to strike first. His hands clasped together, a sphere formed by compressed high-density lightning coalesced in his palm, carrying a devastating aura aimed straight at Xiaoji's face. "Come at me." Zhu Jian, rather than being startled, was pleased. He shouted and slammed his hands onto the ground. Would release tree sea barrier. Dozens of sturdy trees erupted from the hard rocky ground, rapidly intertwining to form a thick wooden wall, shielding the three of them. Boom! The lightning bomb collided violently with the tree sea barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. Lightning and wooden splinters flew everywhere. Zhu Jian's wooden wall was blasted open, leaving a massive gap under the terrifying force of the lightning bomb. However, the immense vitality activated by the secret medicine in his body granted his wood release an extraordinary recovery ability. As soon as the gap appeared, new trees quickly grew to fill it. Wood release. A flicker of surprise crossed the burly man's eyes. Wood release ninjas are rare in the Warring States period. I didn't expect to encounter one today. Mere, do you think it can withstand the lightning of the Night Moon clan? The burly man sneered in disdain. His figure flickered as he circled around the wooden wall and charged directly at Zhu Jian. His speed was so fast that Zhu Jian struggled to react. Lightning release, heavy flow burst. The burly man's fist enveloped in chaotic lightning struck out, causing the air to groan under immense pressure. Bang! Zhu Jian hurriedly raised his arm to block, only to feel an irresistible force surging through his arm, sending him flying uncontrollably backwards, crashing heavily against the rock wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Night Moon clan's physical techniques, combined with the explosive power of lightning release, indeed lived up to their reputation. Zhu Jian. Upon seeing this, Ban Ye's eyes glinted coldly. Just as he was about to intervene, he was tightly entangled by several other Night Moon clansmen. Although these clansmen were individually weaker than the leading burly man, their teamwork was exceptionally well coordinated. The combination of lightning release and physical techniques made them as swift and deadly as real thunder. Ban Ye's Supremo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the blade in his hand danced, creating a flurry of afterimages to barely fend off the attacks. Yet he noticed that these Night Moon clansmen's bodies seemed to have undergone some special lightning tempering, making them incredibly resilient. Ordinary slashes found it hard to inflict fatal injuries on them. Fire release Phoenix Fire technique. Ban Yi spat out several balls of flame, trying to force back the enemy. Yet those Night Moon clansmen directly used their lightning-clad arms to bat away the flames. Damn it! Ban Yi cursed inwardly. These guys were simply a bunch of invincible cockroaches. Xiaoji watched the unfolding scene with great interest. The combat style of the Night Moon clan indeed had its unique features. Covering themselves in lightning chakra not only greatly boosted their speed and strength, but also enhanced their defense and even immunized them against some ninjutsu damage. No wonder in later times Yunin village became one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Its foundation was indeed profound. However, Xiaoji's lips curled into a playful arc. No matter how strong the defense is, it always has its limits. He glanced at Ban Yi, who was being besieged by several Night Moon clansmen and appeared somewhat disheveled. Then he looked at Zhu Jian, who had just gotten back up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, preparing to charge again to confront the Night Moon strongman. Sigh, these two troublesome fellows. Xiaoji sighed in resignation. After all, these two big shots were still a bit inexperienced. It seems they still need some serious development. Within the Thundercloud Canyon, lightning split the sky and thunder roared, vibrating the eardrums with deafening force. Hashirama was driven back once again. His famed would release a technique he had long prided himself upon, proving increasingly inadequate against the fanatical, death-defying warriors of the Yuzuki clan. Damn it! What's gotten into these fellows? They're like men possessed. Hashirama lunged forward, landing a punch that sent a stealthy Yuzuki assailant reeling backward. Yet his own arm trembled with numbing shock, seared by the crackling lightning coiled around the enemy's fist. His chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. At this pace, not only would they fail to locate the Two-Tails cat demon, they would all perish here before the day ended. Things were no better for Madara. Though his 3-tomo Sharingan granted him preternatural insight, and his refined Uchiha swordsmanship allowed him to hold his ground against several elite Yuzuki warriors, the battle remained fiercely precarious. Yet the relentless barrage of lightning release techniques, and the Yuzuki fighters' utter disregard for their own lives, left even him deeply unsettled. Hashirama. Madara parried another strike mid-combat and shouted over the din, "How much longer can you hold on? I'm nearly spent." Hashirama's voice cracked with desperation. "Xiaoji, help us." Xiaoji stood utterly unruffled, as if the ferocious melee unfolding before him were nothing more than a tedious shadow play. He yawned languidly, then drew a small porcelain vial from within his robes. "TCH, these two are all show and no substance." Xiaoji murmured inwardly, "It seems it's time to add a little spice." With a subtle shift of will, he opened the system shop. Sage Chakra Guidance Pill Trial Edition enables the user to briefly experience and guide natural energy, significantly enhancing both the quality and quantity of their chakra, and offering a modest chance to grasp the rudiments of sage art. Side effects: mild physical discomfort may follow the pill's duration. Price: 8000 karma points. 8,000 points for a trial version. Has the system lost its mind over coin? Xiaoji grumbled inwardly, but gritted his teeth and confirmed the purchase. Ding! Karma points deducted 8000. Sage Chakra Guidance Pill, Trial Edition acquired. Remaining karma points 129107050. A delicate fragrant pill materialized in Xiaoji's palm. Hey Pineapple Head, catch. With a flick of his finger the pill shot forth with uncanny precision, homing in on Hashirama. Hashirama had just been hurled backward by a thunderous lightning release punch from a hulking Yuzuki warrior, his body hurtling toward the canyon wall behind him. Instinctively he opened his mouth, and the pill slipped cleanly inside. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy that flooded his entire being. In that instant Hashirama felt his body dissolve into seamless unity with the surrounding natural world. Free-floating natural energy surged into him from every direction, merging flawlessly with his chakra, a convergence so profound it transcended mere augmentation. What is this power? Hashirama gazed downward at his hands, disbelief etched across his face as he sensed the boundless oceanic force now coursing through his veins. His chakra, moments ago drained to near exhaustion, roared back to peak vitality, then continued swelling at a terrifying exponential pace. More astonishing still, his perception sharpened beyond all precedent. He could feel the whisper of wind currents, the slow, ancient breath of stone, and even the flickering arcs of electricity dancing within the storm clouds above. This was an entirely new realm of existence. A primordial power standing far above conventional chakra would release divine tree birth. As if guided by divine intuition, Hashirama slammed his palms together. A deep seismic groan shook the entire Thundercloud Canyon. From the unyielding rock floor, colossal trees erupted, vastly thicker than before, pulsing faintly with nascent life force. No longer inert timber, their bark shimmered with a soft emerald luminescence, radiating potent life energy that hummed with quiet authority. Twisting and coiling like sentient serpents, the trunks wove themselves into a vast primeval forest, engulfing the encircling Yuzuki warriors in an inescapable verdant prison. Stunned, the Yuzuki warriors froze, utterly unprepared for such a cataclysmic manifestation of wood release. Their vaunted lightning-released jutsu struck the colossal trunks only to scorch shallow black marks, utterly failing to inflict meaningful damage. Worse still, supple serpentine branches lashed out, binding them tight, immobilizing them like insects caught in living vines. This cannot be real. The lead Yuzuki warrior's voice shattered with disbelief. He had never imagined that this seemingly guileless young man of the Senju clan could unleash such apocalyptic might. Even Madara halted mid-swing, his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan wide with awe. The sudden surge of chakra emanating from Hashirama, rich with the unmistakable essence of nature, felt hauntingly familiar yet profoundly alien. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Sage Art. Sage Art. A tempest of revelation raged within Madara's mind. Xiaoji observed Hashirama's ascendant transformation with quiet satisfaction, and gave a single approving nod. Those 8,000 karma points had been well spent. Though merely a trial edition, the pill had granted Hashirama a genuine glimpse into the sublime power of Sage Art, sowing within him a seed of destiny that would shape his future ascent. Roar. A furious bestial roar erupted from the deepest recesses of the Thundercloud Canyon. Then from the shadows emerged a massive blue flame cat, its form dwarfing even the sand weasel cat Xiaoji had encountered earlier in the Land of Wind. Its entire body blazed with eerie cerulean fire, not mere flame but pure chakra condensed into incandescent heat, radiating a terror-inducing inferno. Two tails swayed behind it with predatory grace. Each sway sent rippling waves of blistering heat across the air. It was the Two Tails Matatabi. Clearly Hashirama's monumental divine tree birth had disturbed the great feline slumbering deep within the canyon's heart. Matatabi's sapphire flame eye swept coldly across the battlefield, then settled unblinking upon Hashirama, whose body now pulsed with the resonant aura of natural energy. Miru. Who dares disturb his lordship's nap? Matatabi growled low, a rumble thick with the raw indignation of a sovereign rudely awakened. It bared its maw, and a colossal sphere of compressed azure fire hurtled toward Hashirama. Watch out. Madara's expression darkened instantly. He could sense with chilling clarity the apocalyptic energy coiled within that cerulean orb, one capable of reducing a mountain to molten slag. Even empowered by Sage Chakra, Hashirama dared not underestimate such a strike, and braced himself without hesitation. Slamming his palms together once more, he summoned towering wooden arms from the earth, barriers meant to intercept the blazing sphere. Boom! The collision detonated with ear-splitting fury. Eerie blue flames instantly engulfed the wooden limbs, spreading with terrifying speed. For the first time, Hashirama's brow furrowed in grim seriousness. He realized, these azure flames consumed chakra itself. Against such an elemental paradox, even his wood release faltered. Just as Hashirama focused all his might on repelling Matatabi's assault, a lethal strike materialized silently from his flank. Unseen, unheralded. It was the same Yuzuki warrior Hashirama had felled moments before. Seizing the chaos as cover, he launched himself forward with suicidal resolve. Lightning release, thunderclap severance. A razor-sharp blade forged entirely from crackling lightning formed in the warrior's grip, screaming through the air as it aimed straight for Hashirama's exposed spine. Hashirama. Madara's eyes bled crimson with fury. He strained to intervene, but 3 more Yuzuki fighters locked onto him, pinning him down with ruthless tenacity. At the very brink of annihilation, Hashirama's sage-enhanced senses flared, an instinctive warning flashing through his nerves. He twisted violently, striving to evade the killing blow. But the Yuzuki warrior's speed was merciless, too swift, too sudden. Thwip! The lightning blade missed his heart, but carved deep into his left shoulder, cleaving flesh and bone alike. Crimson blood bloomed across Hashirama's robes. Ugh! A guttural cry escaped him as his legs buckled, staggering sideways under the shock. Madara watched, his mind shattering with a deafening internal crack, as if something vital and irreplaceable had just splintered beyond repair. An unbearable tide of sorrow, wrath, and fierce primal devotion erupted from his core, like a volcano tearing open the earth. Within his crimson Sharingan, the 3 tomo began to whirl violently. Spinning faster and faster, the tomo fused, reconfiguring into a new, infinitely more intricate and ominously beautiful pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. In an instant, a terrifying power surged from Ban's eyes, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Even the burly man engaged in battle with Hashirama and the enraged Two-Tails yokai momentarily froze in their movements due to this sudden and overwhelming pressure. Shaji stood not far away, watching Ban's unexpected power-up with his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? Can this also activate the Sharingan? Shaji exclaimed inwardly. This is even more skilled than I am. He had originally thought that for Ban to activate the Sharingan, he would have to experience some dramatic scenario, like friends becoming enemies or loved ones tragically dying. Who would have thought it was simply triggered by his good buddy Hashirama sustaining a minor injury? This brotherly bond is truly moving, evoking heartache in listeners and tears in onlookers. However, a playful curve appeared at the corner of Zaya's mouth. Even if the Sharingan was activated, capturing this Two-Tails cat demon would likely not be so easy. As expected, Susano'o. Ban roared as deep blue chakra flames erupted from his body, quickly coalescing into a massive skeletal frame that enveloped him. The skeletal frame wielded a chakra-long sword, striking down upon the burly man who had ambushed Hashirama. The burly man's face changed dramatically as he could clearly feel the overwhelming and despair-inducing power radiating from the blue skeleton. He wanted to dodge, but found his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, rendering him completely immobile. With a whoosh, the chakra-long sword fell, and the burly man didn't even have time to let out a scream before being violently cleaved in two by the raging power. Blood stained the canyon walls. Dare to harm my dear friend, no my comrade. Ban stood atop Susano'o's forehead, crystal, his Sharingan glinting with a cold, murderous intent. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. Meow, is another stronger one coming? I'm getting angry. The Two-Tails yokai was evidently enraged by Ban's sudden outburst. It let out a deafening roar, its body engulfed in blue flames, opening its massive mouth to launch an even larger blue fireball roaring towards Ban's Susano'o. Mere tricks. Ban scoffed, controlling Susano'o as he directed the chakra-long sword to meet the fireball. Boom. The fireball collided violently with the chakra-long sword, unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave. The skeletal structure of Susano'o showed some fine cracks under this impact. Ban let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He realized that while his newly activated Sharingan and the Yetobefully formed Susano'o had great power, their consumption was equally astonishing. More importantly, the strange blue flames of the Two-Tails yokai seemed to have a strong restraining effect on chakra, causing his Susano'o to be constantly eroded by those flames. Damn it! Ban gritted his teeth, knowing that if this continued, he would soon be drained of all his energy. Shaji shook his head at the sight. Tisk, two future powerhouses of the ninja world, one activating Sage Arts, the other using the Sharingan, yet they are still being beaten to a pulp by a cat demon. Truly embarrassing. He focused his mind and opened the system shop once more. Tactical Analyzer Premium Edition Warring States Special quickly analyzes battlefield environments, identifies enemy weaknesses, and provides various tactical plans. Friendly reminder: individuals with insufficient IQ should use it cautiously as it may lead to tactical blunders. Price 1000 premium points. Another 10,000 points. Is this system treating me like an ATM? Shaji grumbled internally but clicked to purchase without hesitation. After all, who could blame him for the ineffectiveness of these two teammates? A barely noticeable glimmer passed, and a wealth of combat data regarding the Two-Tails yokai along with various targeted tactical analyses flooded into Zaya's eyes. Oh, it turns out this cat demon's chakra core is located at the connection of its two tails, and it is particularly sensitive to specific frequency vibrations. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of Zaya's mouth. He cleared his throat and shouted to Hashirama and Ban, who were struggling. Hey, Watermelon Head, Black Long Bomb, listen to my commands. Hashirama and Ban paused in surprise. Shaji, do you have a good plan? While dodging the yokai's fiery attacks, Hashirama managed to ask. Watermelon Head, use that wooden block of yours and hit it hard at the base of its tails to make it tremble. Shaji pointed at the Two-Tails yokai's two agile tails and shouted loudly. Black Long Bomb, don't just show off with your Sharingan, use your eye techniques to disrupt its senses so it can't find its way. Though Hashirama and Ban were somewhat confused, they instinctively followed Zaya's instructions due to their trust in his previous impressive sealing techniques. Would release Great Spear Tree. Hashirama shouted as several sturdy wooden spears rose from the ground, accurately stabbing towards the base of the yokai's tail. Amaterasu. Ban's Sharingan also locked onto the yokai's eyes as an ominous black flame suddenly ignited within its eye sockets. Meow, this is killing me. The yokai let out a piercing scream, its massive body rolling violently in agony, causing the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Seeing this, Xiaji knew the time had come. He once again pulled out a scroll that appeared to be even more advanced than the previous one. Tailed Beast Binding Spirit Symbol Enhanced Type specializes in large-tailed beast restraint, stronger binding effect, longer duration, exclusive for the wealthy. You deserve it. Price 3000 premium points. Damn, the price has gone up again. Xiaji felt a pang in his heart, but still decisively exchanged it. Seal. With a low shout from Xiaji, the enhanced tailed beast binding spirit symbol transformed into a more brilliant golden light, ensnaring the rolling two tails yokai tightly, just like a heavenly net. No matter how the yokai struggled, it could not escape the binding of the golden symbols. Ultimately, under the continuous vibrations of Hashirama's, would release Ban's relentless Amaterasu and the powerful suppression of the enhanced spirit symbol. The once invincible two-tails yokai, its massive body gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a writhing mass of blue flames completely wrapped by the golden symbols and sealed beneath a large black rock. The surface of the rock shimmered with powerful sealing energy, completely isolating the yokai's aura. The canyon once again fell silent, with only the heavy breaths of Hashirama and Ban remaining. The surviving members of the Yu clan were now utterly dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the large black rock sealing the two-tails yokai, and then at the seemingly calm and composed Uchiha Xiaji. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. The guardian deity that their Yu clan had worshipped for generations had just been subdued by three young outsiders. Moreover, from the looks of that leading young man, it seemed he was still at ease. Is he even human? The clan leader of the Yu, a burly man with a full beard, stepped forward from the crowd. He approached Xiaji, took a deep breath, and then kneeled on one knee with a loud thud. Your power is unmatched. Our Yu clan is utterly convinced. Xiaji looked at him, and then at the surrounding Yu members, who all wore expressions of reverence and nodded in satisfaction. He focused his mind and exchanged for a pressure aura trial version. An invisible pressure radiated from Xiaji, causing the Yu members to involuntarily lower their heads. Get up. Xiaji spoke calmly. We mean no harm to your Yu clan. As long as you remain peaceful and do not disturb this cat demon's tranquility, we naturally won't make things difficult for you. He shifted his tone, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Of course, the chakra of this cat demon is indeed a valuable asset. If you are willing to cooperate, we might be able to share some research findings, and we can all profit together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The Yu clan leader's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight at his words. The reason the Yu clan guarded the two-tails yokai was not only out of reverence for its power, but also to obtain stronger lightning chakra from it. Now Xiaji was actually willing to share research findings with them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you serious, sir? The Yu clan leader asked excitedly. I never go back on my word. Zaya's tone carried an undeniable authority. Our Yu clan is willing to serve you as our master. The Yu clan leader knelt again, this time willingly. The surrounding Yu members followed suit, hailing him with enthusiasm. Hashirama and Ban looked on in shock. They just submitted. Zaya's friendly coercion was shockingly effective. A proud smile crept onto Zaya's face. This pressure aura was quite effective. Perhaps he should consider buying a permanent version next time. He had subdued two-tailed beasts and effortlessly recruited a powerful ninja clan. This instance in the Warring States era was proving to be increasingly interesting. Since the friendly exchange in the Thundercloud Gorge, the Yue clan has completely succumbed to the dominance of the trio led by Xiaji. The clan leader frequently sends various specialties from the Land of Thunder, such as nourishing thunder beast kidneys and dazzling thunder stones, making it feel like offerings. Zhu Jian, delighted, indulges in a thunder beast kidney, every day savoring it with great relish, claiming it helps restore stamina and strengthen wood release. Ban Yi is quite interested in those shiny thunder stones, often fiddling with one in his hand, lost in thought about something. Xiaji, however, doesn't mind enjoying his leisure as there are people attending to him. Meanwhile, he has extracted quite a bit of information about the use of thunder release chakra and some characteristics of the two tails from the Yue clan's library, which is an unexpected gain. During this time, Zhu Jian and Ban Ye's strength has skyrocketed as if propelled by rockets. Zhu Jian's nascent sage chakra has become increasingly refined after 2 intense battles, and the power of his wood release has vastly improved. Occasionally shouting tree world birth, he can indeed conjure a small forest, though it pales in comparison to the catastrophic scale of the first Hokage. Ban Ye's Mangekyo Sharingan is becoming increasingly adept in its use. The form of Susano'o has evolved from a mere skeletal frame to a more fleshed-out figure, still a work in progress, but already exuding a sense of overwhelming power. Xiaji, where shall we go next to grind? I mean to train. Zhu Jian exclaimed, wiping his mouth after finishing the last bite of the thunder beast kidney. Xiaji glanced at him, thinking this guy might be addicted to fighting monsters. He pulled out a uniquely shaped compass from his pocket which he had just exchanged from the system shop, a Otsutsuki Chakra Tracker Premium Edition, costing him a whopping 30,000 points, leaving him restless for several days. According to reliable information, Izanagi cleared his throat and began to speak with mock seriousness. In a certain desolate corner of the Land of Thunder, there seems to be traces of the Otsutsuki clan activities. Otsutsuki, Zhu Jian, and Ban Yi both paused in surprise. They had heard this name from Izanagi before, seemingly related to that strange black jade pendant. Exactly. Izanagi nodded. These guys are so secretive that I suspect they're up to no good. We need to check it out. Who knows, we might end up reining in some sheep. I mean maintaining world peace. Upon hearing there was excitement to be had, Zhu Jian perked up. Yay. Adventure. I love it. Ban Yi snorted coldly. Humph the Otsutsuki ha. I want to see how they compare to the tailed beasts. Thus the trio set off once more on their treasure hunting journey. The pointer of the Otsutsuki Chakra Tracker spun wildly before finally pointing to a forbidden area in the Land of Thunder known as the Valley of Thunder. This Valley of Thunder lives up to its name, perpetually shrouded in suffocating thick thunderclouds. The dark thunderclouds loom as if the sky is about to collapse, with countless bolts of lightning weaving and rolling through the clouds, producing deafening roars and occasionally striking the ground, creating scorched pits. The air is thick with a pungent sulfur smell and a chilling sense of destruction. My goodness, is the probability of getting struck by lightning here a bit too high? Zhu Jian shrank his neck, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Ban Yi's expression also turned serious. He could distinctly sense a massive oppressive chakra fluctuation emanating from the depths of the thunderclouds, even stronger than that of the two tails. Izanagi's star-piercing eye had already pierced through the thunderclouds, capturing the scene within the depths of the Valley of Thunder. It was a basin repeatedly tempered by the power of lightning, now reduced to scorched earth. In the center of the basin stood a massive ancient stone edifice, entirely black and grand in design. The architecture bore a resemblance to the interstellar fortress of the Otsutsuki clan and the reincarnation on the moon, as seen in his memories of Kurojitsu. Countless twisted and bizarre runes were engraved on the walls, emitting a faint glow of chakra, seemingly maintaining some ancient ritual. This is it, Izanagi said with a cold smile. It seems that the Otsutsuki clan has already begun making moves in this era. He could clearly sense several faint yet exceptionally pure Otsutsuki chakra signatures emanating from within that black building. Although the owners of these signatures do not seem to be top tier, the purity of their bloodline far surpasses any Otsutsuki he had encountered before, including Kage. Let's go in and take a look. Izanagi took the lead towards the black building. Zhu Jian and Ban Yi exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The trio approached the black building cautiously. The closer they got, the stronger the oppressive aura emanating from the Otsutsuki became. Zhu Jian and Ban Yi even felt their chakra flow becoming somewhat sluggish. Izanagi, what exactly is inside here? Zhu Jian asked in a hushed voice, somewhat nervously. Don't speak, Izanagi gestured for silence. His light blue star-piercing eyes' pupil centers swirled rapidly, analyzing the rune structures on the building's surface and the energy fluctuations within. Found it, the entrance is here. Izanagi stopped at an inconspicuous corner of the wall. He reached out, gently tapping a seemingly ordinary stone wall in a specific sequence. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism echoed. That stone wall silently recessed inward, revealing a dim passage barely wide enough for a person to pass through. Within the passage, a decayed and oppressive aura permeated, as if leading to some unknown abyss. Stay close to me and don't touch anything, Izanagi instructed before stepping inside. Zhu Jian and Ban Yi swallowed hard and followed suit. The passage was not long, and soon they arrived at a spacious underground chamber. This chamber resembled a giant altar. In the center of the altar were several transparent containers made of unknown crystals. Inside the containers were some bizarre biological tissues, some resembling twisted limbs, while others looked like pulsating hearts. These biological tissues emitted faint chakra fluctuations and a nauseating scent of blood. The crystal containers in the center of the altar emitted a faint glow, and the objects soaking inside made Senshu Hashirama's scalp tingle and his stomach churn. My goodness, brother Izanagi Madara, look at this. What are these things? They are too disgusting. Hashirama covered his nose, nearly retching on the spot. Uchiha Madara's eternally stoic face twitched slightly as his crimson Sharingan swept over the containers. He snorted coldly. These sneaky little rodents engaging in such dubious practices must have ulterior motives. Izanagi appeared unfazed, his light blue eyes already having discerned the true nature of these containers. This is typical of the Otsutsuki clan, biological experiments. There's nothing worth seeing here, he said nonchalantly, as if commenting on the weather. Before he finished speaking, the entire underground space suddenly shook violently. Boom! The stone walls around the altar emitted a series of grinding sounds that made one's teeth ache. Following that, dozens of puppets made of metal and unknown materials emerged from the hidden compartments in the stone walls, one after another. These puppets had unusual designs, their joints flickering with a ghostly blue light. Most bizarrely, their heads were embedded with pale white eyeballs resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan by a striking 70 to 80%. Ka. The puppets twisted their stiff necks, and those pale eyeballs turned in unison towards Izanagi and the others. Invisible detection waves emanated from those eyeballs, scanning the three of them back and forth like searchlights. Intruders. Detected. Initiating. Elimination. Protocol. A cold, emotionless, synthetic voice emanated from within the puppets. In the next moment, the dozens of puppets moved simultaneously. They were incredibly fast. Although their movements were somewhat stiff, they coordinated effortlessly, surrounding Izanagi and the others like well-trained soldiers. Come at me. Hashirama shouted with enthusiasm, hands pressed together. Wood release, wood pillar technique. Thick wooden pillars sprang from the ground, attempting to block the puppets' assault. However, the puppets were surprisingly agile, easily evading the wooden pillars. Their metallic claws glinted coldly as they aimed for Hashirama's vital points. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Madara, unable to hold back, released a massive fireball that engulfed the first few puppets charging ahead. As the flames subsided, the scorched puppets stood up, swaying unsteadily, their pale eyeballs locking onto Madara once more. These guys are tough. Madara frowned. Izanagi shook his head at the sight. Although these puppets weren't particularly strong individually, roughly at the level of a Chunin, their sheer numbers and Byakugan-like detection abilities made them quite troublesome. Tisk, a bunch of scrap metal daring to flaunt their might before me, Izanagi scoffed. Open the system shop with a thought. Puppet Core Disruptor Warring States trial version can effectively disrupt the core of puppets within a designated range, temporarily paralyzing them or causing command confusion. Friendly reminder: the trial version's effects are unstable. Please use with caution. Price 8,000 premium points. The trial version is still 8,000. Izanagi cursed in his heart, feeling like he was being robbed in broad daylight, but he clicked to purchase without hesitation. A small object resembling a toy remote control appeared in his hand. Izanagi casually pressed a red button on the remote facing the group of puppets. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread out. The previously aggressive puppets suddenly froze in their movements. Then a dramatic scene unfolded. Some puppets stood completely still, their white lights extinguished, rendering them completely paralyzed. Others began to attack their companions randomly, as if drunk, the sound of metal clashing ringing out, creating a scene of chaos. A few puppets even began to perform a nonsensical robot dance, their movements comically absurd. Hashirama and Madara were left dumbfounded. Brother Izanagi, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's too magical. Hashirama exclaimed, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. Madara also displayed a rare expression of surprise, his Sharingan fixed intently on the toy remote in Izanagi's hand, filled with confusion. Izanagi shrugged, a carefree expression on his face. It's nothing, just a little family heirloom specially made to deal with all kinds of disobedient metal lumps. Just when the three thought the crisis was averted and were ready to continue their exploration, the entire underground space shook violently once more. This tremor was even more intense than before, as if some gigantic creature was about to awaken from beneath the ground. The massive stone slab in the center of the altar began to crack slowly. A giant hand made entirely of pure black metal thrust out from the crevice, followed by another hand, and then a massive body. A colossal puppet over 10 meters tall, entirely black, and with a fierce appearance, slowly ascended from the ground. Embedded in its chest was a gigantic crystal radiating ominous red light, within which a turbulent mass of chakra could be faintly seen. The aura of that chakra bore a resemblance to the one-tailed Shikaku that Izanagi had sealed earlier. Core. Guardian. Activated. 2 points of scarlet light ignited in the hollow eye sockets of the giant puppet, and a chilling voice echoed throughout the space. A terrifying pressure far beyond that of ordinary shadow-level experts radiated from it, making both Hashirama and Madara feel a pang of dread. This guy won't be easy to deal with. Hashirama's expression turned serious for the first time. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Madara's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, the Mangekyo Sharingan activating quietly. Izanagi rubbed his chin, a hint of helplessness in his smile. While the trial version is indeed unreliable, it just attracted a big fellow. The giant puppet moved. Its massive body, surprisingly agile, swung, its enormous metal fist roaring through the air as it smashed towards Hashirama. Would release great force technique. Hashirama shouted angrily, slamming his hands on the ground. Dozens of even thicker giant trees sprang up, attempting to withstand the giant puppet's attack. However, the strength of the giant puppet far exceeded his expectations. Boom! The giant trees collided with the iron fist, easily being torn apart as if made of paper. Hashirama's body was sent flying by the terrifying impact, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hashirama. Madara's eyes widened in fury. Susano'o. Deep blue chakra flames erupted from his body, swiftly forming into a skeletal frame several meters tall, enveloping him within. Although it was merely a rudimentary skeletal form he had grasped, the destructive aura it exuded was already taking shape. Madara controlled the skeletal form of Susano'o, wielding a chakra blade that sliced through the air with a fierce wind striking down towards the giant puppet. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. The giant puppet surprisingly did not dodge, and instead blocked Madara's slash with its hardened metal arm. Sparks flew. Madara's Susano'o skeleton was even left with fine cracks. Izanagi shook his head at the sight. These two future titans of the ninja world were still a bit too green. He pulled out 2 small porcelain bottles from his pocket and flicked his fingers. Watermelon head, black long bangs, catch. Family's great strength, pill one for each of you. Don't say I'm not taking care of you. Hashirama and Madara instinctively caught the porcelain bottles, not bothering to see what they were, and directly uncorked them to gulp down the contents. A flow of pure chakra warmth instantly spread throughout their bodies, and the chakra they had expended in large amounts began to recover at a visible rate. Brother Xiaoji, this medicine is amazing, Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. Madara, though silent, felt an increase in confidence as his chakra replenished. Xiaoji gazed at the two, then at the imposing giant puppet, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. System, give me a battlefield conductor package, the kind with real-time tactical analysis and weakness marking functionality. Ding. The battlefield conductor package has been delivered, including the holographic battlefield dynamics, sample enemy unit weakness highlight system, and the multi-thread tactical simulation module basic edition. Complimentary bonus battlefield atmosphere BGM suite customizable. Price 20000 credit points. 20,000 points for the basic edition. System, if you're going to rob me blind, at least do it professionally. Next time just mail me the bill. Xiaoji grumbled inwardly, but still reluctantly confirmed the purchase. There was no choice. These two future titans of the shinobi world were for now nothing but green novices. Sometimes the assistance of a high-stakes spender is disarmingly simple and profoundly tedious. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed before Xiaoji's star creation pure eyes. Every motion of the colossal puppet, every articulation of its joints, even the precise pathways of chakra flowing within its body, became crystal clear to him. Its chest housed a massive crystal pulsing with ominous red light, a target instantly marked by the system with a bold crimson arrow accompanied by a crisp annotation: core vital point, recommended for concentrated assault. Destruction yields unexpected rewards. Kakashi. Xiaoji cleared his throat and began his live tactical instruction. See that heat vent behind the left knee of that behemoth? That's where your wooden construct belongs. Pierce it clean through and let it experience true hemiplegia. Though Hashirama did not understand the term hemiplegia, he trusted Xiaoji's guidance implicitly. With a thunderous roar, he slammed both palms onto the ground. Wood release, thorned killing technique. Thick razor-sharp wooden spikes erupted from the earth like venomous serpents, striking with surgical precision at the heat vent behind the puppet's left knee. Crack! A sharp metallic snap echoed. The puppet's massive frame lurched violently, its left leg suddenly sluggish and unresponsive. Brilliant! Xiaoji snapped his fingers, then turned to Madara. Madara, look at that glowing red crystal in its chest. Yes, that very one, the one practically begging to be targeted. Unleash your most devastating fire technique upon it. Full saturation bombardment. Even if it won't melt, scorch it until it screams. Madara snorted coldly. His Mangekyo Sharingan spiraled rapidly. Fire release, great fire annihilation. An apocalyptic wave of flame roaring like a dragon of incineration engulfed the puppet's chest. The giant crimson crystal shrieked piercingly under the inferno, its glow flickering erratically, dimming, flaring, then dimming again. Now, Hashirama, bind it with everything you've got. Madara, Susano'o, bring it down, smash it straight into its skull. Let it feel the full weight of Uchiha love. Under Xiaoji's vivid, impassioned command, Hashirama and Madara fought, battered and bruised, yet grew fiercer with every blow. Hashirama's wood release, amplified by sage chakra, hardened into unbreakable sinews, locking the puppet's limbs in place, rendering it utterly immobile. Madara's Susano'o too evolved swiftly, from skeletal framework to a nascent form of muscle and armored plating. Its colossal chakra blade rose and fell again and again, cleaving deep into the puppet's head and chest. At last, with a final anguished wail, the once invincible guardian puppet collapsed, its colossal frame crashing down with such force that the entire subterranean chamber trembled thrice. The crimson crystal in its chest dimmed completely, exhaled a wisp of acrid smoke, and went utterly dark. Huff, huff. Finally done. Hashirama dropped heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his face shone with exhilarated triumph. Madara dispelled his Susano'o, leaning on his katana with one knee braced against the floor. His breathing was ragged, but his Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with unprecedented intensity. Xiaoji strolled slowly toward the fallen husk, tapping lightly on the now dull red crystal. Crack! A hairline fissure split its surface. He reached in and withdrew a thumb-sized rhombic crystal faintly luminous with soft cerulean light. What is this? Hashirama leaned in curiously. Madara fixed his gaze upon it with quiet, penetrating scrutiny. Xiaoji held the crystal in his palm, channeling the latent power of his star creation pure eyes into its core. A low hum resonated. Then intricate sigils and shifting imagery bloomed from the crystal, coalescing midair into a dynamic rotating star chart. The chart revealed with chilling clarity the Otsutsuki clan's interstellar cultivation, seeding divine trees across countless worlds, draining planetary life force, until, finally, bearing chakra fruit. Within this grand design, the tailed beasts were depicted not as sovereign entities, but as specialized chakra seeds, essential catalysts for the divine tree's growth. And the world beneath their feet, the planet they stood on along with every living soul upon it, was merely fertile soil, nourishment, fodder. This is... Hashirama stared at the brutal, visceral projections hovering in the air, his face paling, his body trembling uncontrollably. All this time, we've only ever been. Madara's pupils contracted sharply, shocked beyond measure. He had always believed shinobi clans' wars and the hierarchy of bloodline limits defined this world's rhythm. Yet this tiny crystal unveiled a truth far vaster and infinitely more desolate than any clan feud. So our battles, our honors, are but cannibalistic squabbles among lab-grown insects. Fertilizer for the divine tree is seen by those who call themselves gods. Madara's voice was hoarse-edged with bitter irony. Now you understand. Xiaji pocketed the crystal and regarded the two future legends, whose worldviews had just shattered, calmly. This land beneath our feet, and everything we hold dear, are to the Otsutsuki nothing more than crops awaiting harvest. Hashirama's fists clenched involuntarily. His lifelong dream, to found a village where shinobi clans coexist in peace shielding children from war's horrors, had always burned bright and pure. But now that dream felt infinitesimal, pathetic, in the face of true extinction-level peril. Xiaji, Hashirama lifted his head. Those ever-warm, optimistic eyes were now clouded with anguish and confusion. Then what do we do? Madara too turned his gaze upon Xiaji, his Mangekyo Sharingan glinting with icy resolve. The Otsutsuki, is that so? His voice lowered thick with suppressed fury. They will pay, dearly, for their arrogance. Xiaji observed their contrasting reactions and nodded inwardly. Hashirama's compassion and boundless empathy rendered him vulnerable to doubt and despair. Madara's pride and fierce conviction, however, ignited readily into relentless defiance. Yet their paths converged. Before a common existential enemy, old enmities dissolved, however temporarily. What do we do? A knowing, enigmatic smile curved Xiaji's lips. Why, we unite and fight like hell. He placed a hand firmly on each of their shoulders. Effective today, the Anti-Otsutsuki United Front is officially established. Our objective: overturn the Otsutsuki's table and make those self-proclaimed deities understand once and for all who truly rules this world. Hashirama and Madara exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw unwavering resolve. Perhaps this shared awakening, was the true purpose of their arrival in this era. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaji's thoughts ran elsewhere. Two free combatants and walking experience caches have finally been fully secured. Next step: devise a way to extract just a bit more credit points from them. I mean, maximize mutual benefit. What happened in the corner of the Land of Thunder was akin to throwing a block of ice into a cauldron of boiling oil. It erupted. The names of Xiaji, Zhu Jian, and Ban, along with the more resounding title of trio, spread across the entire Warring States continent with a speed akin to a wildfire. Have you heard? Something big has happened in the corner of the Land of Thunder. Oh, isn't it just because they took care of those three calamities from the Land of Wind? What have they done this time? What have they done this time? They directly pressed the Yiyu clan to the ground and rubbed them in, even taking away their revered two-tailed cat demon. My heavens! The bunch from the Yiyu clan who are crackling with electricity along with that two-tailed cat demon are tough opponents indeed. These three brats must be reincarnated monsters, right? Who can say otherwise? It's rumored that the leader named Uchiha Xiaji, when he glares that two-tailed cat demon, acts like it's seen catnip, completely subdued. That guy from the Senju clan uses would release like it's blooming flowers, while that guy from the Uchiha clan is even fiercer, spewing fire from his eyes. The rumors grew more bizarre with each telling. The major ninja clans reacted even more exaggeratedly than last time upon hearing this news. Those weaker ninja clans who previously only felt fear were now hastily stitching white flags overnight. They prepared various local specialties, just waiting for that day when these three calamities would pass by their door, ready to kneel and cry out, "Great King, spare me. I am willing to offer my family's pickled vegetables." And those ninja clans that still held some power capable of grappling with the Senju and Uchiha were now also restless, feeling as if they were sitting on needles. Senju Hashirama listened to the spy's vivid reports to the point that he could barely hold his teacup, steadily spilling tea all over his pants. That fool Zhu Jian actually caused such a commotion again. What on earth is Uchiha Xiaji? Uchiha. Why does this name sound so much like an insult to me? Uchiha Taijima locked himself in the ancestral hall, staring blankly at the ancestral tablets for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh. Ban is getting wilder and wilder. But this Uchiha Xiaji, his intentions are unfathomable and his strength is immeasurable. Could it be that if I add a Uchiha character, my Uchiha clan will produce one? No two figures that will stir the winds and clouds. In an instant, the entire Warring States era, due to the unorthodox activities of the Xiaji trio, became even more tumultuous and unpredictable. The three instigators were currently squatting in a cave they had borrowed from some unfortunate soul, conducting their routine post-battle summary. Little brother Xiaji, your technique of staring at someone makes them pregnant. Oh, I mean, staring makes them lay down is quite impressive. Even the two-tailed cat demon couldn't withstand it. Zhu Jian said, munching on the roasted thunderbird leg that the Yiyu clan had offered, his mouth greasy and words unclear. Ban sat cross-legged beside him, meditating. The power of his Sharingan after the fierce battle with the two-tailed demon had become even purer, and the form of his Susano'o was more solid. His understanding of this world had undergone earth-shattering changes since Xiaji revealed the tip of the iceberg of the Otsutsuki. Hatred and conquest were no longer his only pursuits. A greater and heavier sense of responsibility began to sprout in his heart. Xiaji ignored Zhu Jian's nonsensical chatter, happily looking at the system panel. Ding. The star creation eye analyzes the core data of the Otsutsuki ruins, evolution progress 0. 5. Ding. Host successfully guided the Warring States pillars to initially recognize the truth of the world, earning the hidden achievement, history corrector, beginner reward, 0 credit points. Current credit point balance 12960,750 points. Hey, not bad, another little profit. Xiaji nodded in satisfaction. With over 12 million credit points, he had enough confidence to seek out some more advanced enhancement projects. He focused his thoughts and opened the system shop. The dazzling array of goods left him feeling dazzled. Fruit of the Divine Tree fragment contains a trace of original chakra, significantly enhancing the user's chakra limit and recovery speed, with a very small chance of comprehending a special bloodline technique. Price 5 million credit points. 5 million. Too expensive, and it's just a fragment, not worth it. Xiaji directly passed. 6 Path Sage Mode Experience Card 1 hour allows you to experience the joy of the 6 Path Sage in a short time. Price 3 million credit points. Experience card. Boring. What I want is something permanent. Xiaji picked and chose, finally locking his gaze on a seemingly ordinary scroll. Space-Time Talent Enhancement Scroll Unique significantly enhances the user's understanding and application of space-time ninjutsu, with a chance to comprehend exclusive space-time secret techniques. Price 2 million credit points. Space-Time Talent. Xiaji's eyes lit up slightly. Although the star creation eye was powerful, it did not possess the ability to directly traverse time and space. Amato's time-space device also relied on the star creation eye's interference with the laws of space to succeed barely. If he could enhance his own space-time talent, it would make fleeing or pursuing much easier in the future. This is it. Xiaji decisively clicked to purchase. Ding. Consumed 2 million credit points. Space-Time Talent Enhancement Scroll Unique has been purchased and automatically used. A torrent of profound information instantly surged into Xiaji's mind. He gained a new understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique of Kimui, and even of the spatial exile ability of the star creation eye itself. It was as if a new door was slowly opening before him. Just as Xiaji was immersed in the thrill of gaining power, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. A ninja dressed in the attire of the Senju clan rolled in with a panicked expression on his face. Lord Hashirama. Lord Ban. Lord Xiaji. It's bad. Something major has happened in the Land of Water. Hashirama was holding half a Thunderbird leg and nearly choked at the words, tumbling off the ground with his watermelon-shaped head wobbling. The Land of Water. What big trouble could arise there? Could it be a flood that submerged Wuin village? Madara opened his eyes, and his Sharingan slightly focused, clearly intrigued by the sudden news. Summer Solstice leisurely closed the system panel, musing, I just spent money and haven't even warmed up yet, and there's a new dungeon right at my doorstep. The delivery efficiency during this Warring States period is impressive. The Senju clan member caught his breath, his face sorrowful. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I heard that chaos suddenly broke out in the Land of Water. Many small ninja clans were exterminated, blood flowed like rivers. They say there's a terrifying monster wreaking havoc. A terrifying monster. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. If it's labeled as a terrifying monster, it must be no ordinary foe. Summer Solstice's creation star pure eye flickered, catching a faint trace of chakra residue in the clan member's words. That chakra is cold, eerie, carrying an unsettling sense of distortion, entirely different from that of the Otsutsuki clan, yet equally sinister. All right, enough of the wailing. Summer Solstice waved his hand and stood up. The Land of Water, huh? Let's go take a look. His tone was casual, as if he were just visiting a neighbor. Hashirama, hearing that there was a fight especially against a terrifying monster, immediately tossed the Thunderbird leg aside and rubbed his fists together. Great. Another big guy to fight. Summer Solstice, let me go first this time. Madara grunted coldly, sheathing his great sword. A bunch of sneaky rats, I wonder what waves they can stir up. The three of them set off, leaving the Senju clan member kneeling on the ground looking bewildered. Are we departing again? These three are really full of energy. The journey to the Land of Water is considerably more troublesome than the previous trips to the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. After all, there's an ocean in between. We can't expect Hashirama to create an aircraft carrier with wood release. Summer Solstice was contemplating exchanging for a skill like water walking permanent from the system shop, or simply getting a submarine Warring States deluxe version. However, after glancing at the outrageous price and his depleted funds post-big spending, he quietly dismissed the thought. All right, let's save some money. Even the landlord's family doesn't have excess grain. Fortunately, the Yuyue clan was currently loyal to Summer Solstice. Hearing that the three masters were going to the Land of Water to maintain world peace, they immediately contributed the largest and fastest ship from their clan and dispatched several experienced sailors as guides. On the ship, Hashirama fully utilized his social butterfly talent, befriending the sailors of the Yuyue clan, and within days he had extracted nearly all their nautical experience. His control over wood release was becoming increasingly proficient. Occasionally, he could even conjure a few barbed vines to catch some unsuspecting large fish from the sea, improving their meal. His use of Senjutsu chakra was also becoming much more refined. Although he was still far from true sage mode, at least he no longer felt dizzy from the croaking of frogs. Madara, on the other hand, spent most of his time in the cabin meditating with his eyes closed. His Sharingan had become increasingly refined after several intense battles. The form of Susano'o had solidified further, barely covering his entire body, forming a layer of light blue chakra armor. Although still a work in progress, its earth-shattering aura was beginning to take shape. He gradually began to digest and comprehend the conspiracy of Otsutsuki that summer solstice revealed, as well as the deeper truths of this world. Hatred and conquest were no longer his sole pursuits. A grander and heavier sense of responsibility began to sprout in his heart. Of course, this didn't stop him from occasionally bantering with Hashirama or during breaks in their training using his Sharingan to secretly observe summer solstice, trying to uncover more secrets from this enigmatic figure. As for summer solstice, he remained his usual lazy self. Most of the time, he lay on the deck soaking up the sun. Only when Hashirama and Madara encountered a bottleneck in their training or quarreled over the principles of a ninjutsu would he lazily chime in with a few words. Often these seemingly casual comments would hit the nail on the head, addressing the core issue, enlightening both of them and yielding immense benefits. Over time, Hashirama's admiration for summer solstice had reached a blind level, treating him almost as an omniscient life mentor. Madara, though he said nothing, the increasingly complex look in his eyes when he glanced at summer solstice spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. What exactly is this Uchiha summer solstice? His seemingly endless array of tactics, his far superior knowledge, and those eyes that seem to perceive everything. All of it feels like a fog shrouding this seemingly ordinary youth. Days later, the ship finally reached the border of the land of water. However, what awaited them was not the fresh air filled with the salty sea breeze unique to the land of water. Instead, it was a nauseatingly rich smell of blood and an eerie atmosphere that was stifling. The sky was overcast as if it would rain blood at any moment. On the sea, fragments of broken ships floated alongside indistinguishable corpses. The once lively port was now eerily silent, with not a soul in sight. What is going on? Hashirama looked at the scene before him, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, his smile long gone, replaced by a serious expression. Madara's brow furrowed tightly, his Sharingan flashing with a cold, killing intent. It seems the land of water is indeed in serious trouble. Summer solstice's creation star pure, I had already discerned the anomalies in this area. He could clearly sense several powerful and chaotic chakra fluctuations colliding deep within the land of water. One of the chakras was violent and bloodthirsty, carrying a disturbing aura of destruction, somewhat reminiscent of the two tails he sealed earlier, but seemed even more primitive and ruthless. Is that the three tails Isabu? The other chakra fluctuations were cold and eerie, showing signs of artificial modification, sharing similarities with the chakra of those from the Shell organization. Let's go in and take a look. Summer solstice wasted no time, his figure flickering as he dashed towards the source of those chakra fluctuations. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances and immediately followed suit. The three had just set foot on the land of water, not having walked far. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the nearby dense forest. The roar was filled with pain and unwillingness, mingled with the furious shouts of humans and the violent clashes of ninjutsu. Roar, damn. This beast is incredibly strong. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hold on. We absolutely cannot let it escape. From the sound, it seemed that someone was hunting or trying to control the rampaging tailed beast. In the depths of the forest, chaos reigned. Several massive trees were snapped in half, and the ground was pockmarked, covered in puddles and a viscous liquid. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and a nauseating stench. A group of ninjas clad in grayish-white linen clothes with strange red stripes painted on their faces frantically surrounded a colossal creature. The enormous creature was a giant turtle, its size comparable to a small mountain. Its shell was adorned with sharp, bony spikes, and three thick tails thrashed violently behind it, each sweep stirring up a storm of blood and gore. It was the legendary three-tailed Ishi. At this moment, the three-tailed Ishi was clearly enraged and was in a state of rampage. Its enormous single eye flickered with a crimson light, and it opened its massive maw, continuously unleashing high-pressure jets of water that shattered the surrounding trees and rocks. The ninjas attacking it exhibited a fighting style that was bizarre and unnerving. They charged forward fearlessly, seemingly impervious to pain, allowing the water jets and claws of the three-tailed Ishi to carve bloody wounds on their bodies as they lunged forward like rabid dogs. Even more disturbingly, they could extract stark, white bones from their own bodies to use as weapons. Some drew sharp bone blades from their arms, others pulled out barbed bone whips from their spines, and some could even harden their entire skeletal structure to form an impenetrable bone armor. The Bone Clan. Those lunatics from the Huiyi clan. The madmen of the Huiyi clan. Hashirama immediately recognized these individuals, his expression turning grim. How did they end up here? They still want to control the three tails. Madara's Sharingan fixed intently on the Huiyi clan members, and he could distinctly sense the cold, brutal, and abnormal chakra emanating from them. A bunch of bone-obsessed scum daring to meddle with the power of tailed beasts. Madara's tone dripped with disdain. Summer Solstice squinted his eyes, noticing that the Huiyi clan members were not merely trying to control the three tails. While they attacked the Three Tails, several Yi clan members were surrounding it, sketching an extremely complex and eerie pattern on the ground with a special white powder. The lines of that pattern twisted and turned its structure intricate, emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence. What are they up to? Summer Solstice mused. On the battlefield, the conflict between the Yi clan and the three-tailed Ishi had escalated to a fever pitch. A tall Yi clan member roared, and the bones in his arms suddenly pierced through his skin, transforming into two razor-sharp bone blades. He pushed off the ground and shot toward the three-tailed Ishi like a cannonball, his bone blades flashing with a ghastly light as they aimed directly at the creature's enormous single eye. Roar! The three-tailed Ishi howled in pain, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its tail, covered in a hard shell, swept out and struck the Yi clan member with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. The Yi clan member didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying. His chest caved in, and it was clear he wouldn't survive. Yet strangely, the other Yi clan members showed no signs of sorrow upon witnessing their comrade's gruesome death. Instead, they became even more frenzied, intensifying their assault. For the glory of our clan! For the descent of our god! They screamed, each one rushing toward the three-tailed Ishi, as if it were not a terrifying tailed beast capable of crushing them effortlessly, but rather a delectable cake. Hashirama watched, his eyelids twitching. These guys are really reckless. Madara frowned as well. Though he considered himself a battle maniac compared to these Yi clan lunatics, he seemed like a well-behaved child. Summer Solstice, what should we do? Should we help that old turtle? Hashirama asked hesitantly. Though he had a grudge against tailed beasts, the Yi clan looked even more dangerous. Summer Solstice shook his head. Not yet, let's observe a little longer. He felt that there was something sinister in the behavior of the Yi clan. At that moment, the three-tailed Ishi seemed to realize that continuing to clash with these crazies was not in its best interest. Its enormous single eye glinted with a cunning light, and its massive body suddenly shrank, transforming into a stream of water as it fled toward a nearby lake. Trying to escape. Not so easy. An elder from the Yi clan suddenly shouted furiously. He quickly formed hand seals, biting his fingertip and dripping blood onto the eerie white pattern on the ground. Buzz! With the infusion of his blood, the white pattern suddenly blazed with a blinding crimson light. A massive and malevolent chakra burst forth from the pattern, forming a gigantic crimson cage that ensnared the three-tailed Ishi, which had just entered the lake. Roar! The three-tailed Ishi thrashed wildly within the crimson cage, letting out furious roars of defiance. Yet the cage was exceptionally resilient, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. It worked. The sacrificial ceremony can finally begin. The Yi clan elder let out a manic laugh, his wrinkled face contorted in extreme excitement. Sacrifice. Upon hearing these words, Summer Solstice's heart jolted. He recalled the black jade pendant he had found on the ghost-faced wolf, along with the faint remnants of Otsutsuki chakra on it. Could it be that these lunatics from the Yi clan were using the three-tailed Ishi to perform some sort of sacrificial ceremony related to Otsutsuki? If that were the case, things could become very serious. The mad laughter of the Kage elder echoed in the blood-red cage, piercingly sharp. The three-tailed Isabu trapped inside roared in anger, causing the lake to churn violently. Hashirama, Madara, stop dawdling and give those bone players a hand. Summer Solstice yawned and pointed at the blood-red cage. Smash that broken thing, don't let them actually sacrifice that big turtle. I still need it as an experience package. Upon hearing this, Hashirama immediately perked up. All right. With Summer Solstice's command, we go all out. Would release great forest technique. Before his words faded, dozens of sturdy trees rose from the ground, clawing at the blood-red cage. Madara also snorted coldly, the patterns of his Sharingan spinning rapidly. A bunch of ignorant fools dare to show off before me. Fire release, great fire destruction. An overwhelming tide of flames surged forth like an enraged fire dragon, roaring towards the Kage clan's formation. The Kage clan's crazies, seeing this, not only felt no fear, but grew even more excited. For our god, kill! They shouted, pulling out various uniquely shaped bone weapons from their bodies, charging towards the attacks of Hashirama and Madara. While Hashirama's wood release was resilient, the three-tailed Isabu was trapped in the lake. The water release made it exceptionally smooth, with massive water cannons continuously bombarding, scattering the trees. The sharp bone spikes and blades of the Kage clan specifically countered wood release, cutting through like slicing vegetables, quickly putting Hashirama in a tight spot. Damn, this big turtle's water release is too ferocious. And these bone folks, their bones are harder than stones. Hashirama dodged a water arrow and several bone spears, shouting in frustration. Madara wasn't having an easy time either. Though his fire release was powerful, the three-tailed Isabu was in the lake. The vapor diminished the flame's effectiveness significantly. As for illusions, they had minimal effect on the Kage lunatics, whose minds were solely occupied with sacrifice and battle. Their reckless charges and the ceaseless onslaught of bone weapons caused Madara a headache. Useless. You can't handle this little scene. Madara cursed, yet his attacks grew increasingly fierce. The three-tailed Isabu, affected by the attacks from the Kage clan and Hashirama, was seething with rage. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a thick water column mixed with countless tiny ice needles spraying indiscriminately in all directions. Roar! The battlefield instantly turned chaotic. Hashirama's wood release was suppressed by the water cannons and bone spikes, while Madara's fire release and illusions also failed to deliver decisive results. The Kage clan took the opportunity to intensify their assault, trying to complete the bizarre sacrificial ritual as quickly as possible. Summer Solstice stood at a distance watching these two future pillars of the ninja world being battered by a group of bone players, and a big turtle, shaking his head helplessly. TSK Tisk Tisk truly looks good, but is useless. It seems I have to personally step in and teach them a good lesson. He concentrated, and the system mall interface opened before him. It's inconvenient to move underwater. Let's get some gear first. Underwater Combat Suit Warring States Elite Edition, crafted from unknown deep-sea creature leather and rare metals, providing underwater breathing high-speed propulsion and a degree of physical defense. Price 15000 gold points. Bought. Summer Solstice didn't even blink. That big turtle seems unfriendly. Oh, I need to find a way to calm it down. Tailed Beast Affinity Calming Agent Trial version contains special calming pheromones, which can significantly reduce the aggression and wariness of tailed beasts for a short period and has a chance to put them into a brief sage time. Side effects for some hot-tempered tailed beasts: the effect may be halved, and the trial version has a shorter duration. Price 10000 gold points. Trial version. Still 10000 points. The system is getting more and more unscrupulous. Summer Solstice grumbled, but chose to purchase anyway. Money is meant to be spent. What are you saving it for the new year? The two items were instantly credited to him. A layer of nearly invisible thin armor covered Summer Solstice, the effect of the underwater combat suit. He weighed the small spray bottle of light blue liquid in his hand. That was the Tailed Beast Affinity Calming Agent. All right, let's see how I operate. Summer Solstice's figure flickered and vanished into the turbulent lake. The water was icy cold and visibility was extremely poor. The massive body of the three-tailed Isabu stirred up a huge whirlpool in the water, while the crazed members of the Kage clan, relying on the characteristics of the bone pulse, pursued in the water. Summer Solstice's star creation I saw clearly underwater. He effortlessly dodged the chaotic attacks, moving with remarkable agility. Big Turtle, don't get excited. Big Brother is here to bring you warmth. Summer Solstice quietly approached the wildly struggling three-tailed Isabu. He discovered that although this giant looked fierce, the way its chakra operated was full of flaws. The weak point is the soft shell under its neck and the connections of its three tails, which seem particularly sensitive to shocks. The star creation I quickly analyzed the data of the three-tailed Isabu. Summer Solstice seized an opportunity, lightly spraying the Tailed Beast Affinity Calming Agent towards the massive head of the three-tailed Isabu. The light blue mist instantly dissolved into the water, being inhaled by the three-tailed Isabu through its nostrils. Roar! The originally violent movements of the three-tailed Isabu suddenly halted. Its crimson single eye flashed with a hint of confusion, then became somewhat dazed. Its massive body also stopped struggling, as if it had suddenly lost interest in fighting and just wanted to find a place to sleep. Done and dusted. Summer Solstice snapped his fingers in satisfaction. He burst through the water's surface and returned to the shore. The battle on the shore was still fierce. Hashirama and Madara were entangled by the crazed members of the Kage clan, unable to break free. Summer Solstice, you're finally back. How's that big turtle? It's quiet now. Oh, it's time to deal with these bone players. Summer Solstice's gaze fell upon those still crazily attacking Kage clan members. His star creation I had already analyzed the bizarre bone pulse secret technique of the Kage clan to a considerable extent. Bone pulse fighting by manipulating one's own bones is indeed formidable. But this ability places a tremendous burden on the body, and each time bones are summoned, they consume a large amount of life force. Moreover, their bone regeneration seems to depend on a certain special chakra source, or rather some external energy supply. The corners of Summer Solstice's mouth curled into a cold smile. He rapidly formed several basic hand seals and lowly chanted, "Rule Rewrite Energy Extraction." An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Summer Solstice. The Kage clan members, who were frantically summoning bones and battling Hashirama and Madara, suddenly froze in place. They were horrified to discover that the special chakra, which continuously supported the activation of the bone pulse within them at that moment, was abruptly cut off like a shut-off valve, instantly draining away. What's happening? My power. My bones. Won't grow. The Kage clan lunatics showed fear for the first time. Their proud bone pulse had at this moment completely gone silent. Hashirama and Madara seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. The Kage clan members, having lost their bone pulse, were utterly defenseless before the two. Moments later, all the Kage clan members were defeated and lost their ability to fight. Summer Solstice walked over to the altar beside the blood-red cage. The strange white pattern still emitted an ominous red glow. His star creation I carefully scrutinized the runes on the altar. These runes were alarmingly similar to the symbols on the black jade pendant he had previously found on the ghost-faced wolf. Those Otsutsuki old bastards really left a backup here. Summer Solstice's brow furrowed tightly. The recent events in the Land of Water were likely related to the Otsutsuki clan's conspiracy. This era is truly becoming increasingly chaotic and more interesting. The blood-colored runes on the altar dimmed sharply at the moment the power of the Kage clan was drained. The blood-red cage trapping the three-tailed Isabu also became precarious. Although the three-tailed Isabu was sprayed in the face by summer solstice's tail beast calming agent, it entered a brief state of who am I? Where am I? Yet the instincts of the tail beast remained. As it watched its cage crumble, its enormous single eye turned, and its massive body began to stir. Not good. This big guy is about to escape. Just as Hashirama caught his breath, he became anxious again. Madara also propped himself up with his blade, his Sharingan fixed intensely on the surface of the lake, and said in a deep voice, "We can't let it return to the deep water, or it will be even harder to handle." The Kage clan members, though all lying on the ground like frostbitten eggplants, wore strange smiles on their faces. The elder of the Kage clan, coughing up blood, laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, foolish mortals. Do you think this is the end?" In his murky eyes crazy flames burned. "The power of my god is not something you can fathom. Even if we fail, we will make this filthy land feel the wrath of divine punishment." Before his words fell, he suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the core of the altar. Ahum! The entire altar, along with the eerie white pattern on the ground, erupted into dazzling blood light. A destructive energy surged wildly from the altar's core, as if it were a supernova on the verge of exploding. "He's going to blow up the altar. We'll perish together." Madara's face changed dramatically, and the Susanoo's skeletal frame instinctively shielded him. Hashirama also turned pale, his hands clasping together, trying to activate would release for defense. But the expansion speed of that energy was too fast for them to even escape. They could only watch as a terrifying explosion capable of flattening a radius of several miles was about to occur. "So noisy." A lazy voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Summer Solstice dug in his ear, looking impatient, as if he were annoyed by a neighbor's dog barking too loudly. He slowly raised his right hand towards the altar about to explode, fingers spread and gently squeezed. Spatial exile. An extraordinary scene occurred. The torrent of energy which could annihilate everything was forcibly twisted and compressed by an invisible force at the moment of imminent explosion. The space above the altar seemed to be torn open by an invisible giant hand, creating a pitch-black rift. All the blood light, all the destructive energy, along with the enormous altar itself, were swallowed into that dark rift. Not even a fart was left behind. In the next moment, the space fissure quietly closed as if nothing had ever happened. The entire world fell silent. Only the sound of the lake splashing against the shore and the heavy breathing of Hashirama and Madara remained. The maniacal smile on the Kage elder's face completely froze. His eyes bulged wide, his jaw nearly dislocated, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. He. What did he just see? Where did my massive self-destructing altar go? Where did my grand fireworks of mutual destruction go? Just like that, it vanished, swallowed by that kid. Huffed. The Kage elder, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of old blood. His head tilted, and he directly fainted from rage. Hashirama and Madara stood there dumbfounded, their minds blank. They felt as if their worldview had been repeatedly rubbed against the ground by Summer Solstice today, shattered into pieces. What the hell? What kind of sorcery is this? Summer Solstice ignored the two future leaders who had begun to question their lives, clapping his hands and turning his gaze toward the giant turtle in the lake, which also looked bewildered. The three-tailed Isabu was also stunned. The energy from the earlier explosion that had even made its heart race simply disappeared. Its not-so-sharp mind clearly couldn't process such complex information. Summer Solstice's figure flickered and reappeared on the surface of the lake. "Big Turtle, don't be dazed, but it's time to get you a new home." He pulled out another golden scroll that looked even more advanced and exquisite than the one used to seal Shikaku. High-level tail beast sealing symbol, carefully drawn using fibers from the divine tree's branches, and 6 paths, Sage's chakra, ink replica sealing effect max. Comes with a calming function, effectively reduces the tail beast's resistance, a must-have for capturing divine beasts during your travels. Price 5,000K points. 50,000 points. System, you really are getting better at business. Summer Solstice's heart bled, but his actions were remarkably graceful. He abruptly tossed the scroll forward and shouted, "Seal." The golden scroll suddenly unfurled in midair, transforming into countless golden chains. Those chains, as if alive, instantly bound the three-tailed Isabu, which had yet to react tightly. Roar! The three-tailed Isabu let out a confused sound, feeling the warm comfort of the golden chains wrapped around it. Its violent chakra, under the soothing effect of these golden chains, miraculously calmed down. Finally, the massive body of the three-tailed Isabu slowly shrank, transforming into a docile sphere of chakra completely wrapped by the golden chains, and pulled back into the scroll. The scroll automatically rolled up, transforming into a streak of flowing light that flew back into Summer Solstice's hand. The entire process was smooth and effortless, like buying a large cabbage at a market. Hashirama and Madara watched this scene, already numb. They felt that spending too much time with Summer Solstice had significantly strengthened their heart's tolerance. Having dealt with the three-tailed Isabu, Summer Solstice leisurely returned to the shore and kicked the unconscious Kage elder. "All right, stop playing dead. Get up and chat." The Kage elder was kicked awake, staring at Summer Solstice's friendly, smiling face, shivering in fear. Madara came over, grabbing the Kage elder by the collar and lifting him up, his Sharingan fixed intently on him. "Speak. What does your Kage clan intend to achieve with these sinister sacrificial rituals?" The Kagaya elder, intimidated by Madara's ocular power, was mentally shaken, but still showed signs of fanaticism in his eyes. What do you mortals understand? He coughed up blood as he spoke intermittently. Everything we do is to welcome the return of the goddess of the moon. The goddess of the moon. Hashirama leaned in closer, his face full of curiosity. Exactly. The Kagaya elder's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. The goddess of the moon is the progenitor of Chakra, the true deity of this land. She will once again reign over the world, cleansing away all filth. As the most faithful followers of the goddess, our Kagaya clan has been searching for the divine fragments scattered across the world, attempting to reconstruct the body of our god and welcome her return. Divine fragments. Summer Solstice's brow twitched slightly. He recalled the earlier black jade pendant and the Otsutsuki ruins in the Land of Lightning. Exactly. The Kagaya elder's voice carried a hint of madness. Those fragments are sacred relics left by the goddess, containing supreme, divine power. As long as we gather all the fragments, our god will. Before he could finish his words, Summer Solstice knocked him unconscious with a swift chop. Noisy. Summer Solstice gazed at the sealing scroll in his hand, pondering the black jade pendant and the discoveries in the Otsutsuki ruins, gradually forming a bold hypothesis in his mind. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of the moon. Divine fragments, Otsutsuki relics. It seems that even within the Otsutsuki clan there are divisions. The arrival of Kagaya as well as her subsequent sealing probably concealed a more astonishing secret. And the Kagaya clan, those self-proclaimed followers of the goddess, are likely seeking the divine fragments that could hold the key to uncovering this secret. This Warring States era is even more fascinating than he had imagined. The residents of the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama listened attentively to the vivid report from the scouts about recent events, nearly spilling his tea in his agitation. That fool Hashirama, how could he cause such a huge uproar again? Who exactly is Uchiha Shizuku? Inside the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima's face was as solemn as water as he stared blankly at the ancestral tablets for a long time, finally letting out a deep sigh. That kid Madara is becoming more unruly by the day. In an instant, the entire Warring States period became even more chaotic due to the unorthodox actions of the Shizuka trio. Meanwhile, the three instigators were squatting in a cave borrowed from some unfortunate soul, conducting their routine post-battle summary. Hey Shizuka, your technique, whoever you stare at becomes pregnant. I mean, whoever you stare at lies down, is too powerful. Even the three-tails giant turtle couldn't withstand it. Hashirama said, chewing on a grilled fish. He had somehow found his mouth greasy and words unclear. Madara sat cross-legged nearby, meditating. The power of his Sharingan after the intense battle with the Three Tails and the Kagaya clan had become more refined, and his Susano'o's form was also solidifying. Shizuku paid no mind to Hashirama's rambling. He was secretly examining another piece of black jade he had scavenged from Elder Kagaya. This jade piece was almost identical to the previous one, emitting faint remnants of Otsutsuki chakra. It seems that the Kagaya clan is indeed collecting these fragments of the gods all over the world. Shizuku mused inwardly. He placed the two jade pieces together, slowly infusing them with the power of his creation star eye. Buzz. The two jade pieces produced a marvelous resonance, with the strange runes on their surfaces lighting up simultaneously, projecting a fragmented star map in midair. At the center of the star map was a massive swirling nebula, while the edges pointed to several unknown coordinates. One of those coordinates glimmered, seemingly unusually active. Ding. Resonance detected between two Otsutsuki spatial markers. A part of the star map information has been unlocked. Active coordinate point detected. Land of whirlpools. The system's prompt sound resonated in his mind. The land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan. Shizuku's brow furrowed slightly. Speaking of which, the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, and they excel at various powerful sealing techniques. The relics of the Otsutsuki clan appearing on the territory of the Uzumaki clan, which is proficient in sealing techniques. Could there be a connection? Just as Shizuku was deep in thought, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the cave. A ninja dressed in the Senju clan's attire rushed in, rolling and scrambling with a look of urgency on his face. Lord Hashirama, Lord Madara, Lord Shizuku. Upon seeing the three, the ninja appeared as though he had found salvation, immediately collapsing to his knees. It's bad. Something big has happened. Hashirama was startled by his demeanor, dropping the grilled fish from his hand. Calm down, take your time. Even if the sky is falling, we have Shizuku to hold it up. The ninja took a breath, pulling out a letter sealed with special materials stained with blood, and presented it with both hands. This is a distress letter sent by the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. A distress letter. Both Hashirama and Madara were taken aback. The Uzumaki clan had always been non-confrontational, and their sealing techniques were incredibly powerful, making their territory easy to defend. What could possibly happen that would require them to seek external help? Shizuku took the letter, which had a large urgent written in blood on the envelope, along with a swirling family crest. He opened the envelope, and the content made his pale blue creation star eyes pupils sharply contract. The end of the letter depicted the shape of an object in an extremely ancient script. That shape was astonishingly similar to the black jade in Shizuku's hand, as well as certain artifacts discovered at the Otsutsuki ruins in the Land of Lightning. Another fragment of the gods. Shizuku's heart suddenly raced. It appeared that the Otsutsuki's conspiracy was more complex than he had imagined. In the land of whirlpools, this seemingly non-confrontational ancient ninja clan was likely playing a crucial role in this massive conspiracy spanning millennia. What does the letter say, Shizuku? Hashirama asked, noticing Shizuku's unusual expression. Shizuku handed them the letter without speaking. After reading the letter, both Hashirama and Madara's expressions turned grave. Fragments of the gods, eh? Hashirama clenched his fist. The Uzumaki clan is in trouble. We cannot stand by idly. Madara snorted coldly. Humph, yet another group of Hidden-seek types. I want to see what kind of monsters are behind this one. Shizuku looked at the two, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Prepare yourselves. We are going to the land of whirlpools. The land of the vortex is located at the center of a vast whirlpool sea, and its natural geographical environment serves as the most formidable barrier. However, at this moment outside this barrier, numerous allied ninja clans surrounded it, ominously exuding a murderous aura that trapped the entire land of the vortex. Hey, I say, are the people of the land of the vortex all turtles? Hiding in there, refusing to come out because of that broken whirlpool. A ninja with face paint spat impatiently in front of the allied forces. Next to him, a short and stocky ninja sneered, what's the hurry? No matter how strong the sealing techniques of the whirlpool clan are, they are still human. We can wear them down. The clan leader said that as long as we take down the land of the vortex, the sealing techniques they have treasured for thousands of years will be shared among us. And those red-haired women of their clan, I've heard, each one is quite charming and possesses immense chakra. A lecherous laughter erupted from the front lines, filled with greed and desire. They were unaware that three figures had quietly slipped past their blockades, stepping onto the land of the vortex. Tisk, what a strong stench of decay. Standing on a rock by the sea of the land of the vortex, Madara wrinkled his nose in disdain as he looked at the ominous mass of the allied forces in the distance. Madara, don't say that, they're also trying to survive. Hashirama with a kind demeanor clasped his hands together as if to pray for the enemy. So it's acceptable to rob others of their wives and children, to seize their heirlooms in the name of survival. Summer Solstice brushed off the dust from his clothes, casting a glance at Hashirama. Your nice guy habit will surely lead you to great trouble. Hashirama scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly, and fell silent. As soon as the three entered the land of the vortex, they were immediately spotted by a patrol of vortex clansmen. Each of these vortex clansmen sported striking red hair, their faces etched with fatigue and vigilance. Who goes there? The leading vortex ninja shouted sternly, his kunai already aimed at them. Senju Hashirama here to deliver a noble request for aid. Hashirama stepped forward, revealing the emblem of the Senju clan. Upon seeing the Senju emblem, the vortex ninja glanced at the tall and honest Hashirama, then at the powerful aura of Madara, finally resting his gaze on the uniquely charismatic Summer Solstice. You are the team of three? The ninja asked tentatively, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. It seemed their reputation had spread faster than anticipated. After confirming their identities, the three were led into the heart of the land of the vortex, Vortex Tide Village. The atmosphere in the village was exceptionally oppressive, with injured ninjas and civilians visible everywhere. Women and children cowered indoors, peering anxiously outside. The leader of the Vortex clan, Vortex Amino, an old man with a full head of red hair but a weary appearance, met them in the shrine. It is our great fortune that the three lords have come. It is a blessing for the entire land of the vortex. As soon as Vortex Amino saw the three, he was so excited, he almost burst into tears, rushing to bow deeply. Hashirama quickly supported him, saying, old man, there's no need for such formalities. The Vortex and Senju are distant relatives and should help each other. Alas, Vortex Amino sighed heavily, his wrinkles deepening. The enemy this time is a coalition formed by several ninja clans around us who have long coveted our sealing techniques. This time they are determined to annihilate our clan. Madara crossed his arms and snorted coldly. A bunch of trash dare to call themselves a coalition. Vortex Amino forced a smile, saying, Lord Madara's reputation precedes him. I have heard of it long ago. But they are numerous, and our clan is not good at direct combat. We have been besieged for a long time, suffering heavy casualties. We truly cannot hold on any longer. As the old man spoke, his gaze dimmed. The atmosphere in the shrine grew heavy. Summer Solstice remained silent, merely surveying the ancient village, feeling a powerful and pure chakra energy permeating the air. This energy seemed to stem from the bloodline of the Vortex clan. I have already stated in the request for aid. Vortex Amino steadied himself and looked at the three, his tone becoming extremely serious. As long as the three lords can help the land of the vortex repel the strong enemies, our clan is willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold, as well as all the secret scrolls of our sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up. Sealing techniques are great. They can reduce bloodshed. Madara remained unmoved. He wasn't particularly interested in gold or secret techniques. Vortex Amino seemed to sense Madara's disdain. He gritted his teeth as if making a major decision and turned his gaze towards Summer Solstice. Additionally, I have one more request that is not easy to ask. The old man suddenly rubbed his hands, forcing a slightly ingratiating smile. The shift in tone was quite abrupt. I have heard that Lord Summer Solstice is still unmarried. At that moment, Hashirama, who was drinking water, spat it out and choked into a coughing fit. Madara also raised his eyebrows in rare surprise, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smirk. Summer Solstice. He had a bad premonition. Ahem. Vortex Amino cleared his throat and continued. Our clan has a daughter named Mizuho. She is 20 years old, stunningly beautiful, gentle in nature, and possesses extraordinary talent with an immense amount of chakra that is rare in our clan's 1,000-year history. If Lord Summer Solstice does not mind, I would be willing to arrange for Mizuho to be betrothed to you, establishing an everlasting bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. What a scheme. This is the rhythm of offering a wife when unable to win a fight. Summer Solstice's mouth twitched. I must say this old man is quite shrewd. He knew that their team of 3 was feared across the world, and the Senju and Uchiha clans were sworn enemies. If he could win over just one, he could secure his position. And Summer Solstice, the actual leader of this team of 3, was undoubtedly the best candidate for such a marriage. I'm not interested in marriage. Summer Solstice bluntly refused. He came here for the fragments of the divine and the sealing techniques, not for matchmaking. Vortex Amino's face immediately fell, filled with disappointment. However, Summer Solstice continued, I am quite interested in your Vortex clan sealing techniques, as well as that immense chakra of Mizuho. Oh. Vortex Amino was momentarily at a loss for words. What I mean is, Summer Solstice looked at him, speaking slowly, I do not need to marry. But I want to learn your sealing techniques. I also want to study that immense chakra. This sounded very much like a villain. Hashirama desperately gestured with his eyes, urging Summer Solstice to be more diplomatic and not scare the old man. Madara, on the other hand, wore an expression of, this is more like it. Vortex Amino was dazed for a moment, then finally reacted, his face blossoming into a beaming smile, like a chrysanthemum. No problem. No problem. As long as we can repel the enemy, I would be willing to teach you, or even let you burn the secret scrolls as firewood. That's good. Summer Solstice nodded, finally steering the conversation back on track. Now tell me, among the ninja clans attacking you, is there one called the Yuri clan? Hearing the name, Yuri clan, Vortex Amino's expression changed instantly. Lord Summer Solstice, how do you know them? His voice carried a hint of fear. Indeed, the initiator of this coalition is the Yuri clan. Hashirama scratched his watermelon-like head, puzzled. The Yuri clan. I haven't heard much about them. Are they very powerful? Not just powerful. Uzumaki, looming, slammed his thigh, his beard bristling with anger. These guys are like the stones in a latrine, both foul and tough. They only emerged in recent years in the land of water, acting ruthlessly and employing strange tactics, with every member being a reckless lunatic. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and scoffed, lunatics. Can they compare to the Kage clan's bone-obsessed maniacs? They might even surpass them. Uzumaki, looming, looked terrified. The Kage clan is simply not very bright and enjoys fighting. But the Yuri clan, they seem more like a kind of evil cult. Evil cult. Xiaji raised an eyebrow, sensing he had grasped a key point. Exactly. Uzumaki, looming, lowered his voice and said mysteriously, these guys don't believe in gods or Buddhas, but instead worship some god of slumber, constantly mumbling about wanting to awaken their deity with blood and souls, establishing some divine kingdom on earth. Moreover, Uzumaki, looming, paused, his expression growing graver. Their clan leader Yu Ishin possesses unfathomable strength. I once had a distant encounter with him, and that guy's bloodline limit is unheard of and unseen. His body can stretch and fold like paper, yet is tougher than steel. Common ninjutsu and taijutsu can't even scratch him. A body like paper. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes. Xiaji stroked his chin, thinking this ability sounded somewhat like a certain member of a future organization. Could it be that the Otsutsuki's technological advancements had already gone astray in this era? The most crucial part is, Uzumaki, looming, tremulously pulled out a tightly wrapped object covered in runes from his bosom and carefully unfolded it. It was a fragment of a stone tablet engraved with twisted symbols, which surprisingly originated from the same source as the 2 black jade pendants Xiaji obtained earlier. Is this also a fragment of God? Xiaji's pupils constricted slightly. We, the Uzumaki clan, call it the Stone of Calamity. Uzumaki, looming, forced a bitter smile. This item was accidentally obtained by our ancestors and has been sealed deep within the shrine. But for some unknown reason, recently this stone suddenly began to emit an ominous aura, attracting the Yuri clan's covetous eyes. The Yuri clan seems to have mastered a similar fragment and has been secretly plundering the population and resources of other small ninja clans, seemingly conducting some extremely evil sacrificial ceremony. I believe their primary objective in attacking us is to seize our Stone of Calamity. At that moment, the clues completely connected. The sacrifices of the Kage clan, the plundering by the Yuri clan, and the scattered fragments of God across the world. The Otsutsuki clan's conspiracy was far grander and more ancient than he had imagined. I understand now. Xiaji nodded, pushing the stone tablet back. You all keep this stone safe for now. Leave the rabble outside to us. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, his demeanor light and carefree, as if he were not about to face a coalition of several ninja clans, but a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Xiaji, do you have a plan? Hashirama looked at him with admiration. Plan, oi. Xiaji glanced at him. What plan is needed to deal with this rabble? Just charge right in and finish it. Madara grinned, his mouth curling into a warlike arc at the words. I love hearing that. Uzumaki, looming, stared at these 3 uniquely spirited saviors, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then a sharp alarm sounded outside the shrine accompanied by a deafening roar. An Uzumaki clan member rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face filled with terror. Clan leader. It's bad. The enemy. The enemy has begun a full-scale attack. They have used some bizarre siege weapon to break our outer four-symbol seal barrier. What a... Uzumaki Looming's face turned pale, his body swaying dangerously as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The four-symbol seal is one of our Uzumaki clan's top-tier defense barriers, and it has been broken just like that. Izanagi and the others quickly exited the shrine. Above the village of Uzumaki, a colossal shadow had descended, its origins unknown. It was a massive warship constructed from unknown black metal and pale bones resembling a floating fortress. At the bow of the warship was a grotesque demon face from which a powerful chakra cannon was continuously spewing destructive energy. Each strike created violent ripples across the defenses of the Uzumaki village. On the deck of that immense warship stood a man clad in luxurious feathered attire, his handsome face tinged with a hint of wickedness, coldly looking down at the struggling Uzumaki village below. It was none other than the leader of the Yu-E clan, Yu-E Xian. Uzumaki Looming, you old turtle, have you finally decided to show yourself? Yu-E Xian's voice, amplified through chakra, echoed throughout the entire Uzumaki village, carrying a tone of condescension. Hand over the stone of calamity and bring me all the red-haired women from your clan. Perhaps I will consider sparing your Uzumaki clan a complete corpse. Arrogant. Outrageous. Hashirama shouted furiously, this guy is too much. Madara. Izanagi. Let's go. Madara's Sharingan began to spin wildly, with the skeletal form of Susano'o faintly appearing. Izanagi looked up at the floating warship and the imperious Yu-E Xian, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perfect, I'll use you to test my new gear. The defensive barrier of Uchiha village resembled a fishing net riddled with holes, gaping, windswept, and utterly breached. Outside, the allied shinobi clans surged inward like sharks drawn to blood, frenzied and rabid. Uzumaki shinobi, each crowned with vivid crimson hair, now bore stains redder still, their own blood soaking deeper than pigment. Masters of sealing techniques, they wielded precision artistry, but faced overwhelming numbers foes who charged without hesitation, trading lives as if death held no weight. In that moment, Uchiha village became a symphony of doom. Shinobi jutsu detonating in thunderous bursts, blades clashing in metallic shrieks, and dying cries spiraling into a lament for the end of days. Hold the line. Not one foot shall cross into the ancestral shrine. Uzumaki Rurame's beard and brows bristled with fury as the elder himself descended into battle. His adamantine sealing chains whirled with ferocious momentum, shattering bones and snapping tendons of the vanguard attackers. Yet age had long sapped his chakra reserves from their prime. Soon he labored for breath, his movements faltering, danger closing in from all sides. Madara could contain himself no longer. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently, and cobalt chakra flames erupted from his body, giving rise to a colossal skeletal frame rising from the earth. Susano'o. Hashirama wasted no time, slamming both palms onto the ground. Would release sea of trees wall. Dozens of thick gnarled trunks erupted skyward, interlacing with breathtaking speed to form a makeshift bulwark, barely halting the enemy's first wave. Izanagi stood at the rear, observing the chaos unfold across the battlefield, and shook his head in quiet resignation. These two future titans of the shinobi world were still raw, unrefined, untested. One relied solely on Susano'o's brute force, the other only on trees. Their tactics were monotonous, their efficiency woefully low. With a subtle shift of intent, Izanagi opened his system shop. Fine. Today this sovereign shall play field medic. Battlefield medical drone swarm warring states edition. Upon deployment, autonomously identifies injured allies, not enemies, and delivers rapid life-saving treatment. Equipped with hemostatic mist, chakra replenishment injectors, and rapid bone growth gel. End price, 30000 Krypton points. Single-user enhancement serum adrenaline surge variant temporarily amplifies physical capacity and chakra output while sharpening mental acuity and striking power. Friendly reminder, post-effect fatigue may include lower back soreness. We recommend pairing with Lu Wei Di Huangwan. End price, 5000 Krypton points per dose. System, you truly are a genius. Even Lu Wei Di Huangwan made it into the catalog. Izanagi cursed inwardly, but his fingers moved swiftly, purchasing 1 drone swarm and 3 doses of the serum. Money is trivial, it can always be earned again. A life lost, however, is gone forever. He refused to let his 2 carefully nurtured high-potential assets fall here today. A faint, almost imperceptible hum resonated through the air. Dozens of palm-sized drones, sleek, metallic, and insectoid, materialized behind Izanagi and shot forward like streaks of light, homing precisely on wounded Uzumaki shinobi writhing on the ground. Microprobes extended from their undersides, bathing injuries in emerald healing light as unknown fluids infused directly into the wounded. Lacerations sealing before the eye could fully register the change. Several Uzumaki shinobi drained of chakra and pale as ash leapt upright moments after receiving an injection, suddenly certain they could fight another 300 rounds. What sorcery is this? An Uzumaki shinobi locked in desperate combat stared dumbfounded as the deep gash carved into his arm by a laser blade vanished instantly beneath the drone's luminous scan. Across the battlefield, every Uzumaki shinobi stood frozen, stunned, uncomprehending. Their very understanding of reality had just shattered. Xiaji ignored their awe. With practiced ease he flicked the 3 vials, like pebbles, toward Hashirama Madara and Uzumaki Rurame locked in fierce combat. Catch, this is good stuff. Drink it and crush them. Hashirama, entangled by multiple assailants, reflexively opened his mouth as the vial flew toward him and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Madara and Rurame reacted with equal swiftness, catching their vials and downing them without pause. In that instant, explosive power surged through all 3 bodies. Hashirama felt his sage chakra and would release energy ignite with unprecedented intensity. He could even hear the joyful rhythmic breathing of dormant seeds deep within the earth beneath his feet. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan flared, its ocular power surging, causing sinews and muscle to rapidly coalesce over Susanoo's skeletal frame, rendering it more complete and far more terrifying. Rurame's withered frame surged with renewed vitality. His adamantine sealing chains now swung with such force they carried the crackle of wind and thunder. I feel I could take on 10. Hashirama roared and slammed his palms onto the ground once more. This time it was no mere tangle of timber. Would release wooden dragon technique. A monstrous dragon, woven from countless living trees, roared into being, its colossal body slamming dozens of enemies off their feet in a single devastating sweep. Insects. Madara's voice was glacial. The chakra greatsword in Susanoo's grip swept horizontally, a cataclysmic arc of destruction. Cobalt light cleaved the air, enemies fell like wheat before a scythe. Adamantine sealing chains grand vortex. Rurame, undimmed by age, unleashed dozens of golden chains from his back, spinning them into a vast roaring vortex that ensnared fleeing foes mid-stride. The tide of battle reversed in an instant, thanks to Xiaji's krypton-fueled support. Bolstered by the drone's miraculous revival effect, Uzushi no Kuni's shinobi surged forward with renewed vigor, howling as they launched counterattacks. Hashirama's wooden dragon, Madara's Susanoo, and Rurame's adamantine sealing chains carved paths of annihilation across the field, an overwhelming multidimensional assault. The allied army's front lines crumbled entirely. They could not fathom it. How had Uzushi no Kuni moments ago battered and broken suddenly become an army of indomitable, near-immortal warriors? And those 3 monstrous leaders, what were those techniques? Unprecedented. Unheard of. Retreat. Now, this battle is unwinnable. The allied commander, witnessing the surreal carnage, turned pale with terror and fled first. Collapse followed like an avalanche. Just as victory shimmered on the horizon for Uzushi no Kuni, Yagami Jinya, long observing coldly from the massive warship hovering overhead, finally stirred. His earlier smirk had vanished, replaced by gravity so profound it seemed to bend the air around him. With a single step he appeared, ghost-like, in the heart of the battlefield. No grand aura, no flamboyant jutsu. He simply raised his right hand and pointed casually at Madara's rampaging Cobalt Susanoo. Paper-drawn body art, thread of severance. A soft sharp, a tiny perfect hole appeared, without warning, on Susanoo's impenetrable chest plating. Instantly the aperture widened. Countless fine cracks spiderwebbed outward across the armor. Madara felt an incomprehensible piercing force strike his very core, before he'd even registered the motion. He hadn't seen the attack. A torrent of crimson erupted from his mouth. Then, like a punctured balloon, the colossal blue Susanoo imploded with a deafening roar. Madara's body plummeted lifeless and weightless from the sky. Hashirama. The massive blue Susanoo of Madara shattered like a glass art piece, smashed by a child with a hammer, collapsing with a thunderous roar. He himself was like struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of old blood that sprayed 3 feet high, uncontrollably plummeting from midair. Hashirama's eyes turned red, letting out a furious roar. He wanted to rush over to catch his good buddy, but was tightly entangled by several fearless members of the feathered clan, unable to break free. On the battlefield, the situation, which had initially reversed due to the ninja from the land of whirlpools, underwent a shocking turnaround once again with a mere finger from Yui Xian. Everyone halted their actions, staring in horror at the man floating in midair, dressed in resplendent feathered garments. One finger, just one finger, was enough to break the imposing Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Is he even human? Too easy to break. Yui Xian slowly retracted his finger, a hint of sickly elegance on his face alongside a disdain for Madara as a traditional powerhouse. Uchiha's Susanoo and Senjutsu would release are nothing but outdated antiques before the divine art bestowed upon me by the gods. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a chilling magical power. Summer Solstice stood in the back, watching Madara fall from the sky, sighing helplessly. "Sai, I told you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen." He shifted slightly beneath his feet, and his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment he appeared in the path of Madara's descent, extending his hand to gently catch him. Cough, cough. Madara lay on Summer Solstice's back, coughing out another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as paper, and the brilliance of his Sharingan dimmed slightly. "That guy is suspicious." He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "My Susanoo couldn't withstand his attack at all, That power penetrated directly through my chakra, affecting my real body. Alright, stop talking and save your strength. Summer Solstice tossed Madara to a nearby Whirlpool clan member who had rushed over already dumbfounded, saying, "Watch him carefully. If he dies from the fall, I won't take responsibility." He clapped his hands, looking up at the still posing Uchiha, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Paper drawing martial body. Interesting. It seems those old schemers from the Otsutsuki clan have already begun to dabble in this technology and ruthless techniques in this era. On the other side, Hashirama felt somewhat relieved seeing Madara saved. But soon after, a raging fury arose. "You Uchiha, you bastard. How dare you harm my dear friend? I know my comrade." Hashirama shouted angrily, the chakra surging wildly due to the adrenaline-boosting enhancement potion boiling once more. Would release wood golem technique. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and a wooden giant, several times larger than the previous wooden dragon, roared as it rose up from the ground. The wooden golem was entirely made of hardwood entwined with a ferocious wooden dragon, its eyes shining brightly, exuding boundless life, energy, and terrifying pressure. This was the strongest power that Hashirama could unleash under the dual enhancement of Sage Chakra and premium potions. Oh, finally willing to show some real skills. Uchiha looked at the towering wooden giant, and instead of showing any fear, a hint of interest appeared on his face. "The wood golem technique, huh? Senju Hashirama, you truly are a genius. It's just a pity you were born in the wrong era." Before his words fell, the massive wooden giant swung its mountain-like fist violently toward him. The wind from the fist howled, compressing the air to emit a mournful cry under unbearable pressure. However, facing this earth-shattering blow, Uchiha's figure drifted back like a flimsy sheet of paper in the breeze, easily avoiding the heavy punch of the wooden giant. Immediately after, his entire body began to undergo an extremely strange transformation. His body flattened like a piece of paper, limbs stretching and folding at will moving through the air in a manner that completely defied human anatomy. Every attack of the wooden giant, whether it was a heavy punch or the dragon's bite, could not truly touch his real body. He moved like a slippery loach strolling leisurely in the midst of a storm. What bloodline limit is this? Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant's head, dumbfounded at the scene before him. He felt as if he were a strong man wielding a big hammer chasing after a mosquito to smash, possessing great strength, but unable to exert it at all. This feeling made him extremely frustrated. "Useless Senju Hashirama." Uchiha's voice echoed from all directions, carrying a hint of mockery. "My paper drawing martial body allows me to reduce the density of my body to the minimum, rendering me immune to all purely physical attacks. Your wooden giant is nothing but a slow-moving target to me." Before his words fell, that paper-like figure suddenly accelerated, gliding up alongside the giant's massive arm, his fingertips turning sharp like blades. Paper drawing martial body, 1,000 paper cuts. Swish, countless fine cutting sounds rang out. The incredibly hard wooden giant's arm was effortlessly sliced open by his paper-thin fingers, turning into a shower of wooden chips. "Damn it!" Hashirama roared, controlling the wooden giant, trying to use the other hand to grab Uchiha. But Uchiha's body twisted as if it had no bones, dodging the wooden giant's grasp at an incredible angle. "Too slow, too clumsy." Uchiha's voice carried a hint of impatience. "The game is over." His figure appeared like a specter atop the wooden giant's head right in front of Hashirama. His hand transformed into a thin paper blade, sharp as a cicada's wing, directly stabbing at Hashirama's brow. Hashirama's pupils contracted sharply. The heightened perception from sage arts made him sense an unprecedented fatal crisis. He wanted to dodge, but found his body seemingly locked by an invisible force, unable to move at all. It was over, just at this critical moment. Sigh. A faint, somewhat helpless sigh echoed in the air above the battlefield. The sound was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be paused. The howling wind ceased. The roaring ninjutsu fell silent. Even the chakra permeating the air seemed to have solidified. The paper blade that was about to pierce Hashirama's brow stopped in midair, unable to advance further. For the first time, the handsome face that always carried a hint of wickedness revealed a look of shock. He realized that he could not move his body at all. An indescribable soul-deep terror emanated from all directions, binding him firmly in place. It was an aura that transcended all, nearly akin to that of a god. Uchiha struggled to turn his eyes towards the source of this pressure. Not far away, the Uchiha boy whom he had always regarded as ants, lazily standing back and watching the show, slowly raised his head. His light blue eyes, unbeknownst to one, had transformed into another form. The pupils were deep like the starry sky at the center. 9 pitch-black tomo, like 9 rotating stars, flowed slowly. An indescribable, terrifying power, as if it could perceive all and command the rules, emanated from those eyes. Summer Solstice looked at Uchiha, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "The warm-up is over. Next it's my turn." Uchiha's heart sank heavily, feeling as if he were a prey targeted by an ancient beast, unable to even conjure a thought of resistance. Who are you?" He struggled to squeeze out a few words between his teeth. Xiaji did not answer him, merely snapping his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound echoed loudly on the silent battlefield. "Paper drawing martial body. An interesting bloodline limit." Xiaji's tone was akin to that of a teacher commenting on a student's work, Unfortunately, rules are set by humans and can also be changed by them. Rule rewrite matter restoration. As Xiaoji's words fell, Yu Yixian was horrified to discover that his once proud body as light and resilient as paper underwent a bizarre transformation at that moment. It felt as though a 3D model was forcibly downgraded, then violently pulled back into a 3D entity from a 2D plane. His body was visibly restoring to its normal flesh and blood form. The property of immunity to physical attacks and the ability to fold and stretch at will vanished in an instant. No, this is impossible. My body, my power. Yu Yixian let out a terrified scream. He felt as if his greatest reliance had been brutally stripped away by the opponent in a way he could not comprehend. Nothing is impossible. Xiaoji's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared right before the panicked Yu Yixian. I merely turned you back from a piece of paper to a human. Xiaoji's voice echoed in his ear like the whispers of death. He raised his hand, delivering an unremarkable straight punch devoid of any flair or unnecessary movements, simply striking out. Yu Yixian instinctively wished to return his body to its paper form, only to despairingly find that his bloodline limit had completely failed. He could only watch in horror as that fist grew larger in his pupils. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Yu Yixian's body collapsed inward at the chest in a terrifying arc. His whole being was sent flying, crashing through several massive wooden stakes before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. He struggled to rise but coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His head tilted, and he fell silent. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, their minds a blank slate. The members of the Yu Yi clan alliance who had been fiercely attacking moments ago now stood frozen, as if collectively struck by a paralysis spell, their weapons dropping to the ground without them realizing it. Their patriarch, the powerful Yu Yixian, who seemed like a god in their eyes, had been killed by that young man with a single punch. Hashirama stood atop the wooden man's head, mouth agape, feeling as if his jaw might dislocate. Madara leaned against a rock, his Sharingan tightly constricted in shock. Xiaoji slowly retracted his fist, dusting off his hands, as if he had merely swatted a pesky fly. He walked straight to Yu Yixian's corpse, skillfully commencing his post-battle cleanup. After a moment, he pulled out a stone slab, also pitch black, but shaped slightly differently from the previous two jade pendants from Yu Yixian's embrace. It was indeed the other shard of the divine that the Uzumaki clan had in their possession, as mentioned by Uzumaki Lu Ming. The remaining members of the Yu Yi clan, witnessing their leader's head being blown apart by Xiaoji, were terrified, scurrying towards the ship in a panic. But Xiaoji would not let them leave so easily. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public restroom? He snapped his fingers, and that floating warship, which had just started and was preparing to make a getaway, suddenly erupted with black smoke from its power core. Then with a loud boom, it disintegrated in midair, transforming into a magnificent firework display with debris crashing down into the sea. Now there was truly nowhere left to run. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan stared dumbfounded at this divine battle spectacle. The fight ended in a manner they could not comprehend. Uzumaki Lu Ming, leaning on his cane, trembled as he approached Xiaoji, his old face filled with excitement and all ready to kneel without a second thought. Benefactor, you are the rebirth parents of our Uzumaki nation. All right, elder, let's not go overboard with the flattery. Xiaoji hurriedly supported him, not wanting to be aged by an old man. Hashirama also joined in, grinning widely with a silly smile. I told you, with Xiaoji around, there's nothing to worry about. Madara snorted coldly, retracting his Susano'o, while his Sharingan discreetly swept over Xiaoji. How many more trump cards does this guy have? The crisis in the Uzumaki village has been completely resolved. To express their gratitude deeper than the sea, the Uzumaki clan was extraordinarily generous. Gold. They delivered it in boxes. Rare herbs. They sent them out as if they were free. As for the sealing technique, secret scrolls that Xiaoji was most interested in, Uzumaki Lu Ming even directly handed him the keys to the shrine. Benefactor, our clan's 1,000-year collection. Feel free to browse and learn. If you like any, you can even burn them as firewood. The old man patted his chest, displaying a look of generosity. Xiaoji was not polite either. He wandered around the shrine and casually borrowed several of the most impressive secret techniques, such as diamond lock and 4-symbol seal, along with some forbidden research on souls and chakra. These items held great reference value for him in deciphering the power of the star creation Pure Eye and in future confrontations against Otsutsuki. Of course, the shard of the divine from Yu Yixian naturally became Xiaoji's trophy. At the banquet, Uzumaki village was brightly lit, and the people of the Uzumaki clan, having survived the calamity, sang and danced with a lively atmosphere. Uzumaki Lu Ming, with a flushed face from drinking, held Xiaoji's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Lord Xiaoji, about that matter I mentioned earlier, what do you think? The old man raised his eyebrows, looking at him with a knowing expression. Xiaoji, busy gnawing on a large lobster, almost choked at the words. Before he could refuse, a crisp and somewhat fiery voice came from beside him. Father, what nonsense are you spouting again? A girl dressed in red with striking red hair stormed over angrily. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, tall and beautiful, with bright large eyes like burning flames, full of vitality and wildness. She was indeed the jewel of Uzumaki Lu Ming, the elder sister of Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Qian. Chinner, do not be rude. Come and greet the three benefactors. Uzumaki Lu Ming admonished. However, Uzumaki Qian completely ignored him, her fiery eyes fixating on Xia, she scanning him from head to toe. You're the one who blew apart Yui Xian with a single punch. Her voice carried a hint of scrutiny and disbelief. You don't seem to have 3 heads or 6 arms, just a fragile pretty boy. Hashirama listened with amusement, while Madara's lips curled slightly. Xiaji set down the lobster claws, wiped his hands, and looked at the fiery red-haired girl with interest. You're not bad yourself. Xiaji's star creation pure I had already seen through Uzumaki Qian. He smacked his lips and commented, your chakra capacity is like a mobile power bank with an unbelievable vitality, rich blood energy, and uniquely structured bones. You're an excellent material for studying bloodline limits. Puffed. The mouthful of wine Hashirama had just taken sprayed out. Uzumaki Qian's lovely face flushed bright red, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. You pervert. She pointed at Xiaji, struggling to squeeze out those words. Just speaking the truth. Xiaji shrugged, feigning innocence. He was indeed very interested in Uzumaki Qian's body, which could be considered a perfect Jinchuriki template. The immense chakra and vitality, if studied properly, might deepen his understanding of sage body and tailed beast chakra. As for love between men and women, what is that? Can it help me earn money? Uzumaki Qian was left speechless by Xiaji's blunt remarks, her pretty face flushed, glaring at him as if she could breathe fire. Xiaji ignored her further. He took out the 3 differently shaped shards of the divine from his pocket and laid them out on the table. One was from the ghost-face wolf. One was from Elder Kagaya. One was from the recently exploded Yu Ishian. The moment the 3 shards were placed together, buzz, the entire shrine suddenly resonated with a strange sound. The 3 shards simultaneously emitted a faint glow, and the peculiar runes on their surfaces began to flow, as if alive. They attracted each other, and with a click connected together, forming a fragmented ancient star map. At the center of the star map was a massive swirling nebula, and at the edge of the star map, a light point flickered slowly, radiating a deep glow. The position that light point pointed to. This is... Hashirama leaned and looking at the star map, suspended in midair, his face filled with shock. Madara's Sharingan was also fixated on the flickering light point, his brow furrowed. The Valley of the End. He slowly uttered those 4 words, his voice carrying a tremor of fate that even he was unaware of. The Valley of the End. The mere mention of these 4 words from Madara's lips felt like cold water splashed onto a glowing iron block, silencing the shrine, leaving only the sound of everyone's heartbeat. For the first time, the honest face of Hashirama revealed a bewilderment named fate. He was unaware that this place would eventually become a famous site of both love and conflict between him and Madara. Just hearing the name gave an impression that it was no auspicious place. The Valley of the End. The alcohol on the old face of Uzumaki Mido was almost shaken off as he murmured, it is said to be the boundary between life and death, yin and yang, a forbidden place for us living beings to approach. Forbidden. Summer Solstice scoffed, casually putting away the fragmented star map, as if clearing away leftover food. There are no such numerous taboos in this world, they are merely excuses for the weak. He patted Hashirama and Madara on the shoulders, grinning widely. Come on bro, it'll take you on an adventure to the forbidden place. Uzumaki Karen, watching from the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering under her breath, pretty boy, all he knows is to boast. As soon as Hashirama heard they were going on an adventure, he instantly forgot about the forbidden place, his eyes sparkling like 2 bright bulbs. Madara let out a cold snort, remaining silent, but the excitement and fighting spirit flickering in his Sharingan were hard to contain. Thus the celebration feast of the Land of Waves came to a hasty end. The next day the trio of Summer Solstice set off once again under the reluctant gazes of the Uzumaki clan. Before leaving, Uzumaki Mido specifically took Summer Solstice's hand, sincerely saying, Lord Summer Solstice, if you feel bored on the road, feel free to come back to the Land of Waves to see my daughter. Before he could finish, he was kicked in the butt by the rushing Uzumaki Karen. Transportation during the Warring States period relied mostly on walking. The 3 advanced toward the Valley of the End, witnessing the most authentic depiction of this era along the way. The ruins of burned villages, displaced refugees, and the tragic scenes of cannibalism due to hunger were everywhere. As Hashirama watched all of this, the smile on his face grew fainter, replaced by an increasingly heavy sense of compassion. That evening they made a fire to rest beside the ruins of a dilapidated village. Hashirama quietly shared his portion of rations with 2 starving children. Watching them devour their food, he let out a long sigh. Madara, he suddenly spoke, looking at Uchiha Madara, who was polishing his katana. Why must we fight? Madara paused in his actions, responding coldly without looking up. If we don't fight, we will be killed. Such a simple truth, and yet your wooden brain hasn't figured it out. But fighting only brings more hatred and death. Hashirama's emotions became a bit agitated. Look at these children, what have they done wrong? Why can't we try to understand each other and seek a path to coexist in peace? We can build a village where all children, whether ninjas or not, can grow up safely without experiencing this. Build a village? Madara seemed to hear the biggest joke, raising his head, his crimson Sharingan appearing particularly eerie in the firelight. And then, let the children of Senju and Uchiha go to school together. Today my kid broke your kid's leg, tomorrow your kid poked out my kid's eye. Oh, when that happens, will you, the soft-hearted good guy, help your kin or uphold justice? Strength Hashirama. Madara stood up, his voice carrying an aura of dominance. Only absolute power can crush all hatred and conflict. What I seek to establish is an order where no one dares to instigate war under my power. This is true peace. What you want is dictatorship. What you want is naivete. As the two future titans of the ninja world were about to clash due to their conflicting ideologies, Summer Solstice, who had been resting with eyes closed, finally lazily opened them. All right, both of you should say less. He yawned and casually tossed a twig into the campfire. One wants to be a saint, the other a tyrant. Are you two here to perform a duet? Aren't you tired? Summer Solstice scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. What you both are saying is all nonsense. Hashirama and Madara glared at him simultaneously. True peace is neither achieved through words nor fists. Summer Solstice extended a finger and shook it. It is achieved through common interests and a shared external threat that instills fear in everyone. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, stood up, and gazed toward the Valley of the End. When you personally witness the power of the Otsutsuki clan, you won't quarrel over these trivial matters anymore. Because by then you'll realize that in the face of a true world-ending crisis, the hatred between Senju and Uchiha is as insignificant as a joke. Hashirama and Madara fell silent at his words. They recalled the star map they had seen in the ruins of the Land of Lightning, remembering the cruel and cold truth. Indeed, in the face of those who viewed them as nourishment, what significance did their conflicts hold? Meanwhile, they were unaware. Behind them, within the territories of the Senju and Uchiha clans, a conspiracy against them was quietly brewing. Senju Fukin and Uchiha Taijima, two old adversaries who had battled for a lifetime, surprisingly met through secret channels. Uchiha Taijima, my son Hashirama, has been misled by the enigmatic Yuzuki Summer Solstice, and now his whereabouts are unpredictable, making me restless. Senju Fukin, the feeling is mutual. My son Madara has also strayed from the path due to that kid spending his days in idleness associating with your Senju brat, which is a disgrace to my Uchiha clan. Although the two old men could hardly stand each other at this moment, they reached a shocking consensus. That Yuzuki Summer Solstice must be eliminated. The power of the trio has exceeded our control. We must unite with other ninja clans to completely eradicate them. A storm sweeping across the entire Warring States continent is quietly forming. Yet the trio at the center of the storm remained completely unaware. They had finally arrived at the legendary Valley of the End. A massive waterfall cascaded down from the sky, the thundering sound, deafening splashing water that refracted a surreal rainbow in the sunlight. The air was thick with a damp and oppressive scent, as if even the light could not penetrate the dense fog here. My goodness, this waterfall is enormous. Xiaji, the good stuff you mentioned, isn't it hidden inside a water curtain cave where a Monkey King resides, is it? Senju Hashirama looked up with his signature watermelon head, his face filled with the astonishment of a country bumpkin entering the city. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated vigilantly, scanning the surroundings. The chilling and damp chakra made him quite uncomfortable. So easily startled. Hashirama, put away that naive look of yours. Don't embarrass Uchiha. Don't embarrass our trio. Xiaji kicked a stone by his feet and lazily said, all right, stop with the theatrics. There's no Monkey King, but an old monster might just have one. He led the two of them straight into the deafening water curtain. Behind the waterfall lay a hidden world. A gigantic, deep cave appeared before the three. The cave walls were incredibly slippery, covered with moss that emitted a faint glow. The air was thick with a musty and oppressive smell, as if even the light had been consumed by the darkness here. At the end of the cave stood a grand stone door, entirely black, made of an unknown material. The stone door towered several dozen meters high, covered in twisted and eerie runes that seemed to possess life, exuding a chakra presence more powerful and ancient than any tailed beast before. A chilling pressure originating from the Otsutsuki seeped through the cracks of the door, nearly freezing one's soul. What kind of place is this? Hashirama felt his calves cramping. The pressure made his chakra flow sluggish. Such a strong barrier. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to decipher the runes on the stone door, but feeling dizzy, as if about to be overwhelmed by a powerful force. Stop wasting your effort, Xiaji yawned. This thing is inscribed with spatial laws. Your ocular power is no different from scratching an itch. He patted Hashirama on the shoulder. Watermelon head, it's your time to shine. Use your strongest wood release and give it a good hit. Let's test the waters. All right. Hashirama took a deep breath, his hands clasped together, instantly mobilizing his sage chakra. Sage art would release great gun tree. Dozens of massive wooden spears harder than steel roared up from the ground and smashed fiercely against the black stone door. Susano'o. Madara would not be outdone as deep blue chakra flames shot up into the sky, coalescing into a more solid half-body deity, wielding a colossal chakra sword that followed with devastating force. Boom. The entire cave shook violently, debris falling. Yet when the smoke cleared, the black stone door remained unmoved, not even a white mark left behind. Both Hashirama and Madara were dumbfounded. Their combined strongest strike couldn't break through. Tisk, I told you it would be useless. Xiaji grimaced in disdain. At critical moments, we still rely on technology and hard work. He thought for a moment and opened the system store. Dimensional Breaking Rune Analyzer Warring States Premium Edition, made with unknown cosmic alloys and quantum entanglement technology capable of forcibly analyzing and deciphering any non-native spatial barrier. Price, 3000 premium points. 30,000 points. Why don't you go rob a bank? Xiaji cursed inwardly but gritted his teeth to click purchase in order to quickly obtain the experience pack inside. A uniquely shaped device that resembled a futuristic phone appeared in his hand. Xiaji held the phone and scanned the runes on the stone door. Beep. Analyzing rune structure. Ancient Otsutsuki encryption protocol detected. Initiating brute force decryption. Beep beep. Decryption successful. A green light illuminated on the phone. In the next moment, that impenetrable black stone door emitted a painful crack, sound, and silently began to open inward. Hashirama and Madara's jaws dropped to the ground again. Behind the stone door was an even more expansive space. The architectural style here resembled that of the reincarnation they had seen on the moon in the future. The walls were etched with flickering star maps, and the ground was paved with a type of unknown black crystal, cold and hard. In the center of the space stood a gigantic cultivation vessel. Inside the vessel lay a creature several dozen meters tall, curled up and in deep slumber. Its shape was eerily similar to a ghetto statue, yet its exterior was covered in a harder black shell adorned with numerous unknown conduits connecting to the bottom of the vessel. A massive chakra suffocating in its size flowed slowly within it. This is the Ten Tails. Madara looked at the creature, his pupils contracting violently, his voice trembling slightly. No, it should just be a prototype or a failed experiment. Xiaji's star creation. I had already analyzed the creature's structure thoroughly. It seems that the Otsutsuki clan has been attempting to create artificial Ten Tails for a long time. Xiaji, what are those tubes for? Hashirama curiously pointed at the conduits and asked. Xiaji glanced at them and casually replied, they're probably for recharging. He was just about to step forward to study this youth version of the ghetto statue closely when Hashirama, being the curious baby he was, couldn't help but reach for a nearby console-like device. Hashirama, don't touch that, Madara shouted sharply. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hashirama's hand had just brushed a red button on the console. Woo, woo, woo. The entire underground space was instantly enveloped in blinding red alarm lights, and the piercing alarms sounded like a death knell echoing throughout the cave. Warning, warning, core area under invasion. Activating highest level defense system. Guardian, awaken. In the center of the altar, the massive cultivation vessel shook violently. The conduits connected to the ghetto statue prototype snapped one by one, spraying green nutrient liquid. The sleeping biological weapon with its 10 tightly closed eyes suddenly opened them all at once. The scarlet glow, like 10 blood moons, instantly illuminated the entire space. Roar. A terrifying roar seemingly from a primordial era erupted from its mouth. That terrifying aura was several times stronger than any tailed beast before, instantly sweeping through the entire cave. Hashirama and Madara felt a moment of suffocation in the face of this pressure. Even the flow of chakra became incredibly difficult. Xiaji's brows finally furrowed. Peak shadow level. No, this power is already infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Looks like we've gotten ourselves into a bit of trouble. Ruhr. Awakened violently from slumber, the heterodox demon statue youth edition burned with pure unadulterated destruction in its 10 blood-red eyes. An overwhelming chakra pressure surged instantly across the entire subterranean chamber. Hashirama and Madara struggled just to remain upright beneath its crushing force. Ay, damn it, young Master Xiaji. This behemoth's aura dwarfs even the combined presence of 2-tailed beasts. Hashirama paled, his ever-optimistic melon-shaped head drooping low. Hashirama, you incompetent fool, more hindrance than help. Madara snarled, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning furiously as he barely resisted the psychic assault. This is all you're doing, your reckless hands. Xiaji stood calmly behind them, hands tucked lazily into his pockets. The same oppressive aura that could shatter the composure of Kage-level shinobi brushing against him like a gentle breeze. Enough bickering. He yawned, his tone as light and effortless as strolling through his own backyard. It's merely a gatekeeper. Beat it once, and it'll behave. The guardian puppet seemed incensed by Xiaji's utter disdain. Its massive head snapped sharply toward him. The ominous crimson crystal embedded in its chest flared violently to life. VRR. A thick, dark red particle beam erupted, searingly hot, impossibly fast, warping the very air in its wake. Watch out. Madara's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he activated the skeletal frame of Susano'o, placing himself squarely before Xiaji. Yet the particle beam twisted mid-flight, evading Susano'o entirely, and veered instead toward Hashirama on the opposite side. What a... Hashirama recoiled in shock. He had never imagined this colossus would target him. Frantically, he channeled wood release for defense, but it was already too late. Flying Thunder God technique. At the final hairbreadth instant, Xiaji materialized like a phantom before Hashirama. Without hand seals, he simply extended his right hand, palm aglow with the serene cerulean radiance of the creation star Pure Eye. The cataclysmic particle beam froze, less than an inch from his palm. then vanished utterly snuffed out as if by an invisible hand extinguishing a candle flame. TCH. It anticipates movement and locks onto targets, so this thing is fairly well crafted. Xiaji brushed his palms together as though flicking away mere dust. A flicker of something almost human, confusion, flashed across the guardian puppet's 10 blood-red eyes. It could not comprehend how its attack, capable of obliterating ordinary Kage, had been nullified so absurdly. Roar. The guardian puppet roared again, surging forward with a thunderous step, its colossal metallic fist crashing down toward the three. Susano'o. Sage art would release true thousand hands. Wait. No, the wooden giant. In unison, Madara and Hashirama unleashed their utmost power. The deep blue semi-corporeal warrior god and the wooden titan wreathed in serpentine would both surging forward to meet the puppet's iron fist. Crockum. The subterranean chamber convulsed under the apocalyptic collision. Walls fractured, boulders rained down. Then came a scene of utter despair. A translucent energy barrier shimmered into existence across the guardian puppet's body. Hashirama's wooden giant and Madara's Susanoo struck at full force, yet not a single dent appeared. Worse still, the barrier began siphoning chakra from their attacks. My chakra! Both Hashirama and Madara paled simultaneously, feeling their strength drain away at terrifying speed. Energy shielding plus chakra absorption. This configuration outshines even the later Otsutsuki clan. Xiaji watched utterly absorbed, almost reaching for a bag of sunflower seeds. Young Master Xiaji, don't just stand there, think of something. Hashirama cried frantically, feeling himself rapidly depleted. Xiaji merely pursed his lips, wearing an expression of profound disdain. Two future pillars of the shinobi world humiliated by a mere gatekeeper. How utterly disgraceful. With a thought, he opened the system shop. Sage Chakra Guidance Pill Enhanced Version, a boosted iteration of the Trial Edition, elevating your sage experience to sublime heights, ensuring you fall deeply in love with the sensation. Side effects: mild depletion may follow once the effects subside. Price 15000 krill points. Enhanced version and mild depletion. System: you're growing bolder with linguistic sleight of hand. Xiaji muttered inwardly, but purchased one without hesitation. With a subtle flick of his finger, the pill, radiating dense natural energy, flew with pinpoint precision into Hashirama's mouth. Dalong, time to take your medicine. Hashirama swallowed instinctively. Instantly, a torrent of immense natural energy detonated within him. He felt himself fuse with the pulse of the Valley of the End, and with the very heartbeat of the planet beneath his feet. I feel absolutely magnificent. Hashirama threw back his head and roared, a golden sage face pattern now shimmering across his perpetually gentle eyes. Sage mode, awakened in its nascent form, would release wooden giant technique, Buddha of infinite wisdom. Hashirama slammed his palms together. The towering wooden giant behind him surged higher, its form transforming utterly. A colossal serene Buddha manifested atop the giant's head, its back blooming with 1,000 massive wooden arms fanning out like a peacock's resplendent tail. Though still only a prototype, the boundless purifying Buddha light emanating from it shook the entire subterranean realm to its foundations. Shatter it! Hashirama bellowed. The 1,000 wooden fists descended like a typhoon, hammering relentlessly upon the guardian puppet's energy shield. Crack! A sharp brittle sound. Under the Buddha's overwhelming saturation-style barrage, the puppet's invincible barrier finally fissured. Sensing imminent annihilation, the guardian puppet's chest crystal blazed anew, another thick particle beam lancing straight toward Hashirama mid-incantation. You face me, Madara roared, his Mangekyo patterns whirling wildly, raw, unfiltered ocular power erupting forth. His half-formed Susanoo, pushed to the brink by mortal peril and fierce battle lust, evolved once more. Cerulean chakra armor rapidly sheathed the godlike form. In its grip coalesced a colossal longsword crackling with lightning. You will not harm Hashirama, Madara directed Susanoo, its blade cleaving down with surgical precision, intercepting the particle beam Hedon. Kaboom! Lightning and crimson fury collided, blinding brilliance erupting. Susanoo staggered backward, its armor splintered, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Madara vomited a gout of blood, his body swaying precariously, yet his eyes blazed with unprecedented exhilaration and unwavering resolve. He sensed it. He was closer than ever to that legendary pinnacle. Now, Xiaji's voice crashed into their minds like thunder. Shatter the crimson crystal in its chest. Hashirama and Madara understood instantly, channeling their final most devastating power. Sage art would release true 1,000 hands, Buddha of infinite wisdom, 1,000 fist barrage, Susanoo lightning godblade. 1,000 titanic wooden fists and a chakra greatsword wreathed in lightning converged from opposite directions, both striking the colossal red crystal embedded in the guardian puppet's chest. The guardian puppet let out a mournful, defiant wail, as if sensing its own demise, and made one last futile struggle. But it was already far too late. Crockum! Under the cataclysmic dual-pronged assault of Hashirama and Madara, the guardian puppet's massive crimson core shattered outright. Its colossal frame collapsed with a deafening crash. Yet just as Hashirama and Madara exhaled, believing the battle concluded, the tension returned. Whoa! A piercing alarm shrieked throughout the underground chamber. From the ruined core of the fallen guardian puppet, crimson light reignited, swelling outward at a terrifying exponential rate. A maelstrom of chaotic energy erupted from the core. Alert. High-energy reaction detected. Target imminent self-detonation. Estimated blast yield sufficient to annihilate the Valley of the End and devastate hundreds of miles beyond. The system's highest priority warning blared inside Xiaoji's mind. Damn it. Xiaoji's expression finally shifted, sharp, urgent, uncharacteristically grave. We've truly overplayed our hand. This time it's real. Xiaoji never imagined in his dreams that the Otsutsuki clan would hide such a powerful nuclear bomb within such an early experimental subject. Xiaoji, run. Hashirama's face, which had taken on a mask-like appearance due to sage mode, was now pale with fear. He wanted to run but found his legs pinned to the ground by that terrifying force, unable to move. Madara's situation was no better. He had just forcibly activated an incomplete Susano'o, bracing himself against the dying counterattack of the protective puppet. His chakra was already depleted, and now he was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. His wild kaleidoscopic Sharingan was filled with despair. Run. Where to run? Once this energy erupted, the three of them, along with the flowers and plants outside that knew nothing of what was happening, would be obliterated into cosmic dust. Damn it. Am I, Uchiha Madara, really going to die in a place like this? I haven't settled the score with Hashirama yet. Madara roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes turned red, and he shouted back, Madara, you idiot. At a time like this, you're still thinking about fighting. If we're going to die, we should at least have a full meal first. Fool. Dummy. As the two future titans of the ninja world were about to stage a touching farewell before their demise, Xiaoji took a deep breath and cursed. Shut up. You two useless fools. His voice exploded in their minds. In the next moment, Xiaoji's figure appeared beside them like a ghost, grabbing them by the back of their collars with enough force to almost choke them. Hold tight. Go back and tell your fathers to be smarter in their next lives. Xiaoji's voice was laden with unprecedented seriousness. His pale blue creation eye, with its 9 black tomo at the center of the pupils, began to spin wildly at an unprecedented speed. Spacetime ninjutsu, flying thunder, God heaven's middle. This was his unique spacetime secret art, comprehended by merging the flying thunder god technique Kimui and the creation eye. With his current strength, he couldn't perform long-distance precise teleportation, but throwing these two deadweights was more than sufficient. Buzz. The space beneath Xiaoji's feet began to twist violently. A pitch-black whirlpool emanating a terrifying pull appeared out of thin air. Hashirama and Madara felt an irresistible force pulling them, as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. Xiaoji, you. Hashirama's face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but was already half swallowed by the dark whirlpool. Madara struggled, as well, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed on Xiaoji, his expression filled with complex emotions. This guy, he actually wants to. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Xiaoji grinned, showing a smile more painful than tears. I'm not saving you. I just think it's a waste if you two future experience bags die here now. In that instant, he swung his hand violently. Hashirama and Madara were mercilessly thrown into the dark space whirlpool. The last scene they saw was that of a boy who always acted indifferent, seemingly uncaring about everything, standing alone at the center of the world on the brink of destruction. Behind him was a blinding white light capable of swallowing everything. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. Thud! Hashirama and Madara's bodies fell like two pieces of trash thrown out of a window, crashing heavily into the waterfall pool outside the Valley of the End, splashing up a massive wave. They hadn't even recovered from the violent space teleportation when a world-destroying shockwave swept out from the valley behind them. The earth cried out in anguish. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The continuously flowing massive waterfall was abruptly cut off by the force of the shockwave. The water flowed backwards, shooting up into the sky and turning into a torrential rain pouring down. At that moment, the entire Valley of the End seemed to be erased from the map by an invisible giant hand. Hashirama crawled ashore, soaked and in a sorry state. He stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene before him, his mind blank. Madara also struggled to stand up, his Uchiha ancestral black outfit tattered with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same incredulous shock in each other's eyes. Then there was a deathly silence. Xiaoji, Xiaoji. Hashirama's voice trembled as he tentatively called out towards the valley, now reduced to ruins. There was no response. Only the rumble of falling rocks and the howling of the fierce wind. Xiaoji. Madara couldn't help but shout, his voice hoarse. Still there was no answer. Hashirama's usually optimistic watermelon head drooped helplessly. He fell to his knees with a thud, gripping the dirt beneath him tightly. He raised his head and let out a beast-like wail. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my careless touch on that button, Xiaoji wouldn't have. Tears as big as beans rolled down his cheeks, mixing with the mud and blurring his vision. Madara stood by, his body stiff and motionless. He didn't cry or shout, but his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling body revealed the turmoil within him. In his mind, he replayed Xiaoji's last smile over and over. That boy who always acted nonchalant and never spoke a serious word. The boy who always pulled them back from the brink of death with unbelievable means at the most critical moments. The boy who made them realize for the first time that this world was far broader and more brutal than they had imagined. Just like that. Gone. Shut up. Madara suddenly turned around and slammed his fist hard against the nearby rock. Crack. The hard rock instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks. What good is crying? His voice was hoarse as if it were squeezed out from deep within his throat. He's just an idiot. A complete idiot. For the sake of the two of us. He couldn't finish his words. A hot tear uncontrollably slid down from his crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan. They had lost a common irreplaceable companion. In the meantime, in a twisted space existing between reality and illusion, Xiaji was leisurely sitting with one leg crossed munching on sunflower seeds watching the live broadcast of Hashirama and Madara's heart-wrenching performance on the holographic screen before him. Tisk, quite a convincing performance. The Oscars owe you both a little golden man each. Beneath him lay the remnants of the now-defunct protective puppet and the energy core emitting a faint glow. The earlier explosion was indeed terrifying. But at the moment of the explosion, he utilized the creation eye to pull himself along with these trophies into this exclusive space, perfectly avoiding all harm. Performing the whole act not a loss at all. Xiaji clapped his hands in satisfaction, beginning to count his gains. Days later, Hashirama and Madara, carrying heavy hearts, set off on the road back to their respective clans. The atmosphere was suffocating as if it could be wrung out for water. Just as they were about to part ways, a uniquely shaped, entirely black mechanical bee suddenly descended from the sky, hovering in front of them. The mechanical bee's compound eyes projected a virtual light screen on which was Xiaji's familiar face, bearing a hint of a teasing smile. Hey, you two, have you cried enough? Don't act like you're at a funeral. I'm still living just fine. Hurry to the border of the land of fire, coordinate XXX, and meet at the dilapidated temple. There's a surprise. At the moment his words ended, the light screen vanished, and the mechanical bee transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Hashirama and Madara stood frozen in place like two stone statues. They looked at each other, then at the direction where the mechanical bee had vanished, their faces revealing a shocked, ecstatic, and furious expression as if they wanted to pin someone to the ground and beat him up. That bastard. At the border of the land of fire there stood a dilapidated shrine with winds whistling through its broken walls. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara charged forward like two firecrackers ignited, leaving a trail of sparks in their wake. As soon as they stepped through the shrine's entrance, they froze in place, their expressions so dramatic they could easily perform a Sichuan opera face-changing act. There sat Uchiha Shaji, whom they thought had heroically sacrificed himself for love, casually lounging with one leg crossed, humming an unknown tune, while poking at the campfire with a stick. Over the campfire a plump wild rabbit sizzled, glistening with grease and emitting an enticing aroma. Upon seeing the two, Shaji even raised an eyebrow and flashed a big grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Oh, you're here. Just in time, the rabbit is almost done roasting, one leg each for you. Hashirama and Madara's brains short-circuited for a full 3 seconds. In the next moment, Hashirama's honest face twisted into an extremely complex expression of sheer shock, overwhelming joy, and furious betrayal. Shaji, you bastard. He let out a roar filled with grief and anger, his eyes turning red instantly as tears streamed down his face like he was giving them away for free. He lunged forward, not to fight, but to give Shaji a bear hug, squeezing his neck tightly to the point where it nearly forced out the remnants of Shotzi's last meal. Do you know we thought you were dead? I even burned paper money for you. I offered you my treasured candied hawthorn, which I had saved for half a year, as a sacrifice. Hashirama cried heart-wrenchingly, wiping his snot and tears all over Shotzi's clothes. Madara didn't cry, but his scarlet Sharingan burned with an anger fierce enough to incinerate. He stepped toward Shaji, his voice as cold as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Uchiha Shaji, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Shaji, gasping for air as Hashirama squeezed him, finally managed to break free, brushing off the sticky unknown liquid on his clothes with a look of disdain. All right, stop crying, it's not that big of a deal. He glanced at Madara, whose anger had reached its peak, shrugged his shoulders, and spoke casually, as if he were commenting on the weather. Explanation. There's nothing to explain. He casually stated, it's just a survival technique passed down in our Uchiha clan that allows one to fake death once at a critical moment, although the side effects can be quite severe and it takes several days to recover afterward. See, I just recovered and immediately contacted you. This flawless yet mysteriously colored explanation left Hashirama and Madara dumbfounded. An ancestral secret technique. Faking death. This unheard-of ability once again reshaped their perception of Shaji. Hashirama's cries abruptly halted, replaced by a face full of admiration. Wow. Shaji, my dude. Your family is amazing. You have such a treasure. Madara's fury also dissipated significantly, replaced by deeper caution and curiosity. Just how many secrets does Uchiha Shaji hide within him? Alright, stop being so dramatic and come eat the rabbit legs before they get cold. Shaji divided the roasted rabbit among the two, tearing off the plumpest piece for himself and feasting heartily. Seeing Shotzi's carefree demeanor, Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. This guy truly evokes both love and hate. After a satisfying meal, the atmosphere finally eased. Shaji wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and pulled out several items from his pocket, tossing them onto the ground beside the campfire. Among them was a diamond-shaped crystal flickering with a faint blue light, the very energy core of the guardian puppet. There were also several black metal shards radiating a chilly aura engraved with incomprehensible runes that seemed to be some form of information recording device. Here are the spoils of war. Shaji pointed at the items. I pried them off that watchdog. Hashirama and Madara leaned in closer, curiously inspecting these objects. What's this? Madara picked up a metal shard trying to decipher the runes with his Sharingan, but only felt a wave of dizziness. Stop looking with your current level, you won't understand. Shaji mercilessly shot them down. These things record part of the technology of the Otsutsuki clan and their seeding plan. In simple terms, it's a pig farming guide, and we are the pigs waiting to be slaughtered. He paused and pointed to the blue crystal. This is the energy core of that big fellow, and the energy contained within is enough to power a small town for several years. Upon hearing this, Hashirama and Madara's breathing quickened. They knew that the value of these items could not be measured in money. This was a legacy from a higher civilization capable of changing the entire landscape of the Warring States period. Shaji, what do you plan to do with these items? Hashirama's voice trembled slightly. Shaji grinned, his eyes sparkling with an ambition that was palpable. Of course, we will make full use of them. He stood up and began pacing back and forth in front of the campfire, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable magnetism. Hashirama, Madara, have you ever thought about why we have to keep fighting? He questioned, can the hatred between Senju and Uchiha truly never be resolved? In this war-torn era, can it really never come to an end? He began painting a grand vision. Hashirama and Madara fell silent. They had debated this issue countless times before, but without resolution. Your thoughts are too limited. Shaji shook his head, extending a finger. Establishing a village. Unifying the ninja world. These are merely temporary solutions. As long as the barriers between the ninja clans remain, as long as resource distribution is unequal, as long as the gap in power exists, war will never cease. What I want to establish is not a village nor a nation. Shotzi's eyes sparkled with a mad yet fervent light. But a true ninja utopia that is not controlled by any ninja clan and not bound by any bloodline. In this utopia, there will be no Senju, no Uchiha, no Hyuga, and no Uzumaki. Only the identity of a ninja. All resources will be distributed uniformly. All power will serve a common goal. Every child will receive the best education, earning their rightful status and respect through their own efforts and merits. We will use the Otsutsuki technology to develop productivity, to create a new world without hunger and oppression. By then, not only will the wars between the ninja clans cease, but even those lofty Otsutsuki who dare to wreak havoc on our territory will know what the vast ocean of the People's War truly means. Shotzi's shocking rhetoric exploded in Hashirama and Madara's minds. They stared at Shaji in disbelief, feeling that this guy was even crazier than they were. Hashirama, who always thought of peaceful coexistence, was struck for the first time by a more grand and thorough ideology, feeling a new door slowly opening before him. No more war. Every child can be happy, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with longing. Within Madara's heart, tumultuous waves also surged. He had always pursued absolute power to forge order. Shotzi's vision without a doubt represented another form of absolute power. A power constructed by ideas, systems, and common interests more solid and terrifying. This plan, Madara's voice was hoarse, seems somewhat interesting. Shaji looked at the two who were left dumbfounded and nodded with satisfaction. Of course, to achieve this goal, we three alone are far from enough. We will make the forces we previously subdued, the Yue clan, the land of whirlpools, and the remnants of the Kage clan, the first batch of original shareholders of this utopia. Hashirama, your task is to use your personal charm to unite them, making them understand that following us will lead to a feast. Madara, your task is to use your strength to intimidate those who are unconvinced, letting them know that disobedience comes with consequences. As for me, Shaji patted his chest, I will provide the core technology and development blueprint. Together we can easily take this world. However, they were unaware that as they envisioned the bright future of the ninja utopia, a conspiracy against them was quietly brewing. Shaji casually tucked the fragmented star map into her bosom, as if she were shoving a used napkin into her pocket. He patted the two, Hashirama and Madara, who were glaring at each other over the words dictatorship and naivety, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. All right, enough with the noise, let's think long term. Setting up a village and establishing order is good, but the vision is too small. He pointed at the land beneath his feet, and then at the sky. Our ninja utopia needs to be located in a place with good feng shui. It should have beautiful mountains and rivers, be defensively advantageous, and ideally serve as a transportation hub for future toll collection. As soon as Hashirama heard they were selecting a site for their home, he immediately forgot his argument with Madara, his eyes bright as searchlights. I know a place. He excitedly gestured. It's within the land of fire, in a plain traversed by the South River. The soil is fertile and the forests are dense, perfect for settling down. Madara raised an eyebrow upon hearing the location. Wasn't that the place where their Uchiha clan often clashed with the Senju clan? Shaji looked at the two, feeling delighted. This was precisely the future location of Konoha, saving him from further persuasion. All right, that's it. Shaji declared firmly. Madara, you don't have any objections, do you? It'll be nostalgic to face our old rivals every time we step out. Madara snorted dismissively, turning his head away in tacit agreement. Although he still harbored doubts about Zaya's abilities and that utopia theory deep down, he felt an undeniable attraction to that grand vision. Perhaps he could follow him and witness a different kind of scenery. Thus, the strongest and most bizarre entrepreneurial trio in the history of the ninja world officially laid their grand blueprint, named Utopia, upon the land that would become Konoha. As news spread, the entire Warring States period erupted once more. Previously, when they dealt with tailed beasts and beat down the ninja clans, people were shocked, but able to understand, as it was an era that revered strength. But now they were actually going to build a utopia without the ninja clans. What the hell were they trying to do? Were they about to dig up all the ancestral graves of the ninja clans? In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense. However, Shaji completely ignored the rumors and gossip from the outside world. He was far too busy. With his money-making abilities and technical support, a vast forest was flattened to the ground in just a few days. Hashirama became the chief engineer and lead architect. His recently awakened Sage Chakra combined with the Chakra Amplification Potion trial version provided by Shaji made his wood-release techniques incredibly adept. Wood-release technique of the 4 pillars of the house. He slammed his hands down and houses with primitive wooden textures rose up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Though the designs were somewhat hard to describe, they were sturdy and durable, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Madara was appointed as the head of security and disciplinary officer. Every day he would stroll around the construction site with his hands behind his back, striding with an air of indifference. The rough men of the Yatsuki clan, the red-haired experts in barriers from the Whirlpool country, and the reformed warriors of the Kage clan. Everyone under the watchful eye of his Sharingan dared not slack off. Any minor friction would cause Madara to glare, and the skeletal form of Susano'o would emerge, instantly silencing everyone. As for Shaji, he was naturally the chief designer and supreme leader. His daily work consisted of lounging on the luxurious chair made for him by Hashirama, using wood release, soaking up the sun, and sipping tea. Occasionally, he would pull out some blueprints adorned with strange symbols from his bosom and toss them to the craftsman borrowed from the Whirlpool country. Here, follow this to create the drainage system and energy core. And this is the preliminary design for the defensive barrier. You all can study it. The craftsman from the Whirlpool country looked at the incomprehensible writings on the blueprints, exchanging glances, feeling entirely at a loss. But strangely, as long as they followed Zaya's blueprints, they would invariably create things that exceeded their expectations. In no time, Zaya's image in everyone's minds grew more profound and unfathomable. The construction of Utopia progressed vigorously. Children from different ninja clans began tentatively playing together. Former enemies gradually lowered their guard against each other through their shared labor. A brand new hopeful scene was slowly unfolding on this ancient land. However, they were unaware. A storm capable of destroying all of this was quietly approaching. Inside the Senju clan's shrine, Senju Butsuma trembled with rage as he looked at the intelligence sent by the scouts. Damn it, that ungrateful Hashirama. He actually mixed with the remnants of the Uchiha and started this so-called utopia. An elder beside him said worriedly, clan leader, that Uchiha Shaji is of unknown origin and possesses strange methods. Now he has Hashirama and Madara in the palm of his hand. His ambitions are all too clear. If he truly succeeds in building that utopia, won't our ninja clan, which has been passed down for thousands of years, be enough? Senju Butsuma slammed the table, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Pass my orders. Gather all the elite members of the clan. Also secretly contact the old man Uchiha Taijima. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Taijima also received the information. He silently gazed at the confidential letter in his hand and finally let out a cold laugh after a long while. Ninja utopia? What a grand joke. That fool Madara is actually being deceived by such an illusory thing. He raised his head, looking at the Uchiha senior executives below, his voice as cold as steel. That Uchiha Zayazi must die. His existence has already posed a severe threat to our Uchiha's future. Pass the order. The entire clan prepare for battle. At the same time, reply to Senju Butsuma that we Uchiha agree. The two lifelong rivals, in the face of a common external threat capable of overturning the entire order of the ninja world, finally set aside their prejudices and chose to temporarily join forces. Moreover, they secretly contacted other major ninja clans that were also feeling fear and unrest towards the trio. Hyuga Sarutobi Shimura. A vast alliance aimed at completely stifling the ninja utopia and eliminating Shaji and his companions quietly formed. Days later, night fell. The village of Utopia under construction was warm and peaceful with flickering bonfires. The people who had finished their day's labor gathered together, sharing food and dreaming of the future. Shaji lay on the rooftop, gazing at the stars in the sky while contemplating his next money-making scheme. Suddenly, his pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. Almost simultaneously, the patrolling Madara turned his Sharingan towards the dense forest on the periphery of the village. Waves of murderous chakra approached quietly from all directions. They were surrounded. Shadows flitted through the dense forest. Ninja from the Senju clan, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp blades. Ninja from the Uchiha clan, their crimson Sharingan flickering ominously in the dark. Elites from the Hyuga Sarutobi and other major ninja clans, each with a grim expression and a fierce killing intent. Thousands of elite ninja formed a net trapping the newly budding utopia in the center. At the forefront stood Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Taijima. The two old men stood side by side gazing at the brightly lit village in the distance, icy murderous intent flickering in their eyes. The sharp alarm echoed akin to the final lament of a beast strangled by a grip around its neck tearing through the tranquil night of the Utopia village. The joyful laughter around the campfire abruptly ceased. The ninjas who had just laid down their weapons and clumsily learned to coexist peacefully with their former enemies instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Enemy attack. It's the Senju. And the Uchiha. How could they? The members of the Yagami and Uzumaki clans tasked with perimeter vigilance cried out in despair. Dark figures surged forth like a tide from the dense forest surrounding the nascent village, encircling it tightly. Killing intent. An icy, bone-chilling killing intent pierced the hearts of everyone present. Leading the charge were Senju Hashirama, the clan leader of the Senju, and Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader of the Uchiha. Two lifelong rivals stood shoulder to shoulder. In their equally murky yet imposing eyes a matching cold, killing intent flickered. Behind them were the elite troops of both clans along with the elites from the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans. This was nearly the pinnacle of combat strength assembled during the entire Warring States period, second only to the Team 3. Hashirama, Taijima. Senju Hashirama's roar echoed like thunder in the night sky, carrying an air of authority. You two unfilial sons. Why don't you come out here already? Uchiha Taijima's voice was even colder, like a snake's hiss, colluding with outsiders, betraying the clan, shaking the foundation of the ninja world. Do you understand your crimes? As Senju Hashirama commanded the defense upon hearing his father's voice, he froze, his usually warm smile drained of blood. Father. Uchiha Madara also emerged from the shadows, his crimson Sharingan fixated on his father Uchiha Taijima, his expression filled with utmost complexity. Father, what are you doing? Hashirama rushed to the front lines, questioning loudly, his voice filled with pain and confusion. What are you doing? Senju Hashirama sneered, coldly pointing to the embryonic village behind him, and rebuked, look at the mess you've caused. Teaming up with the remnants of the Uchiha, what nonsense is this utopia? Are you trying to place the Senju clan in eternal damnation? Where is that kid named Uchiha Shizuku? Bring him out. Uchiha Tajima's tone was more direct. Today we have come to clean up the mess and restore order. Shizuku yawned lazily, jumping down from the rooftop and brushing off the dust. His nonchalant demeanor was utterly at odds with the suffocating tension in the air. Oh, you two old men, quite fiery, aren't you? He walked between Hashirama and Madara, looking up at the two imposing figures, exuding terrifying pressure, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With such a grand display, one might think the Otsutsuki have arrived. The gazes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima instantly locked on a Shizuku like two sharp swords. It's this brat. He has incited my son, challenged the authority of the ninja clans, and attempted to overturn the entire order of the Warring States era. You are Uchiha Shizuku. Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I give you one last chance. First, immediately disband this so-called utopia and send all foreign personnel back to their homes. Second, hand over all the tailed beasts you have captured and those unidentified gods' fragments. Third, Uchiha Taijima's gaze was like a knife scraping across Shizuku's face. You must commit suicide here to apologize to the world. As long as you fulfill these 3 points, Hashirama and Madara, for the sake of blood ties, we can show leniency. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama took over the conversation, suddenly waving his hand. Thousands of elite ninjas behind him stepped forward in unison. Today in this place, not a single dog or chicken will remain. Boom! The terrifying killing intent surged like a tsunami. In the Utopia village, the ordinary villagers and weaker ninjas who had just ignited a spark of hope were rendered paralyzed with fear, their legs giving way beneath them. Hashirama's face turned pale. On one side stood his father and family. On the other was the village he had just established, the embodiment of his lifelong dreams along with his companions. How should he choose? Father. Hashirama's voice trembled with tears. Why can't we talk this out? That's Shizuku. Shut up. Senju Hashirama shouted angrily. You have been deceived by this little villain's words. The future of the Senju cannot be destroyed by you. Madara's body trembled slightly. He gazed at his father and the Uchiha clansmen who had once fought alongside him, his Sharingan spinning wildly on the verge of consuming. Betraying the clan. No, he had never thought of betrayal. He merely sought to pursue a stronger, different future in his own way. But now this future stood in total opposition to the will of his clan. Madara Hashirama. Shizuku's voice lazily sounding out possessed an odd, penetrating power that pulled the two from their painful dilemma. Are you both foolish? He pointed at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima across from him, curling his lip. Do you believe a single word of what they say? What cleaning up the mess, what restoring order sounds better than a song? In plain terms, aren't they just coveting the tailed beasts and gods' fragments we hold, wanting to snatch them to become the landlords themselves? Shizuku's unrelenting, even somewhat crude words instantly darkened the faces of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima to the color of a soot-covered pot. You young one, silver-tongued, distorting right and wrong, talking about tradition, talking about order. Shizuka scoffed, his voice suddenly rising. What is your tradition? To let your sons slaughter each other on the battlefield, blood flowing like rivers. What is your order? To let countless commoners become displaced, resorting to cannibalism. Look at those people behind you. They are your clansmen, your weapons, your tools for power struggles. Have you ever asked them if they want this endless war? Each of Shizuku's words struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of everyone present. The once bloodthirsty coalition ninjas now looked at their clan leaders with a hint of confusion in their eyes. You always say we have shaken the foundation of the ninja world. Then tell me, what is this foundation? Is it the power of you old fossils? Or the nonsensical hatred that has lasted for thousands of years? Open your eyes and look. Shizuku pointed at the simple yet vibrant village behind him. Here the Yagami clan no longer has to worry about being treated as battle tools, and the children of the Land of Waves can play in the mud with the children of the Kage clan. This is the future. Your era has passed. Hashirama and Madara felt their blood ignite as they listened to Shizuku's deafening verbal battle. Yes, why should they be afraid? Why should they falter? Everything they did was to break free from this damned era filled with war and hatred. Hashirama's eyes, usually filled with a hint of innocence, now became incredibly resolute. Madara's Sharingan, usually brimming with pride and coldness, now burned with an unprecedented flame called belief. They exchanged glances, seeing the same answer reflected in each other's eyes. Shizuku, observing their transformation, nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and looked once more at the two elderly men, trembling with rage, smiling widely. An ultimatum. I have a condition too. Now take your people and leave. Otherwise, Shizuku's eyes shimmered with 9 black tomo slowly swirling. Then all of you will remain serving as the first batch of fertilizer for this utopia. Arrogant. To the utmost extent, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima were thoroughly enraged. Kill. The two old men issued the order for a full-scale assault almost simultaneously. Shizuku, watching the thousands of elite ninjas surge forth like a tide, wore a smile of excitement on his face. He slowly raised his hand, softly speaking to Hashirama and Madara beside him. We'll see the truth of it on the battlefield. Kill. In this single cry struck like a thunderclap descending from the 9th heaven, crashing violently upon this nascent utopia. In the next instant, a deafening roar of battle surged skyward. In water release, great waterfall technique. In earth release, earth flow river. The shinobi of the Senju clan, rigorously trained and swift to act, launched the first assault. In their hands, swiftly formed hand seals, incantations rolled from their lips. In a flash, torrents of floodwater and surging mudslides converged from all directions, bearing a terrifying, all-consuming force as they crashed down upon the newly built village, still fragrant with the scent of fresh timber. This was the Senju clan's most refined combined technique, powerful enough to reduce even a small fortress to rubble in an instant. Humph. Mere child's play. From behind Uchiha Taijima, the elite Uchiha forces stepped forward in unison. In their crimson Sharingan, eyes blazed in the darkness, forming a sea of hellish blossoms, like red spider lilies blooming in the underworld. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In no solitary wielder stood forth. Instead, hundreds of Uchiha elites linked their chakra, unleashing together the clan's most devastating area effect fire technique. Whoosh! A colossal wall of flame vast enough to blot out the heavens erupted from the earth, rising to meet the serpentine flood of water and mud. In water clashed with fire, earth collided with flame. In this narrow battlefield, primordial and ferocious forces collided in raw elemental fury. Boom! 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 In the thunderous detonations nearly ruptured eardrums. In steam billowed, instantly mingling with the acrid stench of scorched earth, shrouding the entire battlefield in an impenetrable fog, so thick one could not see a hand before one's face. Father, Nas Hashirama Senju watched, homes shattered by the backlash of jutsu, and civilians scattering in panic. His eyes burned crimson with rage. His hands slammed together, his sage chakra erupting without restraint. N would release forest seawall. Dozens of wooden ramparts, thicker and more imposing than castle walls, surged upward, encircling and shielding the village's core in an impregnable bastion. Madara and Hashirama roared. Don't waste your breath. And already Madara Uchiha had become a deep blue phantom, darting headlong into the chaos of the battlefield. The skeletal frame of his Susano'o rose towering into the sky, its chakra blade cleaved the air with each swing, leaving trails of blood and terror in its wake. Senju shinobi who attempted to breach the wooden walls crumpled before him like paper, utterly defenseless. And stop him. Upon seeing this, Senju Butsama's eyes flashed with cold light. Several elite jonin of the Senju clan, armored in heavy plate and wielding unusual ninja tools, swept in from the flanks. Their coordination was flawless. Water and earth techniques flowed without pause, binding and ensnaring Madara's Susano'o in relentless tactical restraint. Meanwhile, the Uchiha elite forces slipped past the frontal engagement, gliding like phantoms into the village's shadows. Their targets, the recently surrendered Yagura clan, the shinobi of Yuzushiogakure, and the remnants of the Kage clan. And thus erupted a true full-scale melee. The most elite clans of the Warring States era locked in mortal combat. Yagura shinobi sheathed themselves in lightning-charged chakra, transforming into streaks of blinding speed, clashing fiercely with Uchiha Taijutsu masters. Fists met flesh, sparks, and lightning crackled in violent bursts. Inuyasha shinobi swiftly formed formations, golden sealing chains whipping from their hands seeking to bind and immobilize the Uchiha warriors. And the battle-mad Kagaya drawing bone spears and blades directly from their own bodies, charged with feral cries, engaging the Uchiha's Sharingan Jinjutsu in brutal, unflinching, close-quarters combat. The entire battlefield dissolved into utter pandemonium. In the thunder of jutsu, the clang of steel-dying shrieks and furious roars wove together into a symphony of blood and fire. Sayaji stood at the rear of the battlefield, hidden behind a massive tree just grown by Hashirama, cracking sunflower seeds with relish. In Tisk Tisk Tsk, this is exactly how the Warring States era should look. Fight. The more chaotic the better. In these effects, this scale, dwarfed the childish scuffles staged by later generations. As he watched, he analyzed both sides' combat capabilities with surgical precision. In the Senju clan possessed a mature, comprehensive jutsu system and abundant chakra reserves, masters of positional warfare and attrition like heavily armored high-endurance warriors. The Uchiha clan, by contrast, resembled elite assassins, devastating in single-target burst damage their Sharingan, granting uncanny perception and unpredictable Jinjutsu, excelling in ambushes and decapitation strikes. As for the newly allied clans, though individually formidable, they fought as irregulars, disjointed, uncoordinated, lacking unified command. Against the disciplined might of the Senju and Uchiha, they quickly faltered. No good. If this continues, my painstakingly assembled force will be torn apart by these two old men. Sayaji spat out a sunflower seed husk and brushed dust from his palms. Time to deliver them a little surprise. And with a thought, he opened the system shop. An overwhelming array of items dazzled his vision. He ignored all offensive gear, his gaze locking instead on a bizarre anachronistic device utterly alien in aesthetic to this age. Battlefield Disruption Speaker Rock Edition, preloaded with legendary rock anthems, emits ultrasonic and infrasonic frequencies to induce auditory disorientation, chakra disruption, and mental daze across a designated area. Friendly reminder: may affect allies. Use with caution. Includes synchronized dance floor lighting effects for maximum battlefield distinction. Price 5,000 karma points. And damn it, 50,000. System, you're a commercial genius. Though his heart bled at the cost, the image of ancient shinobi collectively breakdancing to heavy metal made the expenditure feel, undoubtedly, worthwhile. Purchase confirmed. And without hesitation, Sayaji tapped confirmation. A colossal, flamboyantly styled black speaker materialized before him. He expertly synced it with his mobile phone, a system-provided device, then opened the music player and selected a long-cherished, explosively energetic track. In the next moment, the boundless horizon is my love, and beneath endless green hills flowers bloom in full splendor. Piercing, irresistibly infectious melody, driven by a pounding primal rhythm, exploded across the entire battlefield. Every shinobi mid-combat froze, eyes wide, faces slack with bewilderment. What was the sound? In some new form of sound-based ninjutsu. And why? Why did their chakras suddenly feel unruly, disobedient? And why did their bodies ache to sway uncontrollably to this beat? And even Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Taijima stood stunned. In their long lives, they had never heard anything so crude, so unrestrained, so maddeningly disruptive, so utterly unmusical. What abomination is this? In Senju Butsuma roared, his mind reeling as if the melody itself were scrambling his thoughts. Destroy that noise-making device, now. And Uchiha Taijima snapped back to command, but it was already too late. Under the relentless psychic bombardment of the most exuberant national wind, the once-tight formation of the Senju Uchiha alliance began to fracture. Some shinobi, their willpower wavering, found their legs twitching, swaying instinctively to the beat. And now, Sayaji's voice, amplified by chakra, rang clearly in Hashirama's and Madara's ears. Crush them. And though momentarily dazed by the sudden divine absurdity of the music, Hashirama and Madara, chosen ones of destiny, possessed wills far surpassing mortals. Seizing the opening, they launched a decisive counteroffensive. And would release Wood Dragon technique, and Susano'o Flame Thunder God. In that instant, the battlefield's very aesthetic warped into surreal absurdity. None sighed. The Senju Uchiha alliance staggered through existential confusion, frantically parrying attacks, while battling the urge to question reality itself. The other, Hashirama's Wood Dragon and Madara's Susano'o, charged forward under the driving thump-thump-thump of the BGM like enraged bosses unleashed from a berserker state, cutting down foes with unstoppable fury. Sayaji stood atop the great tree, surveying the magnificent, ludicrous spectacle below, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Yes, those 50,000 karma points were well spent. This is how war ought to be waged. The haunting melody still echoed above the battlefield. What's happening? My chakra is in disarray. My legs, they won't obey me. All it wants to dance. The elite joint forces of Senju and Uchiha were utterly thrown into chaos. Their proud battle formation was as fragile as a piece of soaked paper in the face of this so-called divine song, named most dazzling folk style. Some ninjas with weak willpower had completely given up resistance, raising their hands above their heads, their bodies swaying shamelessly to the intense rhythm. The scene could only be described as a chaotic dance of demons. It was like a large-scale cult recruitment event. What kind of witchcraft is this? Senju Butsuma roared in anger, feeling his temples throb. He tried to gather chakra, but the energy flow within him was swaying drunkenly, like a tipsy man, completely unable to form an effective attack. Steady yourselves. Don't let this seductive music disturb your minds. Uchiha Taijima barked his scarlet Sharingan, scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the noise. But the sound infiltrated everywhere, seemingly acting directly on their souls, severely disrupting his ocular power. Zayazi, brother. This tune. It's too powerful. I feel like my wood release wants to join the dance party. Hashirama shouted hoarsely while clumsily using wood release to fend off sporadic attacks. Shut up, you fool. Focus. Madara shouted, cutting down an enemy who was also swaying. Although he was also troubled by this magical melody, the powerful mental strength granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to barely maintain his clarity. Tisk, so useless. Shiaji stood atop a large tree, pouting as he exchanged for a new item from the system shop. Sage Art Chakra Compressed Cookies, Warring States, Special Edition Pineapple Flavor, made from pseudo-wheat flour from the Sage Realm, and artificially synthesized natural energy, crispy texture, bursting with energy. One bite gives you an instant experience of overflowing chakra. Price 10000 gold points. Shiaji didn't even blink, directly purchasing two. He took one piece and flicked it toward Hashirama. Catch. You big O from the Senju clan. Dessert after meals replenish your strength. The seemingly ordinary item, resembling a roadside dry food biscuit, traced a precise parabolic arc heading straight for Hashirama. In a fluster, Hashirama saw something flying toward him and without thinking opened his mouth to take a bite. Crunch. The cookie melted instantly in his mouth, unleashing a tremendous wave of pure natural energy that exploded within him. In that moment, Hashirama felt as if his body had completely merged with the vast earth beneath his feet. He could hear the breathing of every tree and feel the pulse of every inch of soil. I feel. I'm in love. Hashirama stammered in excitement, his usually honest eyes now surprisingly reflecting a clearer golden, celestial mask. Would release birth of the tree world. No longer was it just a minor skirmish, nor merely trees and vines. Rumble. The entire earth roared violently at that moment. Countless massive trees thick enough to require several people to embrace erupted from the ground like enraged dragons. They grew wildly, twisting and intertwining, forming a vast and terrifying forest brimming with primal vitality. The ninjas of the joint forces who were swaying, struggling, and attacking felt as small as ants in the face of this suddenly arrived sea of trees. Countless thick branches, as if alive, tightly ensnared them, suspending them in midair. Some unlucky ones were directly crushed into pulp by the rapidly growing trees. In just a few breaths, the entire battlefield was completely engulfed by this terrifying sea of trees. This is... Senju Butsuma stared in shock at the miraculous scene before him, his ninja blade dropping to the ground. Is this wood release? How did that foolish son of mine become so strong? On the other side, Madara gazed at Hashirama's earth-shattering display, his unruly Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, nearly devouring everything in sight. Anger, jealousy, and an intense battle intent that refused to be outdone. A myriad of emotions acted like catalysts, fiercely stimulating the prideful bloodline within him that belonged to Indra. Senju Hashirama, you bastard. Don't try to outshine me alone. Madara roared, deep blue chakra flames erupting from his body. First came the menacing ribcage constructing a solid chest. Then two robust skeletal arms extended from the sides of the chest. Susanoo ribcage in arm form. This was the first time he fully unleashed the power of Susanoo in a real battle to such an extent. Although still only a half-finished product, the terrifying momentum that could destroy everything and disregard all was already making the entire battlefield tremble. Get away from me. Madara controlled the massive skeletal arm, not using any weapons, simply throwing a punch. The target was none other than Uchiha Taijima, who was pushed to an open space by the forest, equally shocked. Madara, how dare you? Uchiha Taijima, both startled and angry, never expected his son would actually make a move against him. Several Uchiha Jonin nearby rushed forward, attempting to form seals to defend. However, before Madara's furious Susanoo iron fist, all defenses appeared so pale and powerless. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The Uchiha Jonin didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into dust along with the ground beneath their feet by the violent force. Uchiha Taijima narrowly dodged this deadly strike, but he was swept away by the terrifying punch, wind rolling several times on the ground before barely coming to a halt. He looked up at his son, suspended in midair and wrapped in a blue skeleton with eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. Shiaji stood at a distance, watching the scene before him with satisfaction. One awakened sage, Art 1 evolved Susanoo. Today those two cookies were well worth it. He snapped his fingers, and the haunting music abruptly stopped. The entire battlefield fell into a deep silence once more. Only the slowly growing sea of trees and the ominous blue skeleton remained silently confronting each other. The sea of trees continued to grow wildly. The Susano'o still emanated an ominous aura. The entire battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence. The allied forces of Senju and Uchiha, those ninjas hanging from the trees or fortunate enough to have escaped the chaos, looked like they had seen a ghost as they stared at the two godlike creations, not daring to breathe. The face of Senju Hashirama, always marked by authority, was now filled with disbelief. He gazed at the terrifying forest full of vitality, yet exuding a sense of destruction created by his own son, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Unfilial son, is this truly your power? On the other side, Uchiha Taijima's situation was not much better. He looked at his son wrapped in a blue skeleton and radiating overwhelming battle intent, his eyes possessing the Sharingan constricting violently. Mangekyo, Susano'o, how could you? Anger, jealousy, and a hint of fear which even he was unwilling to admit intertwined crazily in his heart. These two old fellows who had fought and schemed against each other their entire lives thought they had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world and could control everything. But now they were horrified to discover their son, the heir they had always tried to control and suppress, had grown to a terrifying level that even they needed to look up to under the influence of that mysterious little brat. This feeling of losing control filled them with unprecedented crisis. This can't go on. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima exchanged glances almost simultaneously. From each other's murky yet murderous eyes they saw the same resolution. This utopia must be destroyed. That Uchiha Shizuku must die. As for Hashirama and Madara, since they could no longer be controlled then, they must be destroyed together. Sons of the Senju clan, heed my command. Senju Hashirama suddenly roared, biting his fingertip and forming hand seals with an extremely strange speed. With my blood summon the souls of my clan. Forbidden technique, 100 machines performance, earth golem formation. He slammed his hands onto the ground, a massive chakra infused with decay and death instantly surged into the earth. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and the sea of trees created by Hashirama began to uncontrollably wither and rot. Immediately, towering golems made of mud and dead wood began to struggle out from the ground. These golems, inscribed with strange runes and glowing with crimson light in their eyes, wielded various crude weapons and charged fearlessly toward Hashirama and Madara. This was one of the Senju clan's ultimate forbidden techniques. At the cost of the user's own vitality, it summoned 100 golem warriors with powerful strength and fearless demeanor. Father, are you insane? Hashirama cried out as he saw this scene, his eyes almost bursting with rage. This technique will deplete your life force. Shut up, unfilial son. Senju Hashirama's face turned extremely pale due to the loss of vitality, but his eyes burned with a mad flame. For the future of the Senju, what does sacrificing myself matter? Meanwhile, Uchiha Taijima also moved. His crimson Sharingan began to change at that moment, ultimately transforming into a sinister pattern resembling a shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan. He had actually awakened the Mangekyo. Taijima, you. Senju Hashirama was also taken aback by this sight. Senju Hashirama, do you think you're the only one with hidden cards? Uchiha Taijima scoffed, his Mangekyo Sharingan locking onto Shizuku in the distance. Today let you juniors witness what true Uchiha power is. Kodoha Tsukimi. One of his eyes suddenly shed blood tears. An invisible yet immensely powerful illusionary wave capable of distorting reality instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. This was not an ordinary illusion, but a supreme illusion directly affecting the target's subconscious and forcefully rewriting their will. Though its power was significantly reduced, as it was not Shizui's eye, its essence remained a force transcending conventional ninjutsu. His target was neither Hashirama nor Madara. Rather, it was the seemingly harmless Uchiha Shizuku who stood in the back, the source of all variables. He intended to use this move to completely control Shizuku's mind, making him a puppet of the Uchiha clan. Shizuku stood still, unmoving. He could clearly feel a powerful spiritual force attempting to invade his consciousness and alter his perception. Oh, is this Kodoha Tsukimi? A playful smile curled at the corner of Shizuku's mouth. Though it's a counterfeit, the idea is not bad. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong target. His pale blue eyes, the 9 black tomo at the center of his pupils, began to flow slowly at that moment. Rule rewrite mental barrier. Buzz, a layer of invisible mental barrier composed of pure, fundamental rule power instantly formed in his sea of consciousness. Uchiha Taijima's unstoppable Kodoha Tsukimi upon contact with this barrier was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples before being completely engulfed and dissipated. Uffed. Uchiha Taijima suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably staggering back several steps, the light in his activated Mangekyo Sharingan dimming instantly, almost leading to permanent blindness. Backlash of forbidden technique. This is impossible. Uchiha Taijima covered his eyes, his face filled with disbelief and fear. His Kodoha Tsukimi was actually rebounded. No, it was not a rebound. It was completely ignored by a higher, more tyrannical power. What kind of monster is this little brat? The game is over. Shizuku's voice lazily rang out. He stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing before Senju Hashirama. Your golems are too ugly. He extended his right hand and lightly waved at the hundreds of grotesque golems battling Hashirama. Rule rewrite energy backflow. Those originally fierce golems suddenly froze in their movements. Following that, the runes glowing red on their bodies abruptly reversed. A massive chakra filled with the aura of death and decay surged from within them, following the connection to the caster violently rushing back into Senju Hashirama's body. Ugh! Senju Hashirama let out a piercing scream, his body visibly withering and aging rapidly. His hair turned gray in an instant. His skin lost all luster and moisture, resembling the bark of a dead tree. His once tall stature hunched over, as if in just a few breaths he had lost decades of vitality. Bang! The ninja blade in his hand fell weakly to the ground. He also weakly dropped to his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes filled only with endless fear and despair. In one move, just one move, the clan leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans, their bottom card techniques, had been completely unraveled by this youth in a way that was utterly incomprehensible, almost crushing. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, their brains completely malfunctioning. Time stood still in that moment. Silence. A silence as deep as an abyss enveloped the entire battlefield. Whether it was the thousands of hands suspended from the trees or the surviving Uchiha, everyone's movements came to a halt. They stared at the boy who had casually incapacitated two great powers of the ninja world, their minds blank. That was not ninjutsu. It was a power they could not comprehend, could not imagine, and could not even begin to describe. Was it a divine being? Or a demon? Father! The heart-wrenching cry of Hashirama finally shattered the frozen air. He released the wood release technique and stumbled towards Senju Butsume, tears pouring forth as he looked at his father's face, aged by decades in an instant. Father, what happened to you? Senju Butsume's parched lips trembled as he tried to raise his hand, but couldn't muster even a shred of strength. His murky pupils fixed firmly on his son. Unfilial son. You are well. Each word seemed to drain the last vestiges of his life force. Your wood release is stronger than mine. Summer Solstice strolled over, squatting beside him and poking his finger at Senju Butsume's wrinkled face. Stop wailing, you're not dead yet. It's just a bit of life force exhausted. From now on, don't even think about fighting. You probably won't be able to walk without a cane. Just relax and enjoy your old age, old man. His casual tone was laced with extreme insult. Summer Solstice. Hashirama suddenly looked up and roared at Summer Solstice. Why have you gone this far? On the other side, Madara also dispelled his Susano'o and stepped forward one step at a time until he stood before Uchiha Taijima. His father, the man who had always held the Uchiha's glory above all else, was now half kneeling on the ground, clutching his dimmed kaleidoscope, Sharingan, coughing up blood. You? Uchiha Taijima raised his head, his remaining eye filled with blood vessels. He looked at Madara, his most proud, yet uncontrollable son. You are remarkable. My Uchiha clan actually produced such a monster. His words no longer carried a father's authority, only resentment and unwillingness. And you? Uchiha Taijima's head snapped towards Summer Solstice. Uchiha Summer Solstice. You are not even one of us. What exactly are you? This question drew the suspicious gazes of all surviving Uchiha towards Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice couldn't be bothered to glance at him. He stood up, dusting off his hands and surveying the scene. His pale blue creator's eye calm and still made everyone who met his gaze feel as if their souls were being thoroughly scrutinized. Who I am you are not yet qualified to know. You only need to remember one thing. From this day forth, this land is mine to command. This era, I will set the rules. He extended two fingers. Now I give you two choices. First, take your battered remnants and roll back to your moldy clan's territory. From now on, go your separate ways and don't provoke me. Of course, if you still want to fight, I am always ready. He paused, revealing a wicked smile. Second, stay and contribute to my utopia. Of course, you self-proclaimed elites shouldn't expect any preferential treatment. Men go to the construction site to move bricks. Women go to the kitchen to wash dishes. Start from the lowest level of miscellaneous tasks. Only when you satisfy me can you become formal residents. This is too much. A soldier can be killed but cannot be insulted. The allied ninjas erupted in outrage. They were the most elite warriors of the warring states, period, the pride of various ninja clans. Now this little brat had the audacity to make them move bricks and wash dishes. What? Not satisfied. Summer Solstice snapped his fingers. The forest of trees created by Hashirama, which had stopped growing, emitted a series of cracking sounds once more. Countless thick vines like venomous snakes tightened around the necks of the most vociferous ninjas. Suffocating fear instantly extinguished all voices of resistance. I am a very democratic person. Summer Solstice shrugged. I give you the power of choice. As for what you choose, that is your freedom. After saying this, he ignored the others and walked over to Hashirama and Madara. You two make your choice as well. Will you follow your old man back to be your princely heir? Or stay and continue being my foreman and security captain? Hashirama knelt on the ground, cradling his unconscious father, his body trembling violently. On one side was the family that raised him. On the other was the dream he had bet everything to pursue. Madara remained silent, looking at his father and at the clan members who regarded him with expressions of hatred and fear. The power he had always sought he had obtained. But why, when he truly possessed this power and had everything beneath his feet, was there not a shred of joy in his heart, only emptiness? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Uchiha Taijima suddenly burst into mad laughter. He struggled to push himself up from the ground, black tears flowing from his blinded eye. Madara, my son. He looked at Madara, his expression twisted and strange. Do you think you have one? Do you think that by following this unknown monster you can create the peace you desire? Don't dream. He is only using you. Using that fool Senju. What he desires is the entire ninja world. He wants to turn everyone into his slaves. The glory of the Uchiha, the future of the Uchiha, was all buried by you, you fool. He used the last of his strength to unleash a cursed roar. You will regret this, Madara. One day you will die at this monster's hands. After saying this, he could no longer hold on his body, leaning back and heavily falling to the ground, completely losing his breath. The once great Uchiha Taijima was dead. Father. Madara's body swayed. He looked at his father's unblinking face, the pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan rapidly spinning before eventually returning to the ordinary 3-mo form. The old era had come to an end, in the most tragic and thorough manner. Senju Butsuma was carried away by his clansmen, retreating like a lost dog in disarray. The remaining allied forces of the major ninja clans scattered like birds and beasts, daring not to linger for a moment. The entire battlefield was left in ruins, with only Summer Solstice, the others, and their subordinates, who had submitted to them. Hashirama silently handed his father's body to the Senju clansmen behind him. Let him rest well. He stood up, his usually kind smile replaced with exhaustion and confusion. Summer Solstice. His voice was hoarse. Is what we are doing really right? Summer Solstice dug at his ears with an impatient expression. Right or wrong? That's a game for children. We are adults only discussing interests. He kicked Madara in the rear. And you stop standing there like a corpse. Your father is dead, but that doesn't mean you are. Wipe that dead wife expression off your face. He surveyed the land stained with ninjutsu and blood. All right, everyone, stop mourning the past. Foreman Security Captain, what are you still doing standing there? Before dawn, I want to see all the bodies cleared away and the foundation redone. Everyone is working overtime today. Dinner is on me. Zaya's words fell like a bucket of ice water, drenching this group of ninjas who had just suffered a devastating defeat, still immersed in sorrow and confusion. Overtime. Food provided. What the hell is this wolfish language? Holding his father's cold corpse, Hashirama lifted his tear-streaked face, staring blankly at Shazi, momentarily forgetting how to grieve. Obito was pulled from the emptiness and pain of having killed his own father, his Sharingan now restored to 3-tomo, fixed intently on Shazi, as if he were looking at a madman. What did you say? Hashirama's lips trembled. I said all of you get the hell moving. Shazi kicked over a nearby brazier that was still emitting black smoke, creating a piercing crash that jolted everyone awake. Crying. Will crying bring your father back? He pointed at Hashirama and scolded. Staring. Will staring bring your father peace? And you? Shazi pointed at Obito without holding back. Look at all of you. He surveyed those who were kneeling or sitting, looking as if they had just lost their father. Each of you looks like a frostbitten eggplant. Who are you trying to fool? Your clan leader is either dead or crippled. Your family is nothing but scattered sand now. What? You want to go back and continue fighting? To let your sons and grandsons repeat the tragedies of your lives? Zaya's words were like knives laced with poison, stabbing fiercely into each heart, bloody, yet undeniably real. Let me tell you, no way. From today on, you have no Senju, no Uchiha, no Hyuga, and no Uzumaki. You have only one identity, that of a Konoha villager. If you want to survive, you must work. If you want to eat well, you must create value. Here there are no high and mighty clan leaders, nor are there subservient minions. Whoever works the hardest, whoever contributes the most gets to live in the big house and eat the big meat. He paused, grinning wickedly. Of course you war captives won't enjoy this treatment for now. Before dawn, clean up the battlefield, bury the bodies on the spot, and the injured find somewhere to take care of themselves. Then all able-bodied men get your asses to the construction site in the south to move bricks. Women go wash dishes by the river in the west. This is my rule. If anyone disagrees, you can step up right now. Zaya's voice echoed in the silent night sky. No one dared to move. No one dared to retort. They looked at the youth, at his calm and unmoving light blue eyes, their hearts filled only with deep chill and a glimmer of something called hope. Shazi nodded in satisfaction. He walked up to Hashirama and Obito, squatting down. Foreman Security Chief, time to get to work. Hashirama looked at him, his lips moved, and finally he silently set down his father's corpse. He stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and hoarsely called out to the bewildered Senju clan members behind him. Did you all hear that? Get to work. Obito slowly stood up. He didn't look at anyone, merely sheathing his bloodstained katana. Then he turned around and walked towards the ruins he had just personally destroyed. The old era was completely buried at this moment. A new era began on the ruins in the most brutal and direct manner. Months later, with Zaya's money ability, Hashirama's infrastructure fanaticism, and Obito's iron discipline supervising, a brand new village rose from the ground. The houses were arranged irregularly, and the streets were wide and clean. In the center of the village stood a tall tower still under construction. This is the ninja utopia Shazi spoke of, named Konoha by Hashirama. Inside the village's council hall, Shazi sat cross-legged in the highest position, playing with 2 lightning stones he had brought from the land of lightning. Below, Hashirama and Obito, along with representatives from the Yatsuki Uzumaki Kagaya clans, and the senior members of the recruited Senju and Uchiha clans sat upright, their expressions complicated. Ahem. Shiazi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. After a few months of trial operation, I see that everyone has performed quite well. The construction site hasn't collapsed and the cafeteria hasn't been poisoned. Very good. He continued, today I've gathered you all mainly for two things. First, since we have established this village, we need to have a legitimate head. He glanced around at everyone and said slowly, I am a lazy person and do not like to manage things. Therefore, I have decided to nominate Senju Hashirama as the first Hokage of our Konoha. What a... As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Especially those former Uchiha ninjas, each looked as if they had just had their tails stepped on, nearly jumping up on the spot. Why should a Senju be Hokage? Uchiha refused. Hashirama was also dumbfounded, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Me? Hokage? Shiazi, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Shiazi shot him a glance, and then looked at the noisy Uchiha. Not satisfied. Those who are unsatisfied can go practice with Obito. Whoever can defeat him will be the Hokage. As soon as this was said, the Uchiha fell silent. Are you kidding me? Train with Obito? Isn't that asking for a death wish? Obito's expression also turned somewhat grim. He thought Shiazi would take on this king position himself, but unexpectedly, he would hand this role to Hashirama. Shiazi ignored the reactions of the crowd and continued, of course, having a Hokage is not enough. For a village to have lasting peace, it must have ironclad discipline. Therefore, I have decided to establish the Konoha police force responsible for maintaining public order within the village and enforcing discipline. The first head of this force will be Uchiha Obito. Now it was the turn of the Senju to object. Let an Uchiha lead the police force. Isn't that letting the weasel guard the henhouse? What if they seek revenge? I oppose. Shiazi slammed the lightning stone on the table, producing a crisp sound. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Who is in favor? Who is against? His calm light blue eyes swept over each person. No one dared to meet his gaze. Very well, it seems everyone has no objections. Shiazi nodded in satisfaction, then it settled. Finally, it's about myself. I will have no interest in these fighting and managing affairs. So I'll reluctantly take on the position of Taisher. Taisher. Everyone exchanged glances, having never heard of this position before. Taisher, you see, is the teacher's teacher. Shiazi grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. In simple terms, both the Hokage and the police force chief will report to me. I will resolve the issues they cannot solve. When they do not listen, I will educate them. You can think of me as the final authority of this village. As soon as this was said, the entire hall was silent as a grave. Everyone's mind simultaneously floated a thought. This guy is the true mastermind behind it all. He is the true king of this village. The news of the establishment of Konoha village instantly stirred up a tempest across the entire Warring States continent. What? The Senju and Uchiha, who have been lifelong archrivals, actually joined forces to build a village. They even named the village Konoha. That name sounds so soft and lacks any sense of dominance. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Isn't that the fool son of Senju Tobirama? How can he be Hokage when Uchiha Madara won't be convinced? Not just unconvinced. I heard that Madara is now the head of the Konoha police force, specifically managing public order, and anyone who dares to defy him will be arrested. The most mysterious is that Taisher named Uchiha Shizuku. I've heard that both the Hokage and the police chief must listen to him. This kid is the true big boss behind the scenes. Various versions of the rumors spread wildly in the tea houses and taverns of the major ninja clans. Some ninja clans scoffed at this, believing it was merely a new trick played by the Senju and Uchiha, and that they would eventually go back to fighting. Others were worried, feeling that the alliance of these two great ninja clans would drastically increase their power and might threaten their own survival. But more were the wandering ninjas and small clans who had suffered greatly from the ravages of war. They were filled with longing for the peace ideals promoted by Konoha Village and the utopian vision of not asking about origins, only looking at achievements. Konoha Village Hokage's office. Although the office was still just a crude hut made of wood, the two words Hokage already placed immense pressure on Senju Hashirama. He looked at the mountain of various documents and application forms piled on the desk, feeling overwhelmed. Shizuku, this job is just too difficult. Hashirama, with a sorrowful face, pointed at an application form. Look at this, the idiot from the neighboring village claims his cow is missing and suspects that one of our village's idiots stole it. Is this also my responsibility? Shizuku sat back casually in the Taisher chair crafted for him by Hashirama, using with style, leisurely sipping tea. Otherwise, what do you think the Hokage does? Isn't it just a senior community committee director? He glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was also wearing a displeased expression. Madara was frowning, dealing with an even more outrageous dispute. Report, Minister. Senju's third child and Uchiha's Tetsu fought over a lollipop. The third child used wood release and tied Tetsu up like a dumpling. Tetsu, unwilling to back down, activated his Sharingan and threatened to use Genjutsu to ensure the third child would never eat candy again. Madara's temples throbbed with veins. Here he was, Uchiha Madara, the future Shura of the ninja world, now having to deal with children fighting over candy. If this got out, would he still have any dignity left? Shizuku watched these two clowns and nearly burst out laughing. He cleared his throat and said slowly, "Hashirama, this is why I urged you to issue a recruitment order. The village is getting bigger, and just relying on us few, we certainly can't manage everything. We need to attract talented individuals to let professionals handle professional matters. Those wandering ninjas, those small clans, though they may not be strong, they often possess some unique skills. Bringing them in can both strengthen our power and give them a place to settle, a win-win situation." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Right? How did I not think of that? You really have a broad vision, Shizuku." He immediately perked up and began drafting the first recruitment announcement of Konoha village. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared silently in the office, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, Taisha-sama, Minister-sama. Urgent news from the land of Earth." Shizuku raised an eyebrow. "Speak." In the land of Earth, a powerful lava-release ninja has appeared claiming to be Yin-Quan, who is hunting down ninjas around a Wagakure with brutal methods. The Umbu ninja paused for a moment, lowering his voice further. "According to the intel from our agents placed in a Wagakure, this person's target seems to be the legendary Four-Tails son Wukong." Four-Tails? Hashirama and Madara stood up simultaneously, excitement flashing in their eyes. Another big guy to fight. Shizuku stroked his chin. A lava-release ninja. Yin-Quan. It sounded like the master of the future second Tsuchikage or some early powerful figure. It seems that the land of Earth is also starting to grow restless. He stood up, stretched lazily, and the joints of his body cracked. "All right, I'll leave the village matters to your deputy for now. Form security, Captain, don't slack off." Shizuku grinned, revealing a big white smile. "Get ready, we're going on a business trip together. We're going to the land of Earth to reclaim some state-owned assets." The land of Earth, as its name suggests, was filled with barren rocky mountains and arid land. The harsh environment was almost on par with the deserts of the land of wind. The trio, braving the wind and sand, trudged along the rugged mountain path. "I say, Shizuku, what sort of character are we targeting this time?" Hashirama asked curiously while walking. "Lava-release ninja Yin-Quan," Shizuku replied casually. "From the name, he should be a tough guy who plays with magma and fists." "Lava-release." Madara snorted coldly, his Mangekyo Sharingan narrowing slightly. "A combination of fire and earth. I want to see whether his magma is stronger or my Amaterasu is superior." "Don't be careless." Shizuku shot him a glance. "According to the intel, this guy is capable of capturing the Four-Tails by himself, and his strength is at least at the peak of the Kage level, perhaps even stronger. Moreover, lava release as a Kekkai Genkai is both offensive and defensive, making it extremely troublesome." Just as the three were conversing, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. Immediately after, an enraged roar of a monkey reverberated throughout the valley. Roar! The three exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Upon crossing a mountain peak, the sight before them startled them. In the center of the valley, a giant crimson ape as large as a small mountain was locked in battle with an exceptionally burly man. The giant ape was engulfed in blazing flames with four thick tails thrashing wildly behind it. Each swing created a scorching shockwave, melting the rocks on the ground into lava. It was indeed the Four-Tails son Wukong. The man battling it was even more ferocious. He was bare-chested, his bronze skin covered in terrifying scars, and his muscles bulged like rock. His fists were enveloped in flowing lava, radiating a terrifying heat. With each punch, waves of molten fire surged, clashing heat with the flames of the Four-Tails without retreating in the slightest. Lava release, scorching river lava technique. Yin-Quan roared, smashing his fists into the ground. The earth instantly cracked, and a river of boiling lava erupted like a ferocious giant python coiling toward the Four-Tails son Wukong. Roar! Son Wukong refused to back down, opening his mouth wide to unleash a tailed beast ball composed of high-density chakra and flames hurtling toward Yin-Quan. Boom! The tailed beast ball collided violently with the river of lava, erupting with an even more horrifying energy shockwave. The entire valley trembled violently under this force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Good grief! This guy is too fierce. He can actually go toe-to-toe with the tailed beast. Hashirama watched in astonishment, nearly drooling. Madara's eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. This guy named Yin-Quan was the strongest taijutsu ninja he had ever encountered. Shizuku squinted his eyes, his star-cleaning eyes having already analyzed Yin-Quan's data thoroughly. Decent physical quality and the development of lava release is quite proficient. But his intelligence seems lacking and his fighting style is too reckless. He patted Hashirama and Madara on the shoulders. Watch closely today, they'll give you a practical combat lesson. This is what true dimensionality reduction strike means. In the center of the battlefield, the clash between Yin-Quan and the four-tailed son Wukong had reached a fever pitch. The entire battlefield was in chaos, filled with the scent of death. "Old monkey, today you are mine." Yin-Quan roared, his muscles bulging as the lava chakra erupted with unprecedented intensity. Lava release, great fire blast. He transformed into a blazing meteor of molten lava, crashing fiercely into son Wukong. Roar! You insolent mortal. Son Wukong was not to be outdone as all four of his tails struck the ground with great force. His massive body leapt high, opening his gaping maw. A tail beast ball, finely condensed and infused with wind and fire, boldly met the attack. Boom! The entire valley trembled violently under the collision of this world-destroying force. At the center of the explosion, a blinding light sphere formed, and the terrifying energy shockwave carved deep, bottomless ravines into the surrounding cliffs. As the dust settled, Yin Quan knelt on the ground covered in blood. His once-proud lava armor lay in shattered pieces, and he gasped for breath. The four-tailed Sun Wukong was not in a much better state. His massive form was blasted hundreds of meters away, collapsing half of a mountain wall. The flames that once burned brightly on him had dimmed significantly, indicating he was also gravely injured. Both were severely wounded. Neither side had anticipated such strength from their opponent. What an opportunity! Izuna's eyes lit up as he prepared to rush in and seize the chance. Xiaoji held him back. What's the hurry? Let the bullets fly a bit longer. Yin Quan struggled to rise, but ultimately fell heavily unconscious. Roar! The four-tailed Sun Wukong shook his dazed head, and seeing Yin Quan down let out an enraged roar. His crimson eyes turned sharply toward the other side of the valley where three little bugs had been watching the spectacle. And you peeping fools, die! Sun Wukong roared in anger. Despite his heavy injuries, the ferocity of the tail beast did not diminish as he opened his mouth once again, condensing a tail beast ball smaller in size, but still incredibly powerful. Attack! Xiaoji commanded. Wood release Wood Dragon technique. Susano'o. Both Hashirama and Madara launched their attacks, the fierce Wood Dragon and the deep blue half-body deity charging from two directions. However, in his furious state, the four-tailed's power far exceeded their expectations. Boom! The Wood Dragon was directly obliterated by the unstable tail beast ball, scattering wood chips into the air. Madara's Susano'o was also pushed back repeatedly by the violent energy shockwave cracks spreading all over its armor. This isn't good, Xiaoji. This monkey has gone mad. He's so strong. Hashirama exclaimed as he barely dodged a tail strike from Sun Wukong, panic in his voice. Shut up, you fool. Madara scolded angrily, the mental impact from his Sharingan proving ineffective against the enraged tail beast. Xiaoji shook his head. So I guess it's up to me. With a thought, he opened the system shop. Golden Hoop Spell Trial Version, a mysterious artifact from ancient Eastern mythology, cheap imitation effective against simian beings. Reciting the incantation causes unbearable headaches, begging for mercy. Comes with the basic version of the spell, Great Compassion Mantra. Price, 30000 points. 30,000 points. That's outrageous, even blacker than black. Xiaoji complained internally but decisively clicked to purchase. Hashirama, bind him tightly with your worthless wood. Don't let him escape. Madara, use your useless eyes to glare at him and distract him. Although Hashirama and Madara didn't understand Xiaoji's intentions, they instinctively complied. Hashirama activated Wood Release again, countless vines erupting from the ground to bind Sun Wukong's limbs tightly. Madara's Susano'o charged in once more, wielding a chakra sword that struck down repeatedly, drawing Sun Wukong's attention. Now's the time. In Xiaoji's hand, a golden shining ring appeared out of nowhere. He flicked it with his finger, and the golden hoop flew in an eerie arc, precisely landing on Sun Wukong's forehead with a duong sound. Roar! What is this thing? Sun Wukong froze for a moment, his massive paw instinctively reaching to scratch at the ring on his head. Xiaoji cleared his throat, pressed his palms together in an imposing manner, and began to chant, "You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much." What he recited was not the Great Compassion Mantra at all, but a popular dance song from his previous life that had swept across the land. Oh whoa! As the divine song played, Sun Wukong's massive form suddenly stiffened. Then it let out a wail more mournful than ever before, clutching its head and rolling on the ground. My head. It's going to explode. What is this horrible sound? Stop. Please stop. The raging chakra within him instantly became chaotic under the influence of the cursed melody. Hashirama and Madara were left dumbfounded. Xiaoji, what incantation was that? It's too powerful. Hashirama's mouth was agape, feeling his worldview had been shattered once again. Xiaoji ignored him and continued to amplify the chanting force. Ignite the fire of love in my heart, fire, 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 fire. Oh woo! The four-tailed Sun Wukong completely broke down, rolling frantically on the ground, wailing and banging its head against the cliff, trying to escape the tormenting melody. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoji took out another golden shining scroll from his pocket. Advanced Tail Beast Sealing, symbol, 500 points, guaranteed fair trade. Seal. Golden rune chains like a net of heaven and earth bound the giant ape that had completely lost its ability to resist, tying it up securely. In the end, amidst the lingering echoes of Little Apple, the once indomitable four-tailed Sun Wukong slowly shrank, transforming into a writhing mass of red chakra obediently sealed within the scroll. The valley returned to tranquility once more. Only Hashirama, Madara, and the unconscious Yin Quan remained disheveled in the wind. They stared at Xiaoji, who had put away the scroll, and clapped his hands, looking breezy and carefree. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Xiaoji, can you teach me that incantation? Hashirama asked, cautiously, swallowing hard. Oh, this. You'd be shocked to hear it. This is our Uchiha clan's ancestral square dance fitness exercise, passed down to males, not females, inner circle only, not outsiders. Want to learn? Wait for your next life. In the valley, the wind and sand gradually settled, leaving only the haunting melody of Little Apple echoing, seemingly looping in everyone's mind. Zhuquan squatted on the ground, extending his finger curiously to poke the unconscious figure of the lava release warrior Rock Fist. My goodness, this guy's flesh is as hard as stone. Xiaoji, do you think he usually bathes in lava? Dan said, retracting his Susano'o and coldly glancing over. Humph, just a brute with sheer strength. Despite saying this, his kaleidoscope Sharingan discreetly scanned Rock Fist. Indeed, this guy's lava release has its unique merits. Alright, enough studying. Xiaji yawned and kicked Rock Fist over. Just a mere experience pack, nothing to see. What we should consider is how to deal with the group behind him. Before he could finish, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the valley's entrance. Dozens of figures appeared at the valley's entrance. Each of them was short and stout, clad in heavy rock armor with earthy yellow patterns on their faces, exuding a hard aura of I am not to be trifled with. At the forefront was a bearded old man carrying a massive scroll, his eyes murky, yet sharp like an eagle. Beside him stood a seemingly young boy about 15 or 16 years old. The boy's face was stern, his gaze unusually tranquil, completely contrasting with the impulsiveness one would expect at his age. The old man's eyes swept around the valley and finally landed on the unconscious Rock Fist. His face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Rock Fist. The old man roared, his voice grinding like two massive stones rubbing together, making people's ears ring. Who is it? Who injured the warrior of our land of earth? Upon hearing this, Zhuquan immediately stood up, patting his chest. It was my brother. Senju Zhuquan. He was about to say something like, let's talk things out, no need for violence, when Dan had already stepped in front of him. If a bunch of earth rats dare to make a ruckus here. It was Uchiha Dan who did it. What do you have a problem with that? The cold boy beside the old man Shurha narrowed his pupils slightly. Senju Zhuquan. Uchiha Dan. And that one standing at the back looking the most harmless, yet giving him the most dangerous feeling. Are these three the infamous trio stirring up chaos in the ninja world recently? Good. Very good. The old man from the land of earth trembled with rage, his beard shaking. I am Shirshan, the leader of the rock-hidden clan of the land of earth. Today not only did you trespass into our territory, but you also severely injured our warrior and even attempted to lay hands on Lord Fourtails. He pointed at the sealing scroll in Zaya's hand and shouted sternly, I am giving you a chance. Immediately hand over Rock Fist and Lord Fourtails, then sever an arm and roll out of the land of earth. Otherwise today you shall remain in this mountain forever as fertilizer. His words exuded overwhelming dominance and killing intent. Hearing this, Zhuquan panicked. Old man, you can't say that. It was this guy who struck first. We're just acting in self-defense. And what is this land of earth and land of wind? We all live on this land, why can't we coexist peacefully? Shirshan was nearly choked by Zukuan's naive remarks. Peace. Little brat, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? In this era, the fist is the only truth. He suddenly thrust the huge scroll behind him into the ground and quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. The ground of the entire valley violently rolled. Massive earth walls rose from the ground, quickly closing in to form a sealed cage, trapping Xiaji and the others tightly in the center. Today none of you shall escape. Shirshan roared. The rock-hidden clan behind him also began forming hand seals. Earth release rock iron cannon technique. Dozens of cannonballs made from high-density rock were launched like a downpour, roaring down upon the three from all directions. Bring it on. Dawn fighting spirit surged, and the half-formed Susano'o manifested again. Zhuquan. Defend. Wood release forest wall. The deep blue warrior and the emerald green wooden wall rose simultaneously. The rock cannonballs collided violently with the Susano'o and the wooden defense, erupting in deafening roars. Within, the earthen prison debris flew and dust filled the air. Xiaji, these guys are so tough. My wood is about to give way. Shut up, you fool. Their earth release counters my lightning release. Although Zhuquan and Dan were powerful, they found themselves in a tough battle against the earth-hidden clan, who specialized in earth release and held the advantage of terrain. Xiaji stood at the back, digging in his ears. Tisk, it's so noisy just fighting. He focused his mind and opened the system store. To deal with these groundhogs, we need some high-tech. Geological structure oscillator one-time experience version can create high-frequency resonance in the crustal plates of a designated area, causing structural instability. In simpler terms, it allows your enemies to experience the thrill of a level 10 earthquake. Price, 3000 premium points. Another 30,000 points. Fine, you win. Xiaji grimaced as he clicked to purchase. He pulled out a small iron box from his pocket and casually threw it to the ground. Then he shouted to Zhuquan and Dan, who were struggling in battle, hold steady. Get ready to dance. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a button on a remote control. Buzz. An invisible yet chilling wave spread out from the small iron box, instantly radiating outward. The entire valley, no, the ground within dozens of miles, began to shake violently, rhythmically up and down. Boom. Crack. Shishin's prideful earth flow wall crumbled like a shoddy construction under the intense shaking, collapsing and shattering. Those from the earth-hidden clan who were casting techniques on the earth walls fell like dumplings, plummeting and causing chaos, wailing in distress. What happened? An earthquake? The old man Shirshan lost his footing and sat down, disbelief written all over his face. In his long life, he had never witnessed such a rhythmic earthquake. Was this really an earthquake? This was clearly the entire earth swaying together. The cold boy Shurha could no longer maintain his composure. The ground beneath him undulated like waves, making it exceptionally difficult for him to stand. He stared in horror at the figure standing at the center of the tremors, still as steady as a mountain, even shaking his leg in rhythm. Uchiha Xiaji. Now it's our turn. Xiaji snapped his fingers. Zhuquan Dan, give them a good one. Sage Art would release true thousand-handed Buddha top transformation. Susanoo complete form. A majestic thousand-handed Buddha and a fully armored Susanoo wielding dual blades rose from the violently shaking ground. The scene resembled the descent of deities and demons. Shirshan Shurha and all the surviving members of the Earth Hidden clan were left in utter despair as they witnessed this apocalyptic spectacle. The thousand-handed Buddha and the complete form Susanoo stood motionless upon the violently trembling earth. Two primordial deities stepped forth from myth itself. The valley could no longer be called a valley. Colossal boulders lay shattered across the land and plumes of dust rose skyward like volcanic columns. The once arrogant Awakens shinobi now lay sprawled on the ground like stunned Mallarats, utterly devoid of strength to even lift themselves. Old man Ishiyama and the stern youth Ishikawa stared at the apocalyptic spectacle before them, their minds reduced to a hollow, deafening roar. We cannot win. This is not even a battle within the same realm. Hashirama, stand down. Xiaji's voice drifted lazily from behind. Upon hearing those words, Hashirama dispelled his sage mode, the solemn golden thousand-handed Buddha dissolving into a cascade of wooden splinters scattered by the wind. He plopped himself onto the ground, breathing heavily, yet his face glowed with the unrestrained exhilaration of a child. Xiaji, my friend. Madara, did you see that? Wasn't that move absolutely magnificent? Madara likewise released his Susanoo, leaning heavily on his greatsword, kneeling on one knee, his breath ragged, the radiant glow of his Mangekyo Sharingan noticeably dimmed. He paid no heed to Hashirama's exuberant clamor. Instead, he gazed silently at his own hand's expression layered with profound, unspoken complexity. So, this is the power of completion. Magnificent. Don't make me laugh. Xiaji strode forward and delivered sharp, unceremonious taps to both their heads. Your chakra is nearly depleted, yet here you are preening like peacocks. Should another enemy appear, you'll be bundled up and carted off as trophies. He withdrew 2 pineapple-scented compressed biscuits from his robe and tossed one to each. Here, replenish your stamina, or you'll collapse before you've taken 3 steps. Hashirama and Madara, long inured to Xiaji's so-called ancestral elixirs, popped them into their mouths without hesitation and crunched them vigorously. Xiaji approached the petrified old man. Ishiyama crouched low and lightly slapped the dust-streaked, weathered face before him. Elder, shall we speak? Calmly and seriously now. Ishiyama jolted violently, meeting Xiaji's gentle, smiling gaze, and found it far more terrifying than facing Madara's Susanoo. What do you want from us? Want? Nothing at all. Xiaji spread his hands in a gesture of amiable nonchalance. We're currently launching a Shinobi Utopia initiative dedicated to world peace. All we lack are startup funds and foundational labor. He gestured toward the shinobi of Awakens still slumped across the ground. Your Earth Country shinobi are robust, disciplined, ideal for heavy labor. Why not join our Konoha village? We provide full room and board. Health insurance and pensions may be pending, but feast days guarantee meat always. Work diligently in dowries, wedding ceremonies, even houses. You'll have them all secured. Ishiyama and Ishikawa listened speechless to Xiaji's rhetoric, so smooth it bordered on trafficking. Konoha village. That name somehow sounded startlingly fresh, almost whimsical. Inside the hastily assembled Hokage office of Konoha village, the atmosphere hung thick with gravity. Xiaji sat casually on the central seat, legs crossed, 4 golden seal embossed scrolls laid out in perfect alignment before him. Shikaku, the 1 tail Matatabi, the 2 tails Uisabu, the 3 tails Son Goku, the 4 tails. Hashirama and Madara sat flanking him, expressions divergent. Hashirama's face bore deep concern as he studied the scrolls. Xiaji, my friend, the power of these tailed beasts is overwhelming, perilous beyond measure. Are we truly certain we wish to keep them within our village? In my view, they should be sealed away, utterly and irrevocably, in some remote, forgotten place. Only then can true peace be realized. Madara scoffed coldly, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing with insatiable hunger and ambition. Peace. Hashirama, when will you shed that naive delusion? These are 4 forces capable of unmaking heaven and earth. Wield them and no nation in the shinobi world will dare oppose Konoha. Then unity shall reign, and with it peace. That is tyranny, not peace, but a fragile illusion forged by force. At least it is real, unlike your hollow daydreams. As the two teetered on the edge of ideological combat, Xiaji finally rapped sharply on the table, impatient, commanding. Silence. Now, both of you. The office fell instantly, utterly still. One dreams of sainthood, saving all beings. The other craves despotism, dominating all realms. Xiaji curled his lip in disdain. Must your minds contain only such rigid binaries? Can you not conceive something more constructive? He lifted the scroll containing Shikaku, the 1 tail, and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Do you truly believe we are the only ones who know of the tailed beasts? If the Otsutsuki clan could create even a mere gatekeeper of such magnitude, do you imagine they hold no more tailed beasts? Or weapons far more dreadful still? Hashirama and Madara fell silent together. The scars of their final battle at the Valley of the End ran too deep to ignore. Therefore, Xiaji slammed the scroll onto the table, a quiet sound yet resonant as thunder. We must not fixate on petty immediate gains. Our vision must extend far beyond the horizon. He rose and walked to a vast hand-drawn map of the warring states, picking up a wooden rod to trace decisive circles upon it. The land of wind, the land of lightning, the land of water, the land of earth, and our own land of fire. These 5 great nations are the strongest, wealthiest, most resource-rich powers on this continent. The future order of the shinobi world will inevitably be shaped by them. Now we possess 4-tailed beasts. What happens if we retain them all in Konoha? Xiaji turned eyes locking onto theirs. Madara frowned deeply, voice low and grave. They will unite, by any means necessary, to destroy us. Precisely. Xiaji snapped his fingers. Konoha would become the universal target. Even if we triumph once, or twice, can we wage endless war? Hashirama grasped Xiaji's intent, hesitating before speaking. Xiaji, my friend, what then is your proposal? Simple, Xiaji replied. A knowing, enigmatic smile curved his lips. We will not claim all the tailed beasts, nor will we relinquish them entirely. We will institute tailed beast equilibrium. Tailed beast equilibrium. Hashirama and Madara echoed in unison, bewildered. Exactly. Xiaji struck the map firmly with his rod. We will sell these 4-tailed beasts to the 4 emerging great nations. Naturally, not for free. They must offer substantial concessions, non-aggression pacts, formal recognition of Konoha's leadership, open trade routes, shared resources. Such terms are non-negotiable. Thus, a delicate equilibrium will emerge among the 5 great nations, each holding a weapon capable of mutual annihilation, none daring to strike first. This is peace under nuclear deterrence. And Konoha, Xiaji's eyes gleamed with unmistakable sovereign ambition. As architect and arbiter of this balance, shall wield supreme authority. We will write the rules, mediate disputes, shape destiny, becoming in truth the unseen sovereign of the entire shinobi world. Hashirama and Madara stood utterly transfixed, stunned into silence by Xiaji's audacious, world-redefining vision. They stared at him awestruck, sensing his mind operated on a plane far beyond ordinary human logic. This was no mere peace plan. It was nothing less than an imperial ascension, declaring himself overlord of the entire shinobi world. Hashirama's ever-harmonious heart struggled to process such ruthless grandeur. But doesn't entrusting such dangerous weapons to others invite catastrophe? What if they? There is no what if. Xiaji cut him off. Because the strongest tailed beast remains in Konoha. He pointed his rod decisively to the center of the map, the land of fire. Moreover, we hold the ultimate control, the remote command over every tailed beast. Disobey, and their toy vanishes, just like that. His tone remained light, effortless, yet beneath it surged absolute, unassailable dominion. Madara's soul churned like a storm-tossed sea. He had always believed true order sprang from overwhelming, crushing force. Yet Xiaji unveiled a far more sophisticated, and infinitely more terrifying, form of power. The art of emperors, manipulating hearts, orchestrating geopolitics, reducing the entire world to a chessboard beneath his hand. I agree. Madara spoke slowly, his Mangekyo Sharingan, once defiant, now humbled, gazing upon Xiaji with genuine, unfeigned reverence for the first time. Hashirama looked from Madara to Xiaji, and sighed long and deep. Very well. Though unease lingers, I defer to your judgment, Xiaji, my friend. Xiaji nodded, satisfied. Mission accomplished. From this day forth, the chronicles of the 5 great shinobi villages would be written by his hand alone. Gazing out the window at the nascent village still rising from the earth, he smiled, a quiet, fathomless, knowing smile. Then, the next question. Where precisely is Kurama, the 9 tails, right now? 9 tails. The pattern of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan slightly solidified as he chewed on this unfamiliar term. Of vague memory stirred from the depths of his bloodline. What is that? Senju Hashirama leaned in curiously, his watermelon-shaped head bobbing with intrigue. Indeed, brother Xiaji, we've seen the 8 tails, but what about the 9 tails? Is it the mightiest of them all? Xiaji methodically stored away the sealing scrolls, his movements unhurried, a grin on his face that was both infuriating and deserving of a smack. As for the 9 tails, he intentionally elongated his tone, teasing the 2 aspiring leaders. It's a red fox with a notoriously foul temper, prideful and stubborn. Its combat strength, it's about average. Combine the power of those 8 before it, and they might barely hold their ground against it. Hashirama and Madara were left in stunned silence. Barely holding their ground. 1 against 8, and still a tie. What the hell does that mean? Madara's brows furrowed deeper. Where's that fox? I don't know, Xiaji shrugged, responding with straightforwardness. But don't worry, it's a fox, and it will eventually reveal its tail. His mysterious demeanor left Madara extremely displeased, yet helpless. This Uchiha Xiaji had more enigmas surrounding him than all the scrolls had ever encountered. The tailed beast balance plan of Konoha village spread like wildfire overnight across the entire warring states continent. It truly stirred up a hornet's nest. All the major ninja clans, especially those who considered themselves somewhat powerful, couldn't sit still. Are you kidding me? You caught a tailed beast and don't plan to keep it as a weapon. You actually want to sell it. What do you intend to do? Do you want to become an arms dealer for the entire ninja world, or a landlord collecting rent? In no time, various factions, each with their own motives, sent their envoys to gather towards Konoha. Some came to probe for information, some to negotiate, while others purely came to flex their muscles, eager to see just how fearless these newcomers from Konoha really were. At the entrance of Konoha village, the atmosphere grew tenser by the day. The first to arrive were the Yazuki clan from the Land of Lightning. It was an old acquaintance, the clan leader who had been beaten black and blue by Hashirama and Madara, only to be subdued later by Sayaji's overbearing aura. The old man now held Sayaji in high esteem, bowing deeply upon meeting, addressing him as benefactor and my lord, as if he had joined a cult. The second to arrive was the Awakens from the Land of Earth. Another familiar face, the elder Shirshan, who had been rattled by Sayaji's earthquake disco, along with his grandson Shurha, who always wore a deadpan expression. Although the elder still harbored some resentment, the thought of the catastrophic Senju Great Buddha and the complete Susanoo made his legs tremble, and his attitude had significantly mellowed. The third wave of arrivals consisted of the emissaries from the Land of Wind. The representative was a puppet master completely wrapped in bandages, exposing only a pair of sinister eyes. Behind him followed a menacing scorpion puppet, clearly no harmless creature. This individual called himself Suna Bakushi, one of the founders of the future Mangekyo. Upon arriving at Konoha, he displayed immense interest in the sealing scroll containing the one-tail, Shikaku, his gaze akin to that of a starving wolf upon seeing meat. The fourth wave came from the Land of Water, represented by the fiery-haired girl Uzumaki, Karen, who was unceremoniously frightened by Sayaji's tiger wolf words. She came to discuss post-war compensation and technical cooperation on behalf of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, her expression towards Sayaji was still filled with annoyance and curiosity. In an instant, the small Konoha village became the focal point of the entire Warring States continent, with all sorts of demons and spirits converging. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like one could squeeze water from it. Hashirama felt overwhelmed. He had never seen so many leaders from different ninja clans in one place. Madara sat in a corner with a dark expression, polishing his katana, his Sharingan occasionally sweeping over the scheming envoys with a murderous glare. I must say, esteemed guests, it's quite a journey you've made. Sayaji broke the awkward silence, casually crossing his legs. Having had tea and a meal, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. You are here for the power banks in my hands. He pointed at the 4 sealing scrolls on the table. Want them? Certainly. Sayaji flashed a smile. Show me your sincerity. The clan leader of the Yazuki from the Land of Lightning stepped forward first, patting his chest with an air of bravado. Lord Sayaji, name your price. As long as my Yazuki clan can afford it, we won't hesitate. We only want the 2 tails, Lord Yujito. That has been our guardian spirit for generations. The elder Shirshan from the Land of Earth grunted, speaking in a deep voice. The 4-tailed son Wukong must belong to our Land of Earth. Terms are negotiable. The puppet master Suna Bakusui chuckled hoarsely. The 1-tailed Shikaku is most fated with our Land of Wind. We are willing to exchange our clan's treasured puppet techniques preserved for 100 years. Uzumaki Karen also stepped forward, hands on her hips, her fiery eyes glaring at Sayaji. The 3-tails Isabu belongs to our Land of Water. You cannot take it away. The office erupted into chaos, resembling a noisy market. Sayaji remained silent, merely watching them with a smile as they bickered, until a voice filled with brutality and arrogance came from outside the door. A bunch of rats. Do you think you have the right to meddle with such divine beasts as the tailed beasts? The moment the words fell, the office door was kicked open. A remarkably tall figure with dark skin and muscles as bulging as iron knots strode in with great strides. He was enveloped in blinding lightning, and the furious chakra he emitted seemed to overshadow everyone present. I, the future of the Yazuki clan, Yazuki-ji. I represent the Land of Lightning here to retrieve the 2 tails. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd, finally resting on Madara. Uchiha Madara, I've heard you're quite strong. Come, fight me. If you win, the 2 tails will be yours. If you lose, Konoha will serve as the watchdog for my Yazuki clan. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. All the envoys present were stunned by this guy's overwhelming presence. Madara's expression darkened instantly. He slowly stood up, his Sharingan spinning wildly, seeking death, just as a fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out. Sayaji snapped his fingers. Snap. The imposing Yazuki-ji, brimming with electricity, suddenly froze mid-motion. He was horrified to discover that the lightning armor he took pride in was unexpectedly extinguishing, uncontrollably. Then he stumbled, the momentum causing him to fall flat on his face in the center of the office. The scene was as embarrassing as it could be. The entire office fell into a dead silence once more as everyone stared wide-eyed at the Yazuki-ji, who was struggling to get up. They then glanced at the Uchiha Sayaji, who had only snapped his fingers to embarrass a shadow-level powerhouse. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Sayaji leisurely walked over to Yazuki-ji, squatting down to pat his face, which had turned a deep shade of purple from shame and anger. Young man, don't be so fiery. If you want to fight, that's fine. He stood up, surveying all the envoys who dared not meet his gaze out of fear. In 3 days, I will hold the first Kage conference. At that time, we will discuss in detail the future of this world, as well as your futures. If anyone fails to attend. Sayaji flashed a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The consequences will be yours to bear. In the Hokage's office, the air seemed to solidify into amber, encapsulating everyone's expressions in this eerie silence. Uchiha was still lying on the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor, maintaining a standard dog-eating shit posture. His proud body, forged from the lightning chakra into iron muscles, was now as stiff as a rusted iron lump. He wanted to move, but found an invisible force like countless unseen nails pinning him firmly in place, unable to even twitch a little finger. Humiliation. This was a raw and intense humiliation, stronger than being punched to pieces. Uchiha, the hope of the land of lightning, a once-in-a-century genius of the Yu family, was actually pressed down and rubbed against the ground in an incomprehensible manner by someone in just one encounter. And in front of all the prominent figures of the Warring States era, he felt his face burning, not from falling, but from disgrace. The other envoys in the office were also rendered silent, deliberately slowing their breathing. They looked at Uchiha Shaji, who remained casually crossed-legged, as if he had just swatted a fly, their eyes filled with awe and fear. This boy's power had surpassed their understanding of strong. It was neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu. It was more like a rule. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. He said, "You lie down," and Uchiha lay down. How on earth could he fight back? Ahem. It was still Senju Hashirama, the kind-hearted old man, who first broke the suffocating silence. He cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to ease the tension. Shaji Jujio is young and impetuous, just a moment of impulse, please be magnanimous. Shaji shot him a glance, but said nothing. Hashirama immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Shaji slowly stood up, walked over to the prostrate Uchiha, crouched down, and examined him with the gaze of someone studying a rare animal. Good physical condition, high activity of lightning chakra, but not very bright, just like Hashirama. Hearing this, the prostrate Uchiha was so furious he nearly spat out blood. Hashirama scratched his head, chuckling, as if he thought Shaji was praising him. Madara, however, snorted coldly, shifting his gaze from Uchiha's sorry figure back to the katana in his hand. In his view, someone who could be taken down with one move didn't even qualify for his attention. All right, get up. Shaji snapped his fingers. Uchiha felt the invisible force pinning him vanish in an instant. He scrambled to his feet, his face turning a deep shade of purple, and his sharp eyes burned with the flames of humiliation and unwillingness. He wanted to say something fierce, but upon seeing Shotzi's calm and unfazed light blue eyes, the words stuck in his throat. He was scared. Really scared. He even felt that as long as this boy wanted, he could make him lie down again in a more humiliating and miserable way. Go back and tell the person in charge of the Yu clan that there will be a meeting in 3 days. Shaji waved his hand as if swatting away a fly. And by the way, bring the prettiest girl from your clan to let me have a look, see if there's anyone more exciting than the little pepper from the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha's face instantly turned from deep purple to a dark maroon. This is too much. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. He was about to explode when he saw Uchiha Madara behind Shaji. Those scarlet Sharingan eyes, like two ominous blood moons, coldly glanced at him. That gaze seemed to say, if you dare to say another word, it'll turn you to dust. Uchiha shuddered, all his anger and unwillingness doused with a bucket of ice water from head to toe. He gritted his teeth, ultimately lowering his head in humiliation, silently exiting the office. And you all, Shotzi's gaze turned toward the other envoys present. The old man from the land of earth instinctively shrank back. The puppet master from the land of wind, Shibaku, also showed a hint of caution in his dark, sharp eyes. Uzumaki Akane puffed out her chest defiantly, but when she met Shotzi's half-smiling eyes, she still timidly averted her gaze. In 3 days at Konoha, the first 5 Kage summit. Shotzi's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. The meeting will discuss the distribution of tailed beasts and the future peace order of the ninja world. I hope to see everyone's sincerity by then. Of course you can choose not to attend. Shazi smiled widely, revealing a set of white teeth. But the consequences will be yours to bear. The envoys left the Hokage's office, each burdened with their own thoughts. The attendants they brought had already transmitted the news of Uchiha being taken down with one move and Shotzi's so-called oracle back to their respective clans. In an instant, the entire Konoha was in turmoil. That night, in an inconspicuous inn, the old man Shirshan and his grandson from the land of earth Shibaku, the puppet master from the land of wind, along with several representatives of other small ninja clans with ulterior motives, gathered secretly. In the dimly lit room, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone, I believe you have all witnessed today's situation. The old man Shirshan spoke first, his voice hoarse. That Uchiha Shaji possesses unfathomable strength, and his methods are incredibly mysterious. If we do not unite, soon we will likely be picked off one by one, and by then, don't even mention the tailed beasts. Even our clan's legacies will be hard to protect. Shibaku let out a hoarse laugh like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Unite? Lord Shirshan, what do you have to unite with? With Senju Hashirama's would release Uchiha Madara's Susano'o plus, that Uchiha Shaji, who is more monstrous than a monster. With our few rotten onions, do you expect us to fight them? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death, allowing him to manipulate us? The old man Shirshan slammed the table angrily. What does he want with this 5 Kage summit and tailed beast balance? In essence, he just wants to turn us all into his pawns and seize the future of our clans for himself. I absolutely refuse to agree. A cold, stern young man, Shurha, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Grandfather, indeed, there is no chance of winning in a heated clash. His voice was as cold and calm as his demeanor. That Uchiha Shotsu's power does not lie in the quantity of chakra or the might of ninjutsu, but in a rule that we cannot comprehend. He paused, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. However, every rule has its loopholes. From the way he easily subdued Uchiha, his abilities seem more inclined towards control and interference rather than direct large-scale destructive attacks. Moreover, while Hashirama and Madara are currently under his command, the conflicts between them and their estrangement from their respective clans are weaknesses we can exploit. Shibaku's eyes also glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. What Sure has said makes sense. Uchiha Shaji wants to be the dealer setting the rules. Then let's flip the table on his game. The summit in 3 days will be our best opportunity. At that time we can pretend to comply, and when he is least vigilant, strike back suddenly. Shibaku said with a sinister smile. In my Mangekyo, there is a secret art passed down for 1,000 years called puppet curse technique, which is formless and can kill enemies invisibly from 100 miles away. The old man Shishin's eyes lit up. Our Awakens also has a hidden joint forbidden technique, known as Earth Release Seismic Core. Once activated, it can sink the entire Konoha core into the ground. Good. Let's do it. A group of cunning old foxes quickly reached an agreement under the dim light. They thought they were flawless in their plan, unaware that everything had already been seen through by Shaji. In Konoha core, at the top of a tall tower, Shaji lay on the roof, gazing at the stars in the sky, a blade of dog-tail grass in his mouth. System, you recorded the whispers of that group just now, right? Ding. High-definition audio recording, infrared thermal imaging, heartbeat frequency analysis, micro-expression, psychological profiling. The full suite of services has been packaged. Please check host. Well done, I'll add a bonus for you later. A cold smirk crept across Shotzi's lips. Want to flip the table? Sure. I want to see whether your table is tougher or my fist is tougher. He pulled something from his pocket. It was a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a faint blue light, the spoils obtained from the core of the guardian puppet in the Valley of the End. The technology of the Otsutsuki combined with my money ability. In 3 days I'll give you self-righteous guys a surprise you will never forget. The night grew deeper and a greater storm was quietly brewing above Konoha core. Early the next morning the air in Konoha village was filled with a tense atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. The various envoys, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, appeared amicable on the surface, but were secretly harboring ill intentions, their glances sparking with electric tension, nearly leading to a confrontation. Yet Xiaji seemed unfazed, rising early and leading Hashirama and Madara, directly blocking the entrance of the inn where the envoys were staying. Good morning, everyone. Xiaji yawned, appearing lazy and still half asleep. You all seem quite spirited. I presume you've been working hard all night for the future development of our Konoha village. The old man Shirshan and others felt a jolt in their hearts, but they had to force a smile that looked worse than crying. Lord Xiaji is joking. We simply had some trouble sleeping due to the unfamiliar bed. Oh, is that so? Xiaji grinned. Since you couldn't sleep, why not stay awake? Come, we'll take you for a stroll. Let's stretch our limbs. A stroll. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what Xiaji was up to. Yes, a stroll. Xiaji nodded as if it were obvious. Aren't you curious about our Konoha village's utopian concept? Today I will take you on a Konoha deep dive day tour, allowing you to see for yourselves what the future I envision truly looks like. Without waiting for the others to respond, he led Hashirama and Madara toward the village center, while the envoys could only follow suit awkwardly. They were eager to see what this mysterious young man was up to. The first stop was the central square of Konoha village. The once barren land had now transformed into a massive construction site. Thousands of ninjas from different clans were bustling about energetically. The ninjas of the Senju clan were using wood release to build the framework of houses. The rock-hidden village's ninjas were reinforcing the foundations with earth release. The Wind Country's ninjas were cutting stone with wind release, while the Uzumaki clan members were inscribing defensive and reinforcement seals at the joints of the houses. Even the captured members of the Kage clan, under Madara's kind care with his Sharingan, obediently extracted bones from their bodies to use as building materials to repair the walls. The scene was somewhat chaotic, yet brimming with vibrant life. Former enemies who once fought to the death on the battlefield were now sweating together for a common goal. How is this possible? The old man Shirshan stared at the industrious rock-hidden ninjas, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. These kids just a few days ago were crying to return home. How could they now be so energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline? Suna felt his cold eyes narrow. He saw several puppet masters assisting the Uzumaki clan in adjusting the ceiling barrier. Their puppet strings were more delicate than embroidery. Did you see that? Xiaji's voice lazily rang out. Here there are no Senju no Uchiha nor any rock or sand-hidden ninjas. Only Konoha villagers. He continued. Those who contribute more will receive larger houses and tastier meals. Here your so-called family honor, your so-called bloodline heritage, is worth nothing. The only thing that can make you stand tall are your own hands and the sweat you shed for this village. The envoys fell silent. They looked at the ninjas, though covered in dirt. Their faces radiated a glow of something they had never seen before, called hope. For the first time, they felt a flicker of doubt in their hearts. The second stop was the Konoha ninja school construction site. It was even livelier than the central square. A group of children only 5 or 6 years old were engaged in basic physical training on a freshly leveled patch of ground. A little boy from the Senju clan with a watermelon haircut was struggling against a black-haired Uchiha boy, both gritting their teeth in pain, yet refusing to concede. Nearby, a dark-skinned girl from the Uruchi clan was competing with a red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan in throwing shuriken, each of them flushed and unwilling to back down. Further away, some Kage clan children were actually playing rock-paper-scissors with the Hyuga clan kids, with the loser having to pull a bone out of their nose. The scene exuded a strange and indescribable harmony. In Konoha, all children, regardless of background or bloodline, can receive the most equitable education. Xiaji's voice rang out again. They will study together, train together, and grow together. From a young age, they will know that they are companions of Konoha, not just Senju or Uchiha. The seeds of hatred will be completely severed from their generation. Hashirama looked at the scene before him, his eyes, usually filled with innocence, now glistening with moisture. Wasn't this the future he had longed for, where children would no longer have to kill each other? Madara also remained silent, observing the Uchiha boy who, despite refusing to back down, verbally harbored no hatred in his eyes, only a pure competitive spirit to overcome his opponent. In his heart, a piece of ice seemed to melt. The envoys felt even more complicated emotions. They watched the innocent children and thought of their own descendants who had been indoctrinated with hatred from a young age. An indescribable emotion named fear began to spread in their hearts. This Xiaji from the Uchiha clan was not merely building a village. He was digging up the roots of all ninja clans. The third stop was a massive cave in the back mountains of Konoha, sealed off by numerous barriers. This was the zoo where Xiaji specifically stored the four-tailed beasts. As the four sealing scrolls exuding terrifying auras were unfurled one by one, Shikaku's raging sand, Matatabi's demon fire, Isabu's water cannon, and Son Goku's lava, although they were merely faintly simulated by Xiaji's ocular power. The overwhelming, world-destroying pressure emanating from the tailed beasts still drained the color from the faces of all the envoys, leaving their legs weak. This is the power of the tailed beasts. The old man Shishin's voice trembled. He felt as small as an ant in the face of that power. Suna's body trembled slightly from extreme excitement. Such immense power. Unparalleled power. Uzumaki Chien had a look of fear on her face as she now understood from whom Xiaji and the others had rescued her homeland. These four powers are quite tempting, aren't they? A devilish smile crept across Xiaji's lips. As long as you agree to my conditions, sign the peace treaty, and acknowledge Konoha's leadership, then at the conference in 3 days you can choose one of these great treasures to take home. Of course, whether it's for rent purchase or installment payments, we can discuss the prices and terms in detail later. A blatant temptation, an unabashed plot. Xiaji, like a shrewd merchant, first showcased the seemingly beautiful future of the utopia, then revealed the absolute power capable of annihilating everything. The choice was handed to them. Would they choose to integrate into this new order and share in the benefits? Or would they cling to the old traditions and be crushed by this unstoppable tide? The envoys' hearts were thoroughly in disarray. In the village of Mai, on the top floor of a high tower still under construction where the paint has yet to be evenly applied, the first 5 Kage summit was held in this somewhat shabby environment. A massive round wooden table hastily created by Hashirama, using wood release overnight, still exuded the fresh scent of timber. On the main seat, Xiaji naturally took his place. Today he donned a black ceremonial robe embroidered with 9 jewels of hook-shaped design and an unknown but impressive insignia. That appearance, combined with his always somewhat lazy and mocking expression, created an indescribable sense of incongruity, yet it made others hesitant to underestimate him. To his left sat Senju Hashirama. The freshly minted first Hokage sat upright, his expression serious, making an effort to appear more like a leader. Unfortunately, his watermelon-like head, which constantly looked around along with his eyes filled with nervousness and excitement, completely betrayed him. To Xiaji's right was Uchiha Madara. The Minister of Law Enforcement retained his usual cool and arrogant demeanor. With his arms crossed and eyes closed, his Sharingan, although not activated, radiated a chilling aura that was sharper than any blade. As for the representatives from the other 4 nations, they sat around the round table, each with complex expressions and differing thoughts. The leader of the Night Moon clan from the Land of Lightning sat straight, like a student in class, occasionally glancing at Xiaji with awe. The old man from the Land of Earth with a dark expression sat beside the stoic young man Shurha, who remained expressionless, though a glimmer of light flickered in his normally calm eyes. The puppet master from the Land of Wind, Shibaku, wrapped himself in bandages, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes, as if a poisonous snake in the darkness, scrutinizing everyone present. The Whirlpool clan member from the Land of Water, Chien, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Xiaji with a displeased expression, her fiery gaze seemingly wanting to burn holes into him. Ahem. Xiaji cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Thank you all for attending the first 5 Great Nations Friendship Exchange and Tailed Beast Purchase Conference hosted by our My Village. His words sounded like a real estate salesman, causing all present to involuntarily twitch their mouths. I know everyone has their own little calculations in mind. Some genuinely wish for peace. Some have set their sights on the treasures in my hands. Of course, there are certainly others who are thinking of how to stab me in the back and topple me, the banker. Xiaoji's words were blunt to the point of being rude, causing the faces of Shirshan and Shabaku to instantly darken. But it's all fine. Xiaoji waved his hand dismissively. Today let's lay all our cards on the table. He snapped his fingers. A massive map slowly unfurled on the wall behind him. This is the blueprint for the future ninja world. The 5 great nations, 5 great ninja villages mutually serve as corners balancing each other. My village as the first peace village will take on the responsibility of maintaining order in the ninja world and mediating disputes between nations. Of course, we won't be working for free. Each time we take on a mission, we must collect a bit of remuneration. As for the tailed beasts, a cunning smile curled at the corners of Xiaoji's mouth. One tail Shikaku Wind, a tribute suitable for desert warfare. I recommend the Land of Wind to claim it. 2 tails Matatabi Fire, a tribute agile and swift. The boorish fellows of the Land of Lightning will likely only keep up with it through speed. 3 tails Isabu Water, a tribute tough and resilient. The Land of Water can take it back and use it as a fortress at sea. 4 tails Son Goku, dual earth and fire attributes, hot-tempered, just right to pair with those rocky fellows from the Land of Earth. As for the price, it's negotiable. Xiaoji rubbed his hands, revealing a merchant-like smile. You can buy them with money, trade for them with your respective clan secret techniques, or even sign an installment payment agreement, paying a certain protection fee to my village each year until the cost of the tailed beast is settled. Of course, you can also choose not to buy. However, if that's the case, I can only take these treasures apart, selling one to your rival and another to your neighbor. A naked threat. All representatives present changed their expressions. They realized that this Uchiha Xiaoji was not here to negotiate with them. He was forcing them onto his pirate ship. Uchiha Xiaoji, you're being too domineering. The old man Shirshan, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back and slammed the table, standing up. On what basis do you decide the ownership of the tailed beasts? On what basis do you set the rules of the ninja world? On this basis. Uchiha Madara's cold voice suddenly echoed. Boom! A deep blue chakra flame shot into the sky. A complete body Susano'o, towering over 100 meters, clad in Tengu armor and wielding dual blades, instantly appeared outside the tower, its massive form casting a shadow over the entire my village. The terrifying pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts as if it were a tangible force. The old man's face turned pale in an instant, and the words that had just reached his lips were swallowed back down. And this? Senju Hashirama also stood up, hands pressed together, his eyes shimmering with golden sage light. Sage art would release true 1,000-armed cannon. Boom boom. A giant Buddha several times larger than Madara's Susano'o roared up from the ground, its thousands of colossal wooden fists blotting out the sun, radiating a grandeur that suppressed everything. Silence. A deathly stillness. All representatives stared dumbfounded at the 2 divine-like entities outside the window, feeling as if their hearts were about to stop beating. This? What the hell? How can we even negotiate now? Now does anyone have any objections? Xiaoji's voice lazily rang out, yet it echoed like a death knell in everyone's ears. Just when everyone thought this summit would end in an utterly predictable manner under Xiaoji's overwhelming power, an unexpected change occurred. The puppet master Shabaku from the Land of Wind, who had remained silent, suddenly flashed a hint of mad, killing intent in his eyes hidden beneath the bandages. Now, attack! He let out a sharp scream. Almost simultaneously, the old man from the Land of Earth and several representatives from smaller ninja clans also sprang into action. Secret technique, puppet curse kill. Forbidden technique, earth release, earthquake nucleus. Numerous invisible curses and a destructive earthquake surged toward the seemingly defenseless Uchiha Xiaoji sitting in the main seat. They actually chose to launch a lethal surprise attack on the true king under the watch of 2 gods. Xiaoji, watch out! Both Hashirama and Madara's expressions changed drastically as they attempted to rescue him, but the sudden turn of events temporarily hindered their movements. As Xiaoji was about to be engulfed by several lethal attacks, instead of panic, his face bore a hint of disappointment. Sigh. He gently sighed, seemingly regretting the foolishness of these people. I'm not targeting anyone. I mean for everyone present. He slowly raised his right hand, gently grasping the terrifying attack, capable of flattening the entire my village that was sweeping toward him. All of you are garbage. Creation star cleansing, I rule deprivation. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible hand. Shibaku's invisible curse power, Shishin's destructive earthquake, and all other ninja attacks upon contact with Xiaoji's body quietly vanished as if they had never existed. There was no explosion, no rumble, not even a ripple of energy. Just like that, it was gone. It was as if the rule of their existence had been completely erased from this world at that moment. All the attacking ninjas were struck by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward, crashing into the walls and losing consciousness. The entire venue once again fell into a deathly silence. Inside the venue, the air seemed to solidify into amber, trapping the expressions of everyone in this eerie silence. Time was frozen at this moment. A dead silence akin to an abyss enveloped the entire venue. The eyes hidden beneath the bandages of Sha Fa revealed an emotion known as fear. The secret technique he prided himself on, which he believed to be formless and capable of cursing shadow-level powerhouses, was simply gone. Not even a sound was heard, as if it had never existed. The old man of Shirshan felt as if struck by lightning. He sensed the connection between himself and the earth forcefully severed by an even more tyrannical power, and that destructive energy was erased from existence at the very last moment it erupted. This was even more unfathomable than directly shattering it with power, inducing a bone-chilling cold. This was beyond the realm of ninjutsu. This is the domain of the gods. Hashirama and Madara were equally shocked by this scene. Although they had witnessed Xiaoji's incredible power before, each time still expanded their understanding of strength. I say, Xiaoji's voice lazily broke the suffocating silence. He slowly stood up from the main seat, walked to Sha-Fa, who was slumped on the ground due to the backlash of the forbidden technique, squatted down, and observed him with the gaze of one studying a rare insect. With this little ability, you think you can flip the table? He extended his finger and poked at Sha-Fa's bandaged face. Or the legs of this table made of paper? Sha-Fa shivered all over. He wanted to retort, to curse, but under the gaze of Xiaoji's light blue eyes, which seemed to contain the entire starry sea, he couldn't utter a single syllable. Xiaoji pouted, looking utterly bored. He stood up and scanned all the silent envoys present. It seems that everyone has no objections to my proposal. Then the tailed beast purchase negotiation conference officially begins. In light of your earlier enthusiastic performance, I have decided to give you a small discount. He walked to the 4 scrolls sealing the tailed beasts and casually picked up the one sealing a tailed beast known as Shikaku. Land of Wind. He looked at the now dumbfounded puppet master Sha-Fa. This foolish raccoon cat will belong to you from now on. Consider it my personal gift to you. Oh. Sha-Fa suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. Don't get me wrong. A devilish smile curled at Xiaoji's lips. I mean, this tailed beast I will lend to you. Your Land of Wind will need to pay us 30% of your financial revenue each year as rental and protection fees. Additionally, all puppet techniques of your Sand Hidden Village must be open to Konoha. We will send technical personnel to assist you with technology upgrades and transformations. Sha-Fa's expression instantly shifted from pale to a sickly green. This was not a gift at all. This was even harsher than outright robbery. This not only demanded money, but also technology and manpower. This was turning the entire Land of Wind into Konoha's vassal state. Xiaoji ignored his constipated expression and picked up the scroll sealing the 4 tails, looking at the old man of Shirshan. Land of Earth, the same applies. He slowly swept his gaze across everyone present. I don't care what you were before as shadows or clan leaders. From today onwards, you will only have one name above your heads, and that is Konoha. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I will only say this once. Xiaoji's voice was not loud, yet it struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Resistance. Look at those unfortunate souls on the ground who are still unaware of their fate, and look out the window at those 2 godlike beings. What could they use to resist? Ultimately, under absolute strength and Xiaoji's friendly negotiations, the first 5 Kage summit concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. A treaty drafted personally by Xiaoji, which could be deemed the most unequal in the history of the ninja world, was signed by the freshly appointed 4 Kage with trembling hands. The treaty stipulated 1. The lands of Wind, Lightning, Earth, and Water recognize Konoha's leadership position in the ninja world and honor the Hokage of Konoha as the leader of the ninja world. Although this title was strongly protested by Hashirama, it was vetoed by Xiaoji. 2. Each year, the 4 nations must pay Konoha a certain proportion of their financial income and strategic materials as a peace maintenance fund. 3. The 4 nations must open their respective secret techniques and bloodline limit databanks to Konoha to promote ninjutsu exchange and mutual progress. 4. The 4 nations will hand over their tailed beasts to Konoha for unified management and allocation, with each nation only possessing usage rights, but no ownership rights. This treaty was later mockingly referred to by historians as the establishment of Konoha's hegemony and the end of the Warring States era. After the conference, Xiaoji did not make things difficult for those envoys with ulterior motives. He even warmly invited them to stay a few more days in Konoha under the pretext of enhancing friendship and conducting investigations. The old man of Shirshan and Sha-Fa, though seething with hatred, had to force smiles and follow Hashirama to tour Konoha's construction achievements. They watched as former enemies worked together to build roads, construct houses, and farm, their faces glowing with a radiance of hope they had never seen before. They observed children from different clans in the ninja school playing and laughing together, learning the same knowledge. Their hearts were gradually being shaken and transformed. Perhaps the utopia that Uchiha Xiaoji spoke of was not just a mad fantasy. Days later, various envoys left Konoha with the heavy treaty and equally heavy complex hearts. Konoha village returned to peace. No, it entered a phase of even more rapid development. With the resource tribute and technical support from the 4 nations, Konoha's construction progressed as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Under the guidance of the blueprints provided by Xiaoji, which surpassed this era, a complete underground drainage system was constructed. A preliminary electricity network utilizing the combination of lightning techniques and sealing techniques began to provide lighting for the village. A medical team was established based on the theories of chakra and vitality from the Uzumaki clan, as well as the medical ninjutsu foundation of the Senju clan. Moreover, even the textbooks of the ninja school were completely overhauled by Xiaoji. Concepts like will of fire and family honor were thrown into the trash. Instead, terms like labor is the most glorious science and technology are the primary productive forces and unity is strength emerged, leaving Hashirama and Madara stunned. The entire Konoha village was like a giant infused with a new soul rapidly growing at a pace that astonished the entire era. However, beneath this flourishing scene, a discordant crack quietly spread. The cause was a trivial matter. A jonin from the Senju clan had a disagreement with a jonin from the Uchiha clan during a mission over the distribution of spoils. Neither side was willing to give in, and ultimately a full-blown fight ensued. This incident quickly reached Hashirama and Madara. As the Hokage, Hashirama advocated for an investigation, fair handling, punishment where necessary, and compensation to mediate the conflict as much as possible. Madara, as the head of the police force, believed that fighting in public seriously provoked the authority of the police force and must be severely punished to serve as a warning. In that case, what would happen to the village's laws? Xiaji lay in a reclining chair listening to these two arguing, feeling overwhelmed. All right, it's not a big deal. It's just unequal distribution of spoils. He waved his hand. From now on, all the spoils from missions will be uniformly submitted to the village, which will then redistribute them according to merit. No one is allowed to create a private treasury. As for the two who fought, Xiaji pondered, I'll punish them to clean the toilets at the ninja school for a month and write a 10,000-word reflection, deeply reflecting on the erroneous thoughts of disrupting collective unity. This solution, while seemingly fair, made both Hashirama and Madara uneasy. Hashirama felt that Xiaji's method was too cold and lacked humanity. Madara felt that Xiaji was undermining the authority of his police force. This was the first significant divergence among the three of them regarding village management concepts. Although this crack was quickly concealed by the village's rapid development, it was like a seed buried in the soil, quietly taking root and sprouting in unnoticed corners. My village rose in a blaze of construction. In only a few short years, this once wild expanse had been transformed into a burgeoning city, teeming with life and promise. Tall walls, broad avenues, houses arranged with pleasing irregularity, and the Hoing Rock. Already the village's landmark, though presently it bears only a single carved figure with a comical bowl haircut. All testified to the success of this so-called ninja utopia. Under Xiaji's forward-thinking vision and his nearly limitless financial backing, my village's development followed a path utterly unlike that of any other shinobi settlement in history. Here there were no rigid clan hierarchies, no distinctions of noble or base blood. In their place stood a rigorous merit assessment system and a relatively equitable distribution of resources. In the Ninja Academy, children were no longer indoctrinated with ancestral hatreds. Instead, they learned basic scientific and cultural knowledge and how to cooperate effectively as teams. Medical care, research, production, logistics. One new department after another was founded at Xiaji's behest. The whole of Mai became like a finely tuned war machine, efficient, powerful, and suffused with cohesion. Yet beneath this flourishing facade, a fissure widened with inexorable momentum. The flashpoint of discord centered on the expansion of powers for the law enforcement corps. With Mai's population surging, frictions between newcomers and natives, ancient grievances between clans, and a host of public order problems erupted in turn. Ujibwa Ban, serving as head of the law enforcement corps, advocated ruthless measures, expanding the force's law enforcement and oversight powers, even proposing a dedicated thought inspection unit to stamp out any ideology that might unsettle the village's stability. That proposal naturally met with fierce opposition from Qinsho Zhujian. Ban, have you gone mad? In the Hokage's office, Zhujian slammed his fist on the table. His face, usually wearing a kind, simple smile, was now writ with anger. A thought inspection. Do you mean to make everyone your puppet? We built this village so people could live free and happy, not so they would exist beneath fear and constant surveillance. Freedom. Happiness. Ban sneered. The kaleidoscopic pattern of his Wanhuating Xiaolunyan Mangekyo Sharingan flashed coldly in the dim office. Zhujian, your naive streak. There's no curing it, not even in death. Look at the people in this village. They mouth thanks to Mai, yet in their hearts they cling to petty self-interest. Qinsho Yujibor Rihua Yuanfei. As long as these clan rifts endure, the so-called comradeship is nothing but a farce. Only by the sternest laws and the most exhaustive surveillance, by snuffing out unstable elements at their cradle, can true and everlasting peace be secured. That is not peace. It is a suffocating silence under oppression. It is far better than your hypocritical universal love that could shatter at the slightest provocation. Their quarrel grew more heated, teetering on the brink of violence. Xiaji remained detached, reclining in the advisor's chair with his eyes closed, appearing to rest. He did not interrupt, nor did he intervene. He merely listened and observed. He knew this day would come sooner or later. He could alter the course of history, forge an entirely new village, even coerce the 5 great nations into cohesion by his own will. But he could not change the fundamentally opposed convictions lodged deep within the souls of these two men. One embodied the sage's body, pursuing love and understanding, the Axiluo. The other inherited the sage's eye, pursuing power and order, the Yinshuayuo. Their opposition was fate. The argument ended in the end with Zhujian and Ban parting in bitter discontent. From that day, their relationship plummeted. Zhujian continued to strive in his own way to unite every villager. He believed that with love, all problems could be solved. Ban, by contrast, grew more reclusive and extreme. He poured every ounce of his energy into building the law enforcement corps and into augmenting his own strength. He began secretly studying the Otsutsuki materials retrieved from the ruins of Zhonma Valley. He even attempted on the spiritual plane to communicate with the tailed beasts sealed beneath the village. He hungered for power, an absolute power that could crush everything and realize his ideals. Xiaji watched all of this like a masterful strategist, cold and imperturbable. He showed no favoritism. He continued to fund Zhujian's peace initiatives while silently permitting Ban's research into dangerous forbidden lore. He was a spectator and experimenter. He wished to see once history's wheel had been set upon a new track where these two chosen sons would ultimately go. Then at last the final straw arrived. While the Ujibwa clan studied the divine fragments brought back from Zhonma Valley, they inadvertently decoded a hidden inscription on a stele describing the record of the Wuxian Yudu infinite moon illusion. A plan, one that would trap all people within an eternal jinjutsu to achieve true peace, took root in Ban's mind like a demon's whisper multiplying into frenzy. He sought out Xiaji. Xiaji, you have known all along, haven't you? Ban's voice was hoarse and possessed by a strange fervor. Xiaji opened his eyes and regarded him without either confession or denial. This world is rotten to the core, Ban said, his wan-huating Xiaolinian patterns spinning wildly. Hatred and war are endless. Zhujian's methods won't work. Only the Wuxian Yudu can sever all causality and create a world without pain or strife. A perfect world. For that I require greater power. I need all the tailed beasts. Xiaji, give them to me. Xiaji looked at him and at last spoke slowly. And if I refuse? Ban's pupils contracted sharply. His chakra surged uncontrollably. A deep blue Susano'o, Susanoo shimmered into being. Then I shall take them by my own hand. An unavoidable fated confrontation was unleashed in that moment. Days later, atop Huing Rock over my village, Ujibwa Ban, cloaked in a complete Susano'o like a descending demon, looked down upon the village. Behind him stood the most powerful of the tailed beasts forced under his wan-huating Xiaolinian control, the Jiwei Yao. Qianshou Zhujian, he thundered. Come out and face me. His roar echoed through my. Your peace is a lie. Today I will use absolute power to show you what true ultimate peace is. Zhujian dashed from the Hokage office. He watched the sky stained crimson by the Jiwei's chakra and beheld that blue war god exuding an aura of annihilation. The face that usually bore a simple, good-natured smile was now only a well of sorrow. Ban, why must you go this far? Enough words. Ban controlled the Jiwei and launched a condensed-tailed beast orb saturated with destructive intent toward my village. Stop! Zhujian roared and instantly entered Sage mode. Sage art would release, true thousand hands. The thousand-armed wooden deity that had once wreaked havoc in the Thundercloud Gorge and Zhonma Valley descended again. Thousands of gigantic wooden fists surged to meet the tailed beast orb that would have laid my flat. A terrible explosion followed, thunderous and catastrophic. The entire village trembled violently beneath the clash of those titanic forces. Thanks to the multi-layered defensive barriers Xiaji had already deployed, the villagers, ninja and civilians alike, escaped mortal injury, yet the apocalyptic tableau instilled in them an unprecedented despair. Ban, let our feud be settled there. Zhujian cried, pointing to the distant place where they had first met and first fought side by side. Zhonma Valley. The Valley of the End. A massive waterfall like an eternally unhealed wound in the sky pours forth endless lamentations. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, once comrades who fought side by side and forged an era together, now stand on opposite sides of fate. One stands upon the thousand-handed Buddha, dignified and majestic akin to the Savior Buddha. The other, clad in azure battle armor, commands the nine-tails fox resembling an apocalyptic Azura. Behind them lies the village newly built yet about to be destroyed by their own hands. Summer Solstice stands atop a distant peak, quietly observing all of this. He did not intervene. This was a battle meant solely for the two of them, a necessary pain that this era must endure. He wished to see if, when the wheel of history rolled forward along a different trajectory, the final outcome would mirror that of the original tale. Hashirama, Madara. With no unnecessary words, two roars filled with complex emotions rang out, marking the official start of the battle. Booming, the thousands of wooden fists from the thousand-handed Buddha descended like a torrential storm, striking fiercely at the nine-tails fox ensconced in Susanoo armor. Each punch contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The nine-tails fox roared thunderously, opening its blood-stained maw as it unleashed perfectly condensed tailed beast balls, like cannonballs, mercilessly bombarding the thousand-handed Buddha. The explosive flames illuminated the entire valley in a crimson glow. Water flowed backward and rocks crumbled. The whole world appeared to tremble and lament beneath the feet of these two divine beings. Too slow. Hashirama, Madara stood within the crystal of Susanoo, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning wildly. He controlled Susanoo, wielding a chakra blade that gleamed with the sharpness to tear through space, slicing towards the head of the thousand-handed Buddha. Senjutsu would release with golem technique. Hashirama remained composed. Behind the thousand-handed Buddha, another gigantic wooden figure wielding a wooden dragon emerged to meet Madara's strike. Blade and wood, fire and water senjutsu, and ocular techniques. Two distinctly different, yet equally powerful forces engaged in the most primal and ferocious clash within this narrow valley. Summer Solstice watched with great interest from the mountain peak, even exchanging for a bucket of Warring States special popcorn from the system's store munching away. TSK tisk, this special effects this fight scene is far more exciting than those so-called ninja movies of the later generations. As he watched, he also conducted precise analyses of the combat data of the two. Hashirama's Senjutsu had brought his affinity with natural energy to its peak, rendering his chakra nearly limitless, and the power of his wood release far surpassed conventional bloodline limits. Madara's kaleidoscopic Sharingan endowed him with unparalleled insight and explosive power. Susanoo seamlessly integrated offense and defense, serving as a perfect weapon in battle. The strength of the two was almost evenly matched. If nothing unexpected occurred, this battle might last for 3 days and nights until one side was utterly exhausted. However, this is too slow. Summer Solstice stroked his chin, feeling that the plot was progressing a bit sluggishly. I need to add a catalyst for them. With a thought, he subtly infused 2 imperceptible unique waves imbued with the primordial power of the star creation pure I into Hashirama and Madara, who were locked in fierce battle. Hashirama, currently battling Madara, suddenly felt his Senjutsu chakra surge with extraordinary vitality. Enlightened, he clapped his hands together in a prayer. Senjutsu Myojin Gate. Several enormous red torii gates descended from the heavens, carrying an unmatched force of suppression, crashing down upon the Ninetails fox. On the other side, Madara also sensed his ocular power reaching an unprecedented peak at that moment. The patterns in his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly, showing a faint tendency to merge. Although he had yet to truly step into that legendary realm, his Susanoo had become more solid and more ferocious. Heavenly barrier shattering star. Madara howled to the heavens, forming hand seals. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by an invisible force. A massive meteor burning with fierce flames and resembling a miniature moon trailed a long tail as it descended from the sky, bearing the might to annihilate all, crashing down upon the thousand-handed Buddha below. Hashirama's pupils constricted at the sight of the descending meteor. He never imagined that Madara harbored such a terrifying calamity-like forbidden technique. Hold on for me. Hashirama roared, channeling all his Senjutsu chakra into the thousand-handed Buddha. Thousands of gigantic wooden fists simultaneously surged upward, attempting to withstand the apocalyptic meteor. 2 forces capable of reshaping the terrain and transforming the mountains and rivers collided brutally in the skies above the Valley of the End. Booming. In that instant, the entire world seemed to lose its sound. Blinding white light engulfed everything. Under the collision of this power that transcended the conventional understanding of ninjutsu, space began to violently and irregularly twist and shake. Dark fissures resembling spider webs quietly spread within the white light. Not good. On the peak, Summer Solstice, who was munching popcorn, finally changed his expression. The popcorn bucket in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He could clearly feel that the laws of space in this era, in this world, had sustained severe, irreversible damage due to the clash of these 2 forces. Time and space were torn apart. A colossal, unimaginable, repelling and restoring force emanating from the world itself instantly locked onto him, the outsider who did not belong to this era. Damn it. I've messed up. Summer Solstice's star creation pure I erupted with full force, trying to stabilize the roiling space around him. However, the repelling force was too strong, too overbearing. It was a correcting force stemming from the entire world and the entire river of time. There was simply no way to resist. Summer Solstice felt his body being gripped tightly by an invisible hand and violently dragged backward. His body began to grow ethereal and transparent, as if he would vanish into thin air at any moment at the center of the battlefield, engulfed in white light. Hashirama and Madara, too, suffered grievous injuries from the terrifying energy shock and plummeted from the sky. In the final moments of their fading consciousness, they seemed to see a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure standing atop the peak, slowly vanishing. Summer Solstice. Little brother. Summer Solstice gazed at the 2 figures plummeting like broken sacks. A smile that was more painful than crying appeared on his face. He wanted to curse, but found he couldn't even produce a sound. The script is wrong. I haven't seen the grand finale yet. My ninja utopia has just begun. An irresistible spiraling force completely enveloped his consciousness. This is bad. It seems I am going back. The world spun chaotically. Xiaji felt as if his soul had been stuffed into a rapidly spinning washing machine. This sensation was 1,000 times more unbearable than when he first crossed into this world. His consciousness floated amidst endless darkness, and white light, countless fragmented historical scenes racing past him. Ultimately, a sense of falling completely engulfed his awareness. Beep, beep, beep. The cold electronic sound roused Xiaji from his chaos. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids to see a clean white ceiling and a modern-looking vital signs monitor beside him. A faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Damn! A hoarse groan escaped Xiaji's throat. He attempted to sit up, but found his whole body ached as if trampled by 100-tailed beasts, making even moving a finger extraordinarily difficult. What weighed heavily on his heart was that he could no longer feel the star-purifying eye within him. That terrifying ocular power, seemingly a part of his very being, had vanished without a trace. The system panel was like a phone without a network. No matter how he called out in his mind, there was no response. His power, his cheat, all gone. Where am I? Xiaji looked around and realized he was lying in a clean and tidy hospital room. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, revealing tall buildings starkly different from those of his memories of the Warring States period. This place was definitely not the freshly built, earthy Konoha. You're awake. A gentle female voice came from the side. A medical ninja in a pink nurse uniform looking somewhat familiar approached and skillfully checked the instruments on him. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Xiaji looked at her, opened his mouth, but realized he could barely produce any sound. He recognized this nurse. She was Jingyin. No, not Jingyin, but she looked very much like her, probably a junior. But why was she here? Why did her gaze toward him seem so unfamiliar? It was as if she were looking at an ordinary patient. Where is this? Xiaji managed to squeeze out a few words. This is Konoha Hospital, the nurse smiled gently. You were severely injured in the aftermath of the battle at the Valley of the End and have been in a coma for 3 full days. But fortunately, there's no life-threatening danger. It's just excessive chakra exhaustion along with some superficial injuries. A period of rest will suffice. Valley of the End. Aftermath of the battle. Xiaji's mind buzzed, plunging into a blank state. His last memory was of himself being forcefully repelled by the world's correcting power, becoming ethereal in an attempt to stop Hashirama and Madara's attack that could tear apart space-time, and then being dragged back. So this place is the Konoha of the peaceful era he originally belonged to. By the way, your name is Uchiha Xiaji, right? The nurse casually asked while recording something. Lord Hokage and Lord Sasuke have both been very concerned about your condition and have visited you several times. Uchiha Xiaji. Xiaji's heart sank heavily again. He was all too familiar with this name. It was the false identity he had fabricated to navigate this era. But why did this world's Konoha also know this name? And Lord Hokage, Lord Sasuke, Naruto, and Sasuke. They no longer recognized him. Just as a storm surged in Xiaji's heart, the door to the hospital room gently opened. A familiar figure walked in. Silver white hair, lazy fish-like eyes, wearing the ever-present black mask. Hitaki Kakashi. However, Kakashi now seemed older than Xiaji remembered, with deeper wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The air of authority that belonged to the Hokage had faded, replaced by a leisurely demeanor akin to a retired bureaucrat. Oh, you're awake, Xiaji. Kakashi approached the bedside, holding a copy of Aika Paradise with a casual greeting. His tone was like that of a superior visiting an injured subordinate, polite yet distinctly distant. Kakashi, sensei. Xiaji tentatively called out. Kakashi paused for a moment, then smiled. It's been so long since graduation, and you still call me sensei. Just call me Kakashi-senpai from now on. Graduation. Xiaji was utterly bewildered. It's like this, Xiaji. Kakashi put away his book, his expression becoming a bit more serious. You've worked hard on this mission. Although you ultimately couldn't stop those rogue ninjas, surviving in the aftermath of such a high-level battle is already a miracle. Your heroic deeds will be remembered by the village. Once you recover, I will request Lord Hokage to recognize your contributions for an rank mission. Kakashi's words struck Xiaji like a heavy hammer, each word pounding on his heart. Mission. Rogue ninjas. A rank contribution. What the hell is going on? Wasn't I just watching Hashirama and Madara fight at the Valley of the End? Wasn't I dragged away by the chaotic flow of time and space? How did I wake up as a Konoha genin injured on a mission? Xiaji wanted to ask something, but found his throat dry, utterly unsure of where to start. I know your mind is in turmoil right now. Kakashi seemed to sense his confusion, patting his shoulder and comforting him. Don't overthink it, just rest well. The battle at the Valley of the End was so intense that even Naruto and Sasuke were alerted. They found you unconscious while clearing the battlefield. Rest assured, the village will not mistreat any hero who bleeds for Konoha. After saying this, Kakashi instructed the nurse a few more things before turning to leave the hospital room, leaving Xiaji alone lying on the hospital bed, blankly staring at the ceiling. His mind was a chaotic mess. He was certain he had returned to the future Konoha. However, this future seemed quite different from the one he left. No, it was completely different. The people here, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, they seemed to not recognize him. Had he transformed from the God Emperor Xiaji, who unified the ninja world, single-handedly established the Divine City, and traversed to the Warring States era, into an ordinary Konoha genin who fell unconscious on a mission? What the hell? This script doesn't fit. Is it the after effect of time travel that erased his existence? Or could it be that he was caught up in some more peculiar, insidious conspiracy beyond his perception? Xiaji closed his eyes desperately, trying to summon the power within him. There was no star-purifying I know system, not even that immense chakra originating from Kagaya. Everything had vanished without a trace. Right now he was just an ordinary Uchiha. No, he was even less than an ordinary Uchiha. He could feel that the chakra within him was pitifully sparse, barely at the level of a genin. Damn it. I've messed up. This time I've really messed up. A million alpacas galloped through Xiaji's mind. All the hard-earned resources he had painstakingly gathered had just reverted back to square one overnight. No, this was worse than going back to square one. This was like deleting an account and restarting, and without even receiving a beginner's gift package. Calm down. Calm down. Xiaji forced himself to regain his composure. He was not someone who easily gave up. The stranger the situation, the more it hinted at a great secret hidden within. He had to figure out what was happening. He threw off the blanket and struggled to get up from the bed. Outside the window was the peaceful and prosperous Konoha village. Tall buildings stood, the streets were bustling with traffic, and the faces of the people radiated happiness. This was starkly different from the Konoha he remembered that had just endured the fourth great ninja war, struggling to rebuild. This world was too peaceful, almost unreal. Sayaji walked to the window, looking at the unfamiliar scenery below, his light blue eyes glimmering with unprecedented seriousness. He had a strong premonition. This world perhaps concealed a massive lie more terrifying than the Otsutsuki. And he, Uchiha Sayaji, would personally unveil the truth behind this lie. After lying in the hospital for several days, Sayaji finally managed to walk again. Although the chakra within his body was still pitifully low, akin to that of a freshly graduated genin, he had at least regained his mobility. He promptly completed the discharge procedures while the nurse, with a concerned expression, reminded him to rest more and not to take on high-difficulty missions too soon. Sayaji responded with casual ahas and mems, but internally, he was ranting wildly. High-difficulty missions. Right now I can barely manage a crank mission. Stepping out of the hospital bathed in warm sunlight, Sayaji felt as if he had stepped into a different world. The Konoha village before him was thriving, bustling, and full of life. The streets were wide and clean, lined with various shops, ramen shops, dango shops, ninja tool stores, and even a cinema and arcade that he had never seen before. Villagers dressed in all sorts of clothing were bustling through the streets, all wearing relaxed and content smiles. The ninjas no longer resembled hurried figures exuding murderous intent. Some were shopping with their families, while others were dining out with friends, looking more like ordinary office workers than bloodthirsty warriors. Is this really Konoha? As Sayaji gazed at the flourishing scene before him, he felt a profound shock to his worldview. The Konoha he remembered, although peaceful under Naruto's governance, was nothing like the one he saw now. Was this truly a ninja village? This was clearly a modern, peaceful city. Hey, Sayaji, you didn't say a word when you got discharged. A familiar loud voice came from behind. Sayaji turned to see a young man with bright golden hair and 6 whisker marks on his face striding towards him. Naruto Uzumaki. However, the Naruto before him was not wearing that iconic Hokage robe, but rather a casual orange tracksuit, looking like a friendly older brother. Hokage, sir, Sayaji tentatively called out. Naruto was taken aback for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter, slapping Sayaji on the shoulder with such force that he nearly stumbled. What Hokage, sir? Just call me Naruto. Naruto grinned, revealing a sunny smile. You scared the life out of me this time. You actually dared to chase after those Shrank Rogue ninjas. Such boldness. Shrank Rogue ninjas. Sayaji's brows furrowed even deeper. Kakashi spoke of rogue ninjas, but Naruto was referring to Shrank Rogue ninjas. Did the information come with automatic upgrades? By the way, are you healed? That guy Sasuke has been talking about you, saying he wants to personally guide your training when you're better, Naruto said, casually draping an arm around Sayaji's neck. Sasuke. Sir, that's right, Sasuke is now the chief of our Konoha police force. Quite impressive. Naruto said proudly. But don't worry, he may seem a bit cold, but he's actually a good person. Sayaji felt a bit overwhelmed by Naruto's enthusiasm. He could sense that the Naruto before him was indeed Naruto. That familiar chakra, warm like the sun, was unmistakable. However, the way he looked at him was entirely that of a senior caring for a junior, devoid of any sense of familiarity. It was as if their relationship was merely that of ordinary superior and subordinate. Come on, since you just got discharged, let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto insisted, pulling Sayaji towards Ichiraku ramen. Along the way, Naruto chattered incessantly about various interesting happenings in the village. Let me tell you, Sakura has been researching new medical ninjutsu again, spending all her time in the lab. I hardly get to see her nowadays. And Shikamaru, that guy, is constantly chased and scolded by Temari for being lazy, ha. By the way, my son Boruto has been causing trouble at the ninja school again, always skipping class to play games. It's driving me crazy. Sayaji listened quietly, but his heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Sakura, Shikamaru, Boruto. These familiar names emerged one by one from Naruto's mouth, yet they filled him with an inexplicable sense of eeriness. This world seemed to retain all the relationships and basic settings from his memories. However, in some crucial places, subtle, even transformative changes had occurred. For instance, his own existence. For instance, this excessively peaceful and even somewhat complacent Konoha village. We're here. This is the place. Naruto pointed excitedly at the familiar Ichiraku ramen stall ahead. The old man was still busy behind the counter and smiled kindly upon seeing Naruto. Hey Naruto, back for ramen again today? Yes, uncle. 2 bowls of extra-large miso chashu ramen. Naruto skillfully placed his order. The two sat down, and steaming bowls of ramen were soon served. Naruto slurped away, still eating with the same gusto. Sayaji, however, had little appetite. He merely picked at the noodles with his chopsticks, not really eating. What's wrong, Sayaji? Not to your liking. Naruto noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Sayaji shook his head. I was just thinking, is this world really so peaceful? Naruto paused for a moment at his words, then set down his chopsticks, and his smile dimmed a bit. He looked at Sayaji, and his azure eyes flashed with a hint of complex emotion. I know as a war orphan it might be hard for you to believe. Naruto's voice became much lower, but Saji, trust me. This peace was hard won. It was Sasuke, me, and all our comrades who exchanged blood and lives for it. The Fourth Great Ninja War. It was a hellish battle. We lost so much. A flash of pain crossed Naruto's eyes. But in the end we won. We defeated Madara-sealed Kaguya and ended the hatred that had persisted for 1,000 years. So I will never allow anyone to destroy this hard-earned peace. Naruto's words were sincere and filled with passion. Yet as Saji listened, the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. The Fourth Great Ninja War. Defeated Madara. Sealed Kaguya. He knew all of this. But why in his memory was he the one who brought it all to an end? Why in this world had he become a mere irrelevant bystander, even a war orphan in need of protection? Naruto, Saji raised his head, looking directly into Naruto's eyes. I understand everything you're saying. I just find it hard to believe. Because it seems like I had a very long dream. In that dream, I also participated in that war. And Saji's words trailed off as Naruto interrupted him. I know. Naruto patted his shoulder, his face breaking into a smile again, though this smile carried a hint of reassurance. I understand the aftereffects of war trauma. Many people feel this way, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Don't think too much about it, Saji. What you need to do now is to live well, enjoy this peace. Let the past be the past. Naruto's words felt like an invisible wall blocking all of Saji's attempts to explore the truth. Saji fell silent. He knew that pressing further would yield no results. The Naruto before him, though kind and powerful, had been completely assimilated by this peaceful world. His perceptions and memories were firmly shackled within this predetermined framework by some force. To break this framework, mere words would be absolutely insufficient. I'm full. Saji set down his chopsticks and stood up. Naruto, thank you for the ramen. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Without heeding Naruto's attempts to keep him, he turned and left the ramen shop. Walking on the bustling street, Saji's heart felt like it had plunged into an ice cave. This world had problems. Major problems. This was definitely not the world he was familiar with. It felt more like a perfect dream carefully woven by someone. A colossal illusion that immersed everyone, making it impossible to extricate themselves. Infinite Tsukuyomi. A terrifying thought flashed through Saji's mind like lightning. He suddenly looked up at the sky. The bright moon seemed to have taken on a strange crimson hue in his eyes. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Once this thought took root in Saji's mind, it became impossible to shake off. He began to observe this peaceful hidden leaf village with a scrutinizing gaze. He went to the ninja school where the children were innocent and carefree, learning basic cultural knowledge and teamwork. The textbook's descriptions of war were merely brushed over, as if they were just a distant and vague nightmare. He went to the training ground where the ninjas' sparring resembled skill exchanges, stopping just short of true combat, lacking the fierce intensity of life and death struggles. He even visited the memorial stone where familiar names were engraved. Heroes who sacrificed themselves in the Fourth Great Ninja War, still quietly lying there. Everything seemed so reasonable. Peace, prosperity, filled with hope. This was a world everyone dreamed of. But Saji's heart grew colder. Because this world was too clean. Clean to the point of having no flaws. There were no conflicts, no hatred, no dark corners. Everyone seemed to be programmed, playing their happy roles. Naruto was the beloved Hokage, Sasuke was the shadow guarding the village, Sakura was the highly skilled medical chief. Everyone had realized their dreams, living as their most ideal selves. This is not normal. This is absolutely not normal. If this is truly a world of illusions, then who is the caster? What is their purpose? Saji sat in his ordinary apartment assigned by the village, lost in thought. Naturally, the first person he thought of was Uchiha Madara. After all, Infinite Tsukuyomi was the ultimate peace Madara pursued throughout his life. However, in the Valley of the End, Madara had clearly been defeated by him and Hashirama. Could it be that something he didn't know had happened after that battle? Or was he trapped in an illusion from the very beginning? No, that's not right. Saji shook his head. He could clearly remember crossing over to the Warring States, meeting Hashirama and Madara, establishing the Hidden Leaf, and even being swept away by the time-space turbulence in the Valley of the End. All these memories were incredibly real and filled with details. If this was also part of the illusion, then the realism of this illusion was terrifying. I must find a flaw. Saji decided to start investigating from the most basic level. He went to the Hidden Leaf's library. It housed the most detailed historical records and ninjutsu scrolls in the ninja world. He obtained permission to browse the records under the pretext of a war orphan wanting to learn history. He flipped through the ancient scrolls documenting the history of the Warring States period. The opposition between Senju and Uchiha, the disputes among various ninja clans. Everything matched closely with his memories. However, when he checked the records of the battle in the Valley of the End, he discovered a problem. The scroll recorded Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara engaged in a fateful duel in the Valley of the End. Ultimately, Hashirama defeated Madara by a narrow margin and persuaded him to surrender. The two jointly founded the Hidden Leaf Village, marking the beginning of the Ninja Village era. This record diverged significantly from Saji's memory. In his recollection, he had played a crucial role in that battle, and Madara had not been persuaded to surrender. Instead, he eventually defected due to ideological differences. History has been tampered with. Saji's heart grew increasingly certain of his speculation. He began to search for information regarding the Fourth Great Ninja War, the causes, processes, and outcomes of the war. Most aligned with what he knew. Obito initiated the war. Kaguya was resurrected. Team 7 worked together to seal her. However, in all these official records, there was completely no mention of the name Uchiha Natsumi. It was as if he who had single-handedly turned the tide of battle multiple times, and even sealed the God Emperor Kaguya, had never existed in this world. My existence has been completely erased from this world's history. Natsumi closed the scroll, his pale blue eyes flickering with a cold light. This further solidified his judgment. This was a false world. A massive illusionary cage created by someone which had altered history. But what about the evidence? Relying solely on the discrepancies between his memories and historical records would not convince anyone. In this world, everyone, including Naruto and Sasuke, had their memories formatted. To them, Natsumi was merely a patient with disordered memories, unable to distinguish reality. I must find a flaw that no one can refute, an absolute contradiction. Natsumi began his investigation. He tried to find traces of himself that he had left in the Divine City. However, the Rain Country where the Divine City was located had now turned into a peaceful and tranquil land, and that once feared mobile fortress had vanished without a trace. He attempted to seek out the forces he had once subdued, the Yue clan, the land of whirlpools. They existed, but in their histories there was also no shadow of Uchiha Natsumi. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped clean all traces related to him from this world. Truly flawless. Natsumi couldn't help but admire the meticulousness and skill of the architect of this illusion. However, as long as it was an illusion, it must have its limits. It couldn't perfectly replicate everything in the real world. There would always be some things it could not simulate or alter. For example, a spark of inspiration flashed in Natsumi's mind. He thought of something that might become the key to breaking this illusionary world. The system shop. If this world is an illusion, then the premium items from the system shop that transcend the understanding of this era and even come from other dimensions could definitely not be simulated. Natsumi's heart began to race. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and attempted to call upon that long-lost cold mechanical voice in his mind. System shop. Come out. Once, twice, 3 times. No response. His mind was filled with silence. Natsumi's heart sank little by little. Could it be that even the system had been shielded by this illusion? Or was it true that he really was just having a long dream? No, impossible. Natsumi suddenly opened his eyes, his pale blue eyes shimmering with indomitable light. He absolutely refused to believe that everything he experienced was just a false illusion. He closed his eyes again, concentrating all his spiritual energy into one point. He began to recalling the scene of his first premium purchase, recalling those strange items he had exchanged. Instant chakra jelly beans, Senjutsu chakra guide pills, battlefield disruption sound devices, Pengu axe. One familiar yet strange name after another flashed through his mind. He tried to outline the shapes of those items, to feel the powers they contained, powers that did not belong to this world. Just as his spiritual energy was about to exhaust and his consciousness began to blur. Ding! A faint, cold, mechanical voice, as if separated by a thick frosted glass, flashed briefly in his mind. Although it was just a single sound and fleeting, Natsumi distinctly heard it. The system. It was still there. It was just shielded by this illusionary world in some way. Natsumi's heart surged with joy. This was enough. This proved that this world was fake. His memories were intact. He was not a side character in this world. Next, I need to find a way to poke a hole in this damned illusion. Natsumi's eyes reignited with fighting spirit. He knew it would be difficult to achieve alone. He needed help. He needed to awaken those true powerhouses in this world who were also blinded. Naruto, Sasuke. And to awaken them, he must find an absolute contradiction that would make them doubt the authenticity of this world. Natsumi's gaze turned once more to the window. The bright moon seemed to be silently mocking him. Having found a breakthrough, Natsumi's mood improved considerably. Yet a new dilemma arose: how to awaken Naruto and Sasuke. Rushing over to shout, "Hey, you're trapped in a dream. Wake up now or world war awaits you outside," would likely earn him a diagnosis of delusion and immediate confinement to Konoha psychiatric ward before he even finished speaking. I must plant a seed, an inciting spark, that will stir their own doubts. Natsumi stroked his chin, setting his plan into motion. His first objective was to elevate his perceived strength within this world. Though his chakra reserves were pitifully meager, scarcely surpassing those of a genin, his combat experience, profound mastery of ninjutsu, and body techniques etched deep into his soul remained unassailable truths. He needed an opportunity, one that would allow him to display power wildly disproportionate to his status yet appear entirely plausible. And soon that opportunity arrived. The new Chunin exams commenced as scheduled in Konoha village. Elite young shinobi from across the great hidden villages gathered under one roof, and Natsumi, registered as an ordinary genin of Konoha, naturally participated. In the first written examination, he maintained his lethargic demeanor, scribbling haphazardly and barely scraping by with a passing grade. During the second phase, the survival exercise in the forest of death, he evaded conflict at every turn, hiding and retreating with consummate artistry, the very essence of the survival-first philosophy. Boruto and Sarada watched his timidity with mounting exasperation, rolling their eyes skyward. Is this man truly a Uchiha? He's shaming the entire Uchiha name. Sarada stamped her foot in fury. Exactly. Utterly useless when it truly matters. Boruto echoed her indignation. Yet just as they neared completion of their mission, and were about to secure the scroll, an unforeseen crisis erupted. A group of hostile examinees from rival villages had singled them out. The assailants were formidable, disciplined, and clearly targeting Boruto, the son of Naruto. A brutal confrontation became inevitable. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki fought valiantly as a trio, but their opponents outnumbered them, coordinated flawlessly, and struck with lethal intent. Soon the three were overwhelmed. To shield Sarada, Boruto absorbed a crushing blow to the chest, spat blood, and hurtled backward through the air. Boruto, Sarada cried out, her Sharingan contracting sharply with alarm. At that instant the enemy's leader snarled, raised his kunai, and prepared to deliver the killing strike. A figure materialized before him like a phantom, Izanagi. He wore the same drowsy expression as though merely strolling past by chance. Hey, I'd say it's rather unseemly for several grown men to bully a child. Izanagi, voice utterly casual. Brat, who are you? Get lost, or we'll kill you too. The leader barked. Izanagi ignored him, extending a single finger toward the man's forehead, and tapped ever so gently. No chakra surged. No jutsu manifested. Just that simple silent touch. Yet the leader froze, his murderous glare dissolving instantly into abject, bottomless terror. In that moment he felt his soul seized by an invisible ironclad grip, leaving not even a whisper of resistance. With a muffled thud he collapsed to his knees, trembling violently, urine soaking his pants. He had been reduced to utter incontinence, not by force, but by a single glance and fingertip from Izanagi. Silence descended upon the battlefield, thick and absolute. The remaining attackers stared, dumbfounded, minds blank. Even Boruto and Sarada stood frozen in disbelief. They had never imagined that Izanagi, the perennial deadlast they'd scorned, could wield such paralyzing existential authority. Now, may you please depart. Izanagi's tone remained unruffled. The assailants scrambled to their feet, dragging their catatonic comrade away in panicked, undignified flight. Izanagi approached Boruto, crouched beside him, and lightly slapped his cheek. Hey, I'd ask, is this all the Fire Shadow's son can muster? Boruto gazed into Izanagi's pale blue eyes, calm as still water, yet fathomless enough to swallow stars. For the first time he felt infinitesimally small before this comrade. Who exactly are you? He rasped. Izanagi offered no reply. Only Rose brushed dust from his palms and said, just a passing Uchiha who disapproves of ganging up on the weak. Then he turned and ambled away, leaving Boruto and Sarada standing breathless in the wind. Though the overseeing examiners dismissed the incident as mere luck, a fluke encounter with inept bullies, the event planted a seed of doubt deep within Sasuke's mind. Through the umbu, Sasuke retrieved Izanagi's complete dossier: war orphan, clean background, unremarkable abilities. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Yet Sasuke's instincts screamed otherwise. This Uchiha Izanagi was profoundly extraordinary, especially those pale blue eyes which stirred an uncanny, elusive familiarity, as if glimpsed long ago in a half-remembered dream. The Chunin exam finals unfolded as scheduled in Konoha's grand arena. Izanagi advanced effortlessly, once again attributed to sheer, inexplicable fortune. His opponents succumbed to bizarre, improbable mishaps, slipping on smooth earth and tumbling out of bounds. Misfiring jutsu that detonated prematurely, knocking themselves unconscious, or collapsing mid-battle from acute gastrointestinal distress, forcing forfeit. Each surreal victory transformed Izanagi into the tournament's greatest dark horse, and its most enigmatic lucky star. Naruto sat atop the Hokage's observation platform, watching Izanagi's string of uncanny coincidence-laden matches, his brow furrowing deeper with each round. Sasuke, doesn't something feel off about this, Izanagi? He turned to his companion. Sasuke stood with arms crossed, the faintest glimmer of his Rinnegan flickered and faded. Off, hardly the word. His voice dropped low. Every one of his lucky breaks arrives with surgical precision, as if choreographed by unseen design. In this world there are no such things as meaningless coincidences. As they spoke, the final match began: Uchiha Izanagi versus Shinki, the prodigious heir of Gaara, adopted son of Mangekyo. Shinki's magnet release iron sand technique was both offensive and defensive, notoriously difficult to counter. All assumed Izanagi's streak of luck had finally run dry. Yet the moment the match commenced, another impossibility unfolded. Shinki's iron sand faltered mid-flight, sluggish, heavy, unresponsive, losing cohesion as though rusted from within. No matter how fiercely Shinki channeled chakra, the iron sand behaved like inert, corroded metal, utterly incapable of threatening Izanagi. What's happening? My iron sand. Shinki's face paled with panic. Izanagi remained motionless, languid as ever, his pale blue gaze fixed calmly upon his opponent. Magnet release. A fascinating Kekei Genkai. Izanagi's voice amplified across the arena, resonated with quiet authority, yet magnetism at its core is the directed movement of electrons. And I happen to possess a modest understanding of how to rewrite the rules. As his words settled, his saucy Jogan shimmered, faint, imperceptible, yet undeniable. Instantly Shinki's iron sand erupted into violent chaos, not toward Izanagi, but coiling back upon their master, binding him tight in an iron-wrapped cocoon. Victory was declared. The arena fell utterly silent. Every spectator stared slack-jawed. If earlier wins could be chalked up to luck, what explanation remained for this? Rewrite the rules. What kind of jutsu was this? Unheard of, unimaginable. Naruto and Sasuke shot upright in unison, faces stricken with incredulous shock. They knew beyond doubt Uchiha Sharingan was no ordinary genin. His power existed beyond the boundaries of their comprehension. At that precise moment, reality fractured anew. Boom! A cataclysmic roar split the heavens above the arena. The sky tore open, a jagged obsidian rift yawning wide. Two figures descended slowly from the void, radiating overwhelming chakra, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. History, it seemed, had begun its grim reenactment. This time, however, Sharingan did not conceal himself. Gazing upon the towering Otsutsuki, a cold, razor-edged smile curved his lips. "So, you finally arrived. I've waited for you a very long time." He turned, meeting the stunned, disoriented gazes of Naruto and Sasuke behind him. "Let's lay our cards on the table." His voice, soft yet piercing, reached every ear in the arena. "I am not native to this world. My name is Uchiha Sharingan, from a dimension far beyond your imagining. And all of you, every soul here, dwell inside a colossal genjutsu known as the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Its architect, Uchiha Madara." Zaya's words were like a deep-water bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves in the entire arena. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Obito. Are you kidding me? Obito was sealed away a long time ago. The ninjas in the audience who had experienced the fourth great ninja war gasped in disbelief. Naruto and Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. They looked at Sharingan, the boy they had always regarded as an ordinary genin, now emanating an air of composure and confidence that made their hearts race. "You mean, we are all living in an illusion?" Naruto's voice trembled slightly. "Exactly." Sharingan nodded, his light blue eyes calmly gazing at him, "a perfect illusion that immerses everyone in happiness." "Where's the evidence?" Sasuke demanded sharply, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, trying to see through Zaya's lie. However, he could see nothing. Sharingan seemed to be shrouded in a mist that could not be penetrated. "Evidence?" Sharingan chuckled, pointing at the two bewildered figures of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki in the sky, who seemed oblivious to the situation. "They are the evidence. In the real world, these two have long been eliminated by us. Their appearance is merely a projection forcefully created by this illusionary world to maintain the plot's coherence. This illusion, while powerful, cannot conjure anything beyond the caster's understanding. Thus, it can only continuously repeat and simulate events that have already occurred or may occur to fill the void of this world." Zaya's words caused Naruto and Sasuke's hearts to sink little by little. They recalled Zaya's various anomalies from before. That unfathomable luck, that strength far beyond reason, and his seemingly prophetic judgments about certain events. Could it really be true? "I don't believe it." Naruto shouted angrily, the golden nine-tails chakra erupting instantly. "This world is the peace we earned with our lives. It absolutely cannot be false." He could not accept that everything he cherished, the smiles of his companions, the prosperity of the village, was merely a deceptive illusion. "Whether you believe it or not, it's not up to you." Sharingan shook his head. He knew that mere words were not enough to awaken those drowning in happiness. He had to hit them with something heavy. He cast his gaze towards Momoshiki and Kinshiki in the sky. "Do these two fake projections dare to be arrogant before me?" Zaya's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. The next moment he appeared before Momoshiki and Kinshiki. No earth-shattering ninjutsu, no world-ending techniques. Just two simple punches. Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds. The once invincible figures of Momoshiki and Kinshiki burst apart in midair like popped balloons, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The entire arena fell into a dead silence once more. Everyone stared at the scene dumbfounded. "That's an Otsutsuki." Although it was unclear whether it was a projection, the terrifying chakra pressure was undoubtedly real. Did they just get taken out with one punch? To what extent had this Uchiha Zaya's power reached? Sharingan slowly descended to the ground, looking at Naruto and Sasuke, who were still in shock. "Now do you believe it?" Naruto's lips trembled, unable to speak. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered uncertainly, his mind waging an internal battle. Even if what you say is true." Sasuke spoke with difficulty. "What does it matter? In this world there is no war, no hatred, everyone is happy. Isn't that good?" His words echoed the sentiments of many present. "Yes, if this is a perfect dream, why must we wake up? Upon waking, they might have to face an even harsher, more despairing reality. Happiness." Sharingan scoffed, his laughter filled with disdain and mockery. "Happiness woven from lies is not happiness. It is mere anesthesia. You are immersed in a false peace, forgetting pain, forgetting hatred, and also forgetting your true selves." He looked at Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki, tell me, in this world, do you still remember how much effort you put in to gain everyone's recognition? Do you remember how much blood and tears you shed to bring Sasuke back?" He looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke Uchiha, tell me, in this world, do you still remember how much darkness you carried for revenge? Do you remember what Itachi sacrificed for you?" Every word from Sharingan was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of both. Those painful memories that this peaceful world had deliberately blurred or even erased surged back to their minds like a tide at this moment. In Naruto's eyes, the heroic smile of Jiraiya flashed by, followed by Neji's resolute sacrifice to block the wooden stake. In Sasuke's eyes, the tragic scene of his clan falling in a pool of blood flashed by alongside Itachi's tearful figure under the moon. Those pains, those struggles, those resentments were an indispensable part of their complete lives. False peace will only make people weak and numb. Zaya's voice grew colder. When real crises arise, what will you sheep who have been kept in the happiness cage used to resist? Uchiha Obito gave you a seemingly perfect world, but this world is built on the cost of depriving you of your free will and your true emotions. Are you willing to be a puppet forever living in someone else's dream? Zaya's final words thundered in Naruto and Sasuke's minds. Puppet? No. They are Naruto Uzumaki. They are Sasuke Uchiha. They are ninjas of Konoha. They have their own ninja way. They absolutely cannot, nor do they wish to be puppets at others' whims. What should we do? Naruto's voice, though still somewhat confused, rekindled the fighting spirit in his azure eyes. Sasuke also tightened his grip on the Kusanagi, soared the glow of his Sharingan, becoming incredibly resolute. Shiaji watched the transformation of the two, nodding in satisfaction. No wonder they are the chosen ones of this world, they understood so quickly. It's simple. A cold smile curved Zaya's lips. Find Uchiha Obito, and then eliminate him. But how do we leave this illusionary world? Naruto asked. This illusion is shrouded over the entire world by the moon. As long as we are still on this planet, we cannot escape its influence. Shiaji explained the only way is to find the core of this illusionary world, which is the location of Uchiha Obito's consciousness, and destroy it from within. Then where is Obito's consciousness? If I'm not mistaken, Shiaji raised his head, looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky. It is there, on the moon. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Shiaji nodded. This infinite Tsukuyomi, while powerful, is not without its flaws. Its greatest weakness is the caster himself. To maintain this vast illusion, Obito's consciousness must be connected to the moon, becoming the server of this world. As long as we can reach the moon and find his core consciousness, we will have the chance to break this false cage. But how do we get to the moon? Naruto posed the most crucial question. They couldn't fly. Leave that to me. A mysterious smile appeared on Zaya's face. Though he currently lacked a system and any means to pay, he still had one thing. Something that could break the rules of this world, his final trump card. Hand it over to you. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Shiaji in confusion. They simply could not fathom how Shiaji intended to take them to the moon after losing all their powers. Shiaji did not explain. He merely closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His consciousness sank into the deepest part of his soul. There, amidst a void of chaos, a faint light flickered quietly. That was the most fundamental essence bound to his soul when he traversed into this world. It was the source of all his power, which had fallen silent after he returned to this illusionary world. The system, or rather it was the core of the system, a segment of rule code from a higher dimension that did not belong to this world. Shiaji knew this was his last trump card. It was the key that could break the nearly perfect illusionary world created by Uchiha Obito. Although I don't know what the consequences will be after using it, I can't worry about that now. Shiaji resolved in his heart. He poured all his remaining mental strength unreservedly into that faint glimmer. In my name, Uchiha Shiaji, I request the final authority. His voice echoed deep within his soul. That faint glimmer seemed to hear his call, suddenly erupting into dazzling brilliance. An indescribable force, surpassing chakra, surpassing ocular techniques, even transcending everything known in this world, erupted violently from Shiaji's body. Buzz! The entire Hidden Leaf village, no, the entire ninja world trembled violently at that moment. The bright moon in the sky began to flicker intensely, as if it was affected by some powerful interference. In the arena, Naruto and Sasuke stared in shock at Shiaji. They saw his body gradually becoming illusory and transparent. Streams of pure unknown energy and golden data flowed from his body, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the gigantic moon. Shiaji, you. Naruto wanted to step forward, but was pushed back by an invisible force. Don't come over. Shiaji's voice became somewhat ethereal, as if it came from another time and space. This is the only thing I can do. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Naruto, Sasuke, I entrust the future of this world to you. Remember, you are not fighting alone. Use your eyes, use your power to break this false peace, to reclaim the real future that belongs to you. As his voice fell, Shiaji's body completely transformed into a dazzling golden beam of light, breaking through the arena's dome and merging into the sky. The entire world seemed to be paused at that moment. In the next instant, everyone immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi heard a voice in their minds. A voice that did not belong to this world, yet was incredibly clear. Wake up from the false dream. That voice carried a kind of authority, like the sound of a bell striking deep within every person's soul. In the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto, who was processing documents, suddenly froze. In Tsunagakure, Gaara, who was guiding the next generation, suddenly looked bewildered. In Awagakure, Inoki, who was bickering with his granddaughter, had his smile freeze. At that moment, all the people in the world heard that voice. In their minds, the memories of happiness and peace, forcibly implanted by the infinite Tsukuyomi, began to crack. Those real memories of war, pain, and hatred that they had deliberately forgotten surged forth like a flood breaching its banks. What is happening? My head. It hurts. I remember. The Fourth Great Ninja War. People began to wake up from that perfect dream little by little. The joyful smiles on their faces gradually replaced by pain, confusion, and anger. On the moon in a massive cave formed by the branches of the divine tree, Uchiha Obito sat cross-legged, his body intimately connected with the giant divine tree behind him. His eyes tightly shut, his consciousness immersed in the perfect, infinite Tsukuyomi world he had created. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. His pale purple Rinnegan flickered with uncertainty. What is happening? He could clearly feel that the illusionary world he created was violently shaking, as if it would collapse at any moment. A force that did not belong to this world forcibly intervened in his infinite Tsukuyomi, awakening those sleeping souls. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Obito roared, trying to strengthen his control over the infinite Tsukuyomi to suppress the spreading wave of awakening. However, it was already too late. That golden data stream originating from Xiaji's soul had successfully infiltrated the core of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It was like an unstoppable super virus crazily dismantling the underlying logic of this false world. Boom. The entire illusionary world began to crumble. The sky split open with enormous cracks, the earth collapsed, and tall buildings turned to dust. People completely woke from their dreams, staring in horror at the apocalyptic scene around them. In the arena, Naruto and Sasuke looked at the now vanished Xiaji, their hearts filled with shock and sorrow. They knew that Xiaji had used his own life to create an opportunity to break the cage for them and for the entire world. Sasuke. Naruto wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his azure eyes burning with unprecedented fury. Let's go. Sasuke's Rinnegan also flickered with a cold, killing intent. The two exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating. Sage mode. Susano'o. The two powerful forces erupted simultaneously. Their figures transformed into two streaks of light, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the violently shaking blood-red moon. They were going to find Uchiha Obito. They were going to end all of this. They were going to seek justice for Xiaji and for this world. On the moon at the summit of the divine tree, Uchiha Madara's expression was so grim it could drip water. He could clearly feel that the infinite Tsukuyomi world he had meticulously constructed was collapsing at an irreversible speed. Those mortals he regarded as sheep were awakening one by one, their confusion rapidly replaced by anger and hatred in their eyes. Damn it! Who is it? Who is destroying my world? Madara roared, a massive chakra erupting from his body connected to the divine tree, trying to stabilize the collapsing illusionary space. However, at that moment, two figures carrying overwhelming fury descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of him. One was yellow, the other black, like a blazing sun and a dark moon. It was Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Naruto's voice, strained with extreme anger, locked onto Madara with his golden sage eyes. Your dream should end. It's you. Madara looked at Naruto and Sasuke, before him a hint of surprise flashing in his Rinnegan eyes, quickly replaced by deeper contempt. Two little brats whose minds have been clouded, yet they managed to break free from the infinite Tsukuyomi's grip. It seems that foolish fellow has been pulling the strings behind the scenes. He referred to the foolish fellow as Xiaji, but it doesn't matter. Madara slowly stood up, his body connected to the divine tree, radiating a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Since you've come to me willingly, I will personally eliminate you two unstable factors. And then I will reconstruct a flawless, perfect world. Sasuke wasted no words. The Kusanagi, sword in his hand, emitted a clear sword cry. Naruto. I know. The tacit understanding between the two needed no further words. Sage Art Supergiant Rasengan. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The golden Rasengan and black Amaterasu flames perfectly fused at that moment. A gigantic spiraling shuriken burning with ominous black flames and containing immense sage chakra whistled towards Uchiha Madara. This was one of the strongest combined ninjutsu the two had honed through countless battles. A mere trick daring to show off before me. Madara snorted coldly. Faced with the world-destroying attack, he didn't even move his feet. He simply extended his right hand, a pale purple light swirling in his palm. Shinra Tensei. An invisible, yet powerful repulsive force strong enough to distort space erupted from his palm. The Rasengan, integrated with Sage Art and Amaterasu, suddenly halted in its momentum upon contact with the repulsive field. Immediately after, it was forcibly repelled by the unmatched power, crashing against a massive mountain nearby. Boom. The entire mountain was instantly reduced to dust in that terrifying explosion. What? Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Their strongest combined attack had been effortlessly neutralized. The Uchiha Madara before them was several times stronger than the one they encountered during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Merged with the divine tree, his chakra was nearly limitless, and his mastery of the Rinnegan had reached a whole new level. So weak. Madara shook his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. It seems that the one who awakened you did not grant you enough power. You don't even have the qualification to make me dance. He slowly brought his hands together. Rinna Tensei, Boundary Realm. Several shadows existing in another dimension, imperceptible by conventional means, silently attacked Naruto and Sasuke from all sides. Thanks to the powerful perception granted by Sage Mode, Naruto barely sensed the attack trajectories of those invisible shadows and dodged them awkwardly. But Sasuke's Rinnegan could clearly see the existence of those shadows. Naruto, 3 on the left, 2 on the right. Sasuke shouted loudly. The Kusanagi sword in his hand entwined with the lightning of Chidori accurately met those invisible attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Using the insight of his Rinnegan, Sasuke barely managed to fend off the attacks of the Boundary Realm. However, the power of those shadows was nearly indistinguishable from Madara's true form, with each collision numbing his arms. Oh, you can see my Boundary Realm. A hint of surprise flashed in Madara's eyes. It seems you have also received the Six Paths Sage's blessing. But that's all there is to it. Madara's chakra erupted once more, even more terrifying. Shinra Tensei. Several black cores emitting dreadful gravitational forces flew from his palm, hovering above Naruto and Sasuke's heads. That terrifying gravity instantly enveloped the two. The ground cracked, countless massive rocks were drawn towards them by the gravitational force aiming to seal and crush them completely. Damn it! Naruto roared, unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra without holding back as several golden chakra arms reached out to push the incoming rocks away. Sasuke's Susanoo also reformed the gigantic chakra sword, continuously slashing at those colossal rocks. However, backed by Madara's nearly limitless chakra, the gravitational force of Shinra Tensei grew stronger. The two gradually felt overwhelmed. It's over. Madara's voice echoed like a divine decree in the sky above the moon. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to be completely engulfed by the gigantic rock sphere and plunged into despair, a voice suddenly rang in their minds. Hey, I say, you two, is it that hard to have a fight? It was Xiaji's voice. Naruto and Sasuke froze simultaneously. Xiaji, aren't you already dead? What a joke. Xiaji's voice carried a hint of mockery. I'm just existing in this world in a different form. As he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light simultaneously illuminated Naruto and Sasuke. A massive power which did not belong to them continuously surged into their bodies. That power was vast like sage art, intricate like ocular techniques, and carried a breadth of rules that transcended everything. Naruto felt the Nine-Tails chakra within him merging perfectly with Sage chakra in an unprecedented way. His connection with the Nine-Tails became even tighter, as if he had truly merged with the beast. Sasuke sensed that his Rinnegan and Sharingan were rapidly increasing in power. His perception of space and control over chakra reached a whole new realm. Heavenly Hand Power, Great Fire, Annihilation, Susanoo. All ocular techniques had their power multiplied several times. The two felt the surging power within them, their faces filled with disbelief. This is my final power. Xiaji's voice resounded in their minds once more. I have temporarily lent you all my understanding of power and insight into the rules. Though it's just temporary, it should be enough for you to deal with this old guy. Go let him see. Even a mortal body can stand shoulder to shoulder with a deity. Xiaji. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with gratitude and fighting spirit. I understand. A confident smile curved Sasuke's lips. The next moment, Six Paths Supergiant Rasengan. Complete body Susanoo, Indra's arrow. Two forces capable of destroying the world took shape once again in Naruto and Sasuke's hands. But this time their power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Golden light and purple lightning intertwined, transforming into a terrifying beam that pierced through heaven and earth, fiercely crashing towards the gathering black orbs of Shinra Tensei. The expression of Uchiha Madara, who had seemed so confident of victory, instantly froze. Booming thunder, the terrifying beam of light merging the powers of the Six Paths and Indra's arrow collided fiercely with the multiple heavenly stars unleashed by Uchiha Madara in the sky above the moon. In that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its sound. The blinding white light consumed everything. The surface of the moon was torn apart, ripped open by massive chasms under the impact of this power that transcended conventional ninja techniques. Uchiha Madara's proud heavenly stars were effortlessly shredded and shattered like paper in the face of this more dominant force. The terrifying energy backlash hit Madara hard. His body, which he believed to be indestructible after merging with the divine tree, showed fine cracks at that moment. Pooh! A mouthful of black blood spurted from Madara's mouth. His pale purple Rinnegan revealed an unbelievable horror. This is impossible. He couldn't understand why Naruto and Sasuke's power had skyrocketed to such terrifying levels in just a few breaths. That power even made him feel a hint of heart palpitations. Uchiha Madara. Naruto's figure appeared before him. He was clad in the golden cloak of the Sage of Six Paths, with 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him and a black staff formed from the truth-seeking balls in his hand. He looked like a war god descending to the mortal realm, radiating endless light and heat. Your peace is a facade. To deprive everyone's will with illusions is not peace, it's dictatorship, it's tyranny. True peace is created through mutual understanding and support among people. Even if this process is filled with pain and sacrifice, even if this path is fraught with thorns and difficulties, we will never give up. Sasuke's figure also appeared at Madara's other side. His fully realized dark purple Susanoo held a massive chakra bow with ominous black Amaterasu flames wrapping around the arrows. Madara, you are wrong. Sasuke's voice was cold and resolute. You are lost in the power of the past and cannot see the hope of the future. The peace you speak of is merely a lonely dream of yours. Today let us personally end this misguided dream of yours. Madara looked at Naruto and Sasuke before him, seeing the indomitable will in their eyes and the surging power within them. He fell silent. After a long while he suddenly burst into a fit of mad laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mutual understanding. Hope for the future. How naive and laughable. The flames of madness ignited once more in Madara's eyes. You don't understand at all. You don't comprehend the essence of this world. Hatred, war, betrayal. These things are etched in humanity's very bones. They can never be eradicated. Only my infinite Tsukuyomi can sever the causes of all this and create a truly perfect world. Madara's body erupted once again with massive chakra. His fusion with the divine tree seemed to become even tighter. The crimson Rinnegan at the center of his forehead suddenly opened wide. A terrifying pressure descended once more. Since you are so obstinate, let you and this filthy world become nourishment for the divine tree. Divine tree world birth. Boom. The entire surface of the moon trembled violently at that moment. Countless massive twisted trees burst forth from the ground, growing wildly. These trees were not ordinary wood release. Their branches, like ferocious tentacles, could instantly drain the chakra and life force of those ensnared. In just a few breaths, the entire moon transformed into a black forest filled with death and despair. Naruto. I know. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and united once more. Sage Art Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. 9 different chakra shadows of tailed beasts emerged behind Naruto. 9 miniature tailed beast orbs containing the power of different tailed beasts perfectly fused with the Raisin Shuriken. The 9 different attributes of chakra intertwined and spun, forming a terrifying energy ball that radiated extreme destruction. Susanoo Amaterasu Kagetsuchi. Sasuke's Susanoo pulled the chakra bow to its full moon. The arrow wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames gathered an enormous amount of lightning chakra, transforming into Indra's arrow. The black flames and purple lightning shone beautifully together. Go! Both shouted in fury. The colorful spiraling Raisin Shuriken and the Indra's arrow wrapped in black flames transformed into 2 streaks of light, merging once more in midair. They formed a light so ultimate that it could not be described in words, capable of tearing apart and purifying everything. Where that light passed, both the ferocious black trees and the hard lunar rocks turned into nothingness in an instant. Uchiha Madara looked at the approaching light that made his soul tremble, and for the first time confusion appeared in his Rinnegan. He recalled a long time ago, on that sunny afternoon in the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama, his lifelong best friend and greatest rival, had once told him, Madara, one day people will truly understand each other. Perhaps I really was wrong. Boom. The ultimate light completely consumed Uchiha Madara's figure. His body connected to the divine tree disintegrated inch by inch before this unmatched power. The crimson Rinnegan on his forehead lost all its brilliance, turning to dust. The once great tyrant, the ninja Azura, Uchiha Madara. This man who had stirred the winds and clouds of the ninja world, attempting to drag the world into an eternal dream. At this moment, he finally welcomed the end of his fate. With Madara's demise, the infinite Tsukuyomi that had shrouded the entire ninja world was completely lifted. The ferocious black forest on the moon also lost its source of power, turning to dust in the sky. The entire world seemed to return to its original appearance. Naruto and Sasuke floated above the shattered moon, gasping for breath. The immense power bestowed upon them by the summer solstice was also rapidly fading. Ultimately, they returned to their original strength. Though still fatigued, their eyes were filled with the joy of survival and hope for the future. It's over. Naruto gazed at the azure planet below, murmuring to himself. Oh, it's over. Sasuke stood beside him, his tone calm. The two exchanged glances, seeing relief in each other's eyes. They extended their fists and gently bumped them in midair. At that moment, a phantom, almost transparent figure slowly emerged before them. It was the summer solstice. His body had grown incredibly weak, as if he would dissipate into the universe at any moment. Summer solstice. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in unison. Well done. A satisfied smile appeared on Summer Solstice's face. You didn't disappoint me. What? What happened to you? Naruto's voice trembled with emotion. I'm fine. Summer Solstice shook his head. I never belonged to this world. Now it's time for me to go back. Go back? Where to? To a very distant place. The figure of Summer Solstice became even more ethereal. Don't worry about me, and don't be sad for me. You still have your own path to walk. The future of this world is in your hands. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, never give up hope. Because you are. Before Summer Solstice could finish his words, his figure completely transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into the cold universe. Summer Solstice. Naruto's cry echoed in the silent universe, but received no response. Izanagi vanished, leaving this world in a resolute, yet gentle manner. Naruto and Sasuke floated in the cold cosmos, silent for a long time. Their hearts were filled with endless sorrow and loss, yet there was also an unprecedented heavy sense of responsibility. Izanagi had exchanged his life for them, and for the entire ninja world, to create a brand new future. They could not betray this weighty trust. The two returned to Earth. What awaited them was the cheers of the entire ninja world. Though the infinite Tsukuyomi had caused immense chaos and trauma to the world, in the end they triumphed over the final enemy, ushering in true peace. The post-war reconstruction under the leadership of Naruto and Sasuke was progressing in an orderly manner. The major ninja villages, after enduring this worldwide calamity brought on by illusions, finally realized that fighting alone could not address true crises. Under Naruto's advocacy, the 5 great ninja villages and other surviving ninja factions truly set aside their prejudices and hatred for the first time, forming the Ninja United Army. No longer for the sake of war, but to jointly safeguard this hard-won peace. Sasuke, after experiencing all this, completely let go of the hatred in his heart. He chose to stay in Konoha, becoming Naruto's most steadfast ally to protect this village and this world together. His Rinnegan was no longer a tool for revenge, but a gaze that guarded peace. Years later, on Hokage Rock in Konoha Village, a new face had been added. The 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. He stood atop Hokage Rock, overlooking the prosperous and peaceful village below, a look of contentment on his face. Beside him stood Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and their daughter Uchiha Sarada. There was also his own son, Uzumaki Boruto. The new generation of children thrived in a peaceful environment. They might not understand the sufferings and wars their parents had endured. But wasn't this the future that Naruto and the others had fought so hard to create? "Dad, what are you looking at?" Boruto tugged at Naruto's sleeve, asking curiously. Naruto patted his head and smiled. "I'm looking at someone. Really remarkable." His gaze turned toward the distant horizon. He knew that in that faraway place someone was quietly watching over them. That mysterious Uchiha, Izanagi, who taught him what true peace and true responsibility were. Meanwhile, in an endless expanse of pure white space, Izanagi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a soft, large bed. Everything around him felt so strange, yet so familiar. "Am I back?" He raised his hand and looked at his body. There were no Byakugan, no Rinnegan, and not even a trace of chakra. He had become an utterly ordinary person. Ding! A familiar, cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the final task. Correction of history. Task assessment perfect. Task reward being calculated. Reward 1, the host will return to the original world, retaining all memories. Reward 2, the host will receive the title of Guardian of World Peace Permanent, enjoying absolute fortune enhancement. In that world, simply put, it means luck overflowing, finding money everywhere, and stumbling upon romantic encounters. Reward 3, the host will receive a retirement fund sufficient to live a life of luxury in this world, free from worries about food and clothing." Izanagi listened to the system's reward announcement, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After all that effort, he ended up with a retirement gift package. But it was fine. After experiencing so many battles and conspiracies, to be able to quietly live as an ordinary person seemed quite nice. He sat up from the bed, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside was a bustling modern city, tall buildings, standing neon lights flashing. This was a world he was immensely familiar with, yet felt a hint of strangeness. He looked down and saw a valuable watch on his wrist. On the bedside table lay a set of car keys that looked expensive and a black unlimited credit card. "Is this my retirement life?" Izanagi's lips curled into a wry smile. He picked up his phone. The screen lit up, showing today's date. It was the second day after he crossed over. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point, but something was different. He opened his phone's contacts and saw several familiar names. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Their profile pictures were real photos, looking like ordinary classmates or friends. Izanagi tried sending a message to Naruto. "Are you there?" Soon a reply came back. "I'm here." "Izanagi, where did you run off to last night? We agreed to stay up all night gaming." Izanagi looked at the message and smiled. He laughed until tears were almost coming out. So this was the true peace. No war, no hatred, no parting life and death. What remained was merely the playful banter among friends, the little joys of life. Perhaps this was the best ending that guy truly wanted to give him. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky outside the window. "Thank you," he whispered, unsure to whom he was speaking.